Chapter 1. The Merchant's Daughter. Someone has fallen into the water. Quick, someone come. Jiangwan plunged into the icy, chilling lake, her mind still foggy. Had someone just pushed her in from behind? She recalled the scene before her fall. Standing by the railing, she had been gazing at a nearby pavilion where several young gentlemen were laughing and chatting. The leader, Lu Jingyan, wore a mocking expression, casually jesting with his companions. A mere merchant's daughter, why should I take her to heart? It's just a game. Just a game. At his words, a sharp pain pierced through Jiangwan, a deep ache settling in her heart. She wanted to confront Lu Jingyan, but suddenly, an inexplicable force shoved her from behind. Losing her balance, she tumbled uncontrollably into the lake. She was not a strong swimmer, and falling into icy waters in winter was tantamount to a death sentence. Someone intended to harm her. Jiangwan felt her limbs growing heavier, as if some unseen force were dragging her toward the lake's depths. This was a precursor to drowning. Darkness enveloped her vision, and her consciousness began to fade. Breathing became shallow, and her struggles weakened. Just when she thought she might not survive this ordeal, someone hooked their arm around her neck, pulling her upwards with great strength. Instinctively, Jiangwan clung to this powerful figure, desperate to live. When she was finally pulled ashore, she was still somewhat disoriented. It was only when her maid, Dongwu, rushed over, wrapping a thick cloak around her and speaking in a frantic tone, that she gradually regained her senses. Looking at the crowd surrounding her, her expression was cold. The one who had harmed her had approached from behind, concealing their identity. Yet now, the gazes of those around her carried mockery, amusement, and ill intentions. Jiangwan asked Dongwu who had saved her. Dongwu glanced over her shoulder, and upon turning back, Jiangwan felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, her rescuer was a remarkably handsome one at that. Tall and poised, draped in a dark cloak, his features were striking, with deep-set eyes reminiscent of distant mountains. His gaze, cool as starlight, bore down on her with a serene yet compassionate air, akin to a celestial being descending from a lofty palace. Jiangwan's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her damp, almond-shaped eyes and spoke softly. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Xie Xingji, taken aback by the color of her eyes, perhaps mindful of the numerous witnesses, replied in a melodious tone, "No need." Jiangwan couldn't help but sneeze, prompting Xie Xingji to frown slightly. "Miss, you should seek a doctor." Hearing this, Jiangwan looked at him gratefully with her almond eyes. "Thank you, sir. May I ask your name, so I may repay your kindness in the future?" Xie Xingji hesitated, not responding immediately, but the people nearby began to whisper. "Repay? Does she mean to pledge herself? Indeed, her body has been thoroughly exposed. Would she marry afterward? Oh, doesn't she resemble a girl brought by young Master Lu? But this is young Master Xie. What is young Master Lu in comparison?" As Jiangwan listened to these words, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She genuinely wished to repay the person before her, yet the human heart is often tainted by malice. Just as she found herself in a quandary, that cool, melodious voice resonated once more, deep and gentle. "I am Xie Xingji. It turned out to be the fourth young master of the Xie family. No wonder others harbored such thoughts. The Xie family of the capital is a hereditary dukedom, and Xie Xingji is a war god, personally conferred by His Majesty. She had once heard Shinshubai mention that during the imperial examination, Xie Xingji, in his youth, was demoted from the top scholar to the third place due to his unparalleled beauty. The reason was simple: being a third-place scholar required a handsome visage. While other families celebrated their son's achievements with joy and pride, Xie Xingji was condemned to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night. The sole reason for this punishment was his extraordinary good looks. When Jiangwan first heard this story, she felt a tinge of sympathy for this fourth young master of the Xie family. Little did she know, in this world, one could still be judged solely on appearance, demoting a once illustrious scholar to a mere third place due to superficial judgments. Nevertheless, Xie Xingji was resilient. He forsook literature for martial pursuits, rising from a common soldier to a national general. After all, once on the battlefield, beauty matters not. One speaks with strength. Xie Xingji triumphed in battle, yet turmoil beset the capital, with internal strife and external threats. His Majesty, in need of capable hands, recalled the loyal Xie family and appointed him as the war god of the prosperous dynasty. At this moment, Jiangwan gazed at Xie Xingji, draped in dark garments that billowed like a spring breeze, enveloping her in a silken embrace. Merely standing there, he exuded unparalleled charm, tall and ethereal. His elongated, ink-black eyes shimmered with a captivating light, able to ensnare one's very soul with a single glance. Who, if not this third-place scholar, could embody such magnificence? While Jiang Wan found herself entranced, she was suddenly roused by C.S. Singji's gentle cough, his pale profile tinged with an elusive blush. Just as he was about to speak, a boisterous voice cut through the air. "Jiang Wan, what are you doing?" Jiang Wan raised her gaze to see Lu Jingyan, who had been in the flower hall, now approaching with a group of young nobles. His gaze toward her was laden with disdain and anger, yet devoid of any concern. Chapter 2. The broken engagement. Jiang Wan gazed at Lu Jingyan before her, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. No, to be precise, she realized she had never truly recognized him. Jiang Wan's father was originally a merchant, who later, after amassing considerable wealth, donated some to the imperial court, earning the title of a royal merchant from the late emperor. Consequently, Jiang Yuan found himself in possession of an official title. Despite this, the literati within the court looked down upon him. Jiang Yuan, however, remained unperturbed. If they deemed him unworthy, so be it. He held them in disdain for their miserly ways. Later, while Jiang Wan's mother took her on a pilgrimage, they encountered bandits along the way. The situation was dire, but fortunately, Lu Jingyan arrived with his troops and rescued them. Grateful, Jiang Wan's mother struck up a warm conversation with Lu Jingyan's mother, and soon, she favored Jiang Wan, hoping to betroth her to Lu Jingyan. At that time, Jiang Wan was still quite young, yet during the bandit attack, she exhibited remarkable composure, deftly negotiating with the assailants until Lu Jingyan came to their aid. Jiang Wan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Jingyan. Had he not appeared in time, it was likely that both the Jiang family and their servants would have met with tragedy. When her mother asked her if she would marry Lu Jingyan, she did not hesitate for even a moment and readily agreed. However, Jiang Wan never anticipated that despite her upbringing in a business-oriented environment, the status of merchants during the flourishing dynasty was disdained. Even though Jiang Wan's father was wealthy, to the Lu family, he was merely a lowly merchant. Although Lu's father looked down upon the Jiang family, he could not overlook the fact that Jiang Yuan was in favor with the current emperor. The young emperor, though youthful, was exceptionally shrewd, believing that an official's worth was determined by their usefulness, regardless of their background. Just considering the substantial donations Jiang Yuan made before each battle, which consisted of numerous boxes of silver, was sufficient to ensure his continued favor with the emperor. While Lu Zhang held contempt for the Jiang family, he also sought their support. Thus, after the engagement was established, Lu Zhang delayed the marriage proceedings under the pretext that Lu Jingyan had yet to establish his career and was therefore not allowed to marry. Jiang Wan recognized this as Lu's father's excuse, a tactic to encourage her to withdraw, though she was not oblivious to the Lu family's intentions. Jiang Wan cared little for Lu Zhang, as her primary concern was Lu Jingyan's affection. Furthermore, there was still Lady Lu, the matriarch who genuinely wished her well. Lu Jingyan, as the legitimate son of the Lu family, was not particularly easy to get along with. Nonetheless, Jiang Wan believed that if she treated him kindly, he would eventually be moved by her sincerity. Thus, over the past year, Jiang Wan had trailed behind Lu Jingyan, inadvertently creating countless amusing situations. The young gentlemen around Lu Jingyan were well aware of Jiang Wan's presence and recognized Lu Jingyan as fortunate to have such a beauty by his side. Moreover, this beauty was no ordinary one. She was the sole daughter of the Jiang family, possessing numerous jewelry stores, as well as pawn shops and money-lending establishments. Lu Jingyan, without an official title, had a father who held merely a fifth-rank position, and his monthly salary was allocated to support the entire Lu household. Consequently, Lu Jingyan's personal allowance was a mere 20 taels each month. Yet ever since the engagement with Jiang Wan was established, the value of the eldest young master of the Lu family soared. His expenses at taverns, dining with friends, and shopping at clothing stores and bookstores were all charged to Jiang Wan's account. Jiang Wan had originally devoted herself wholeheartedly to the desire of marrying him. Regarding the debts incurred by Lu Jingyan, she refrained from elaborating further and settle them on his behalf. Not only that, on occasion, when Lu Jingyan was in good spirits, he would take her out to banquets. Whenever someone inquired about Jiang Wan's identity, Lu Jingyan would deftly evade the question, glossing over it. Jiang Wan initially believed that their unfulfilled marriage was the reason Lu Jingyan was concerned for her reputation. However, it has become evident that he had never entertained the thought of marrying her at all. This realization was merely an act of self-deception on her part. Lu Jingyan regarded her merely as a movable means of financial support, and if she complied with his demands, he might consider her as a concubine in the future. The condition, of course, was that she would continuously finance his various expenditures. Jiang Wan suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Her mother, ever anxious about her daughter's marital prospects, often advised her, stating that although Awan was capable, it was indeed challenging for a woman to secure a livelihood. Thus, it was imperative to find a reliable husband. The Lu family's son had shown kindness to both mother and daughter, and Awan marrying him would surely not lead to misfortune. Yet, at this moment, as she listened to Lu Jingyan's words, her heart sank. She had believed that her sincere efforts would eventually be recognized by him. However, now, confronted with Lu Jingyan's disdainful gaze, she felt that her past infatuation was nothing more than a farce. Seeing Jiang Wan's prolonged silence, Lu Jingyan's expression darkened further. His friend Du Ruofeng seized the moment to speak up. "Miss Jiang, will you not apologize to Jingyan?" Jiang Wan was taken aback, staring at them in disbelief. "Why should I apologize to Lu Jingyan?" Du Ruofeng replied with an air of entitlement. "You fell into the water and tarnished your reputation. If you were to obediently apologize and placate Jingyan, who knows, he might even consider taking you as his wife. As for how to placate him, naturally, it would involve money. Everyone knew that the Jiang family might lack in other areas, but they certainly had foolishly abundant wealth. Over the past few years, in her pursuit of Lu Jingyan, she had not only lavished money on him, but had also spared no expense on his friends, including Du Ruofeng. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to speak on her behalf. Returning to the topic, Lu Jingyan was indeed fortunate, with a radiant beauty like Jiang Wan trailing after him daily, attending to his needs and paying his bills, while also exhausting herself to win his favor. What man would not relish such attention? Despite Lu Jingyan's usual demeanor of indifference, it was clear that he savored the attention in private. Evidently, upon hearing Du Ruofeng's words, Lu Jingyan fell silent for a moment. Jiang Wan's public encounter with Xie Xingji was truly shameless. However, if he were to reject her now, who would he turn to for money in the future? Contemplating this, Lu Jingyan's expression turned cold, and he spoke curtly, "I do not accept items touched by others." Hearing this, Jiang Wan, instead of feeling anger, found herself laughing. She had fallen into the water and was rescued by Xie Xingji. Yet Lu Jingyan, her betrothed, did not first concern himself with her well-being, but rather expressed disdain for her having been touched by another. Had he ever considered that, were it not for Xie Xingji, he might not have had the opportunity to stand there today? Jiang Wan gazed into Lu Jingyan's eyes, discerning the disdain reflected therein. In that moment, she comprehended the truth. Lu Jingyan had indeed contemplated it, yet he remained utterly indifferent. He cared not whether he sustained injuries or even if he would survive. Jiang Wan observed him, realizing that even a stranger who had taken so much silver and benefits from her ought to utter at least a few courteous words. Yet, with Lu Jingyan, there was nothing at all. Their gazes locked, her eyes clear and cold. "I, Jiang Wan, have no inclination to become anyone's concubine. Since Mr. Lu deems me unworthy, I kindly ask for the marriage contract to be returned." Lu Jingyan was taken aback. How dare she threaten him? Such audacity was truly remarkable. Was it merely a matter of breaking off the engagement? Whoever refused to concede would be the fool. Chapter 3. Why has she not come to apologize? Lu Jingyan, filled with indignation, glared at her coldly. Someone, fetch the marriage certificate. He had resolved to teach Jiang Wan a lesson today, to make her understand how unworthy she was to be matched with him. No, even if today's incident with the water had not occurred, a merchant's daughter, reeking of copper, was unfit to be his legitimate wife. Du Ruofeng was right. Had she shown some sense, he might have considered her as a concubine, granting her a title. But her current blatant disregard for propriety left him no choice but to sever ties completely. The servant quickly brought the marriage certificate. Lu Jingyan looked down at her from his elevated position, his tone as haughty as ever. Jiangwan, pay attention. Before her eyes, he tore the marriage certificate to shreds. From now on, you and I are like this document, with no possibility of reconciliation. Jiangwan's eyes narrowed momentarily, her complexion paling briefly. Yet, having accompanied her father in trade for many years, she quickly regained her composure and replied in a calm voice, "Very well." Lu Jingyan was further incensed by her placid demeanor. Grinding his teeth, he warned, "Do not regret this." With that, he departed with Du Ruofeng without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Wan allowed a bittersweet smile to grace her lips. To claim she was untroubled would be a lie. After all, she had genuinely wished to spend her life happily with him. She had once thought Lu Jingyan merely a bit childish, spoiled by his privileged upbringing. However, she had not anticipated that this relationship was entirely one-sided, rooted solely in her affections. "I am sorry, mother. I have disappointed you. This kindness I can never repay." Jiangwan raised her gaze, her usually gentle apricot eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. "Use my token to inform all the shops in the capital that my engagement with the young master of the Liu family is hereby cancelled. From this day forth, any debts he has incurred will not be recognized by the Jiang family." Dongwu, upon hearing this, immediately responded, "Yes." She had long harbored a dislike for that young master of the Liu family, who had relied on his past kindness to the Jiang family. Each time he encountered the young lady, he displayed an arrogant demeanor, ordering her around. It was only due to her gentle nature that she had continued to clean up his mess and lavish wealth upon him. In her opinion, the money the young lady spent on Lu Jingyan could have purchased several handsome male companions. In these times, a three-legged toad was hard to find. How difficult could it be to find a handsome man? Not to mention, just consider the young men at Qingfeng Pavilion. Were any of them not more handsome than the young master of the Liu family, more obedient as well? Meanwhile, after exiting, Lu Jingyan remained unsettled. Beside him, Du Ruofeng suggested, "Jingyan, why bother with her? Jiang Wan is merely acting like a petulant girl. In a few days, she will surely come to apologize." Lu Jingyan found merit in this notion. There had been times when he had angered her, yet she had eventually brought him rare books to soothe his temper. Du Ruofeng was correct. Giving her some time would suffice. Upon returning home, Lu's mother learned of the situation and insisted that Lu Jingyan apologize to Jiang Wan and reaffirm their marriage contract. Reluctant, Lu Jingyan found himself opposed by his father as well. After all, she was merely the daughter of a merchant, and it seemed she had overestimated her own worth. "Jingyan, the legitimate daughter of the Liu Yusher family, is of a similar age to you. Today, after court, he subtly gauged my intentions, and from his demeanor, it appeared he was inclined to betroth his daughter to you. Lu Qingwan is truly a paragon of noble upbringing. She has been well versed in the Confucian classics since childhood, and her father, an official, places great importance on knowledge. Thus, Lu Qingwan is a rare talent in the capital. If you were to marry her, it would certainly serve to put Jiangwan in her place." Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Jingyan suddenly recalled the spring banquet of the previous year, when Jiangwan had plucked a peach blossom for him, expressing her desire to place it in the vase by his study. At the time, he had dismissed the blossom as vulgar and deemed her gesture frivolous, believing it to tarnish his reputation. Consequently, he had abandoned the peach blossom branch and fled, leaving Jiangwan to quietly retrieve it from the ground. Lu Jingyan pondered. Had she been a little saddened at that moment? The thought startled him. Why should he care whether Jiangwan was upset or not? Had she not declared her intent to break their engagement? Perfectly, he would marry Lu Qingwan and demonstrate to her what it meant to feel ashamed. Seeing her son in such a disposition, Lu's mother was exasperated. Clutching her chest as she exhaled, "You should heed your father. Jiangwan is a good girl. You will eventually regret this." Lu Jingyan remained unconvinced, believing it was Jiangwan who would rue the day. When she laid eyes on Lu Qingwan, he was eager to see what she would have to say then. The daughter of a merchant was truly only fit to be a concubine. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother ceased her attempts to persuade him, suddenly feeling that her son was unworthy of Jiangwan. Perhaps the cancellation of their union was for the best. Not wishing to see him any longer, she excused herself, claiming she would visit a temple in the outskirts to pray, intending to stay away for a while. Lu Jingyan initially thought that within a couple of days, Jiangwan would surely come to coax him, and he had already prepared some difficult words for her. Jiangwan had always behaved in such a manner. Once, he had invited her to the countryside for a spring outing, but when guests unexpectedly arrived at his home, he forgot about their plans. Jiangwan waited alone in the rain for over half an hour, and ultimately, feeling uneasy, came to the Lu residence only to see him entertaining guests before wrapping herself in her cloak and departing. He had thought she would be upset for a few days. But to his surprise, she arrived the very next day, bringing with her a fine Duan inkstone. In a gentle voice, she remarked, "It is rare to cultivate friendships with gentlemen." The guest at Lu's house yesterday was Li Huayan, a man of considerable talent. Young Master Lu might consider gifting him this inkstone to forge a connection. Lu Jingyan had never held Li Huayan in high regard. Though he possessed some talent, he was overly rigid and lacked discernment. He had no interest in forming an alliance with him. Nevertheless, he found the Duan inkstone quite appealing and decided to gift it to his friend, Du Ruofeng, the following day. Later, when Jiangwan saw it, she said nothing, simply walking away in silence. Du Ruofeng inquired of him, "This Jiangwan is quite beautiful, and she always trails behind you. How can such a radiant beauty not stir your heart?" Indeed, he had felt a flutter of emotion. Once, when he fell ill with an unyielding high fever, it was Jiangwan who brought Shen Shu by, ultimately alleviating his suffering. In moments of illness, one is often vulnerable, and that was the first instance he felt a stir of affection for Jiangwan. Lu Jingyan recalled that day vividly, the young lady clad in a simple gown, her countenance serene. A sudden wave of irritation washed over him. Why had she not come to apologize? If she were to acknowledge her mistake, he would forgive her this transgression. However, the marriage contract was already severed, and the prospect of her becoming the legitimate wife was no longer feasible. If she were wise, he could discuss with his father the possibility of taking her as a concubine, which he would not oppose. Chapter 4. The Gift of Hairpin on the Other Side. Upon returning home, Jiangwan found herself pondering deeply and ultimately decided to prepare a token of gratitude to be delivered to the Duke's residence. Initially, she hesitated, contemplating whether such an overt gesture might cause trouble for Xie. Nonetheless, it was an undeniable fact that he had saved her. While others may bestow kindness without expectation of reciprocation, she could not be the one to remain ungrateful. After returning home, Jiangwan informed Jiang Yuan of the events that transpired during the spring banquet, which incensed him to the point of sending men to apprehend the two men from the Lu family, subjecting them to a thorough beating. Regarding the matter of repaying the Xie family, Jiang Yuan found himself in a quandary. Not to mention, the Xie family was a prestigious lineage that held merchants like them in disdain. To put it bluntly, should they approach with an air of shamelessness, it was uncertain whether they would even be granted an audience. Ultimately, it was Jiangwan who devised a solution. Given the Xie family's esteemed reputation and their long-standing commitment to integrity, Jiangwan arranged for armor to be sent to the Xie family's military. Xie father had been a general in his youth, having trained a formidable army, and the Xie military held considerable prestige during the prosperous era. Jiangwan conveyed her sentiments, stating that General Xie was a paragon of virtue and unable to repay him adequately. She offered the armor as a tribute to the heroism of the Xie military, wishing them invincibility in battle. Jiang Yuan found his daughter's approach to be quite prudent. However, neither Jiang Yuan nor her father anticipated that Xie would not only accept her gift of armor, but also return a token of his own. She had presented armor, yet his reciprocation was a white jade hairpin. Its translucent material radiated warmth upon contact, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. While the value of the gift was commendable, the act of a man gifting a hairpin to a lady. Jiang Yuan observed her troubled expression and remarked, "Wan, fret not. It is likely that young Master Xie, having spent much time on the battlefield, is unaware of the nuances of social etiquette. He made the decision for her. Keep it for now. In due course, you shall return it to him." though Jiang felt a twinge of unease. She recognized there was no better course of action at present. Little did she know, the opportunity for their paths to cross would soon arise. One day, while Jiang was engaged in reviewing accounts in her family's Yuyi pavilion, a man and a woman suddenly approached. Her almond-shaped eyes briefly lingered on their intertwined fingers before she swiftly averted her gaze. The visitors were none other than Lu Jingyan and his companion. Her father had informed her that since the engagement was annulled, the Lu family had hastily reached out to Inspector Lu, who reportedly wished to marry his legitimate daughter. Lu Qingwan to Lu Jingyan. This infuriated Jiang Yuan, who, had she not intervened, would have likely sought to ensnare Lu Zheng in a sack once more. Jiang Yuan cast a cool glance at the newcomers, noting the intricately embroidered golden silk gown worn by Lu Qingwan, adorned with delicate jasmine blossoms, which lent her an air of elegance. Although Lu Qingwan was not strikingly beautiful, her features were refined, exuding a gentle charm akin to that of a modest maiden. Jiang Yuan did not set aside her account book, as the fragrant incense from the incense burner was meant to calm her mind. However, as Lu Qingwan drew closer, the scent of her cosmetics overwhelmed the aroma of the incense. Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of displeasure and discreetly covered her nose with a handkerchief. Raising her gaze towards them, the newcomer spoke first, her voice laced with playful reproach. "Brother Jingyan, is she Jiang Yuan?" The young girl's voice bore an imposing force, unreservedly revealing her animosity towards Jiang Yuan. She had indeed heard of Jiang Yuan's reputation, merely the daughter of a merchant who, relying on a marriage contract, relentlessly clung to Brother Jingyan, utterly disgracing the dignity of womanhood. Jiang Yuan raised her gaze to meet Lu Qingwan, whose youthful countenance was marked by disdain. How trivial! Truly a blemish upon the honor of women. Jiang Yuan regarded Lu Qingwan, her tone calm as she spoke. It is well known that Inspector Lu possesses profound knowledge. Thus, I presume that with such a father, you have received commendable upbringing. May I inquire, how have I sullied the dignity of women? Is it through my devotedness to my betrothed, or perhaps by being unceremoniously cast into a lake? In this world, a woman's virtue is of utmost significance. I urge you to ponder your words carefully. Lu Qingwan impatiently interrupted. You, a jilted fiancé, dare to speak of virtue? How laughable! Jiang Yuan, rather than growing indignant, smiled in response. If that is the case, why has Miss Lu come here? To flaunt your superiority? Alas, you have claimed a man I rejected. Your fortune cannot be any better. When it comes to retorts, Jiang Yuan had never known defeat. Lu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by her words. What was her purpose for being here? Certainly to observe the woman engaged to Lu Jingyan. Her father had mentioned that Lu Zheng had already confirmed the cancellation of Jiang Yuan's engagement to Lu Jingyan. Yet, she remained discontent. For Jiang Yuan had previously garnered considerable attention. The young gentry of the capital had all heard her name. The only daughter of the Jiang family had lavished riches to win Lu Jingyan's favor. Lu Qingwan had even inquired of Lu Jingyan whether Jiang Yuan's ardor had ever stirred his heart. Lu Jingyan had resolutely replied, "No, I find her clinginess most irksome." Lu Qingwan believed him. She recalled a time when she visited Lu Jingyan and chanced upon Jiang Yuan delivering delicacies to him. The freshly baked, colorful pastries from Yupinju were exquisite and tempting, yet upon learning they were sent by Jiang Yuan, Lu Jingyan's eyes revealed unmistakable disdain as he casually bestowed the treats upon a servant. In that moment, Lu Qingwan realized that Lu Jingyan held no regard for Jiang Yuan. She had initially assumed Jiang Yuan to be a homely and unattractive girl, yet upon their meeting today, it was evident that Jiang Yuan was far from unappealing. Her raven hair and snow-like complexion, skin as smooth as cream, rivaling frost and snow, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with allure. One could easily be captivated by her beauty. Such a stunning visage. Could Lu Jingyan truly remain unmoved? To be frank, Lu Qingwan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thus, she gazed at Jiang Yuan's enchanting visage and cautiously cast a glance at Lu Jingyan. Do you think that by feigning a pitiful demeanor, Brother Jingyan will feel sympathy for you? That he will be enchanted and rekindle your relationship? Dream on, you merchants are the most cunning and sly. Jiangwan's expression suddenly turned frigid, her voice tinged with rare anger. Miss Liu, tread carefully with your words. Lu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected fierceness. Jiangwan's general features now bore a coolness. Not everyone hailed from a prestigious official family like Lu Qingwan's. Yet, there is no distinction of worth among people. Must merchants endure your slander? She turned to look at Lu Jingyan, saying, As for you, we once had a marriage contract, and I believed I treated you sincerely. Yet I received not even a modicum of respect in return. Now that you have found a suitable match and this marriage document has been obliterated, we should remain unrelated. Do not continue to portray me as someone who clings to you. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jingyan's voice suddenly became urgent. Did I not tell you that, given your status, it is impossible for you to become my legitimate wife? If you are obedient, I could take you as a concubine. Qingwan is magnanimous and would not make things difficult for you. Jiangwan let out a cold laugh. Should I then express my gratitude to you? She called out sharply. Zhu Qing, there is someone causing a disturbance. Throw them out. Before Lu Jingyan could respond, the leading servant, accompanied by a dozen or so bodyguards, blocked his path, preventing him from approaching Jiangwan. Zhu Qing, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, Young Master Lu, best you leave on your own. My men are rather heavy-handed, and it would be unfortunate if you were injured. You. Lu Jingyan glared at Jiangwan's retreating figure, feeling a mix of anger and shame. He shouted hoarsely, Jiangwan, do you think that by resorting to such petty tricks, I would come to admire you? Dream on. In my heart, you are not even worth a fraction of Qingwan's little finger. As he was about to continue his tirade, Zhu Qing covered his mouth and forcibly ushered him out. Jiangwan, feeling the pent-up frustration, could no longer focus on the ledger in her hands. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a faint sandalwood fragrance. She impatiently raised her gaze, only to be taken aback by the sight of the newcomer. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 5 Reunion. With a subtle curve of his lips, Xie Xingji teased, No need for thanks. Jiangwan, realizing his implication, felt her warm cheeks flush crimson. Under the soft glow of a flying crane lantern, she stood, her graceful figure bathed in radiant light. As the breeze swept by, the hem of her skirt danced, creating ripples upon a tranquil lake, mesmerizing in its beauty. Xie Xingji's gaze was fervent. He found it difficult to tear his eyes away. At times, the simplicity of affection is astonishing. Despite being strangers, he harbored thoughts of spending a lifetime with her, having even envisioned names for their future children. Yet, it seemed that Lord Jiang was exceedingly protective of his only daughter, having once declared he would never marry her off to a military general. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over Xie Xingji. Had he known, he would have steered clear of the battlefield. Now, he wondered if it was too late to return to being a mere scholar. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by the girl's sweet voice, which gently broke the silence. What did you just say? The emperor had informed him that most women preferred gentle men, advising him to lower his voice and speak softly. Thus, he deliberately softened his tone as he addressed Jiangwan, surprised by the deep and tender timbre of his voice, so contrary to the decisive demeanor of General Xie. Jiangwan took a moment to collect herself. Drawing a deep breath, she continued, I received the hairpin you sent, but... Xie Xingji smiled. Do you still like it? Jiangwan hesitated before nodding earnestly. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the materials are of the finest quality. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. His eyes sparkled with warmth as he replied, As long as you like it, that is what matters. It was my mother's wish. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. So was the matriarch of the Xie family who had instructed this gift. She had wondered why General Xie would unexpectedly present her with such a token. Looking at his clear, radiant features, her earlier thoughts resurfaced, and her cheeks flushed anew. Please convey my gratitude to your mother, she said. But I cannot accept such a lavish gift without having earned it. Xie Xingji interrupted her gently. Do you feel uneasy about accepting a gift from my mother, Miss Jiang? She nodded, her almond-shaped eyes softening with sincerity. The young master saved me, and my father presented armor to the Xie army in gratitude. I did not expect such a generous return gift from your mother. As she averted her gaze to her embroidered shoes, her small hands fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Xie Xingji regarded her with tender affection, his voice low and soothing. This is also my mother's intent. Once something is given, it is not easily retracted. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor? At his words, Jiangwan lifted her gaze to meet his. She was already strikingly beautiful, her bright almond eyes reflecting innocence and grace. Xie Xingji suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. The outside world often spoke of Zhang's daughter as a shrewd businesswoman, adept at maneuvering, resembling Lord Jiang himself, a prodigy in commerce. Yet now, gazing at Jiangwan, he found her youthful eyes clear and bright, revealing her thoughts with a mere glance. Could such a pure-hearted girl truly excel in business? Your Highness? Jiangwan, noticing his silence, assumed the matter was complex and tentatively inquired. Was the situation truly so intricate? Xie Xingji, upon her question, felt a subtle flush tint his usually composed visage. The matter was not particularly complicated. However, revealing that he had been momentarily entranced by her was indeed a delicate affair. Clearing his throat, he reassured her, "Fortunately, the situation is manageable. My mother has been suffering from insomnia lately, and I wish to visit the Guo temple outside the city to seek a talisman for her peace. However, I have never made such a request before and would like to trouble you to accompany me." Jiangwan was taken aback. Was that all? He had gone to such lengths simply to procure a talisman for his mother. In that moment, she perceived Xie Xingji not only as a handsome noble, but also as a dutiful son. She nodded in agreement. "Very well. When does your Highness intend to go?" Seeing her acquiescence, Xie Xingji smiled gently. "When would it be convenient for Miss Jiang?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiangwan softly replied, "Morning is more suitable for seeking a talisman. Would the hour of Qin tomorrow work for you?" Xie Xingji regarded her, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "I shall defer to Miss Jiang." Just then, Jiangwan raised her gaze and met his eyes. It seemed Xie Xingji was unaware of his own striking appearance. His dark eyes sparkled, and his lips, tinged with a smile, cast a spell over her, creating an illusion of being cherished by him. Jiangwan bit her lip, admonishing herself to refrain from such fanciful thoughts. She remembered how Lu Jingyan had once teased her in jest, and she had taken it to heart, resulting in many a comical predicament. Resolving to regain her composure, she inhaled deeply, withdrawing her previously tender sentiments. When she next looked at Xie Xingji, her gaze was calm and composed, tinged with a hint of formality. Xie Xingji observed her transformation from an amiable demeanor to one of polite dismissal, perplexed. Had he inadvertently overstepped? He had long known that such tactics were ineffective, akin to the advances of a rogue. Yet, the emperor had subtly implied that he was lacking in experience. "Have you ever pursued a young lady?" Xie Xingji shook his head. Then, "Have you ever been pursued by one?" Again, he shook his head. Therein lies the crux. Mere words can only scratch the surface of understanding. True knowledge comes from experience. The emperor had advised him, when it comes to courting young ladies, one must cast aside all shame. Xie Xingji was momentarily taken aback by the emperor's counsel. As he departed, he recalled that Fu Hongshun was still unmarried. In fact, he had yet to even have a concubine in the palace. What audacity to offer him such advice. Finally, glancing at the young lady before him, he spoke, "Shall I take my leave now?" Noticing her rise, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Jiang, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. "It's nothing. I shall escort the young master out." Xie Xingji's expression darkened once more. "In that case, I must trouble Miss Jiang." The two made their way to the door, and Xie Xingji, unable to restrain himself, tentatively inquired, "Shall I return now?" Jiangwan nodded. "Take care, young master." Nearby, Yinchen sighed, observing the young master's foolish demeanor. He wondered if this was truly the formidable warrior who struck fear in the hearts of many on the battlefield. He would wager that if Miss Jiang tossed him a bone, the young master would instantly wag his tail and run after her. And yet, he claimed he would return? In his view, the young master had no intention of leaving. He would prefer to reside permanently in the Yue Pavilion. Young master, a husband must honor his wife. Chapter 6. Shen Shubai. Not long after Xie Xingji departed, Shen Shubai arrived. Shen Shubai was her closest friend, a prodigy in the healing arts, possessing an innate passion for medicine. He had always led a transient life, wandering from place to place, and this return was prompted by a promise made to Jiangwan. Lu Zheng suffered from a malady known colloquially as turtleback wind or rheumatism. If left untreated, this ailment could adversely affect one's posture. Lu Zheng had long been hunched over until Jiangwan brought Shen Shubai to him. Having known Shen Shubai for many years, she understood certain conditions well. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Zheng, she recognized his affliction. She invited Shen Shubai to administer acupuncture treatment. But it was important to note that while the symptoms could be alleviated, the condition could not be cured. Thus, Shen Shubai would visit periodically to provide acupuncture sessions. True to his reputation as a miraculous healer, after just 2 treatments, Lu Zheng's previously stooped figure showed marked improvement. However, upon arriving in the capital, Shen Shubai soon learned of Jiangwan's troubles. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Yu Yi Pavilion. Jiangwan did not conceal the truth from him. She nodded and said, "Indeed, before I fell into the water, I witnessed him speaking to others, declaring that I was merely a plaything to him and that he had no genuine intention of marrying me." Jiangwan initially believed that recounting such words would be distressing. Yet, to her surprise, as she spoke, she felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her, rather than sorrow. Upon hearing this, Shen Shubai's anger flared. "I have long warned you that none of the Lu family are to be trusted. You refuse to heed my words. Perhaps it is for the best. Let the past be a mere dream." Jiangwan paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Very well," she said, contemplating before continuing. "There is one matter I need your assistance with." Without a moment's thought, Shen Shubai replied, "I am willing to discuss anything, but I shall never again provide acupuncture to anyone from the Lu family." Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback by his words. She understood Shen Shubai's clear sense of right and wrong. He had always held the Lu family in disdain, and his previous treatment of Lu Zheng was merely out of loyalty to her. With Lu Jingyan's betrayal now evident, she had no reason to request Shen Shubai's aid for Lu Zheng any longer. Moreover, she had no intention of doing so. Jiangwan smiled gently. Her voice calm as she said, "You misunderstand. That is not what I meant." "What then?" Shen Shubai inquired. Jiangwan pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing. "Before I fell into the water, I felt an external force push me from behind, which caused me to plunge into the depths. I would like to ask you to investigate this matter." Jiangwan was reluctant to involve her father in trouble, suspecting that the individual responsible for her fall might be a member of an official's household. Shen Shubai, being a skilled healer with connections in both the common and official realms, was the perfect candidate for such an inquiry. Upon hearing this, Shen Shubai immediately took it upon himself. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter." Jiangwan nodded, instructing Dong Wu to fetch some silver from the storeroom. A rare smile graced her lips as she gently added, "As winter has set in, the expenses at Angie Lane must be considerable. This is but a token of my gratitude. Please ask Dr. Shan to return and procure some warm clothing and food for the children." Shen Shubai cast her a displeased glance. "Are you a prodigal benefactor? The silver you last provided me remains unspent." Jiangwan smiled gently, her dimples gracing her cheeks. "You've already received it. Dr. Shan, do accept it. The winter solstice approaches, and the children need nourishment." Shen Shubai established the Anji Fong, a sanctuary dedicated to sheltering homeless orphans. Although a skilled physician, he possessed a rather peculiar temperament, often claiming he would not treat those he found disagreeable. Due to this disposition, his earnings from practicing medicine were modest. The numerous orphans at Anji Fong made it a formidable challenge to sustain such a large household. Fortunately, he later met Jiangwan. Moved by his relentless efforts on behalf of the orphans, Jiangwan felt a pang of compassion. The Jiang family operated their own apothecary, and with Shen Shubai's exceptional medical skills, they had intended for him to manage the shop. However, within 3 days, he had offended a significant portion of the clientele. "Illness enters through the mouth. My dear girl, you simply indulge too much. You seem weak all over. I believe you've been lying down too long, becoming rather lazy. Feeling nauseous? You ought to have lighter meals. Stop gorging on rich foods, or you'll become as rotund as a pig." Shen Shubai, with his sharp tongue, managed to alienate all the wealthy patrons at the apothecary. Yet, when faced with those in poverty, he would charge nothing and even provide herbs at his own expense. Jiang Wan, a merchant at heart, sympathized with Shun Shubai's noble integrity, but was also protective of her family's finances. Consequently, she took it upon herself to refurbish the Anji Fong and establish a pharmacy within, which, despite operating at a loss, alleviated Shun Shubai's immediate concerns. From that point on, he became quite compliant to her counsel. Jiang Wan snapped back to reality as Shun Shubai continued. Are you aware of CSE's origins? Jiang Wan nodded, recalling. Did you not mention he is the son of the Xie family, personally bestowed the title of God of War by His Majesty? Shun Shubai shook his head. Not only that, but Xie is not merely a celebrated general. He is also the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Xie family. The esteemed Duke Xie had long designated him as the future head of the family. Furthermore, he is a close friend of the current emperor. By the age of 3, he could recite texts. At 5, he trained in martial arts under his father. He excelled in the imperial examinations at 18, but was demoted to the rank of flower due to his striking looks, leading him in frustration to abandon his studies for the military, where he ultimately gained renown as the god of war of the prosperous dynasty. The reason the current emperor was able to ascend the throne so effortlessly from his position as crown prince was largely due to CSC support. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. He is truly that formidable? Shun Shubai's expression was a blend of complexity, teetering between admiration and envy. CSC is precisely the kind of person described in tales, one favored by fate to receive abundant fortunes. Did he invite you to a temple outside the city? Shun Shubai hesitated, probing cautiously. He wouldn't be seeking to amuse himself at your expense, would he? Jiang Wan was taken aback. Surely not. He appears quite sincere. Shun Shubai scoffed. You once claimed Lu Jingyan was reliable. If I may say so, your business acumen is quite commendable. Yet your judgment of men leaves much to be desired. Jiang Wan found herself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. So, tell me, she inquired, should I go or should I not? Shun Shubai's words rang true. When Lu Jingyan had initially invited her out, he had previously cautioned her that Lu Jingyan was not a man of good character. Alas, she had been blinded by her infatuation, disregarding his warnings, which ultimately led her to endure a torrential downpour and become the subject of ridicule in the capital. If he does not attend, I shall accompany you for a leisurely outing, he suggested. Jiang Wan seized upon his words, posing the question, and what if he does come? Shun Shubai replied nonchalantly. Then it would simply be 3 of us enjoying our time together. The more the merrier. Jiang Wan could only respond with silence. Chapter 7 The Broken Promise. Early the next morning, Jiang Wan rose with the dawn, having meticulously applied her makeup, ready to embark on her journey. Suddenly, Shun Shubai appeared. Jiang Wan was somewhat surprised. Are you truly accompanying me today? Shun Shubai replied, I have located the person who pushed you into the water that day. Jiang Wan's expression faltered. Who is it? Shun Shubai urged, follow me. Jiang Wan instructed Dong Wu to proceed to Huguo Temple to inform Xie that she had matters to attend to that day and would need to postpone her request for a talisman. She then followed Shun Shubai. They arrived at Anji Feng, where a young woman clad in a pink dress was confined within a room. Shun Shubai declared, This is the one who pushed you into the water. The maid, her mouth gagged, erupted into a torrent of curses as Shun Shubai removed the obstruction. Do you dare to capture me? Do you know who I belong to? Shun Shubai interjected. Indeed, you are a maidservant of Madame Lu. However, I am more curious whether it was Miss Lu or Madame Lu who instigated you. Hearing this, Tao Hong's face flickered with alarm. Did this person know her origins? Did he know that it was Madame Lu who had commanded her to push Jiang Wan into the water? No, Tao Hong is truth herself. He is merely trying to intimidate me. As long as I deny it, how could he possibly confront an official? With this thought, Tao Hong's composure returned somewhat. I do not know what you are talking about. She fell into the water on her own. This matter has nothing to do with either the young lady or the madam. Shun Shubai scoffed. There is no need for you to feign innocence. Lin Bo, a servant of your master, witnessed you push Jiang Wan into the lake. Turning to Jiang Wan with a casual tone, Shun Shubai remarked, if this matter were to involve the official, it would be troublesome. However, if it is merely a maid, then she can be dealt with accordingly. Jiangwan nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Let us proceed as you suggest. As she turned to leave, Tao Hong was genuinely panicked. I am from the inspectorate. Do you not fear the official's wrath if you kill me? Shen Shubai, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, even the emperor is subject to the law. How could you presume that the identity of a maidservant in the inspectorate would shield you from justice? Tao Hong was struck with terror. Shen Shubai interrupted. If you have anything to say, save it for the authorities. I wonder if your parents could withstand the consequences? Tao Hong crumbled completely. I will tell you. Just do not capture me. It was Madame's order. She said that Lord Liu and our official are on good terms, and that young Master Liu and the young lady are in love. If Jiang Wan were to die, the engagement would be annulled, allowing the young lady to marry into the Liu family without issue. Upon hearing this, Shen Shubai's voice turned cold. Silence. How despicable. At that time, they said anything to save Liu Zheng, claiming they regarded Jiang Wan as family. And now, how quickly they have turned their backs. Jiang Wan, however, remained remarkably calm. This outcome had been anticipated. Although the Jiang family hailed from commerce, they rarely made enemies. The only parties with a motive to harm her were the Liu and Liu families. Jiang Wan spoke with a calm demeanor, instructing, send her off. Tao Hong was taken aback, recalling his earlier words that if this matter was instigated by the imperial censor, it would be quite troublesome. Shen Shubai smiled gently. Troublesome it may be, yet it must be handled. After all, the one wronged is my esteemed employer. As Tao Hong was led away, Shen Shubai assured her that he would take care of the subsequent matters. Trusting in his capabilities, she was about to speak when a servant hurriedly arrived with news. Winter Mist had been injured. Having grown up alongside her, Winter Mist was an incredibly important family member to her. When Jiang Wan entered the room, she found Winter Mist's foot wrapped in thick bandages, her face soiled. Miss, I truly am useless. I slipped down the slope. Winter Mist lamented. You cannot blame yourself for this. The mountain path is treacherous, and the heavy rain this morning has caused you to be injured. I feel the true regret. Jiang Wan replied. Winter Mist shook her head, her brow furrowed with worry. Miss, do you think the young master will be waiting for you on the mountain? With such heavy rain, if he encountered a landslide like I did, what would we do? Shen Shubai could not help but roll his eyes at her. Little Winter Mist, you ought to take care of yourself. What sort of person is young Master Xie? A formidable general. He would not be fazed by such trivial rain. Winter Mist conceded and fell silent. Although Jiang Wan felt some anxiety, the torrential rain outside made it difficult to venture out. She called for someone to inquire at the Duke's residence to see if the young master had ventured out today or remained at home. Leaning against the window, listening to the sound of the rain, she found herself unable to turn a single page of her book. With a sigh, she was about to rise when suddenly a report came from outside, announcing that young Master Xie had arrived and wished to see her. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wan hurriedly ran out, lifting her skirts. Upon reaching the flower hall, she encountered Xie Xingji. His dark attire dripped with water. Not a single part of him remained dry, and his inky hair clung to his forehead, his once cold visage now appearing even more frigid. Jiang Wan could not suppress a shiver, her voice urgent as she commanded, quickly, prepare dry clothes and have the kitchen brew a rich ginger soup. Where's the hot water? Why has it not arrived yet? A nearby maid grimaced as she replied, Miss, there are no clothes for young Master Xie in the residence. Xie Xingji was tall, and indeed, Jiang Yuan's garments would not suit him. Upon hearing this, Xie Xingji calmly instructed his attendant Yin Shun, go fetch a clean set of clothes from the residence, and be swift about it. Yin Shun was a loss for words. Had the young master considered that returning home might be quicker? Yet, Xie Xingji evidently had not thought of that. He had spent the entire morning waiting at the Hugua Temple, initially feeling regretful about choosing such a dismal day for his visit. He wondered if the young lady would be reluctant to venture out to avoid the rain. As the downpour intensified, he suddenly felt that perhaps it was for the best if she did not come after all. How delicate she was! If her embroidered shoes got soaked and stained with mud, she would surely be in tears. However, as the morning slipped away, Jiang Wan did not arrive. He was once again engulfed in uncertainty, wondering if something unfortunate had befallen her. He overheard a passing novice mention that a section of the road below had been damaged by the rain, and it seemed that a young lady had sustained an injury. Without a moment's delay, Xie hurried to the Jiang residence. He beheld the young girl in a delicate white rabbit fur dress that accentuated her fair, charming visage, radiating warmth and allure. Suddenly, he hesitated to approach, fearing that the chill of his damp attire might be too harsh for her. To his astonishment, Jiangwan showed no concern. She offered him her own rabbit fur cloak, urging him to change out of his soak garment first. The cloak was remarkably soft, much like her, exuding warmth and ease, making it hard to part with. He then watched as the young girl began to orchestrate everything for him. It was the first time he observed a flicker of panic in her eyes, prompting him to instinctively offer her comfort. His typically deep voice was deliberately softened, tinged with a raspy undertone. "I am fine, do not worry." Jiangwan lifted her gaze to meet Xie gentle eyes, and her anxious heart finally found solace. She recalled how, upon first seeing him, she had feared he had come to hold her accountable. It startled her, but thankfully her reflexes were swift. Yet she was taken aback by how easily he could be soothed, and she couldn't resist asking, "My lord, why do you not inquire as to why I failed to keep our appointment today?" Chapter 8. A proposal. Miss Zhang's absence must be due to pressing matters. I have taken the liberty to visit, merely to ascertain whether she is well. He spoke softly, assuring her that it was of no concern. Today's events need not weigh heavily on her mind. Yun Chun averted his gaze, unwilling to witness his master's disheartening demeanor, his thoughts fixated on a singular notion. "My lord, do stand up." As Jiangwan observed his gentle countenance, a complex wave of emotions washed over her. When Lu Jingyan had invited her to climb a mountain, she had approached the meeting with eager anticipation, only to wait an entire day in vain. What had he said back then? "I was just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously?" She regarded the drenched Xie and spoke in a soft tone. "How can you claim it is of no concern? With such torrential rain, you must have felt quite let down indeed." Xie lowered his gaze upon her, a hint of chill in his demeanor, yet he replied, "But you did give me this, did you not?" He lifted the ginger soup in his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "This is more than sufficient." This was Jiangwan's first time observing Xie from such proximity. His dark, captivating eyes shimmered with an air of nonchalance. His clothes soaked through, subtly revealing the contours beneath. Instantly, Jiangwan's complexion flushed. Fortunately, a servant arrived with the announcement that hot water was ready. Xie wasted no time and proceeded to freshen up. Although she had invited him to stay, Jiangwan could not shake the peculiar feeling that enveloped her. They had met but thrice, and now he was bathing in her home. It was fortunate that the Jiang family was not overly particular, for had they been more conventional, Xie esteemed reputation as the young master of the Xie family would have imposed a different dynamic. Jiangwan mused that while Xie excelled in physical confrontations, he seemed quite naive regarding societal nuances. With a sigh, she pondered that had he been more worldly, he would be aware of a certain deception known as staged accidents. How could he trust her so readily, given their limited acquaintance? She sighed once more, concluding that, in any case, Xie was ultimately of no consequence to her. Having withdrawn from her engagement with Lu Jingyan, she anticipated that her mother would soon orchestrate matchmaking gatherings. As her mother was ever concerned about her future and relentlessly sought a suitable husband for her. Yet Jiangwan realized that finding such a worthy suitor was far more challenging than conducting business. When Xie emerged, he found a young lady resting her chin on her hand, displaying a look of mild distress. Her naturally soft and beautiful features were further accentuated by her pensive expression, rendering her even more alluring. Xie gaze darkened as he approached, but before he could utter a word, Jiangwan inquired, "Have you changed into more comfortable attire?" "My lord." Growing up in the southern regions, her voice carried the gentle, sweet lilt of a girl from a water town, the softness of her tone tugging at one's heartstrings. In that moment, Xie felt a sudden realization. Lu Jingyan truly was blind to the treasures before him. Yet he felt a sense of relief. Had he not been blind to his own fortune, how could he have encountered such an opportunity? As Xie pondered deeply, the sweet, soft voice of the young lady once again broke the silence. The hour was late, and if they lingered any longer, darkness would soon envelop them, rendering the night journey perilous. CS Singji was taken aback. Was she urging him to leave? Yin Shun, standing behind him, shared a look of disbelief. Was there truly a maiden who looked down upon their esteemed master? CS Singji hesitated, ultimately lowering his gaze and replying, "What the young lady says is true." For reasons unknown, perhaps due to her recent bath, his originally cold eyes were now veiled with a hint of mist, giving the impression of having been wronged. Jiangwan was startled by her own thoughts. After all, this was the war god of the Shang dynasty. Who would dare to wrong him? She accompanied him to the door and, unable to restrain herself, finally inquired, "My lord, please wait." CS Singji's eyes brightened, his peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon her. Jiangwan lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as she spoke. "I must apologize for today's events. The reason I could not arrive on time was that I discovered the person who pushed me into the water during the spring banquet." The mirth in CS Singji's eyes faded gradually, a chilling intent surfacing as he asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Is the lady of the Liu family." Jiangwan had initially not intended to drag CS Singji into this matter. However, she felt that the Liu family had acted unreasonably, and she was not one to repay malice with kindness. Furthermore, after her fall into the water, CS Singji's reputation had also suffered in his attempt to save her. Hold on. Jiangwan suddenly recalled that the CF family valued integrity in the past. CS Singji had merely been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for a night after being demoted from the top scholar to the second place due to his looks. What about this time? With this thought, Jiangwan spoke apologetically, "Regarding the incident of my fall, I fear I have implicated you, my lord. May I ask if you have faced any punishment because of it?" CS Singji was momentarily at a loss for words. How should he respond? Punishment was out of the question. CS Singji had always shunned the company of women, while his 3 elder brothers had all married and established families, with the eldest even having children. He alone remained a solitary figure. Despite his commendable performance in the court, in his father's eyes, he had little to boast about. Having no wife. Later, their father had somehow learned of his son's heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. A notion so absurd it seemed like a tale from a fantastical realm. Yet, after questioning CS Singji's servant, he confirmed that it was indeed his son who had performed the act. This revelation filled him with excitement. That very night, he bowed several times in the ancestral hall, conversing with their ancestors until dawn. The following day, he insisted that his son take responsibility for the young lady, almost beating drums to propose. Fortunately, CS Singji had told him that the young lady was shy and requested he not interfere, for he had his own plans. Knowing his son well, their father recognized that his son's intentions towards the young lady were far from innocent, which left him elated, leading him to kneel once more that night. Seeing him in silence, Jiangwan assumed she had truly caused CS Singji to suffer punishment, and feeling a pang of guilt, she took the initiative to speak. "This time, I have implicated the young master. Perhaps on another day, I shall pay a visit bearing gifts to offer my explanations to Lord Xie." Jiangwan, fearing that CS Singji might misconstrue her intentions and believe she sought to ingratiate herself, spoke up proactively. "Rest assured, young master, I harbor no ulterior motives. My mother has been arranging a marriage for me these past few days, and I trust it will be settled soon, without affecting you in any way." CS Singji's initial smile faltered, his voice deepening with uncertainty as he inquired, "Did you just say you were engaged in marriage discussions?" Jiangwan, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, nodded gently and replied, "Yes, once these few days pass, I—" CS Singji abruptly interrupted her, his tone clear and resolute. "I shall come to escort Miss Jiang tomorrow at the hour of Chun." Jiangwan was taken aback. CS Singji continued, "Are you not to provide me with an explanation?" Instinctively, Jiangwan nodded, confirming that was indeed the case. Yet, she had not anticipated that he genuinely wished for her presence. Did CS Singji not discern that her earlier remarks were merely a formality? Shin Shubai had once remarked that the CF family held decorum in the highest regard. This unfortunate incident had indeed caused her to draw CS Singji into her troubles, and she wondered if his father would direct his ire towards her as a consequence. Chapter 9. Misunderstandings. CS Singji paused momentarily, for tomorrow marked the auspicious occasion of his mother's birthday celebration. Jiangwan was taken aback, realizing the reason behind Xie Xingji's quest for a protective talisman. Perhaps he sought to fulfill his filial duty on his mother's special day. A sense of guilt washed over Jiang Wan. Had it not been for her, Xie Xingji would have procured the talisman long ago. Thus, she acquiesced to his invitation. However, attending a birthday celebration at another's home without a gift was simply not the custom. Jiang Wan instructed someone to inquire about the Xie family's circumstances, and a messenger returned swiftly. Xie Xingji's father, General Xie Shun, had enlisted at the tender age of 16 and was bestowed the title of General of Pacification by 18. Unlike Xie Xingji, who had transitioned to military life after achieving academic success, Xie Shun was a genuine warrior, having eschewed scholarly pursuits in favor of valor on the battlefield, earning his military accolades through sheer determination. It was said that Xie Shun's father had initially disapproved of his son's military ambitions, yet he ultimately conceded, recognizing that his child was not cut out for academia. Fortunately, Xie Shun possessed an indomitable spirit, bravely fighting to bring honor to the Xie family. He had little patience for the intrigues of the court, so when Xie Xingji expressed his desire to join the military, Xie Shun was overjoyed. Though he himself was indifferent to scholarly endeavors, his father was a revered tutor to the emperor, and the Xie family was a lineage of intellectuals and influential figures. With 4 children, the other 3 had made commendable strides, but Xie Xingji stood out, having begun his studies at 3 and martial training at 5, achieving early renown and being appointed as the crown prince's mentor. Xie Xingji's exceptional talents brought both pride and a tinge of inadequacy to Xie Shun, as he felt somewhat estranged from his son's accomplishments. Not to mention, when Xie Shun attempted to impart knowledge to Xie Xingji, he was often met with the boy's superior calligraphy, which exuded a mastery that eclipsed his own. Before he could utter a word, Xie Shun was met with a thunderous reprimand from his father. "Get away. Do not corrupt the child." He wished to teach Xie Xingji martial arts, but was a step too late. Xie Xingji had already been taken under the wing of the esteemed Master Wuchen. Master Wuchen, not only a master of martial arts, but also well-versed in the elements and divination, had descended from the mountains specifically to take Xie Xingji as his disciple. In the presence of Master Wuchen, Xie Shun felt reluctant to assert his own desire to teach Xie Xingji. Xie Xingji was perfection personified, akin to the proverbial child of another family. His existence seemed to validate the adage that every imperial tutor must hail from the Xie lineage. Although he was merely a few months younger than the crown prince, he grew up alongside him, ultimately supporting the prince's ascension to the throne. Following the emperor's coronation, Xie Xingji played a pivotal role in stabilizing the frontier, earning the title of God of War. Upon returning to the capital, the emperor entrusted him with the establishment of educational institutions across the realm. For education was the foundation of the nation, a decision that garnered praise from scholars of the Shang dynasty. And Xie Xingji had become a paragon for scholars throughout the land. Jiang Wan had only known that he had saved her, but when Shun Shubai laid all of this before her, she came to realize that her benefactor was indeed a true gentleman. Reflecting on her previous failure to meet him, a wave of remorse surged within her. Consequently, her initial reluctance to attend the banquet at the Xie residence began to dissipate. When speaking of the Xie family, one cannot overlook the esteemed matriarch, Madame Xie. She is a true noblewoman, renowned for her beauty and grace, and it is said that in her youth, many high-ranking officials aspired to wed her. However, she set her sights on the martial man, Xie Shun. Fortunately, despite his somewhat reckless demeanor, Xie Shun's father was a royal tutor, and the family's reputation in the capital was exemplary. Xie Shun, understanding the potential disapproval from the Su family, took it upon himself to visit them and assured the venerable patriarch, Su, that if there were any reservations, he would gladly join their family as a son-in-law. When this news reached the elder Xie, he nearly choked on his medicinal pills, but thankfully, the elder Su had been a close friend for many years. Though he cherished his daughter dearly, he placed greater trust in Xie Shun's character and ultimately consented to the union. Madame Xie had only one daughter, whom she cherished as if she were the apple of her eye. After marrying, Xie Shun settled comfortably in the capital, dedicating himself to training the Xie army, which adhered to a singular principle: loyalty to the emperor. Jiang had long pondered the appropriate gift for Madame Xie's upcoming birthday celebration, knowing well the caliber of gifts she would receive. Yet, she felt a pang of guilt for not having secured a talisman for her mother-in-law, knowing it was due to her that her beloved had been unable to do so. Thus, she resolved to prepare a thoughtful gift. Recalling her experience in crafting a calming tea for Lu Jingyan, who had suffered from insomnia due to excessive study, she sought guidance from Shan Shubai to concoct a special blend for him. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to taste it, as he ended up giving it to a fellow student. Jiang found herself reflecting on Lu Jingyan, feeling a bittersweet twinge. It was evident that he had shown his feelings clearly, yet she had remained blind to them, clinging to the belief that sincerity would eventually win over his heart. A delusion, indeed. Those who do not regard you will never hold you in esteem. Following the original recipe, she prepared the calming tea, envisioning a woman of Madame Xie's stature to possess a gentle and dignified demeanor, exuding an otherworldly grace. Thus, she chose to package the tea in exquisite white silk, both elegant and pure. The box, crafted from fragrant sandalwood, exuded a calming aroma, promoting tranquility and peace of mind. While the gift may not have been extravagantly valuable, the sentiment behind it was sincere and heartfelt. The next day, when Xie Xingji arrived to escort her, he raised an eyebrow at the delicately crafted box in her hands and inquired, "What is this?" Jiang smiled softly, her delicate features tinged with a subtle blush as she replied, "I am unsure what the Duchess prefers, so I have prepared this calming tea myself." Observing the craftsmanship of the box, imbued with a hint of fragrant sandalwood, Xie Xingji's expression darkened slightly, and a smile broke through, revealing his delight. "Miss Jiang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. My mother will surely adore it." Jiang lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Perhaps it was due to his experience on the battlefield, but she found his gaze to be somewhat disarming, as though he could see right through her. With her head bowed, she continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Xie Xingji halted his steps, causing Jiang to nearly collide with him. Confused, she gazed up at him with her gentle apricot eyes. "Your Highness, what is it?" Xie Xingji took a step aside and said, "Get in the carriage." Jiang glanced at the ebony carriage, crafted from fine sandalwood, its intricately carved beams exuding understated luxury. Much like the aura Xie Xingji projected, calm and reassuring. She paused, a hint of hesitation crossing her face as she looked at him, her embroidered shoes retreating 2 steps. "Your Highness, we are of different genders. It seems inappropriate for us to share a carriage," she stated, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed. "Others might misconstrue our relationship." Upon hearing this, Xie Xingji's voice carried a note of amusement, gently inquiring, "What might they misconstrue?" Jiang sighed. "They might misinterpret that you harbor feelings for me." Chapter 10 Al Wuan. Do you wish to know? Why would you think that I hold no interest in you? Huh? Jiang momentarily taken aback, stared at him in astonishment. Xie Xingji, observing the young girl's gentle demeanor, restrained his desire to tease her. "Fear not, I shall ride." "Ah." Jiang lifted her gaze to behold the magnificent black steed behind the carriage. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, that is good." She felt utterly humiliated. He had no such intention. Seeing her flustered expression, Xie Xingji could not help but smile. "There is no need for you to mind. Perhaps in the future, we may ride together." Jiang face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she shot him a glare. However, her flushed cheeks and soft gaze lacked any real malice. Noticing her state, Xie Xingji's smile widened. He graciously lifted the curtain, extending his pale hand towards her. "My lady, please." Jiang glanced at his hand, feeling petulant. She stepped onto a stool and tumbled into the carriage. Xie Xingji observed his empty hand, touched his nose, realizing she was genuinely upset after their playful banter. When Jiang arrived at the Xie residence, despite having mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback. The Xie Manor, nestled in the heart of the capital's elite district, boasted a bustling location. Its understated black lacquered gate stood grandly, with an imposing plaque overhead, while the roof, adorned with glazed tiles, featured ridged beasts and elegantly curled eaves, beneath which hung wind chimes, opulent yet refined. Truly, It was the estate of a century-old noble family, and Jiang Wuan couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Today marked the birthday of Madame Xie, and guests thronged the manor as Xie Xingji led her through the grand entrance. As they passed a pavilion, they suddenly overheard the gossip of several women. "Did you see? The young master has brought a girl with him. She is rather lovely." "Lovely? That is Jiang Wuan, the one who used a trail behind Lu Jingyan." "No way. How did she end up entangled with the Xie heir? Are you not aware?" Jiang Wuan fell into the water, and the young master saved her. Fell into the water? Surely she did not do that on purpose? Indeed, look at how she acted around Lu Jingyan. She is capable of anything. To think the Xie heir is rather unfortunate, saving someone only to find himself ensnared. The women were engrossed in their conversation when a somewhat chilly voice interrupted them. Xie Xingji spoke in a deep, measured tone. "Falling into water is a dire matter. No one would jest with their life." His cool voice made the women exchange awkward glances. One courageous woman finally spoke. "We acknowledge that discussing others behind their backs is indeed inappropriate. However, we merely fear, given your esteemed character, that Jiang Wuan may deceive you. Is that so?" Xie Xingji paused, his voice softening slightly. "You have misunderstood. She has not deceived me. The one who clings to her is I." The gathered crowd fell into silence. Jiang Wuan remained composed as a woman continued. "The young master may not know, but Jiang Wuan possesses formidable skills. In the past, she was adept at winning Lu Jingyan's favor. Yet now that he has spurned her miss, tread carefully," Xie Xingji interjected, his voice laced with anger. "Her tales and gossip are hardly credible." The woman's face flushed, and she seemed poised to speak again when Jiang Wuan stepped forward, her tone calm and clear. "Indeed, I was once betrothed to Lu Jingyan. The engagement was arranged by our elders. If he harbored no feelings for me, he could have expressed that directly. Yet, he did not. Instead, he accepted my goodwill while tarnishing my reputation. To all you noble young ladies present, who have been raised with the finest education, I pose this question: is it wrong to be sincere towards one's fiancé, or is it wrong to refuse to drown when cast into the depths?" A profound silence enveloped the assembly. They were all unwed noble women, and had they faced a situation akin to Jiang Wuan's, they might not have possessed her fortitude. In truth, Jiang Wuan had committed no wrongdoing. Her only fault lay in her wealth, as Lu Jingyan's expenditures were charged to the Jiang family. Many claimed that Jiang Wuan, in her quest to please Lu Jingyan, sacrificed her dignity, even demeaning herself to win his affections. Yet, Jiang Wuan was right. If Lu Jingyan were a true gentleman, he would have severed the engagement from the outset rather than enjoying the benefits of the Jiang family's fortune while maligning Jiang Wuan's name. Such conduct was utterly shameless. Suddenly, a woman clad in green stepped forward, her voice gentle yet firm. "I believe in Miss Jiang. At the spring banquet, it was she who courageously called off her engagement with Lu Jingyan. This world is exceedingly harsh on women, and few possess the resolve to annul an engagement as she did. I hold her in great esteem." This voice had not been heard amidst the earlier exchange. Jiang Wuan turned to see a warm smile in return. The others exchanged glances, the earlier speaker feeling a twinge of frustration, yet faced with these words. She could not refute them, merely retorting dryly, "Miss Jiang, your eloquence is commendable. No wonder you hail from a merchant family." As she attempted to leave, Xie Xingji halted her, his voice piercingly clear. "Apologize." The woman's eyes brimmed with tears at his demand, her voice trembling. "Fine, you all support her. I apologize. I am sorry. Is that sufficient?" With that, she stumbled away, and the others dared not linger, following suit. Jiang Wuan observed this scene with a complex mix of emotions. Xie Xingji had merely come to her aid, yet due to the damage to her reputation, he too was thrust into the maelstrom of public scrutiny. "My apologies, young master. It seems I have caused you trouble," she remarked. Xie Xingji's gaze darkened as he absorbed her words, and when he spoke again, his tone bore a hint of resignation. "To be honest, Miss Jiang, the Xie family upholds a virtuous reputation, and the recent rumors have indeed troubled me." Jiang Wuan was taken aback. Surely not. She had merely been offering a polite gesture. Xie Xingji sighed and continued, "My father reproaches me, lamenting that at my age, I remain unmarried, which has given rise to such rumors. Jiang Wan paused, incredulous. That cannot be true, can it? Xie Xingji appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could he be of such an age? With a melancholic tone, he remarked, when my elder brother was my age, Mu Ger had already begun his education. My second and third brothers have also established their families, yet I remain the least commendable among us. Is that so? One might ponder. The Xie family regards Xie Xingji as lacking ambition, and what of her? Their grandfather had fallen ill because of this, and their mother was profoundly saddened, busying herself these days with arrangements for matches on his behalf. Pressing his fingers to his brow, Xie Xingji said, I have a request, and I hope you might assist me. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Jiang Wan had no reason to refuse. My lord, please speak. As long as it is within my power, marry me. Jiang Wan. The unfinished words caught in her throat. She raised her eyes, uncertain as she gazed at Xie Xingji. My lord, I may have been burning the midnight oil over the accounts these past few days, and my health might be failing me, for it seems I just misheard. Xie Xingji observed her flustered demeanor, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Leaning closer, his voice dipped to a low, tender murmur. Miss Jiang, you heard correctly. Jiang Wan hesitated, questioning but why. His voice softened further, as he explained, I have reached a marriageable age. Instead of being compelled by my mother to meet prospective matches, I would prefer to wed you, Miss Jiang. You have mentioned that your mother also desires you to marry. We remain unwed, making it an opportune match. Jiang Wan protested, this is far too hasty. What if we find ourselves incompatible in the future? Xie Xingji replied, let us set a year as a trial. If after a year you wish to part ways, I shall willingly bestow half of the Xie family fortune upon you. Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Could such fortune truly exist? Xie Xingji continued, furthermore, I assure you that during our marriage, should you wish for solitude, I shall never impose upon you. Jiang Wan regarded his exceedingly handsome visage. Whether he would impose or not mattered little. It was simply that this proposal had come so unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Xie Xingji gazed at her with earnest clarity, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. I seek to marry you, willing to devote all I possess, to protect you through the days and nights, to bring you joy, and to remain steadfast in my affections, hoping to share a lifelong journey with you. His voice, low and tender, resonated with depth. At this, Jiang Wan felt her legs weaken, nearly stumbling. Observing her plight, Xie Xingji quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, securing her within his embrace to prevent her fall. Jiang Wan raised her gaze to Xie Xingji's remarkably handsome face. His ink-black hair was elegantly tied with a jade pin, and his peach blossom eyes were bright and captivating, shimmering with a tender smile as he regarded her. Standing tall and graceful, as he drew her into his embrace, she could sense his commanding stature and defined contours. Every gesture exuded an air of nobility. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that all the world's elegance resided within him alone. Yet, for someone so exceptionally endowed to propose marriage, it felt surreal. Jiang Wan discreetly pinched her thigh. Oh, it didn't hurt? She mused. Surely this must be a dream. Unwilling to accept this, she pinched herself once more. Suddenly, a cold, slender hand pressed down on her restless little hand, the voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yuan, do not pinch. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, unable to comprehend as she gazed at her own hand, realizing that she had just pinched Xie Xingji. A flush of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks. Yet, she abruptly turned her gaze towards Xie Xingji, her small face adorned with a subtle rosy hue, soft and alluring. My lord, what did you just call me? Xie Xingji's voice was somewhat unnatural. I called you Yuan. Is that agreeable? Jiang Yuan had never felt her name to be so melodious before. His voice was deep and lingering, imbued with a tender warmth. When he leaned down to look at her, the coolness of his peach blossom eyes revealed profound gentleness. Such beauty hardly required a second glance. One could only fear that news of this would spread, leaving the gates of the Xie family residence trampled by suitors. In that moment, Jiang Yuan felt as if she were walking on clouds. Her heart softened beyond measure, yet also filled with uncertainty. After all, he was Xie Xingji, the future head of the Xie family, a position far beyond her humble origins. In the past, she would never have dared to dream of someone as exceptional as him. But now, this lofty flower had lowered its branch and presented itself to her, inquiring if she would accept. Jiang Yuan fell silent, beginning to weigh the pros and cons. With her lineage, even pairing with Lu Jingyan felt somewhat strained. After all, in this world, merchants were often looked down upon. She had even been betrothed to Lu Jingyan, a situation that would likely draw scorn in any ordinary household. Moreover, what of the esteemed Xie family, known for its illustrious lineage? Did his grandfather, father, mother, and brothers know of his intentions to marry her? Did they have no objections? Jiang Yuan pondered extensively. The disparity between them was not trivial. Logic dictated that this union was impractical. She possessed numerous reasons to decline his proposal. Their families were mismatched. It was inappropriate. Jiang Yuan's brother cherished her, unwilling to see her wed a military man. It was unsuitable. The Xie family was a lineage of refined scholars, while she hailed from merchant stock. It simply did not align. She had a plethora of justifications to refuse him. Yet when Xie Xingji leaned closer, his mesmerizing dark eyes captivating, his cool voice laced with affection, he asked, Yuan, do you wish to? This was no longer the refined scion of the Xie family. He resembled a cunning fox that had descended from the mountains. Handsome and charming, it seemed he possessed well-defined abs as well. Regardless, Jiang Yuan made her decision. Life is fleeting. It is best to seize joy while one can. She raised her gaze, her almond eyes misty with emotion, unwilling to meet Xie Xingji's direct gaze. She turned her eyes aside and, in a soft, obedient tone, whispered, "All right." Chapter 11. Becoming his lady, Xie Xingji had yet to escort Jiang Yuan to the flower hall when news of the young master of the Xie family, bringing in a beautiful maiden, arrived ahead of him. The elder Xie, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? His beloved grandson had brought a girl? The corners of the elder's mouth could not suppress a smile, and he hastily instructed a servant to inquire further. He glanced around the flower hall, where a multitude of guests were seated, creating a rather chaotic atmosphere. He worried that such a scene might frighten his future granddaughter-in-law. Though the elder was anxious, he did not forget that today marked the birthday celebration of his daughter-in-law, Madame Su. Consequently, he commanded that all guests be moved to the front courtyard, setting the banquet in the garden. In esteemed households, dining is an affair of elegance, often held in pavilions or open-air settings. Thus, without much hesitation, the guests complied with the host's directives and made their way to the garden to enjoy the blossoms and wine. Not long after the elder's orders were issued, aside from the Xie family members, the other guests had relocated to the garden, leaving the remaining Xie family members filled with anticipation and curiosity. What sort of extraordinary girl could captivate the heart of Xie Si? Suddenly, Xie Ji, the second son of the family, spoke up. He had never before heard of his fourth brother having affections for anyone. Could it be that they had misunderstood the situation? Beside Xie Ji stood a petite and charming young woman clad in a pale yellow dress, her eyes sweet and her figure delightfully rounded. If not for her married hairstyle, she could easily be mistaken for an unmarried maiden. She was none other than Xie Ji's wife, Wen Li. Husband, I perceive that fourth brother is a steady individual. He would not engage in actions that could lead to misunderstandings unless he truly held feelings for that girl. Listening to her serene words, Xie Ji furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? If fourth brother is indeed composed, then whom are you implying is at fault? Upon noticing her husband's displeasure, Wen Li quickly lowered her gaze. You have misunderstood, dear husband. That was not my intention. Seeing her acquiescence, Xie Ji, rather than relenting, pressed her further. Then what do you mean? Do not presume that I am unaware. Your discontent regarding my sheltering of Qing Dai has prompted you to mock me through this opportunity. The mention of Qing Dai pained Wen Li's heart, compelling her to remain silent. Enough, behave yourself. The elder Xie rapped his cane sharply on the ground, casting a stern glare at Xie Ji. Lier is a good girl. Do not bully her. Xie Ji cried out in protest. Grandfather, do not be deceived by her. She is adept at feigning innocence when in truth. Silence. Xie Shun interrupted with irritation. If you utter another word, return to your own quarters. Xie Ji immediately shut his mouth, casting a furtive glare at Wen Li, who stood by, her head bowed in resignation, aware that no matter what she said, it would fall on deaf ears. The elder Xie, growing increasingly impatient, remarked this child Xingji. To bring someone home without a word of preparation, what if the girl thinks us rude? He instructed his servants to bring several boxes from his private treasury. Old Master Xie began to sift through them. This gold bracelet was out of style. That gold hairpin was too flimsy. The ruby hairpin was rather gaudy. The jade was too plain. They were all trivial items of little worth. The more he scrutinized, the more irritated he became. Finally, he ordered Butler Song, who was standing nearby, to send these to his granddaughter-in-law. The crowd was taken aback. Didn't you just say they were worthless? Old Master Xie, with a composed demeanor, replied, individually, they may indeed lack value, but in quantity, they become significant. The onlookers exchanged glances. Old Master, do you not realize what you are saying? The items in this box are either imperial gifts or treasures of immeasurable worth. Only you could say, with a clear conscience, that these things are worthless. Old Master Xie stroked his beard and sighed. Alas, that child, Xingji, is still young and inexperienced. As his grandfather, I must take on the burden of guiding him. The others understood the unspoken truth and chose to remain silent. When Jiangwan arrived in the flower hall, seeing the entire Xie family gathered, she felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Instinctively, she wanted to flee, but Xie Xingji blocked her retreat, his voice gentle yet tinged with teasing. Awan, where are you running off to? Jiangwan, unable to voice her distress, cautiously replied, I have heard that Old Master Xie is the epitome of fairness and rigor. I fear I might be apprehended. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked, Have you committed an offense? After a brief silence, Jiangwan replied, Is abducting someone considered crime? The amusement in Xie Xingji's expression deepened. Not at all, he paused, his voice low and melodious. I came willingly. Jiangwan was momentarily stunned, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself following Xie Xingji into the room. How infuriating to be ensnared by such charm. Jiangwan lowered her gaze, politely greeting each member of the Xie family. The elder, Old Master Xie, was the first to speak. You are Wan, correct? Please, have a seat. This is freshly prepared bird's nest congee, drizzled with honey. Do taste it. I hope it suits your palate. If you prefer something savory, I can have them prepare a bowl of that as well. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly reminded of her first visit to the Liu family when she sought a marriage proposal. Despite presenting the marriage certificate, Liu Zheng's demeanor had remained cold, and he had hastily dismissed her with only a few curt words. Miss Jiang, you have traveled a long way without prior notice. This household is burdened with affairs, and I fear we cannot spare the time to properly host you. In the end, he took back the marriage certificate, not even offering her a cup of tea. How amusing it was that, after years of trade, she had still clung to a sliver of hope, believing that sincerity would yield a reward. Yet human hearts are not like commodities. One's efforts do not guarantee reciprocation. Jiangwan took a sip of the bird's nest congee, made with top-grade blood nest, enhanced with rose petals, milk, and honey. It was sweet but not cloying, refreshing and delightful. Unable to contain her appreciation, she exclaimed, Thank you, Old Master, for your generous gift. I truly enjoy it. Jiangwan tasted a couple of bites before setting down her spoon. In the etiquette of noble families, there exists a customary practice of not consuming more than 3 dishes, and Jiangwan, wary of drawing attention, proceeded with utmost caution. However, seeing her enjoyment, Elder Xie instructed his attendants to pack the remaining bird's nest for her to take home. Even a chef was sent along with the delicacies. Jiangwan felt a surge of surprise. Before she could decline, Elder Xie waved his hand generously, presenting her with several exquisite jewelry boxes. Gazing at the finely crafted and valuable boxes, she cast a hesitant glance at Xie Xingji, who had stealthily approached her from behind, speaking softly as if whispering a secret. This is your grandfather's heartfelt gesture. One must not refuse gifts from elders. Accept it for now, and we shall discuss it later. Reluctantly, Jiangwan expressed her gratitude to Elder Xie, and following his lead, others also presented their tokens of goodwill. Ultimately, Jiangwan surveyed the cart overflowing with gifts and, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, My lord, I will keep a record of these items, and once we part ways in the future, I shall return them to you. The smile on CS Singji's lips faltered as he sighed. Alwan, there's truly no need for such meticulous accounting between us. Jiangwan disagreed firmly. That cannot be. You would be at a disadvantage. CS Singji regarded her, his gaze softening with warmth. You are to marry me. How could I possibly be at a loss? After a moment's contemplation, Jiangwan couldn't help but dampen his spirits. My lord, there is something I must tell you. You know my father, right? He may not approve of me marrying a military general. This could prove somewhat complicated, unless... CS Singji interrupted her gently, his voice low and soothing. Do not worry, Alwan. I will handle this matter. Chapter 12. Lu Jingyan visits again. Jiangwan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet she could not find fault with CS Singji's words. She possessed a habit of setting aside matters that eluded her understanding, believing that time would eventually provide answers, rendering the urgency of the present unnecessary. Jiangwan agreed to CS Singji's proposal, but the gravity of marriage should not be taken lightly. She informed him that parental consent was essential. Previously, Jiang Yuan had opposed her marriage to Lu Jingyan, but her mother insisted, and her father's opinions were inconsequential in the face of her mother's will. Eventually, when she broke off the engagement with Lu Jingyan, her father had been furious, yet secretly relieved. Now, if her father were to learn that she had found another suitor, one who was a military officer at that, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, and just the thought of it overwhelmed Jiangwan. She suddenly realized that her hasty agreement to CS Singji was perhaps a bit reckless. However, CS Singji seemed to sense her apprehension, gently brushing aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead and reassuringly stating, Alwan, there is no need for concern. I shall take care of these matters. Jiangwan, who generally abhorred complications, especially considering that the CF family was renowned in the capital for their esteemed lineage and the multitude of customs that came with it, felt a certain trepidation. Their union was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. CS Singji was correct. If she had to comply with her mother's wishes and marry, why not him? At the very least, he was handsome and of good character. Should they find themselves ill-suited after a year, they could amicably part ways. Her only worry was Jiang Yuan. Yet, with CS Singji's assurance, she decided to relinquish her concerns. Upon returning to UAE Pavilion, she abruptly called out to the busy Dongwu. Dongwu, what do you think of my appearance? Dongwu, taken aback, replied, You look splendid. Jiangwan then inquired, Do you think young Master Xie would find me appealing? Dongwu was momentarily speechless, feeling a pang of sorrow. When her mistress had set her sights on Lu Jingyan, she had opposed it vehemently. Lu Jingyan was merely a fifth-rank official relative who dared to belittle her mistress. Ultimately, it stemmed from the disdain that officials held for women of merchant descent, like her mistress. Yet her mistress had been stubborn, leading to her investing both time and resources only to be left with the shame of a broken engagement. Now that her mistress had finally awakened to Lu Jingyan's true nature, she had turned her affections towards Xie Xingji. Dongwu sighed. Her mistress ought to consider whether a man of such exceptional stature as Xie Xingji was truly within her reach. Seeing Dongwu's hesitation, Jiangwan inquired, Do you think Xie Xingji is unsatisfactory? Dongwu shook her head vigorously. It was not that Xie Xingji was lacking. On the contrary, he was too good. It was not that she looked down upon her mistress, but given Xie Xingji's esteemed lineage and remarkable qualities, why would he seek someone like her? Jiangwan bristled at the implication of being someone like her. Aware of her indiscretion, Dongwu, still concerned for her mistress's future, mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. Miss, you were previously betrothed to Lu Jingyan, although the marriage contract has since been destroyed and the union annulled. Who in the capital is unaware of the earnestness with which you once regarded him? Do you believe that young Master Xie can remain indifferent to this? Even if he himself is unconcerned, can his family be so? While the Xie family may be broad-minded and disregard your past, who can assure that young Master Xie will not later harbor regrets when others reminisce about your connection with Lu Jingyan? Might he not feel a sense of shame, believing you have tarnished his reputation? Dongwu spoke earnestly. Miss, how harshly does this world treat women? Jiangwan fell silent. acknowledging the truth in Dong Wu's words, thoughts she had not overlooked. Yet, when Xie Xingji gazed down upon her, all rationality was eclipsed by his striking beauty. Where was there room for reason? She was indeed ensnared by desire. With a sigh, Jiang Wan conceded that what was done was done. Overthinking would yield no benefit. She could only proceed step by step, treating today as merely a dream should Xie Xingji come to regret his decision. As she continued to organize the accounts in her hands, a figure abruptly burst through the door, clearly in a hurry and radiating anger. Jiang Wan lifted her gaze, and to her astonishment, it was none other than Lu Jingyan. He regarded her with unabashed disdain. I cannot believe I was foolish enough to trust your words, thinking you had genuinely resolved to annul our engagement, only to discover this was merely a ruse to manipulate me. Jiang Wan furrowed her brow, her tone cool and distant. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Lu Jingyan cast her a scornful glance and arrogantly responded, Jiang Wan, you repeatedly declare your intent to break our engagement. Yet you obstruct Shun Shu from treating my father, clearly to compel me to confront you. Now that I am here, speak your mind. However, let it be known that I shall never take you as my legitimate wife. I have pledged my heart to Qin Wan, and I shall not betray her. At his words, Jiang Wan nearly laughed in disbelief, exerting great effort to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. Young Master Lu appears to be mistaken. I have no connection with you now. Why would I prevent Dr. Shen from treating your esteemed father? Lu Jingyan was momentarily taken aback by her retort. If you did not obstruct him, then why has Shun Shubai not gone? Hearing this, Jiang Wan countered, Dr. Shun possesses the benevolence characteristic of a healer. He would never abandon someone in distress. May I boldly inquire, young Master Lu, have you offered any payment? Lu Jingyan was left speechless. Payment is required? Jiang Wan could no longer contain herself, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens as she mockingly replied, Your words are quite amusing, young Master Lu. In this world, who seeks medical assistance without compensation? Lu Jingyan retorted defiantly, but how was it that there was no cost in the past? Jiang Wan responded with another cold laugh. Who led you to believe there was no expense previously? The medicine your father required costs 100 taels per dose, not including Dr. Shin's consultation fee. When we were engaged, I covered those costs, but now that our union is dissolved, do you truly expect me to bear this financial burden? That would be most inappropriate, would it not? In the UE pavilion, besides them, there were numerous customers engaged in shopping who began to whisper upon hearing Jiang Wan's words. How shameful is that Lu Zheng, an official in the capital, would attempt to exploit a young girl for medical expenses. Indeed, after calling off the marriage, he still dares to extort her money. Did you not hear young Master Lu just now? He claimed he was unaware that medical treatment required payment. It is truly astonishing. How can someone from an official lineage possess such a lack of shame? Listening to these remarks, Lu Jingyan's face burned with embarrassment and shame. Just a few days prior, it was the appointed day for Shan Shubai to come to the estate for acupuncture. However, due to his broken engagement with Jiang Wan, Shan Shubai, being associated with her, naturally did not come to treat his father. Initially, Lu Jingyan remained skeptical, thinking that in the vast capital, surely there must be someone other than Shen Shubai who could attend to his father's ailment. Yet, he soon discovered that was not the case. Today, his father's condition flared up, racked with agony in bed, compelling him to seek out Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai did indeed see him, but immediately quoted a price of 1,000 taels, 200 for the consultation, 300 for acupuncture, and 500 for the medicinal pills. Where could Lu Jingyan possibly procure such funds? He pondered that Shen Shubai, who had been treating his father for so long without ever mentioning payment, must have been manipulated by Jiang Wan. Chapter 13. The setup. Lu Jingyan was consumed by a fiery rage. Did Jiang Wan think that by manipulating her father's illness, she could compel him to submit? She was sorely mistaken. Upon returning home, Lu Jingyan was seething with anger and downed a cup of cold tea from the table in one gulp. The coarse and bitter brew met his lips only to be promptly spat out. Frustrated, he summoned the servant. What is this? How dare you serve me such tea? The servant, feeling helpless, replied, Young master, this is the only tea we have in the household. The previous by Luo Chun was gifted by Miss Jiang, and a mere ounce cost several taels of silver. Such wealth is not something an ordinary family can afford. Yet, you seem to think Miss Jiang owes you something. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan was momentarily at a loss as to whom he should direct his ire. He set down the teacup and, in exasperation, asked, "Why hasn't old Wang come today?" The servant, looking troubled, responded, "Miss Jiang is the one who provides old Wang's monthly stipend." Lu Jingyan was utterly taken aback. In recent days, without Jiang Wan, his life had shifted in ways he could not articulate. Something felt amiss, and yet he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. After a brief hesitation, he instructed the servant, "Go and send an invitation to Miss Lu, asking her to come to the residence for tea and poetry." Internally, Lu Jingyan reasoned that it was undoubtedly Jiang Wan's persistent entanglement that had left him disoriented. Her sudden withdrawal had rendered him unaccustomed. But he believed he would adjust with time. Eventually, Jiang Wan would recognize her errors and return to him, at which point both his father's elixirs and the Bai Luo Chun would be restored. Resolute, he contemplated his engagement to Lu Qingwan, which was already a settled matter. Should Jiang Wan exhibit some sense, he might even take her as a concubine. However, thoughts of Jiang Wan's recent demeanor left him with a headache. She had always been compliant, yet now she seemed to be acting with unwarranted pride. The nearby servant, observing his master's distress, leaned in to propose a nefarious scheme. "Young master, Miss Jiang is currently confused. It is time she realizes that wealth alone cannot secure her position in the capital." Lu Jingyan was taken aback, pondering the servant's cunning suggestion. Would such a course of action truly be effective? The servant whispered, "For the wives and concubines of ordinary families, a good beating suffices if they refuse to heed. Miss Jiang is merely a fragile woman. If imprisoned, who else could she marry but you?" Reflecting on Jiang Wan's recent behavior, Lu Jingyan felt a surge of determination. "Let it be as you say." Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was meticulously organizing the accounts when an unexpected group arrived at her door, led by a burly man. Signaling to those nearby, she prepared for confrontation, instructing them to remain vigilant. Calmly, she inquired, "What brings you here?" "It is her," the imposing man declared suddenly. "My wife was disfigured after purchasing root from her." At the sound of his voice, the young ladies in the shop fled in terror. The individuals surrounding Jiang Wan were revealed to be officials, as she discerned from the badges on their waists. Boldly, in broad daylight, they dared to confront her, truly underestimating her resolve. Jiang Wan gestured discreetly to Dong Wu, instructing her to exit through the back door to seek her father. Upon arriving in the capital, Jiang Yuan's foremost priority was to cultivate a favorable rapport with the local authorities. Eventually, he ascended to the status of a royal merchant, prompting the local officials to treat him with utmost respect. In this precarious situation, her strategy was to buy some time until Dong Wu could return with reinforcements. Such incidents had transpired before. Jiang Wan exchanged glances with the shopkeeper, who promptly grasped her intent. He produced a heavy pouch of coins from his bosom and graciously handed it to the burly man. "My lord, might there be a misunderstanding regarding this matter? We are, after all, associated with the esteemed Jiang Yuan and would never engage in malicious acts." The man raised an eyebrow, questioning the implication of the shopkeeper's words. "Are you suggesting that I have wronged you?" The shopkeeper hastily apologized. "My lord, I misspoke. Given the toil you gentlemen endured today, please allow me to treat you to a cup of tea. As for the lady's injured face, if it was indeed due to our establishment, we shall not shirk responsibility. We will cover the medical expenses, and all items purchased by the lady at our shop this year will be complimentary. What say you?" The burly man smirked. "You, shopkeeper, are quite astute. Under normal circumstances, I might have granted you some leniency. However, today is different. Your young lady has offended someone she ought not to have." Ultimately, despite Jiang Yuan's official title, his influence in the court was feeble compared to that of the Lu family. Today's incident was specifically orchestrated by Lu Zheng, and should it be resolved satisfactorily, it could pave the way for his own advancement. "Take her away," he commanded. The shopkeeper's complexion paled. "My lord, this cannot be. My daughter is the legitimate daughter of Lord Jiang. How can she be imprisoned? Might you consider a leniency?" The burly man brusquely pushed him aside, his tone impatient. "Save your words for the court." Jiang Wan understood that someone was conspiring against her. If she were to accompany them to the county office today, her reputation would be irrevocably damaged. With a cold demeanor, She evaded the burly man's grasp as he attempted to seize her. He glared at her and threatened. What is this? I heard you were once quite enamored with the young master of the Liu family. Does that mean he can touch you? But I cannot? Upon hearing this, Jiangwan suddenly realized who had sent this group. She could hardly fathom Lu Jingyan's audacity. This matter would undoubtedly not conclude easily. With a resolute voice, she declared, I dare anyone to try. I am the fiancé of young Master Xie. The burly man paused momentarily, incredulous. Are you jesting? You? If you are young Master Xie's fiancé, then I am his father. Jiangwan maintained her composure, if you doubt my words. Send someone to inquire at the Duke's residence. You are merely carrying out someone else's bidding. However, offending the Duke's household for the sake of the Liu family is hardly a wise transaction. Wouldn't you agree? The burly man beside him leaned in and asked, Lingo, should we inquire if she is the fiancée of young Master Xie? If we offend her, the Duke's residence may not let us off easily. Get lost, the burly man bellowed. This woman, whom Lu Jingyan has no interest in, how could young Master Xie desire her? Have you lost your mind? He turned to Jiangwan and said, All right, bring Xie Xingji here. As long as he admits with his own lips that you are his betrothed, I will spare you. Not far away, footsteps that had been hurried suddenly came to a halt. Then he saw Jiangwan lift her beautiful face, her voice crisp as she said, All right, but do not regret it. Yet the burly man clearly did not believe her and reached out to seize her. Jiangwan kept retreating until her shoulder was pressed by someone, and she was pulled into a warm embrace, the familiar scent of sandalwood bringing her comfort. A young man's clear voice casually broke the silence. You called? I have come. Now let her go. Jiangwan looked up in surprise, her gaze unexpectedly colliding with the young man's watery black eyes. The lingering warmth of the late winter sun bathed the young man's indifferent features, his peach blossom eyes sparkling, the waves of his gaze shimmering, with a hint of an elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 14. Support Jiangwan felt her heart pounding like a drum. She stared blankly with her almond-shaped eyes, momentarily at a loss as she gazed at Xie Xingji. How could he be here? With a hint of confusion, she asked, Young master, what brings you here? Xie Xingji's gaze was tender, and he had yet to speak. Noticing the imposing man hesitating, Jiangwan instinctively leaned closer to Xie Xingji, as if emboldened by his presence, and shouted at the man, You see, I have someone backing me. The brute was a lackey of Lu Zheng and naturally held the Jiang family in contempt. However, Xie Xingji was a different matter altogether. The Xie family in the capital commanded respect. Who wouldn't he grant him a modicum of deference? Initially taken aback, the man reflected on Jiangwan's words and deemed it unlikely. Everyone knew the young master was not one to meddle in others' affairs. And today's incident fundamentally concerned the Liu family and Jiangwan. Although the Liu family held a modest official rank, their lineage could not compare to the Xie family. Yet, being in the same political sphere, Xie Xingji was obliged to show some courtesy. With this thought in mind, the man spoke first, Young Master Xie. This matter was entrusted by Lord Lu Zheng, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. Oh, what if I refuse? The man's expression shifted. What do you mean, young master? Xie Xingji positioned Jiangwan protectively behind him, a smirk playing on his lips as he lazily replied. Did she not say, I am her support. Who dares to touch her? Upon hearing this, the man had no choice but to retreat awkwardly, not daring to challenge Xie Xingji for Jiangwan. Just as he intended to leave, Yin Shun intercepted him. Xie Xingji lifted his eyelids, speaking nonchalantly. What? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Do I appear so easily dismissed? The man's expression grew grave. What does the young master mean? Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, provocation and abuse of power. He cast a cold glance at the man, the chill in his eyes intensifying. Take him away and await his fate. With a wave of his hand, well-trained soldiers rushed in, encircling the man and his companions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man's legs weakened, and he knelt, pleading, Young master, spare me. I am merely a pawn in this. I am wronged. It was all Lu Jingyan. He forced me. At the mention of Lu Jingyan, the coldness surrounding Xie Xingji intensified, his voice laced with a chilling menace. I will settle the score with him. The man dared to glance at C.S. Singji, who emanated an aura of icy nobility, seemingly untouched by the world. Yet at that moment of eye contact, the man was certain that if he dared to harm Jiangwan today, C.S. Singji would indeed take his life. Bitterness filled the man's heart as he thought. What is this about C.S. Singji? Wasn't he known for his disinterest in women? Observing how fiercely he protected this young girl, there was no trace of the aloof demeanor he was reputed for. He appeared ready to fight for her. Reluctantly, the man addressed C.S. Singji, "Young Master Xie. You're perhaps being misled. She is nothing but a wretched woman, previously trailing behind Lu Jingyan, and now, having ascended to the lofty branch of the air, she turns her back on her former allies." Jiangwan, however, is not perturbed by her insults. Over the years, her experiences in business have exposed her to far worse slanders. But before the burly man could finish his crude remarks, a fierce gust of wind accompanied by a punch struck his face. The man barely had time to react before C.S. Singji seized him by the collar and slammed him against the wall, delivering blow after blow to his face. The brute begged for mercy, and Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. She quickly tugged at C.S. Singji's sleeve, although she resented the man's derogatory words. She did not wish for C.S. Singji to attract scandal because of her. C.S. Singji glanced back, the coldness in his eyes gradually melting away. He lowered his gaze, revealing a glimmer of tenderness, and softly spoke to her. "When I say I will support you, I mean it wholeheartedly. No one shall bully you." Upon hearing this, Jiangwan felt a sudden tightening in her heart, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She had always prided herself on her independence. Had C.S. Singji not arrived, she would have found a way to extricate herself, enduring whatever humiliation came her way. She had grown accustomed to such trials, for in life, one inevitably faces grievances. Yet, C.S. Singji had come. Not only had he come, but he had also shielded her with his presence. He was genuinely there to support her. With a swift kick aimed at the burly man, C.S. Singji commanded, "Apologize to her." Terrified by the beating, the man instinctively bowed his head in repentance as C.S. Singji's voice resonated. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Jiangwan, however, paid no mind to the brute, her thoughts solely on C.S. Singji. When he turned to her, their eyes met. His icy demeanor was momentarily caught off guard by the brilliance of her bright, clear eyes, which gazed at him with an unwavering intensity. C.S. Singji was momentarily stunned, a subtle flush creeping onto his otherwise stoic face, his voice faltering as he asked, "Why do you look at me so?" Jiangwan was taken aback by his question, quickly lowering her gaze to avoid his penetrating stare. C.S. Singji belonged to a prominent family, surrounded by noble ladies of the capital. Her unabashed gaze felt somewhat inappropriate. She bowed her head, apologizing. "I beg your pardon. My lord, I acted too brazenly." Upon hearing her words, C.S. Singji seemed to smile slightly. "It cannot be called brazen. It is merely that you stare at me so." Jiangwan raised her eyes, confusion evident in her expression as C.S. Singji's previously frosty demeanor blushed with warmth, his movements becoming a touch awkward. Jiangwan tilted her face upwards, waiting patiently for C.S. Singji to continue. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to ruffle her hair. "Is everything well? Did I frighten you?" Jiangwan glanced at the burly man being taken away and nodded honestly. "A little. I didn't expect you to be so fierce when dealing with someone, but I must admit, your protective demeanor is rather admirable." C.S. Singji observed the gentle and obedient expression on her face, and his heart gave an involuntary lurch. He suddenly recalled the emperor's words. "Singji, women in this world favor gentle and refined men. Your presence on the battlefield has imbued you with an air of brutality. Young ladies do not find that appealing." At that time, he remained unconvinced, yet upon witnessing the little girl's current demeanor, a pang of regret suddenly struck him. Was it too late to lower himself and comfort her now? Ah, how did His Majesty describe the voice? With a hint of remorse. C.S. Singji was abruptly graced by the soft and melodious tones of the girl before him. "Young master, thank you," she expressed. He cast his gaze downward at Jiangwan, whose bright apricot eyes sparkled, tightening his heart. C.S. Singji swallowed hard and, in a deep voice, responded, "Is that all, just a mere thank you?" Chapter 15. Is it useful? Jiang Wan's gaze settled upon the back of Xie Xingji's hand, where the pale white joints bore slight abrasions. Without hesitation, she summoned some white jade ointment, hesitatingly offering it to him. "My lord, your hand is injured. You should apply this." Xie Xingji did not accept the ointment, instead lowering his eyes to the young woman before him. Her delicate features, fair as frost and pure as snow, bore an expression of guilt. Her almond-shaped eyes clouded with mist, exuding a soft, endearing charm. How could she be so adorably compliant? After a brief pause, Xie Xingji's voice, deep and laced with a hint of languor, broke the silence. "I have heard that I am your betrothed." Jiang Wan tightened her grip on the ointment, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her gentle eyes glimmered with a touch of flattery as she sweetly replied, "I was merely pondering whether invoking your name in the capital would hold any weight." Xie Xingji nodded slightly, his gaze softening. "Then, does it prove effective?" Jiang Wan eagerly nodded, her voice soft and assured. "It is indeed very effective." At her words, Xie Xingji seemed to smile faintly, extending his hand towards her with a hint of a smirk, stating, "Then shall we settle the fee?" Jiang Wan was taken aback. "Do you require payment?" Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. "Is there an alternative?" Jiang Wan stared at him in disbelief. The illustrious heir of the Xie family was actually soliciting money from a young girl. Remembering the many favors she had received from him, she felt a twinge of guilt and tentatively asked, "How much do you want?" Xie Xingji's gaze fell upon the sachet at her waist, and he recalled hearing at a recent banquet that Jiang Wan's embroidery skills were extraordinary. She had previously gifted numerous sachets to Lu Jingyan, which he had subsequently passed on to others. Although he had retrieved them, a sense of discomfort lingered within him. He had yet to receive a sachet crafted by her own hands. Why should others enjoy what he had not? Casting a casual glance at the sachet, he spoke in a low tone, "This one will suffice." Jiang Wan braced herself for a significant expense, only for Xie Xingji to request this. The sachet crafted by Dongwu. Jiang Wan had a habit of never allowing herself to be at a disadvantage. However, since her acquaintance with Xie Xingji, it seemed she had consistently been the one benefiting from him. This realization made her feel somewhat guilty, robbing her of confidence in their conversation. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up, "My lord, you may not be aware, but this is merely an ordinary sachet. It holds little value. If you desire, I can have the embroiderers in my shop create a Su embroidery for you. The stitching technique would far surpass this." "No need," Xie Xingji calmly interrupted her. "No matter how exquisite other sachets may be, what does it matter to me?" He gazed down at Jiang Wan, his voice imbued with tenderness. "I only wish for what you have embroidered." "But," Jiang Wan hesitantly interjected, "this was not crafted by me." She shyly touched her nose, her lips curling into a soft smile. "This was embroidered by Dongwu. I am not proficient in embroidery. My mother, a renowned embroideress, taught me many times when I was young, possessing exceptional skills in Su embroidery." However, Jiang Wan harbored no fondness for embroidery. She always had Dongwu clandestinely stitch on her behalf, subsequently presenting the finished pieces as her own. Xie Xingji was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. If you are not skilled in embroidery, then what are the fragrant pouches received by Lu Jingyan? With a slight touch to her nose and downcast eyes, Jiang Wan replied, "Those were poorly embroidered by Dongwu and could not be sold." Fearing he might misconstrue her intentions as petty, she promptly clarified, "Dongwu's embroidery skills are exceptional and errors are rare. That instance was an anomaly. My fragrant pouches sell remarkably well at the shop, each bearing the unique mark of an orchid. The flawed ones merely exhibited a slight roughness in technique. When Lu Jingyan's sister expressed interest in them, I thought they would not fetch a price, so I gifted them to her. Later, somehow, she passed those pouches to her brother's friend. This subsequently led to rumors of my exceptional embroidery skills. I intended to dispel the rumors, but since Dongwu's pouches are renowned for their quality, it would be detrimental to her reputation if the flawed ones became known. Thus, the matter was left unresolved." Xie Xingji, upon hearing this, could scarcely believe that what he had purchased at a high price were, in fact, flawed products embroidered by that girl Dongwu. A feeling of disappointment washed over him, and his expression turned cold. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Wan mistakenly assumed he was upset with her. After all, Siessingji had assisted her multiple times, and it seemed ungracious to deny him a pouch she had embroidered herself. Yet, considering her clumsy stitching, Jiangwan suddenly thought that if she were to gift him her own creation, it would not be an act of gratitude, but rather a betrayal of goodwill. With this thought in mind, Jiangwan glanced at Siessingji and tentatively suggested, "Your Highness, what merit is there in a fragrant pouch? If you do not mind, I could offer you its equivalent in silver." Siessingji was momentarily speechless, gazing at her with a complex expression. Was it silver he sought? What he truly desired was. Jiangwan rummaged through her small purse and produced a few taels of silver, placing them into his hand. Siessingji looked at the silver in his palm and asked, "Is this for me?" Jiangwan nodded, offering him a soft, endearing gaze. He grasped the silver, feeling a swirl of emotions within him. In all his years, it was the first time a girl had gifted him silver. This sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. A smile crept across Siessingji's lips as he glanced at the delicate light blue purse belonging to the young girl and teasingly remarked, "Is this all? Is this enough to beg for alms?" Jiangwan, feeling somewhat indignant, thought to herself, "Which beggar receives 10 taels of silver at once? If so, you should take me along." As she began to search her purse again, Siessingji swiftly snatched it from her grasp. "No need to look further. This is now mine." Jiangwan was taken aback, wondering if he had truly become greedy. Observing the young girl's expression of suppressed indignation, Siessingji felt an unfamiliar sense of intrigue. Since the moment he became acquainted with Jiangwan, the young lady has consistently presented herself with a demeanor of serene detachment, quite unlike the vibrant and endearing nature she exhibits now. He seized the young lady's purse, deliberately leaning in closer, and teasingly inquired, "I have heard you tell everyone that you shall marry no one but me in this lifetime?" Jiangwan was still reeling from the shock of her purse being taken, casting him a disdainful glance. Such a rumor was hardly credible. Even a dog would not believe it. Siessingji. He lowered his gaze upon the young lady. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, and he couldn't help but wonder how it felt to poke them. Siessingji playfully twirled his fingers, leaned in closer, and tugged at the strands of hair cascading behind her. Jiangwan winced slightly, turning to shoot him a glance. He wore a smile that suggested he was purposefully teasing her. The young lady, who had originally cast her eyes downward, suddenly felt a surge of annoyance and glared at him, saying, "Siessingji, you are so irritating." Chapter 16. The proposal. Hearing this, Siessingji did not show anger. Instead, he smiled with a facade that lacked true warmth. "Ah, when needed, I am the fiancé, but when not, I become a nuisance." One cannot blame the tales that often declare, "A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea." Jiangwan, observing his demeanor, felt a twinge of guilt and gently tugged at his sleeve to divert the conversation. "Perhaps we should just let this person go?" Siessingji scoffed. "On what grounds?" Jiangwan lowered her gaze, patiently explaining, "You arrived just in time today, and I have not suffered any harm." He acted on behalf of the Liu family, merely trying to compel me to yield and continue treating Shinshubai for them. This matter is not difficult for me, and I do not wish for you to be embroiled in trouble because of it. Her voice was soft, as if recounting someone else's plight. Yet the more she spoke, the more Siessingji's heart ached for the young girl. With a steady tone, he asked Owen, "Do you not trust me?" His voice, once cool and distant, now bore a hint of tender warmth. Jiangwan had never realized how melodious her name could sound. Regaining her composure, she replied, "No, it's just that I do not want to cause you trouble." Siessingji gently patted her cheek, his touch as soft and delicate as she had imagined. "Owen, have you forgotten that I once sought your hand in marriage? Do you believe I would neglect my fiancé, you being bullied by others?" Jiangwan could only remain silent. Siessingji pressed on, "Or do you think that in your heart, I lack the capability to resolve this matter?" Jiangwan stammered, "That's not it." Siessingji lowered his gaze, his voice laced with a lingering melancholy, his dark, alluring eyes glistening with an almost pitiful charm that was utterly captivating. "Is indeed my failing. It is only natural for you to doubt me." Jiangwan gazed at the striking young man before her, caught between wanting to speak and remaining silent. He was undeniably handsome, and when he looked down at her, it felt as if all the elegance of the world had coalesced in him. Suddenly, She thought that to reject him at this moment would surely invoke the wrath of the heavens. "You are not at fault," she exclaimed in a flustered tone. "What I mean is, you're wonderful. I just fear for your safety." Meeting his luminous eyes, Jiang Wan found herself entranced, as Siessingji's lips curled into a charming smile that was utterly beguiling. "Are you so concerned about me?" Jiang Wan nodded earnestly. "You are Siessingji, a paragon for countless scholars. You cannot afford any blemish on your reputation, especially not because of me. I cannot bear it." Siessingji stepped closer, observing the earnestness in her expression, his gaze filled with gentle affection. "What is it? Are you afraid I would hold you accountable?" Jiang Wan was taken aback. Indeed, such thoughts had crossed her mind. Should today's events become public, Siessingji's esteemed reputation could be tarnished because of her. She questioned within herself whether she could endure such consequences. Lifting her gaze, she met the shimmering depths of his eyes as he extended a jade ointment towards her. His pale hand reaching out, his voice languid and enticing. "Awan, would you help me apply this medicine?" The consequences of enduring or not remain uncertain. However, the allure of Siessingji is truly irresistible to her. Jiang Wan swallowed hard, instinctively averting her almond-shaped eyes as she accepted the ointment and nodded softly. "Very well." Yet, Jiang Wan could not have anticipated that the moment the ointment made contact with Siessingji, before she could even apply it, she heard his languid voice. "Awan, it hurts." Jiang Wan glanced at her own hand, perplexed. She hadn't even begun. Was Siessingji attempting to feign injury? Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes and tentatively explained. "I haven't started yet." Unfazed, Siessingji replied, "Oh, then it must be the ointment's fault." Jiang Wan surveyed the precious jade ointment worth 100 taels in her hand and reached a conclusion. Siessingji was not feigning injury. He was, in fact, as fragile as porcelain, impossible to handle carelessly. Furthermore, Jiang Wan discovered that not only was Siessingji delicate, but a gentle push would send him toppling over. He also seemed to require an inordinate amount of attention. For instance, the wound needed cleansing, followed by the application of medicine, and finally, a proper bandaging. With merely a superficial cut, had she moved any slower, the wound would have healed on its own. Yet, Siessingji insisted on having her tend to him, even tying a butterfly knot. As Jiang Wan observed Siessingji's retreating figure, she lowered her voice to inquire of Yunshun, "Is your general typically?" She hesitated, cautious of his own well-being. Yunshun gazed at her general's current state, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, who would believe that this delicate Siessingji was once the fearsome war god who struck terror into the hearts of the enemy? Yunshun opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Never mind. Preserving one's life is paramount. After leaving the UAE pavilion, Siessingji made his way directly to His Majesty's study. Fu Hongshun was engrossed in his official duties, staring at the towering pile of memorials, occasionally questioning whether his relentless struggle to attain this position was worth it. Out of the 365 days in a year, he spent 364 of them handling affairs of state. The only holidays he had were New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. Not even cattle worked as hard as he did. This relentless dedication was all for the sake of securing a position that offered no respite. Just as Fu Hongshun was feeling particularly vexed, Siessingji pushed the door open and entered. Fu Hongshun glanced at his friend, suddenly perplexed. Normally, when he was swamped with affairs, it was nearly impossible to see Siessingji. Today, however, the sun seemed to have risen in the west. For Siessingji had taken the initiative to come to the palace, and appeared to be in quite good spirits. Something felt amiss. Indeed, something was off. Despite Siessingji's smiling demeanor, Fu Hongshun sensed that today he was somewhat different from his usual self. Siessingji approached him, deliberately waving his injured left hand. Fu Hongshun could no longer hold back. "Singji, if you're injured, seek out the imperial physician. I'm not a healer." Siessingji glanced at his hand, and a smile crept upon his lips. "Your Majesty, this is the bandaging done by Awan." Fu Hongshun looked puzzled. "And who might Awan be?" Siessingji's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at Fu Hongshun, his expression softening. "Your Majesty may not be aware, but Awan is my fiancé, Fu Hongshun. I knew that Siessingji was up to no good. He was entangled in official duties, so busy that he scarcely had a moment to breathe, while he, on the other hand, spent his days engaged in romantic pursuits with a young lady. It would be one thing if he were merely courting her, but he had to come and provoke me as well. That scoundrel, Fu Hongshun remarked with annoyance. Is it that girl from the Jiang family? I have heard that her affections in the past were directed elsewhere, not towards you. Gulme, let's engage in mutual harm. As expected, upon hearing this, the smile in Xie Xingji's eyes froze, and his entire demeanor turned cold. Had it not been for my duty to His Majesty, requiring me to rush to the northern battlefield, how could that scoundrel Lu Jingyan have taken advantage of my absence? Fu Hongshun was momentarily speechless. Back then, when he faced life and death in the northern frontier, if it had not been for Xie Xingji leading his troops to assist him, he likely would have already met his end wrapped in a shroud. To him, Xie Xingji was not only a benefactor in battle, but also a savior of his life. Speak, how shall I repay this debt of gratitude? Fu Hongshun sighed, lamenting his own earlier shortcomings. Xie Xingji knelt, his demeanor respectful and earnest. Having grown up with him, Fu Hongshun had seldom witnessed such a display from Xie Xingji, who was usually an unflappable and aloof figure, beyond reproach, inspiring admiration yet remaining distant. In all the world, he was the only one allowed to engage with him on such terms. But now, this typically unambitious Xie Xingji was kneeling before him, causing Fu Hongshun some concern. Could it be that he had committed some grave offense? Fu Hongshun's thoughts whirled, while the voices around him were clear and pure, their gazes bright and transparent, reminiscent of the gentle caress of a spring breeze, tender and affectionate. I wish to request, Your Majesty, that you grant marriage between me and Awan. Fu Hongshun was taken aback. Was that all? Xie Xingji had saved his life, and he had promised to unconditionally fulfill one request in return, as a token of gratitude for that life-saving act. Truth be told, he had even contemplated relinquishing the throne. Yet, Fu Hongshun could hardly believe that Xie Xingji would use that debt of gratitude to request a marriage decree. At this moment, Fu Hongshun could only think one thing. Was his life truly so worthless? Chapter 17. Jiang Wan's marriage within the depths of Emperor Sheng's heart, a tumultuous storm brewed. Yet it was thanks to Xie Xingji's proactive explanation that he found a semblance of clarity. Bestowing a marriage was not a daunting task. However, Jiang Wan's father had always cherished his daughter and had vocally declared his disapproval of marrying her off to a military general. Xie Xingji sighed wistfully, recalling, Had it not been for Your Majesty, I would not have forsaken my pen for the sword. But now, why am I even speaking of this? Fu Hongshun scoffed derisively. Then perhaps you should maintain your silence. The following day, in the imperial court, Lu Zheng accused the Jiang family of being wealthy yet merciless, treating human lives with utter disregard. Jiang Yuan, stifling a growing frustration, could not contain himself upon hearing Lu Zheng's words. You speak nonsense. When have I ever disregarded human life? Lu Zheng retorted coolly. The goods purchased from your daughter's shop have disfigured a customer's face. They merely seek an explanation. And as for Jiang Wan, she has brazenly allowed a wicked servant to imprison this person, leaving their fate uncertain. The individuals dispatched by Lu Zheng found themselves detained by Xie Xingji. The Xie family army maintained a strict code of silence, leaving Lu Zheng unaware that it was Xie Xingji who had apprehended his men. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's heart sank. He knew Jiang Wan was not an impulsive person. There must be a reason behind this incident. Yet, with Lu Zheng's adamant claims and his own lack of evidence, a cold sweat broke out over Jiang Yuan. Suddenly, a voice, somewhat cool and detached, rang out. Is it me that you refer to, Lord Lu, when you speak of indulging wicked servants? Lu Zheng and Jiang Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. What connection did this have with Xie Xingji? After bowing to Emperor Sheng, Xie Xingji spoke, Your Majesty, I implore you to consider. As I was passing by the Jiang family shop, I witnessed someone troubling the shopkeeper, and I could not refrain from intervening. All the officials present were well aware that Xie Xingji was a favored subject of Emperor Sheng, just as Lu Zheng thought he might escape unscathed. Emperor Sheng's wrath erupted unexpectedly as he slammed down a tablet, striking Xie Xingji. You've truly exceeded your bounds. I entrusted the Xia army to your care, and this is how you manage it? Abusing your power for personal gain. Do you honor my trust? Xie Xingji, maintaining his composure, knelt and replied, I am guilty. Emperor Sheng scolded, leave at once, and receive 20 military lashes. Xie Xingji solemnly accepted his fate. Jiang Yuan, however, was beside himself with anxiety. Your Majesty, might there be a misunderstanding? Shouldn't we investigate further? Emperor Sheng, his expression darkened, replied, I shall indeed investigate this matter. But it is a fact that Xie Xingji has misused military force. There is no need for further words, Jiang Aiqing. Xie Xingji was taken away, and the sounds of the lashes echoed ominously, sending chills through Jiang Yuan. Your Majesty, Emperor Sheng, appearing fatigued, waved his hand dismissively. Court is dismissed. Jiang Yuan rushed out, only to see Xie Xingji's servant supporting him as he prepared to leave. Xie Xingji's white robes were drenched in blood, and his complexion was pale and weak. As he passed by, he reassured, Do not worry, Master Jiang, I shall be fine. The situation in the capital is intricate. Please exercise caution in all matters. Jiang Yuan was once again taken aback. He had believed that after securing an official position, life for his family would improve. Yet he was mistaken, as Lu Zheng had first publicly broken off the engagement, tarnishing Jiang Yuan's reputation. Even now, I dare not relent, allowing the wicked servant to torment Wan. Were it not for Xie Xingji's intervention, who knows what greater misfortune Wan might have endured. Jiang Yuan found himself engulfed in a myriad of emotions, complex and tumultuous. He passed by a small stall selling wontons and took a seat, overhearing a woman nearby advising her daughter that in this world, for a woman to establish herself is no simple task. One must either have a formidable family background or seek a powerful husband. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, felt as if a revelation had struck him. Indeed, why had he not considered it before? Although the Jiang family was engaged in commerce, what if one were to marry a remarkable husband? In such a case, how could the Lu family dare to bully her? However, finding such a husband would not be an easy endeavor. While there were many affluent families in the capital, few possessed both noble character and were of a similar age to Wan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What? Jiang Wan exclaimed. Father wants me to visit young Master Xie with him? She found it rather peculiar. Had her father not always looked down upon military men? Why the sudden wish to visit Xie Xingji? Dong Wu explained, I heard from Dong Sheng that today, General Xie stood up for our master in court and even received punishment for it. Jiang Wan was somewhat taken aback. Had Xie Xingji sustained serious injuries? Without delay, she hurried with her father to the Xie residence. Observing his daughter's anxious demeanor, Jiang Yuan pondered how to delicately express his thoughts to her. He hesitated, only to discover that his daughter appeared quite knowledgeable about the Xie family's dynamics. Jiang Yuan and her father arrived at Xie Xingji's quarters, where the handsome young man lay in thin night attire, his complexion pale and frail. His slightly cool gaze first glanced at Jiang Yuan before dropping down again. What brings you here, Sir Jiang? The tone was devoid of warmth, leading Jiang Yuan to feel an inexplicable sense of disfavor from Xie Xingji. Jiang Yuan had never been fond of military men, perceiving their aura as excessively austere, especially someone like Xie Xingji, whose very presence radiated an intimidating chill. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Yuan unexpectedly found merit in such an aura. If it served to deter Lu Zheng, that old rogue, from bullying them, it would be advantageous. He had previously informed his wife that there was no good in the Lu family. Their small-mindedness was matched only by their treachery. Alas, his wife had not believed him, leading to subsequent troubles. Now, he was resolute in helping Wan extricate herself from the Lu family's grasp. The Xie family, being of a reputable lineage, would never stoop to the shamelessness of the Lu family, who took Zhang's money while bullying them. With the protection of the Xie family, Wan could live in peace. Yet, Xie Xingji did not seem particularly amiable. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and boldly stated, I apologize for my impudent visit today. It is indeed a disturbance. I am immensely grateful for General Xie South's assistance in the court on behalf of my family. Jiang Yuan had gift presented, but Xie Xingji politely declined, saying, Sir Jiang, you are too kind. It was merely a trivial matter, not worth concern. Jiang Yuan observed the slightly pale complexion of Xie Xingji, who was forcing himself to maintain a brave front, and this only reinforced his belief that Xie Xingji was indeed a man of virtue. If Wang Quan were to accompany him, she would surely not suffer in the future. Thus, Jiang Yuan, with a boldness that bordered on audacity, inquired, "Might I ask if the heir is already betrothed?" Xie Xingji hesitated for a moment before responding, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's joy was uncontainable. "Then, what does the heir think of my daughter Wang Quan?" Jiang Wang Quan interjected, "Wait, why is my father acting so strangely? Did he not promise not to seek a martial husband?" Xie Xingji was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his voice softening considerably. "Miss Jiang is undoubtedly exceptional." Jiang Yuan beamed with delight at this affirmation. "That is wonderful indeed. I have only Wang Quan as my child, and all my future endeavors will be for her." He continued earnestly, "I cannot conceal from the heir that, in light of our family's current capabilities, confronting the cunning Lu family would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Lu Jingyan is not worthy, and Wang Quan must not marry him." With determination, Jiang Yuan declared, "If the heir is willing to lend his assistance and marry my daughter Wang Quan, my Jiang family would gladly serve you in the future." Jiang Wang Quan could hardly believe her ears. Her father's earnestness brought tears to her eyes. "Father, Wang Quan, be obedient," Jiang Yuan interjected, fearing she might sulk. Xie Xingji's voice was deep, imbued with respect and solemnity. "Lord Jiang speaks too highly. Miss Jiang possesses a heart as pure as a fragrant orchid, and I am honored that you would consider her for my betrothal. I am willing to offer half of my family's assets as her dowry." Both Jiang Yuan and Jiang Wang Quan were left speechless. Jiang Wang Quan thought, "Is he referring to me when he speaks of a heart as pure as an orchid? Do I truly possess such qualities?" Jiang Yuan exclaimed, "Xie Xingji is the future head of the Xie family. He could not possibly amass such wealth in several lifetimes. Is it really possible for such fortune to fall from the sky?" However, what neither Jiang Wang Quan nor Jiang Yuan anticipated was that Xie Xingji had sought and obtained a royal decree for their marriage. Initially, Jiang Wang Quan believed their union was merely a means to repay his act of saving her, a mutual agreement to extricate each other from their respective predicaments. Little did she realize the extent of Xie Xingji's commitment. Once they were alone in the room, Jiang Wang Quan suddenly spoke, "Heir, what is the meaning of this decree?" Xie Xingji lowered his gaze to the young lady, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering gently as he replied softly, "When I was young, my grandfather taught me that the children of the Xie family must never fall behind in any endeavor. In studies, one must strive for excellence, and in court, one must not be mediocre. I believe that if I am to be a husband, I must be the best one." As he spoke, a subtle blush tinged his cheeks, and his youthful countenance radiated warmth. When he looked down at her, Jiang Wang Quan felt her heart skip a beat. She quietly recited a few calming mantras and murmured, "Heir, we are to be married for only 1 year. This is exceedingly difficult for me." Xie Xingji showed no fear of the possibility that she might become infatuated and refuse to relent. Suddenly he spoke, his voice somewhat somber. "Even if it is but for a single day, I shall be the finest husband in this world." Jiang Wan fell silent. The storybooks seemed to mention a term for this. Could it be termed as a man's competitive spirit? Regardless, with the emperor's decree blessing their union, none of the highborn families in the capital dared to openly discuss it, for it was the emperor's own words that had arranged this match. To question their marriage was to question the emperor's discernment. Listening to the reports from the palace attendants, the emperor was struck by a sudden thought. Xie Xingji had indeed fallen deeply for this young lady. Yet, he was also curious about the character of the girl who could inspire such unwavering devotion from Xie Xingji, even compelling him to invoke the favor of a life-saving debt. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan looked at the betrothal gifts sent by the Xie family, feeling quite troubled. He was aware of the wealth of the Xie family, but had no inkling of the extent of their riches. Now, confronted with a room filled to the brim with gifts, he calculated that even if he were to wager all his possessions, the dowry would still fall short. With a sigh, he took out his savings to prepare the dowry. The opinions of others were inconsequential, but the fact that CS Singji was willing to expend his family fortune to marry his daughter meant that he could not allow any loss on his part. Jiang Wan shared her father's sentiments. Since CS Singji was making such a grand gesture, she could not possibly hold him back. Even if it were for just a year, she aspired to be the best wife in someone else's home. She engaged the finest embroiderers for her wedding gown, and her maids were busily preparing for the occasion. Thanks to CS Singji, Jiang Wan experienced the challenges of being a bride. On the day of her wedding, she was awakened before dawn to change into her wedding attire and undergo her beautification. Naturally beautiful, with raven hair and fair skin, her figure was graceful. She had also summoned the finest hair stylist in the capital to adorn her. In her youth, she had stealthily observed the wedding of a neighboring girl and was quite taken aback by the heavy makeup. She simply could not accept such ostentation, and considering her own feelings, she believed CS Singji would not appreciate it either. Thus, she engaged Madame Lin, the best hairstylist from her family shop. Under Madame Lin's skilled hands, Jiang Wan's hair was fashioned into an elegant updo, her skin as smooth as jade, surpassing the frost and snow, while her brows resembled distant mountains, gentle as the willows in spring. Her lips, naturally rosy, and her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with brilliance. Madame Lin was left in awe. Such beauty in a young lady was no surprise to hear that the Xie heir had been captivated by her charm. Who could withstand such allure? Madame Lin, being close to Jiang Wan's mother, held Jiang Wan's hand at that moment and began to share intimate words with her. She slipped a small booklet into Jiang Wan's hand, her voice light with laughter. With such a figure and beauty, the heir will surely find it hard to contain himself. Jiang Wan's mother expressed her concerns. This is her first time. It may be somewhat uncomfortable. Madame Lin then offered her a bottle of jade green ointment, advising that it could be applied if she felt any discomfort. Jiang Wan accepted the ointment and casually flipped through a page of the booklet, her cheeks flushing deeply. Thank you, Lady Lin, for your information. A sudden thought struck her. Her relationship with Xie Singji was merely a fleeting dalliance. Surely, they need not concern themselves with the matters outlined in this booklet. Jiang Wan tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief in her hand and ascended the flower's sedan chair with the assistance of her maidservant. The spectacle of the bridal procession filled the streets of the capital, a grand display that surged forth with great fanfare. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan observed the lively scene with a hint of perplexity. Whose official was it that warranted such a grandiose display for a wedding? He had arranged to meet Lu Qingwan for tea and storytelling. Yet despite having arrived quite some time ago, there was still no sign of her. Lu Jingyan felt a tinge of impatience. Although Lu Qingwan hailed from a respectable family, she often carried herself with an air of superiority. She was not like Jiang Wan of the past, who would invariably arrive a quarter of an hour early whenever he summoned her. Even when he was late, she would remain unperturbed, her serene countenance gracing him with a cup of tea, her gentle voice inquiring, on this chilly winter day, would you care for a warm cup of tea to soothe your body? Jiang Wan was indeed strikingly beautiful, her voice sweet and melodious. Even the tea she brewed exuded an enticing aroma, bringing warmth to the heart. It had been a while since Lu Jingyan last saw Jiang Wan. After the last incident involving a group of captured individuals, his father had scolded him severely. She is merely the daughter of a merchant. Why do you toil over her? The more you act this way, the more she will take advantage of you. A little distance will do her good. Heeding his father's words, Lu Jingyan refrained from seeking Jiang Wan. However, these recent days had not been kind to him. In times past, Lu Jingyan was always surrounded by sycophants wherever he went. Generous with his friends, lavish in his spending. Yet, all of it was funded by Jiang Wan's money. After their fallout, he found himself devoid of financial means, unable to indulge his companions with drinks and tea. Even the owner of the bookstore greeted him with far less enthusiasm than before. Frustration welled within Lu Jingyan. Yet he felt powerless, merely hoping that Jiang Wan would soon calm down. His engagement to Lu Qingwan was imminent, and his father urged him to spend more time with her to nurture their relationship. Bored at home, Lu Jingyan acquiesced and extended an invitation to Lu Qingwan. However, he could not have anticipated the revelation from the elderly man before him. The bride today was none other than CS Singji and Jiang Wan. Lu Jingyan felt as though the world had spun out from under him. He struggled to regain his footing, his voice trembling. "Who did you just say the bride is?" The old man, noticing the pallor of the young man before him, inquired with concern. "Are you unwell? Shall I fetch a doctor for you?" Lu Jingyan, his voice sharp, retorted, "Who is the bride?" The old man, taken aback by the sudden outburst, responded with irritation. "Did I not say? The scion of the Xie family is marrying the daughter of the Jiang family. Have you not been paying attention? The family crest is emblazoned on that chest, and all the maidservants accompanying her are from the Jiang household." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan could hardly believe his eyes. Indeed, amidst the crowd, he spotted Jiang Wan's most cherished maidservant, whose name he recalled was Dong Wu. Chapter 18. The thoughts of Lu Qingwan. Lu Jingyan could hardly believe that Jiang Wan would marry another. Had she not vowed to stand by him as equals? A sudden recollection of the first time he beheld Jiang Wan flooded his mind. The young maiden, adorned in an elegant flowing dress of pear blossom white, exuding both grace and sweetness. She had waited outside for an extended period, yet her father had explicitly instructed that no one was to open the door for her. Unperturbed, she directed those present to arrange tea and snacks, serenely taking her seat under the shade of a tree, patiently awaiting the Lu family to grant her entry. It was then that Lu Jingyan first recognized the existence of such a composed young lady in this world. Despite the Lu family's treatment, she remained unruffled. When his mother eventually learned of the situation, she instructed someone to invite Jiang Wan inside. With a delicate dimpled smile, she appeared entirely unfazed by the Lu family's earlier indifference. Her generous demeanor earned her a measure of goodwill from his father. Producing the marriage certificate, she cheerfully introduced herself. "I am Jiang Wan, your betrothed." At that moment, Lu Jingyan thought her behavior audacious. Had she been an ordinary girl, the mere mention of marriage would have left her blushing and retreating behind her parents, unlike her fearless disposition. It was later that he discovered Jiang Wan was the daughter of a merchant, with her father away on business and her mother in poor health. The marriage contract had been established by her mother, yet her father dismissed her, regarding her as merely a merchant's daughter. In the era of the Shang dynasty, merchants were often looked down upon, their status deemed inferior to that of scholars, farmers, and artisans. He encountered Jiang Wan again at a tea house, where she approached him with her characteristic dimpled smile. However, he was consumed by the fear of being associated with a merchant's daughter and thus distanced himself from her. Jiang Wan remained oblivious at first, until the spring banquet when she heard him declare that he had not given her a second thought. In truth, he had seen her, her delicate face framed by the ethereal petals of pear blossoms, gazing at him in disbelief. Lu Jingyan recognized her sorrow. He hesitated, contemplating whether to offer an explanation. Yet the flattery from those around him clouded his judgment. He admonished himself, reminding that Jiang Wan was but a merchant's daughter. With her standing, she was only fit to be a concubine to a prominent family in the capital. Even with a modest fortune, she would merely qualify as a wealthy mistress. His rightful wife must be a woman of noble birth, one who matched his status. Otherwise, how could he hold his head high in the future? Yet, he never anticipated that Xie Xingji would seek to marry Jiang Wan. What was it about her that appealed to him? She was merely a merchant's daughter, not worthy of esteem. Confusion swirled within Lu Jingyan as an elderly man nearby remarked that the marriage had even been sanctioned by the emperor. Lu Jingyan was taken aback once more. The emperor's decree? Indeed, it was rumored that Xie Xingji had exchanged military merit for this union. The old man pondered for a moment before articulating. As the tale goes, it is said that one loves beauty over power. Youth is truly a treasure. Xie Xingji had bartered his military accolades for the right to wed Jiang Wan. What could he possibly desire from this arrangement? The emperor's decree is as priceless as gold. Is it truly for a mere Jiang Wan that he has resorted to such measures? Lu Jingyan feels both regret and fury. Had it not been for the emperor's order, he might have boldly confronted Jiang Wan to demand an explanation for her swift remarriage. Yet now, with the imperial edict of marriage in place, should he burst forth, it would be tantamount to defying the emperor's will. The consequences could range from imprisonment to the entire Lu family facing repercussions. Lu Jingyan is filled with resentment. It feels utterly powerless. At that moment, Lu Qingwan arrived, adorned in a delicate pink gown. In truth, pink does not suit Lu Qingwan. Her complexion is somewhat dull, and had she chosen more subdued hues, it might have enhanced her pallor, lending her an air of refined elegance. Yet she stubbornly donned pink, a color that requires the ethereal beauty of someone like Jiang Wan to truly shine. No, rather than saying Jiang Wan can wear pink, it is more accurate to assert that she could wear any color. Her beauty is simply unparalleled. Du Ruofing has questioned himself. With a radiant beauty like Jiang Wan trailing behind him daily, could he truly remain indifferent? What did he claim back then? Ah, yes, he had professed a disdain for the mundane. Yet even he acknowledged that, despite her ordinariness, Jiang Wan is the most exquisite of them all. Lu Jingyan finds himself unable to refute Du Ruofing's words, for Jiang Wan's beauty is undeniable. Wherever she graces, others fade into obscurity. She is like a dazzling pearl, beautiful yet unaware of her own allure. But now that this pearl has fallen into another's embrace, how can he accept it? Lost in thought, Lu Jingyan is jolted back to reality by Lu Qingwan's discontent. Jingyan, what troubles you today? You invited me out for tea, yet your mind seems elsewhere. He quickly gathers his thoughts and replies, Qingwan, do not misunderstand. I was merely pondering yesterday's article. Lu Qingwan does not engage with his explanation. Instead, she glances out the window and remarks, her tone inscrutable, look, today the heir of the CF family is marrying. What a grand affair it is. They say it is a spectacle worthy of 10 miles of red bridal adornment. Feeling dejected, Lu Jingyan retorts, just a mundane affair. Lu Qingwan shoots him a knowing look and responds cryptically, speaking of which, Jiang Wan is rather fortunate. Just a mundane affair, indeed, in the entire capital. Which girl does not envy her? After being jilted, she secures such an illustrious husband. Xie Xingji is handsome, comes from a noble family, and has even procured the honor of a royal marriage decree for her. 10 miles of red bridal adornment, seeking to wed a beauty. It is truly a tale of the capital. Lu Qingwan understands Lu Jingyan well. He is not a bad person, merely overly sheltered by the Lu family. Being the sole legitimate heir, he harbors the belief that the world revolves around him. When Jiang Wan pursued him, he scoffed. But now, witnessing her marry another, it is hard for Lu Qingwan to believe that Lu Jingyan harbors no bitterness. Yet she is pragmatic. There are few fine gentlemen in the capital, and one like Xie Xingji, akin to the stars in the sky or the moon reflected in water, is not easily acquired. Jiang Wan was fortunate. The moon descended voluntarily to her side, and a lofty flower bent its branches to present itself before her. Yet, she lacked Jiang Wan's good fortune. With her remarkable beauty and distinguished lineage, she could only aspire to become Lu Jingyan's legitimate wife. She found contentment in this reality. Lu Jingyan possessed a modicum of talent, and with proper guidance, securing a respectable official position in the future was not an insurmountable task. Although Lu Zheng held a mere 5th-rank official title, the simplicity of the Lu family's dynamics, consisting solely of a mother-in-law, favored her. The Lu family maintained a reputation for integrity, and Lu's mother was notably gentle, never imposing her authority to inconvenience others. Jiang Wan had likely recognized this aspect, which prompted her willingness to humble herself to win Lu Jingyan's favor. Nevertheless, despite being a merchant's daughter, Jiang Wan still harbored a certain pride deep within her. At the spring banquet, it was she who deliberately provoked Lu Jingyan, coaxing him into uttering those words. She intentionally had someone guide Jiang Wan towards him. Lu Qingwan was acutely aware that although Jiang Wan was the daughter of a merchant and her background paled in comparison to her own, the latter's beauty was undeniably striking. She had witnessed Lu Jingyan's captivated gaze upon Jiang Wan on multiple occasions. Whether Jiang Wan held any affection for Lu Jingyan remained inscrutable to Lu Qingwan, for she was an expert in concealing her emotions. Even when Lu Jingyan lost his composure, Jiang Wan could effortlessly soothe him with just a few words. Despite being cognizant of Lu Zheng's intentions, whenever Jiang Wan looked at her, there was no hint of inferiority in her eyes. She remained composed and self-assured, seemingly indifferent to Lu Qingwan's presence. Lu Qingwan felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Why should Jiang Wan possess such confidence? Was she not yearning to marry Lu Jingyan? Thus, Lu Qingwan resolved to personally dismantle Jiang Wan's hopes, eager to witness her unravel and succumb to despair. She even harbored thoughts of wishing Jiang Wan ill. However, Lu Qingwan could never have anticipated the unexpected emergence of Xie Xingji, who rescued Jiang Wan. In a world where survival was challenging for women, although Xie Xingji saved Jiang Wan, he simultaneously tarnished her reputation. The spectacle of a woman being rescued by a man in full view of the public rendered her purity irretrievable. Indeed, Lu Jingyan was furious and annulled his engagement to Jiang Wan. This outcome delighted Lu Qingwan for an extended period. She believed she had finally triumphed over Jiang Wan. Yet, she could not fathom that Xie Xingji intended to marry Jiang Wan. The lowly merchant's daughter was to wed the most sought-after gentleman in the capital, and it was Xie Xingji who sought the marriage. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qingwan was so distraught that she tore several handkerchiefs to shreds. Observing Lu Jingyan's uncontrolled demeanor, she recognized his regret. But what could regret achieve? Would he dare contest Xie Xingji for her? Lu Qingwan suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. After all her scheming, she had unwittingly crafted a wedding gown for Jiang Wan. Lost in thought, Lu Qingwan was interrupted by Lu Jingyan's voice. "Qingwan, I have matters to attend to. I must return for a while. If you wish to continue listening to the story, please stay a bit longer." Lu Qingwan glanced at the coarse tea before her. She typically ordered jasmine tea, yet despite having dined with Lu Jingyan several times, he still failed to remember her preference. Lu Qingwan chuckled to herself in self-deprecation, pondering her own state of mind. How foolish it was to take herself so seriously. The world was replete with ungrateful men. Her father was one, and so was Lu Jingyan. To place one's hopes upon a man was the folly of a simple-minded woman. What she desired was the authority of a matriarch. It mattered not that Lu Jingyan harbored affections for Jiang Wan. As long as her position as the legitimate wife was secured, that was sufficient. Chapter 19. The grand wedding. Xie Xingji rose to prominence at a young age. His remarkable essay as the top scholar in high school serving as a beacon of hope for countless students from humble beginnings. Although the foolishness of the late emperor later led to him being relegated from the title of top scholar to that of a mere flower, the talent of the Xie family's heir remained a paragon for scholars across the land. Today, as Xie Tianhua weds, the entire court of civil officials has gathered to extend their congratulations. On the other hand, when Xie Xingji defied the late emperor's decree and abandoned the literary path for the martial, he relied on his exceptional martial prowess and boldness. He assisted the then crown prince, cutting through enemy lines with a spear, capturing an enemy general, and repelling the adversaries. He saved the crown prince, now the esteemed Emperor Sheng, Fu Hongshun, and earned illustrious military accolades, being honored as the god of war. Yet, Xie Xingji's situation is somewhat awkward. Despite his status as the god of war, the civil ministers refer to him as Tianhua Lang, while the military generals address him as General Xie. On this day of his grand wedding, both civil and military officials unexpectedly unite with a singular thought. They all wish to raise a toast to Xie with a cup of celebratory wine. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Fu Hongshun was delighted. He had not anticipated that Xie Xingji would reach such a momentous occasion. How could he possibly miss such a spectacle? Thus, he declared his first day off since ascending the throne, aside from New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, to attend Xie Xingji's wedding festivities. The presence of the emperor himself is a tremendous honor, prompting even the notoriously unruly military generals to lower their brows and soften their voices. However, Fu Hongshun soon realized he had underestimated Xie Xingji's audacity. While others might possess a thick skin, Xie Xingji seemed utterly devoid of shame. This fellow was opting for tea in place of wine, proclaiming that his sentiments remained unchanged despite the substitution. How absurd! If he truly held such profound feelings, he should at least present the wine. If Xie Xingji was unable to afford the cost of the wine, he would gladly cover it. Just as Fu Hongshun opened his mouth to speak, he heard Xie Xingji's deep voice beside him. To his astonishment, Xie Xingji remarked that the emperor had personally left the palace to support his subject, and he vowed that whenever the emperor married, He would surely rush from wherever he was to share in the emperor's joy. Fu Hongshun was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the veiled threat. Umph. Did he think he would be intimidated? Well, he was not afraid. He merely felt that after all these years of Xie Xingji risking his life, it was high time he enjoyed a wedding. As long as he did not cause trouble, it would suffice as a gift. After a brief silence, Fu Hongshun spoke clearly. Xingji's words hold merit. Those who are inebriated lack grace. Proclaim my decree. Let tea be served in place of wine. And may the couple Xie and his bride enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years and be blessed with noble offspring. Once the emperor's decree was given, those who had intended to persuade Xie Xingji to drink were silenced. The atmosphere of the banquet turned unexpectedly dignified and solemn, soon becoming a cherished tale in the capital. Meanwhile, Jiangwan, adorned with a phoenix crown, had been bustling about all day and was both exhausted and famished. However, as the Xie family boasts a long-standing lineage, she feared causing an embarrassment that would trouble Xie Xingji. Thus, she could only sit patiently, awaiting his arrival to lift her bridal veil. Fortunately, Xie Xingji arrived promptly. At the moment the veil was lifted, Jiangwan gazed at Xie Xingji, who adorned a resplendent crimson wedding attire that accentuated his handsome demeanor. His figure as exquisite as jade. His peach blossom eyes, clear and enchanting, looked down at her, sparkling with warmth and ease. Jiangwan was momentarily entranced, and without thinking, she remarked, "Young master, you are truly handsome." Xie Xingji was taken aback and, with a hint of helplessness in his voice, replied, "Awan, that is a compliment I ought to give you." Jiangwan froze, noticing the laughter of the matron of honor beside her, and realized she had inadvertently become the source of amusement. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, focusing on her embroidered shoes. Her pretty visage as charming as the rosy clouds at dusk. Xie Xingji suddenly felt an unfamiliar tension in his body. Following tradition, the matron of honor had them partake in the ceremonial wine and perform the hairpin ceremony. Once all the rituals were completed, only Xie Xingji and Jiangwan remained in the room. Jiangwan, nervously fidgeting with her fingertips, averted her gaze. Xie Xingji approached her, his voice slightly hoarse yet tender, and inquired, "Awan, is it not tiring to wear such a thing?" Jiangwan lifted her gaze, and the boy's affectionate eyes sparkled with mirth, both tender and captivating. She silently recited a few calming verses and, gazing back at him, softly confessed, "It is tiring." Xie Xingji gently unfastened the cumbersome hairpin, and Jiangwan felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if she had been liberated. Yet, she never anticipated that just as Xie Xingji drew near, her stomach audibly protested. Jiangwan's face turned red, and she shyly looked at Xie Xingji. There was little she could do. She had been busy all day and had eaten nothing but a bowl of sweet rice balls in the morning. "Are you hungry?" Xie Xingji's voice was low, laced with amusement. "What would you like to eat?" Jiangwan hesitated for a moment, her apricot eyes lighting up. "I wish to have some small wontons." "Is that possible?" Xie Xingji lowered his gaze, taking in the sight of the young girl, her dimples shining with sweet laughter, her watery eyes filled with timid anticipation. Unable to resist, he ruffled her hair gently and replied, "Of course." He instructed the kitchen to prepare the small wontons for her and asked a maid to prepare a petal bath, knowing she must be exhausted after such a long day. As Jiangwan observed Xie Xingji meticulously orchestrating everything, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Xie Xingji inquired, noticing her dazed expression, and playfully pinched her nose. "Are you daydreaming?" Jiangwan's face flushed once more as she retorted softly, "Mind your own business." Hearing her response, Xie Xingji's lips curled into a teasing smile as he observed her. "If not me, then who else would attend to you, my lady?" "My lady?" Jiangwan's face reddened uncontrollably once again. It was utterly disarming how he, with his jade-like visage, could utter such heart-stirring words. Unaccustomed to being attended to while bathing, Jiangwan dismissed the maid. She submerged herself in the steaming petal bath, and as thoughts of what might transpire later crossed her mind, her cheeks grew even warmer. If only she had taken the time to read a few more pages that morning. Jiangwan dawdled for quite some time before finally changing in her nightwear and drying her hair returning to her room. As she stepped over the threshold, she beheld C.S. Singji leaning against the beauty couch, a scroll of literature in hand. The dim light cast a soft glow upon his extraordinarily handsome visage. Clad in a thin nightgown, the contours of his waist and abdomen became all the more apparent. Unable to suppress a swallow, Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes, silently admonishing herself that beauty can lead one astray. Noticing her hesitance, Xie Xingji gently called out to her, "My lady, come here." Jiang Wan hesitated, lingering in place. He approached her, draping a soft, thick cloak around her, enveloping the young lady and revealing only her delicate and charming face. Did he not desire some dumplings? It was then that Jiang Wan realized there were 2 bowls of freshly boiled dumplings on the table, their broth vibrant and adorned with sprigs of green onion, exuding an enticing aroma. She cast a grateful glance at Xie Xingji. "My benefactor," she thought, for her hunger was overwhelming. Seizing the spoon from the table, she eagerly took a bite of the dumpling. Yet, to her surprise, despite its enticing appearance, the dumpling was scalding hot. As she bit into it, the heat caused her to gasp, her eyes brimming with tears. "So hot." Xie Xingji, alarmed by her reaction, spoke in a low, urgent tone. "Jiang Wan, open your mouth." Embarrassed and in pain, she covered her mouth, unwilling to let him see. She felt utterly mortified. What bride behaves so recklessly? Perceiving her distress, C.S. Singji's tone softened. "Awan, be a good girl and show me, will you?" Chapter 20. A beautiful thought. C.S. Singji lowered his gaze and meticulously examined everything, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. His voice was gentle as he reassured. "It's nothing serious, just a bit red. I'll have the small kitchen prepare some ice cream for you." Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed as she averted her eyes, unwilling to speak. Observing her demeanor, C.S. Singji couldn't help but tease, "Are you still going to eat the little wontons?" Jiang Wan bowed her head and stubbornly shook it, refusing to eat any more. Just as C.S. Singji was about to continue speaking, a servant arrived with the ice cream, causing Jiang Wan's eyes to shine momentarily. She reached out to take it, but C.S. Singji gently tapped her hand. "Let me do it." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback as she watched him take the delicate white porcelain bowl and scoop a spoonful to bring to her lips. "Open your mouth." C.S. Singji's gaze was tender, his pale fingers gracefully holding the porcelain spoon. Though the action was simple, it appeared remarkably elegant in his hands. Noticing that Jiang Wan remained motionless, he chuckled softly, "Don't worry, it won't be hot this time." Jiang Wan's face flushed. "It's not that." C.S. Singji raised an eyebrow. "Then what is it?" Jiang Wan choked on her words, unable to confess that she was simply mesmerized by him. Fortunately, C.S. Singji did not press her further, feeding her the ice cream little by little. Whether it was due to Jiang Wan's hunger from the day or the exceptional skills of the Duke's kitchen, the entire bowl of ice cream was soon devoured. Suddenly, Jiang Wan recalled Lady Lin's instructions for brides to be reserved, eating sparingly and speaking softly. Well, it was too late for that now. She had already eaten. Curiously, she glanced at the jade pot beside her, the jade-colored spout faintly exuding the fragrance of fruit. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard, feeling a bit parched. She inquired of C.S. Singji, "What is this?" "This is the fruit brew from Yupinju. May I have a small sip?" Jiang Wan possessed a little-known habit of enjoying chilled wine. However, her tolerance was notoriously poor, which was why Dong Wu had forbidden her from drinking, fearing she would make a fool of herself. But now that she was married, Dong Wu could no longer control her. Jiang Wan playfully poked her finger, making a gesture for just a tiny bit, her apricot eyes sparkling as she looked at him. C.S. Singji hesitated, having heard of the girl's poor drinking capacity. Yet, the young lady tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft and pleading, "Please, just a little sip," with her naturally gentle demeanor and the intentional sweetness in her tone. Who could resist? C.S. Singji felt a sense of helplessness, his voice low and indulgent. "Can A1 really drink?" Jiang Wan, feeling indignant, retorted, "Don't look down on me." Hearing this, C.S. Singji's lips curled into a lazy smile, soothing her gently. "It's my fault. Don't be upset, all right?" His voice, already deep and melodious, took on an irresistible quality as he feigned weakness. Jiang Wan initially thought to quell the strange feelings in her heart with a bit of wine. However, This fruit brew was exceptionally sweet, and upon tasting it, she detected no alcohol, only a delightful hint of berry fragrance. Jiang felt a surge of pride, thinking that with this, she could drink several pots without pause. Had there been such delightful and non-intoxicating fruit wine in the past? What excuse would Dong Wu have had to deter her? Jiang, overwhelmed with joy, could not resist taking a few more sips. Xie Xingji observed the young girl, who was both charming and indulgent, and found himself in a bit of a quandary. To intervene might upset her, yet refraining left him concerned, as she was already swaying precariously. Indeed, before long, her sweet, soft voice began to utter nonsensical phrases. Xie Xingji, how is it that you are here? The young girl, unable to stand upright, stumbled, prompting Xie Xingji to swiftly grasp her waist. Her slender figure was particularly delicate, especially at the waist, which he could encircle with ease. A shadow crossed Xie Xingji's gaze, and his pale throat involuntarily bobbed. He gently restrained her hand as she reached for the wine cup, his voice low and raspy. Awan, do you not recall? Today we are wed. Aside from here, I have nowhere else to go. Jiangwan's eyes were somewhat dazed, and she replied, in that case, you are rather pitiable. Xie Xingji paused for a moment, mirroring her tone. Will Awan feel sorry for me? His thick lashes fluttered down, his eyes sparkling with warmth and charm. Jiang, unable to contain herself, cupped his handsome profile, her voice soft and tender now. Xie Xingji was taken aback. Why not? The stories say that a woman's pity for a man leads to his downfall. Once again, Xie Xingji was left speechless. What sort of tales were these? Though the young girl was intoxicated, her inherent caution remained intact. She glanced at the solitary bed in the room, her brows knitting together. Your Grace, there is but one bed here. Her meaning was unmistakable. Perhaps you could move to the study? However, Xie Xingji would not so easily acquiesce to her wishes. On this wedding night, to retreat to the study would be tantamount to relinquishing his dignity. Jiang, somewhat unsteady, reached out to steady him, but he subtly evaded her touch. Jiang stared at him in confusion. Xie Xingji stepped back, a forced smile on his lips. The stories also say that men and women should not engage in close contact. Jiang was stunned once more. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. What of me? There is but one bed. Does Awan wish to share it with me, or would she prefer to sleep on the floor? Jiang, undeterred, asked, is there truly no other option? Xie Xingji smiled distantly. None. Jiang cast him a glance, her mind clouded, when suddenly she recalled Lady Lin's words. In this world, men respond better to gentleness than to force. If you coax him a bit, he will be obedient. Jiang lifted her gaze, her innocent apricot eyes looking at him with a hint of grievance, her long, curled lashes fluttering gently. She tugged at his sleeve, her sweet voice calling out, Brother, I'm afraid of the cold. Xie Xingji was momentarily taken aback, then wrapped his sleeping robe around himself, smiling gently. There is no helping it. Even I'm afraid of the cold. Alcohol emboldens the timid, and under normal circumstances, Jiang might have refrained. Yet in her current state, intoxicated and devoid of reason, she was unrestrained. She grasped the fabric of Xie Xingji's nightgown, and the youthful, refreshing scent enveloped her, accompanied by the cool fragrance of sandalwood that inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. Jiang, unsteady on her feet, leaned against Xie Xingji, managing to steady herself. She lowered her gaze, the thin nightgown clinging to his form, outlining his slender and athletic physique, the faint hint of defined muscles causing her momentary distraction. Xie Xingji's eyes drifted downward, following Jiang line of sight. He was taken aback. It was surprising to discover that the young girl had an appreciation for such things. She was secretly observing his abdominal muscles. He lowered his gaze, his voice deliberately softened, teasing her with a breathy inquiry. Is it attractive? Very, she thought, but dare not voice it, lest her admission betray her. Jiang nonchalantly nodded. Well, it's passable. Xie Xingji nearly burst into laughter at her response. He leaned closer, whispering, Would you like to touch it? Jiang was momentarily stunned, and before she could even nod, Xie Xingji's somewhat aloof voice interjected. Dream on. Jiang. Chapter 21. Supporting her, Jiang gazed at him in disbelief, her mind filled with a singular thought. This man is utterly outrageous. Yet, as the effects of the alcohol gradually enveloped her, fatigue overwhelmed her senses, and she found herself stumbling into his embrace. Her voice a soft murmur, "Sies Singji. I am so sleepy." Sies Singji looked down at the young girl in his arms, the teasing glimmer in his eyes fading away. His cool, white fingertips brushed against her delicate, soft face. It was evident that she was truly exhausted. According to the matron, a bride must prepare the night before and is deprived of sleep. At this moment, as his fingers traced her curled lashes, a tender warmth blossomed within him. His usually deep voice carried a gentle, resigned tone. "You're the first bride to fall asleep on her wedding night." As soon as his words fell, the girl in his arms wrapped her arms around his neck. Perhaps the position was uncomfortable, for she shifted uncomfortably against him, causing Sies Singji's body to tense up completely. Too afraid to move, he gazed down at her serene sleeping face, his heart softening, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. "You truly test my patience at every moment." With a sigh, he lifted her gently, placing her beneath the cloud-like quilt. Just as he intended to withdraw, she grasped his hand, pulling him down beside her. Sies Singji was taken aback, his gaze fixating on her rosy lips, his voice low and raspy. "Wan?" Jiang Wan impatiently drew him into her embrace, seeking a comfortable position as she sweetly drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Jiang Wan relished a rare good night's sleep. Lady Lin had informed her that it was usually difficult to sleep on one's wedding night. Yet, Jiang Wan found this notion unfounded. She had slept exceedingly well. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes meeting the deep, mesmerizing peach blossom eyes of Sies Singji, and she froze in surprise. To her astonishment, she had fallen asleep in Sies Singji's arms. As she shifted slightly, she suddenly heard his slightly cold voice from above. "Where are you going?" Jiang Wan looked at him, rubbing her numb arms, her heart fluttering with unease. She watched as Sies Singji pulled out a dagger and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Surely not. She had merely rested her head on him for one night, not actually slept with him. Was it really necessary to react this way? Jiang Wan felt tears of frustration welling up, only to see Sies Singji make a small cut on his fingertip with the dagger, blood staining the handkerchief. Suddenly, the purpose of that handkerchief dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. "Your Highness, would it be improper to use your blood?" Sies Singji looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes and asked, "Does Wan wish to use her own?" Jiang Wan glanced at his wound and fervently shook her head. No, I am afraid of pain." Sies Singji was momentarily taken aback. Did he not fear it either? Jiang Wan hastily clarified, "What I meant was we could substitute it with chicken blood. But since he had already made the cut, it would be a waste not to use it." With utmost care, Jiang Wan tucked away the handkerchief, waiting for the matron to collect it later. "Your Highness, thank you so much this time." Sies Singji chuckled coldly. "Not calling me brother anymore?" Jiang Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. "What brother?" Sies Singji's voice was deep and deliberately teasing as he said, "I wonder who it was that held me tightly last night, calling me brother repeatedly." Jiang Wan recalled the events and realized there was indeed some truth to it. She had been intoxicated and thought she dreamt of Sies Singji. Despite her usual timid demeanor, she contemplated that it was her dream after all, so why not indulge herself a little? Having never experienced the sensation of touching firm abs, she let her small hand sneak beneath his clothing, almost succeeding in her endeavor. Suddenly, Sies Singji captured her restless hand, his voice low and husky. "Wan, what are you trying to do?" With a flushed face, Jiang Wan replied softly, "I just want to touch it. Is that okay?" Sies Singji inhaled sharply, reminding himself that the young girl was merely inebriated. Taking advantage of her vulnerability was not the mark of a gentleman. Yet, as she sweetly pleaded with him, Sies Singji, "Just once, please. Brother, can I?" Who could deny the charming whims of a girl they adored? Relenting, he released her hand, allowing her delicate fingers to slip inside. "Wan, stop," he called out, his voice strained. However, Jiang Wan, having seized this rare opportunity, was unwilling to relent easily. She coaxed him repeatedly, "Don't be afraid. I'm just going to touch it. I won't go too far." Eventually, it seemed that she had ignited a fire within him, and he pinned her beneath him, stifling her breath. After that, she could recall nothing. The thought of it made Jiang Wan want to dig a hole and bury herself. Wrapped in his arms, CS Singji inquired softly, "Have you remembered?" Jiang Wan shook her head vigorously. "No, I was drunk. I forgot everything." Observing her flustered demeanor, CS Singji's eyes sparkled with a tender amusement. "Is that so? Would you like me to help you remember?" Jiang Wan pressed her fingertip against his lips, lowering her gaze as she whispered, "Don't tease. We still need to pay respects to the elders." Seeing her face flush with embarrassment, CS Singji feared provoking her too much. After all, it would be himself who would suffer if she became upset. Thus, he loosened his grip, his tone softening. "All right, I shall heed your wishes." Jiang Wan was taken aback by the address, instinctively responding, "Please don't call me that." CS Singji relished her bashful expression and continued to tease. "Then how should I address you? Should I call you as you did last night?" "Let me think. What did you call me, dear lady?" He paused deliberately, causing Jiang Wan's memories to resurface. "That's right, CS Singji, brother." CS Singji gazed at her, his captivating eyes both charming and handsome. "A1, please be quiet, all right?" Jiang Wan murmured, vowing never to drink in front of CS Singji again. She changed into a flowing, pale yellow gown, fearing the elders would wait for her, and left without applying any makeup, save for a hairpin he had gifted her. CS Singji, clad in a flowing black robe today, exuded an unparalleled youthful elegance, his figure tall and statuesque, standing beneath the pear blossom tree in the courtyard, patiently awaiting her arrival. As she emerged, his enchanting peach blossom-like eyes lifted gently, filtering through the delicate layers of pear petals, softly alighting upon her. It was customary for her to approach him first, yet the young man beneath the tree took the initiative, extending his slender hand towards her. "Are you ready?" Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself already ensnared in his grasp. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw, but CS Singji's deep voice resonated, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "Be good, don't fuss." He was quite nervous himself, after all. The softness of the young girl's hand was exquisite. What if he inadvertently damaged it? Observing CS Singji's slightly flustered demeanor, Jiang Wan's initial trepidation began to dissipate. She reciprocated by grasping his hand, her voice sweet as she said, "Thank you, young master." Though she was CS Singji's wife, her background was not particularly noble, as there were many within affluent families who looked down upon those of lesser status. Jiang Wan understood that CS Singji was indeed standing up for her. Chapter 22. The second son of the CF family, CS Singji, held Jiang Wan's delicate hand as they made their way to the main hall of the duke's residence. Upon stepping over the threshold, Jiang Wan was nearly paralyzed by fear. The serene and elegant hall was filled with a multitude of guests, all awaiting their arrival. Though a sense of trepidation washed over her, CS Singji stood protectively behind her, leaving her no choice but to proceed. His deep voice, imbued with warmth, was reassuring. "Do not be afraid, Achong, for I am here." Jiang Wan nodded slightly, lowering her gaze as she obediently stepped inside. At the high seat, the elder Xie was visibly excited, having long believed he would never witness his grandson starting a family. To his astonishment, this quiet child had accomplished something significant in mere days, bringing home such a gentle and compliant granddaughter-in-law. It was no wonder that the outside world often remarked how much CS Singji resembled him, both decisive and resolute. Although the elder had previously fretted over CS Singji's marriage, he understood that his grandson, at his core, was deeply sentimental. He would never settle for anything less than true affection. This principle was emblematic of the Xie family's character. Just as the elder Xie reveled in his pride, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xie Ji below, where disdain flickered in his eyes. The Xie family valued loyalty and integrity, maintaining their moral standing. Yet, this Xie Ji, despite his eloquence and the flattering remarks from the outside world about his charming demeanor, was fundamentally a man who enjoyed frivolity. The elder had arranged a marriage with one Li for him, but he merely claimed she was dull and neglected her. Fortunatelli, ben li pusasa alla disposition. Always accommodating him. Had she been more assertive, she might have stripped Xie Ji of his arrogance long ago. Nevertheless, today was Xie Singji's special day. The elder resolved to let the boy's father deal with this unworthy scion later. Accompanied by Xie Singji, Jiang respectfully greeted each individual present. The Xie family had always placed great importance on etiquette, and the guests displayed their goodwill towards the newlywed Jiang by presenting her with tokens of greeting. Approaching Wen Li, Jiang had heard of Xie Ji's reputation. If Xie Xingji embodied a cool and dignified temperament, then Xie Ji was indeed the epitome of charm and flirtation. Both possessed alluring peach blossom eyes, yet Xie Xingji's dark orbs exuded a sense of aloofness and serenity. In contrast, Xie Ji was the true embodiment of romantic allure. With a mere glance, Jiang lowered her eyes to avoid any impropriety. Little did she know, this seemingly flirtatious second son of the Xie family had a wife who resembled a fresh young maiden, her beauty not overtly seductive but imbued with youthful innocence. However, her doe-like eyes carried a hint of melancholy, as if she were on the cusp of speaking yet refrained. Jiang offered her a polite greeting, and Wen Li endeavored to display a gentle smile in return, exchanging pleasantries. Xie Ji observed her demeanor with irritation. After all, last night, when Qing Dai had inadvertently caught a chill while playing the lute, he had stayed behind to comfort her. Yet, Wen Li displayed such a countenance. Should their father learn of this, he would undoubtedly chastise him again. Contemplating this, Xie Ji shot a cold glare at Wen Li, who, in turn, lowered her gaze and fell silent. All of this did not escape Jiang notice, revealing that the relationship between the second son of the Xie family and his wife was rather lackluster. Seeing this, Xie Xingji leaned closer to Jiang and spoke softly. From a young age, I trained in martial arts on Wulin Mountain, seldom spending time with my second brother. Jiang was taken aback. Was he attempting to explain himself? Old Master Xie, upon hearing this, instantly comprehended Xie Xingji's meaning. He cleared his throat, his aged face displaying a hint of discomfort. Well, I rarely stay at home, and my time with the second son has been quite limited. Jiang was once again astonished. Seeing this, Xie Shen quickly interjected, I've always been preoccupied with battles, and I am not well acquainted with the second brother. At this moment, even Xie Ji was stunned, glancing at his mother, as if placing all his hopes upon her alone. Xie Xingji's mother, Madame Su, sighed, Jir has been raised under my watch. Xie Ji felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, his mother was still on his side. However, he has always been unruly, and there is little I can do. Madame Su's words became the final straw for Xie Ji, who could hardly believe his ears. Wen Li, witnessing this, stepped forward to defend Xie Ji, but her timid nature allowed her only to utter a single sentence before Xie Ji impatiently interrupted, Silence. Were it not for your pretentious demeanor, you should be the one to be quiet, Madame Su retorted, giving him a light slap. Who gave you the audacity to bully Lear? Xie Ji was somewhat at a loss for words. Mother, you are defending her again. Wen Li softly clarified, Mother misunderstood. My husband is not bullying me. Madame Su dismissed her words. Lear, you need not defend him. I know my own son and his character all too well. Her tone grew stern. Let me make this clear. You must rein in those mischievous antics. If I hear you playing that wretched instrument in the courtyard late at night again, I shall send you to the military camp, day after day, disturbing everyone's sleep. Xie Ji, chastised, fell silent, directing all his resentment towards Wen Li. With a sigh, she ultimately chose not to speak. She had been married into the Xie family for 3 years, and her husband had always held disdain for her. Wen Li was the granddaughter of the esteemed Inspector Wen and had been cherished and pampered since childhood. Inspector Wen initially disapproved of Xie Ji, yet Wen Li, captivated by his talent and appearance during the spring banquet, took the initiative to express her desire to marry him. Renowned for his integrity and uprightness, Inspector Wen raised children of exceptional character. In the eyes of old Master Xie, while Xie Ji possessed some talent, his temperament and character were vastly inferior to Wen Li's. Thus, old Master Xie took it upon himself to approve this union. However, the moment Xie Ji lifted the red veil and beheld Wen Li, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had longed for a woman of delicate beauty, like Qing Dai, who was vivacious and charming. Yet, Wen Li appeared as an innocent child, oblivious to the subtleties of romance. Xie Ji regretted his hasty agreement to the marriage. His disdain for Wen Li was evident to all within the household. Despite old Master Xia's admonitions every few days, Xie Ji remained resolute in his ways. Having been married for 3 years, Xie Ji refused to so much as touch her, deeming her dull. Qing Dai was the sister of a dear friend, who had entrusted her to him in his time of peril. The Xie family forbade their descendants from taking concubines. Qing Dai took up residence as a guest, and Xie Ji treated her with utmost care and consideration. Their discussions on poetry and literature became well known throughout the household. He gifted Qing Dai with musical scores, regarding her as a confidant. While Wenli felt a pang of sorrow, she had already wed Xie Ji, and as a dutiful wife, she could only endure. Wenli initially believed that her concession would lead to a tranquil existence. However, she was taken aback to find that Xie Ji grew increasingly audacious. Last night, as she was poring over the accounts, a servant came to inform her that the second young master wished to speak with her in the garden. Hastily, she made her way there, only to witness an unexpected scene. Xie Ji was beside Qing Dai, offering unsolicited guidance as she played the piano. A pair of deeply affectionate souls. Wenli felt compelled to leave, her heart heavy with sorrow. Chapter 23. Madame Mo. Today marks the day when Jiang Wan presents tea. Xie Ji and Wenli, as the second brother and sister-in-law of Xie Xingji, are naturally obliged to attend. Given the awkward position of Qing Dai, she is unable to make an appearance. Although Wenli initially felt a tinge of sadness, she could not help but smile upon witnessing Jiang Wan's warm demeanor. Jiang Wan took a fondness to her sister-in-law, whom she met for the first time. Just as the family gathered together, an unexpected guest arrived, Madame Mo, a relative of the Xie family. Her father-in-law is a brother to the elder Xie, and though they are not estranged by 5 degrees of kinship, they seldom interact. Madame Mo's husband is rather ineffectual, subsisting on the ancestral lands left to him. After attending Xie Xingji's wedding banquet yesterday, Madame Mo suddenly had a thought. Her niece, who had yet to be betrothed, would traditionally not dare to aspire to wed Xie Xingji, given her family's modest standing. However, with Xie Xingji now married to a merchant's daughter like Jiang Wan, the entirety of the capital is in the know. It was previously known that Jiang Wan was once betrothed to Lu Jingyan. Thus, the notion that such a paragon as Xie Xingji would ultimately choose a wife of lesser merit was unexpected. Had she foreseen this, she would have introduced her niece to him, rather than letting Jiang Wan, an outsider, take the opportunity. Madame Mo's arrival was sudden, and after the servants presented tea, Susher spoke gently. Madam, your journey must have been arduous. Please enjoy some refreshments. I regret not having invited you to partake in the tea ceremony, fearing the long journey might be taxing for you. Though Susher's words were couched in politeness, the implication was clear. How could Madame Mo, who had come so early in the morning, be considered a proper elder? Were it anyone else, such remarks might have induced a degree of embarrassment. However, Madame Mo had frequented the Xie household over the years and had heard far worse. Thus, she dismissed Susher's words without concern. After taking a sip of tea, she replied, Madam, you are too kind. My uninvited visit bears a purpose. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Susher, taken aback, responded, Madam, please proceed. Madame Mo glanced at Jiang Wan and stated directly, My niece Qing has reached the age for betrothal. My brother believes that finding a suitable match in the countryside is no simple task. Therefore, he wishes for Qing to stay with the Xie family for a time, and I would be grateful if you could keep an eye out for her. While Madame Mo's words were elegantly phrased, her true intent was evident. Once Qing entered the Duke's residence, what chance would there be that she would not become Xie Xingji's concubine? Looking at Jiang Wan's petite frame, it was apparent that she could not compare to her niece's grace and allure. Susher was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Observing her silence, Madame Mo turned to Xie Xingji and said, Xingji, do you remember Qing? She used to follow you around as a child, calling you Brother Xingji. At these words, a chill ran down Xie Xingji's spine. He turned to see the young girl with her eyes cast down, calmly gazing at the pearls adorning her embroidered shoes. Hastily, Xie Xingji interjected, Aunt Mo, please exercise caution in your words. He cast his gaze downward, looking at Jiang Wan with a voice that deviated from its usual calmness, tinged with a hint of urgency as he softly explained, Wan, I do not know her. His cool tone carried a trace of grievance. Jiangwan lifted her eyes and gently nodded, responding with an "oh." Xie Xingji was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. Should he trust her or not? His patience waned as he addressed Madame Mo, his tone growing colder. "Mo, my wife and I have just wed. It would be rather inconvenient for your niece to reside here. Furthermore, my mother is not a matchmaker and likely lacks the necessary skills." Upon hearing this, Susher nodded vigorously, interjecting, "This child speaks with such honesty." The madam also acknowledged, "Xingji has spoken. I rarely step out. How could I possibly know anyone?" She suggested that the madam seek other options. "It is getting late. You should return home for dinner." Upon hearing this, Madame Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to offend the Xie family, she could only leave with a cold expression. After her departure, old Master Xie instructed everyone to retire for the evening, reminding Jiangwan that the Xie family did not observe strict morning and evening rituals, and that maintaining a harmonious relationship with Xie Xingji was of utmost importance. As she stepped outside, Jiangwan let out a sigh of relief. Observing her demeanor, Xie Xingji inquired, "So, were you frightened?" Jiangwan shook her head. "No. Your family is wonderful, far better than I had anticipated." Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he teasingly remarked, "Better than me?" Jiangwan shot him a playful glare. "What do you think, Brother Xingji?" Xie Xingji was momentarily speechless, realizing the young lady was subtly teasing him. He leaned closer, enveloping her in his embrace, his voice tender and soothing. "I truly do not know her. Please do not wrongfully accuse me." When Jiangwan stepped back, Xie Xingji advanced toward her, cornering her against the rockery. She looked up to find his features warm and inviting, reminiscent of the gentle breeze at the cusp of spring. Unable to suppress a swallow, she retorted, "Speak properly." Xie Xingji lowered his gaze upon her, feigning innocence. "What is this? Are you shy?" Jiangwan's cheeks flushed at his words. He moved in even closer, leaving her with no escape as the rockery loomed behind her. She was compelled to lean against him. Xie Xingji, evidently skilled in physicality, exuded strength even through the fabric, making Jiangwan blush further. As he followed her gaze, he suddenly froze, realizing she had been stealing glances at his abs. With a playful tone, he enclosed her in his voice, leaning in to whisper near her ear, "Would you like a touch?" At this, Jiangwan's soft face turned crimson. "Xie Xingji, you." Xie Xingji's eyes sparkled with mischief as he teased, What about me?" Jiangwan stammered, "No, you mustn't mimic my speech." To which Xie Xingji replied, I will mimic your speech." Frustrated, Jiangwan exclaimed, "Xie Xingji, I am here," he replied, a grin upon his face. Jiangwan felt that the man was being intentionally provocative. With a hint of irritation, she exclaimed, "Xie Xingji, what exactly do you want?" Xie Xingji paused for a moment, his voice deep and resonant as he replied, "You." Jiangwan was taken aback, realizing with a jolt that she understood him. Oh no, had she truly grasped his meaning? She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing crimson. Angrily, she pointed at him and declared, "Xie Xingji, you are being a rogue." Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly nodding. "What is the matter? Is that unacceptable?" Jiangwan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "But you said if I am unwilling," she stammered, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Xie Xingji with an expression of pitiable innocence. His heart softened at her gaze. The young girl had just entered this new chapter of her life and needed time to adapt. He couldn't frighten her. With that thought, he let out a soft sigh, his tone gentle as he reassured her, "I was merely teasing you. My dear wife, you surely did not take me seriously, did you?" Chapter 24. Are you capable? Jiangwan had initially assumed that after marrying Xie Xingji, she would experience some discomfort. However, she quickly realized that her concerns were unfounded. Firstly, the Xie family proved to be far more amiable than she had anticipated. Over the past few days, aside from Wen Li, who visited her with pastries and conversation, no other members of the Xie family had approached her. Madame Su had instructed Wen Li to accompany Jiangwan frequently, understanding that she might feel somewhat out of place as a newcomer. Wen Li, with a book of stories in hand and delicacies to share, sought out Jiangwan. Upon seeing the book, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Though Wenli was not particularly loquacious, her presence was undeniably soothing. Truly, she embodied the grace of a well-bred daughter from the Wen family, her demeanor and eloquence exuding a scholarly elegance. Jiang Wan hailed from a merchant background, and while Jiang Yuan had intended to cultivate her intellectually, she was simply not inclined towards scholarly pursuits. Later, when the governess insisted she learn the female virtues, Jiang Wan barely had time to voice her objections before Jiang Yuan dismissed the notion. Now, as Jiang Wan observed Wenli, she noted the girl's serene countenance and abundant talents. Such a remarkable young woman, and yet Xie Ji did not seem to appreciate her. Wenli, sensing Jiang Wan's thoughts, offered a calm smile, her voice tinged with shyness as she confided her feelings. My husband is quite exceptional. His writings and poetry are of high caliber. However, growing up in the CF family, where talent abounds, he feels overlooked. Before I married into the family, I had read his poetry and thought to myself, how could someone articulate the plight of unrecognized talent so poignantly? Later, during the spring banquet, I learned that those poems were penned by the second son of the CF family. Jiang Wan, watching the young girl cradle her face with sparkling eyes, playfully asked, have you fallen for him? Yes, Wenli replied, her cheeks flushed, nodding. I admired his talent, but upon meeting him in person, I was struck by his handsomeness. Wenli candidly continued, I returned home and insisted that my grandfather advocate for my marriage to him. Jiang Wan was taken aback, realizing that beneath Wenli's sweet and charming exterior lay a bold spirit. Wenli, noticing Jiang Wan's surprise, shyly added, my grandfather has always doted on me, but he warned me that the second son is quite different from Xie Xingji. The latter is upright and honorable, while the second son is rather extravagant. If I were to insist on marrying him, I might face hardships in the future. Suddenly, Jiang Wan recalled the whispers she had heard in recent days. The second son is truly kind to Qing Dai, showering her with tender affection. How could a soft-spoken lady ever compete with Qing Dai? No matter how much the lady adores the second wife, it matters little if she cannot capture a man's heart. Did Xie Ji truly not favor Wenli? Wenli, perceiving Jiang Wan's discomfort, spoke up. You need not feel indignant on my behalf. The moment my husband unveiled my bridal veil, I knew he did not harbor feelings for me. He prefers a woman who is perceptive and flattering, a delicate flower of understanding. Yet, I am rather unrefined and lack striking beauty. Who says that? Jiang Wan interjected, unable to restrain herself. You are the most charming and captivating woman I have ever encountered. Do not belittle yourself, for the second son is indeed unworthy of your grace. Wenli smiled gently. Thank you, Wan. I truly think the same. Her cheeks flushed as her doe-like eyes sparkled. With my virtues, my husband will inevitably come to love me. Jiang Wan gazed at her and was suddenly reminded of her former self. She intended to offer counsel to Wenli, but struggled to find the right words, left only to watch Wenli's graceful silhouette fade away. Soon, the day arrived for Jiang Wan to return to her parental home. On this day, Xie Xingji had prepared the return gifts well in advance. Jiang Wan donned a luxurious gown of flowing brocade, a fabric of considerable expense that shimmered with every movement. Aptly named flowing brocade, the young lady's figure was slender and graceful, and the wide sleeves of her ethereal dress accentuated her soft waist. Delicate enough to be grasped gently, Xie Xingji's gaze darkened. The young girl, having just married, was unaccustomed to the presence of another beside her at night, often tossing and turning in her sleep. Concerned that he might disturb her rest, Xie Xingji took the initiative to have a separate bed brought into the room, sharing a space but not the bed. It was only then that Jiang Wan began to acclimatize, her enchanting almond eyes looking up at him as she sweetly said, Thank you, young master. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. What do you thank me for? Jiang Wan replied, For your noble character and high moral integrity. Xie Xingji nearly chuckled in exasperation. Who wants to be a paragon of virtue? He encircled the young girl gently. Wan, now that we are married, don't you think addressing me as young master feels somewhat inappropriate? Jiang Wan paused, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she cautiously asked, How should I address you then? What do you think, my lady? The deep timbre of his voice rose enticingly, accompanied by the familiar scent of sandalwood that enveloped Jiang Wan, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She found it difficult to utter the term husband. Jiang Wan pressed against the lapel of Xie Xingji's garment, gazing at him with soft almond eyes, her voice tentative. Brother? Her voice, already soft and sweet, now resonated like honey, both delightful and tender. Xie Xingji felt his heart soften unexpectedly. He lowered his gaze, greedily admiring her rosy lips, his eyes darkening further. Yet, Jiang Wan remained oblivious, tugging at his sleeve and inquiring, "What do you think? Is it all right to call you brother?" Xie Xingji's voice turned hoarse as he looked into her deep eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "If my lady insists, what choice do I have?" Jiang Wan was taken aback, murmuring, "Your words make it seem as if I am bullying you." Xie Xingji's lips curled into a playful smirk. "Is my lady not bullying me? Calling me brother repeatedly, is that not a form of torment?" He leaned closer, his voice low and enticing. "Brother, of course, is acceptable." Jiang Wan, "Oh no, I understood that." Xie Xingji, "Don't believe me? Would you like to test it?" Jiang Wan hesitated. "Test what?" Xie Xingji, "Let us see if brother suits me." With Jiang Wan backed against the artificial mountain, she gazed at Xie Xingji's strikingly handsome face, unable to resist feigning bravado. "Xie Xingji, if you come any closer, I shall not hold back." "Oh," Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. "All right, I shall see for myself." Jiang Wan inquired, "See what?" He paused for a moment, his voice imbued with a gentle mirth, articulating each word with care. "Let us see, madam, if you are capable," Jiang Wan retorted. "Be a decent person, Xie Xingji." Chapter 25. Return home accompanied by Xie Xingji. Jiang Wan returned to the Jiang family. Before they even reached the house, they could see Jiang Yuan and Mrs. Su waiting anxiously at the threshold, eagerly anticipating her arrival. Upon noticing her father's slightly stooped posture, Jiang Wan felt a rush of emotion, her eyes reddening. In just a few days apart, her father seemed to have aged considerably. Could it be that he was worried about her life at the Xie household? She hurriedly thought to offer him support, when suddenly she heard her mother's voice. "Awan, do not concern yourself with him. Your father overdid it with the scrubbing yesterday and has injured his skin. He is not feeling well at the moment." Jiang Wan thought to herself, "Well, perhaps I was overthinking." Jiang Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, raised his eyes to see Xie Xingji and instinctively moved to bow. After all, Xie Xingji was the crown prince's esteemed tutor, a figure coveted by all the officials in court. Under normal circumstances, he would not even dare to engage in conversation with him. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? Jiang Yuan adhered to the principle of seizing any chance to ally with the powerful. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to bow, Xie Xingji stepped forward, gently supporting him, his posture upright and his voice deep yet warm. "I pay my respects to you, esteemed father-in-law." Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Xie Xingji had bowed to him. Gazing at the aloof yet noble figure before him, a tumult of emotions swirled within Jiang Yuan. In the court, Xie Xingji was always at the emperor's side, the center of attention, while he himself stood at the very back, often unnoticed, even when dozing off. Yet now, who would dare believe that such a prominent figure had become his son-in-law? In future drinking outings with colleagues, who would still think to slight him? Initially, Jiang Yuan had been worried that the Xie family was too prestigious and that his daughter might suffer. However, seeing Xie Xingji's gentle and amiable demeanor, he wished even the dogs in the residence would pause to greet him. If not for his genuine affection for Wan, would he act so kindly? Jiang Yuan looked at the two departing figures, feeling a sense of comfort. Lunch was served at the Jiang family home. Though it was a family gathering, being a mercantile household, the meal was quite lavish. Jiang Yuan, a southerner, had moved to the capital but retained his southern palate. For instance, when Xie Xingji tasted the tofu pudding, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. "This tofu pudding is sweet?" The delicate, creamy tofu was drizzled with honey, appearing utterly delectable. "Well, what do you think? Isn't it delightful?" Jiang Yuan asked. Xie Xingji's expression was somewhat conflicted. Was this truly delightful? Jiang Yuan, with a ring of creamy tofu around her lips and a voice laced with sweetness, chimed in, "Is it not delicious?" Seeing the young lady's innocent demeanor, Xie Xingji's heart softened unexpectedly. "No, it's quite tasty." Jiang Yuan shot a glance at Xie Xingji. "What does this imply?" Among the dishes was a steamed 8-treasure fish, its tender meat clearly fresh and appetizing. Just as Jiang Yuan raised his chopsticks, he had no time to react when Xie Xingji, across the table, adeptly picked up the succulent flesh from the fish's cheek and placed it into Jiang Yuan's bowl. Jiang Yuan was stunned. The softest, boneless part of the fish, which had always been reserved for Mrs. Su, was now taken by Xie Xingji. He had never expected such a prompt action from him. This was originally meant for his wife. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and then he observed Jiang Fu indignantly flipping the fish over, just as he had finished turning it and had not yet had the chance to react. Xie Xingji once again picked up a piece of fish and placed it into Jiang Yuan's bowl. Jiang Yuan looked at Xie Xingji, hesitating to speak, but ultimately said nothing. As Jiang Yuan departed her family home, she suddenly sensed a shift. Jiang Yuan's demeanor had lost the warmth it held when they had arrived that morning. The news of Xie Xingji's marriage spread like wildfire throughout the capital. When the news first emerged, a multitude of noble young ladies were so enraged that they tore their handkerchiefs to shreds. Who did not know that Xie Xingji was renowned for his aloofness and nobility? The epitome of an unattainable flower, he had risen to fame at a young age, serving as the crown prince's tutor, and after abandoning literature for martial pursuits, he gained further renown as the celebrated god of war of the Shang dynasty. Every noble young lady in the capital yearned to marry Xie Xingji. Yet who dared to make the first move? Those of noble lineage feared he would find them lacking in beauty, while those who were beautiful worried he would deem them insufficiently talented. There were indeed some who possessed both talent and beauty and had attempted to test his interest. It was said that a few years prior, a county princess, renowned for her grace and intellect, prided herself on being the foremost talented woman in the capital. She had sent someone to feel out Xie Xingji's intentions, only to be met with a swift refusal, leaving her in an awkward position. After that, the noble young ladies ceased their pursuits, for if even the exceptionally talented county princess could not win his favor, what chance did they have? However, since Xie Xingji's marriage, these young ladies were filled with regret. They never anticipated that he would ultimately wed the daughter of a merchant, and moreover, one who had been previously jilted. When Jiang Yuan had been seen running after Lu Jingyan, the noble ladies of the capital regarded her as a mere joke. Yet now, not only had Jiang Yuan annulled her engagement with Lu Jingyan, she had captured Xie Xingji's heart. How could the noble ladies not harbor resentment? Had they known that the standards of this unattainable flower were so low, they would have taken their chances. They felt it was unjust for Jiang Yuan, the merchant's daughter, to gain such a boon without effort. Initially, these noble ladies concealed their thoughts, but now that Xie Xingji had taken a wife, the prospect of becoming his concubine seemed a tantalizing opportunity. Thus, the hearts of these young ladies began to stir once more. Invitations for gatherings were sent in waves to the duke's residence. Su Shi initially found it perplexing why so many invitations had arrived in recent days: birthdays, spring feasts, and full moon celebrations, all hosted by families with unmarried daughters. Su Shi sensed something amiss and began to decline these invitations. However, some, such as the birthday celebration for Princess Chang'e, were impossible to refuse. Princess Chang'e had grown up alongside Xie Xingji and Fu Hongshan, and due to her frail health, she had seldom left the palace. Few had seen her in the outside world. Yet, this year, the Empress Dowager, for reasons unknown, had decided to hold a birthday banquet for Princess Chang'e. This was the princess's first birthday celebration. In the past, her birthdays had been dismissed by the Empress on account of her delicate constitution. The celebration of a princess's birthday is of utmost importance, and officials and their families from the capital flocked to attend. The CF family, of course, was no exception. Early one morning, Xie Xingji took Jiang Yuan to a banquet. The gathering was hosted by a palace made under the Empress Dowager, exuding an air of refinement. A flowing banquet was set in the garden, accompanied by gentle breezes and warm sunlight, exquisite dishes, and the continuous sound of silk and bamboo music, all of which showcased the nobility of the royal family. Upon arriving at the banquet, Xie Xingji soon encountered his dear friend, Si Qi. Si Qi greeted Jiang Yuan, saying, "You must be my sister-in-law. I've long admired you." Jiang Yuan lowered her gaze and gracefully offered a bow, replying, "I have the honor of meeting Lord Si." Si Qi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I grew up alongside Xingji. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Brother Si Chi." Jiang Wan lifted her eyes, momentarily taken aback as she glanced at Xie Xingji, realizing that this shameless trait was indeed a mirror image of her husband's friend. Chapter 26. Princess Chonglu. Xie Xingji followed Si Chi to another banquet, while Jiang Wan joined other noble ladies at a nearby table. Just as Jiang Wan settled into her seat, a mocking voice emerged from beside her. "I thought she was a paragon of beauty, but it seems she is merely average. I wonder what skills she possesses, being a discarded wife, yet still attempting to attract the heir." Jiang Wan looked up to see a woman clad in a blue dress, whose words drew the attention of nearby noblewomen. She regarded the speaker with a fleeting glance, choosing not to respond. She understood that, in such gatherings, truly esteemed ladies seldom speak for themselves. These high-born individuals, regardless of their inner turmoil, must maintain a facade of decorum. Moreover, upon observing the girl's attire, which was a style from previous years, paired with a simple hairpin, Jiang Wan discerned her status. A nearby maid informed her that the speaker was the illegitimate daughter of Lord Li, who had gained the opportunity to attend the banquet by currying favor with her legitimate mother. An illegitimate daughter aspiring to marry Xie Xingji was an impossibility. The only conceivable reason for her to risk offending the wife of the heir and publicly humiliate Jiang Wan was that she stood to gain from it. Should Lord Li's legitimate daughter take a liking to Xie Xingji, the illegitimate daughter might seize the opportunity to outmaneuver her. Indeed, when the illegitimate daughter noticed Jiang Wan's silence, she assumed that Jiang Wan was too ashamed to respond. Thus, she continued with renewed vigor. "You may not know, but I have heard that the Liu family is to ally with the Liu family. Young Master Liu is quite discerning, understanding that merchant women hold great value, far more than mere connections. It is a pity that although the heir of the Xie family possesses a demeanor as pure as a gentle breeze, Her words trailed off abruptly as she spotted Xie Xingji and his companions approaching. In the open society of the Shang dynasty, it was not uncommon for men and women to dine together. The noble women ceased their chatter, their gazes fixated on the foremost gentleman. Xie Xingji, already blessed with striking looks, donned a dark robe that accentuated his elegant stature, his countenance radiating an aloof charm. With a sword at his waist, he exuded an inherent authority, and as he strode forward, it seemed as if all the world's grace had converged upon him. Jiang Wan found herself momentarily entranced. No matter how many times she beheld him, she remained captivated by his beauty. Such an exquisite figure was effortlessly within her grasp, which explained the ire of the Li family's illegitimate daughter toward her. With a downward glance, Jiang Wan's heart swirled with conflicting emotions. As Xie Xingji approached, he leaned in and asked, "Alwan, would you like to learn archery?" Jiang Wan was taken aback. Why would she need to learn such a skill? She had no intention of engaging in battle, nor could she imagine carrying a bow with her. Consequently, she shook her head. Before she could even voice her refusal, Xie Xingji wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. From his quiver, he retrieved an arrow, its feathers fluttering in the breeze. With a steely gaze, he held her hand, knocking the arrow with fluid precision. Jiang Wan barely had time to react before the arrow was released, soaring forth like a streak of lightning, cleaving through the air. As the arrow barely grazed the cheek of the illegitimate daughter of the Li family, had it not been for the slightest margin, her ear would have surely been lost. Upon witnessing this, the young woman turned pale and knelt down. Her disrespect towards Jiang Wan was merely a quarrel between women. Yet if she had provoked Xie Xingji, even if she were to perish here today, her father would not utter a word of inquiry. She had initially believed that despite marrying Jiang Wan, Xie Xingji would regard her as inconsequential due to Jiang Wan's humble origins. To her astonishment, Xie Xingji held her in high esteem. At the moment the arrow had soared toward her, she distinctly perceived the murderous intent that flashed in his ink-black eyes. As the illegitimate daughter of the Li family knelt in apology, Xie Xingji paid her no heed, instead bending down to inquire gently of Jiang Wan. "Do you still find archery uninteresting?" Jiang Wan's heart quivered. She thought he was jesting. To her surprise, he was actually defending her honor. She could not deny that she found it quite delightful. Raising her gaze, she softly replied, "It is indeed interesting." As she looked into the mirth in the young man's eyes, her voice took on a playful tone, not just archery. Blushing, she added, in a volume only they could hear but you as well. Upon hearing this, the amusement in C.S. Singji's eyes intensified, and he paused momentarily. "Does my lady wish to play?" Jiangwan was taken aback. "Play what?" C.S. Singji arched an eyebrow. "What does my lady suggest?" Stumbling over her words, she thought. Very well. When it came to teasing, she was no match for him. Deliberately shifting the topic, she feigned ignorance and asked, "How did you come here?" C.S. Singji playfully pinched her cheek and replied lazily, "Princess Changle wishes to meet you, so I came to ask if you would like to see her." Jiangwan could hardly believe her ears. How audacious of him. Being summoned by the princess was an honor of the highest order. And how could it be left to her discretion? Her voice grew urgent as she whispered, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If we arrive late and the princess is displeased, what shall we do?" Noticing the flustered expression on the young lady's face, C.S. Singji found it quite amusing. He sighed. "I arrived in haste and encountered someone bullying my lady, so..." Before he could finish, Jiangwan had already taken his hand, urging, "Enough talk. Let's go quickly." C.S. Singji was momentarily taken aback. He was seldom treated with such disdain. Yet, as the soft touch of her hand grasped his heart unexpectedly softened. Gazing in her sweet, delicate features, he conceded, "Let her be disdainful." His voice lowered, laced with a subtle gentleness. "No need to rush. I shall take you there. Changle has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." She was the only daughter of the late emperor and the beloved sister of Fu Hongxun. Unfortunately, her frail health had confined her to the Anha Palace, seldom allowing her to venture outside. However, having grown up alongside Fu Hongxun, C.S. Singji was his close companion. And through their interactions, he had formed a bond with Princess Changle. Upon hearing of C.S. Singji's marriage, Chang Lu felt a sense of astonishment. Given her understanding of C.S. Singji, despite his outward appearance of serenity and gentleness, his inner self was shrouded in darkness and shamelessness. Chang Lu could not help but feel a pang of curiosity about the extraordinary woman who, undeterred by danger, managed to capture the affections of the elusive and esteemed C.S. Singji. Chapter 27. Still unconsummated when Jiangwan first laid her eyes on Princess Chang Lu, she found the royal figure to be quite different from her preconceived notions. How to describe it? The princess was adorned in splendid garments, her features exquisitely crafted and undeniably regal. Yet it was the gaze in her eyes, filled with scrutiny and a hint of curiosity, that captured Jiangwan's attention. Engrossed in her observation, Chang Lu suddenly became aware of Jiangwan's presence, who, for the first time, lowered her gaze, too timid to meet the princess's eyes. Eventually, it was C.S. Singji who could no longer bear the silence, his voice low and resonant as he prompted, "Princess, have you seen enough?" With that, Chang Lu realized her oversight in etiquette. "You must be Wan, am I correct?" The moment Jiangwan heard this address, she felt a tinge of surprise. She lifted her eyes to behold the young lady of noble stature, her eyes sparkling and her lips curving into a sweet smile, gazing at her with warmth and mirth. Having accompanied her father in commerce since childhood, Jiangwan had witnessed the myriad facets of humanity. Thus, she discerned at once that Princess Chang Lu harbored no ill intentions towards her. Nay, not only was there no malice, but it seemed the princess held a certain admiration for her. Jiangwan, taken aback, smiled back, her voice laced with delight as she softly affirmed, "Indeed." From the very first glance, Chang Lu was captivated by the woman before her. She had envisioned countless scenarios, contemplating what sort of lady C.S. Singji would choose as his wife, given his aloof and enigmatic nature. After all, he dismissed Yang, renowned as the beauty of the capital. While in Yang's status could not rival her own, she was nevertheless the daughter of a prince, an acceptable match in terms of lineage. Moreover, Yang was celebrated not only for her beauty, but also for her exceptional talents in music, chess, literature, and art, essentially a female counterpart to C.S. Singji. Most notably, Yang had publicly declared her affections for him, a bold act that had led Chang Lu to believe that she would surely win his heart. However, to her astonishment, C.S. Singji had rejected her, claiming he was unworthy of her affections and encouraging her to seek a more suitable partner. What a farce! If he, Siessingji, was not worthy, then was there any man in the capital who was? As Siessingji's demeanor grew cold, hinting at genuine disinterest, Chonglu realized that he truly held Yang in low regard. Having grown up alongside the crown prince, Siessingji had always appeared indifferent and disinterested in everything. Yet, the crown prince had once mentioned that when Siessingji became invested in something, he pursued it with relentless fervor. Chonglu once believed that if Siessingji could turn down Yang, it was likely he would never marry at all. To be honest, she had privately speculated whether he merely had no interest in women. Having grown up alongside the crown prince, who had yet to designate a consort or even a maidservant, it seemed plausible. Even after ascending the throne, he had not participated in the selection of candidates. And yet, to her surprise, Siessingji had married, choosing a woman as vibrant and spirited as Jiangwan. All of Chong Li's prior conjectures were shattered. However, as she gazed at Jiangwan's soft and delicate face, the beautiful cheeks revealing two tiny dimples, she appeared stunningly gentle and serene. Chonglu was momentarily taken aback. She had initially presumed that the one capable of inciting Siessingji to disregard everything for the sake of marrying her must possess extraordinary beauty. Yet upon seeing Jiangwan, she realized that the reality was far removed from her expectations. Jiangwan was indeed beautiful, but her beauty was devoid of any aggressive allure. It was tender and sweet, akin to the pear blossoms blooming in early spring, fresh and endearing. While beautiful women were not uncommon, Chonglu had never before encountered such a sweet and gentle beauty as Jiangwan. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Siessingji, you must have sacrificed yourself for the country in your past life, for how else could you have found such a lovely wife as Wanwan?" Jiangwan felt her cheeks flush at the comment, lowering her gaze shyly, feeling unworthy of the princess's generous praise. Suddenly, Chonglu descended and took Jiangwan's small hand. Her voice soft as she spoke, "It is not an exaggeration in the least. Wanwan, may I befriend you? I have grown up in the palace. With no one to confide in, I am quite lonely." The girl's dark, lustrous doe eyes shimmered with sincerity and hope. Jiangwan's heart softened. After all, Chonglu was even a little younger than herself. Thus, she could not help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Chonglu joyfully embraced Jiangwan. Jiangwan's body was warm and exuded a sweet fragrance, precisely as she had imagined. While Chonglu was overjoyed, Siessingji's demeanor shifted. He noticed the admiration in Chonglu's eyes, and his previous smile faltered. At the moment Chonglu embraced his wife, he suddenly recalled that the princess had just turned 18 but had been reluctant to marry. Observing her unabashed admiration for his little girl, he found it rather irksome. Siessingji smoothly pulled Jiangwan closer, his tone brusque. "Princess, please conduct yourself appropriately. Awan is mine." Chonglu was momentarily speechless, witnessing the sudden surge of jealousy. Was this truly the noble and virtuous Siessingji she had heard about? He seemed more like a capricious young man, filled with envy. Chonglu suddenly felt resolute in her decision to befriend Jiangwan. Siessingji was well aware of Chonglu's intentions, but, regrettably, he found himself at a disadvantage. Thus he had no choice but to acquiesce. Chonglu and Jiangwan quickly established a bond, prompting him to leave and converse with the emperor and his entourage. The two young ladies retreated to a secluded spot to engage in conversation. Jiangwan, hailing from a merchant background, had faced disdain from the noble ladies of the capital. Jiang Yuan had once hosted a banquet in hopes of helping her make friends. Unfortunately, those of high birth looked down upon her, while the lower-born women merely sought to benefit from her generosity. After several such encounters, Jiang Yuan lost interest, naturally drifting away from those circles. Why force herself into an unwelcoming environment? However, Chonglu was different. Jiang Yuan could see that she sincerely wished to befriend her. Jiang Yuan gazed in astonishment as she uncovered a box filled with storybooks. How could this princess, who had long resided within the palace, possess such treasures? Chonglu discreetly informed her that it was no great feat. The maidservants under her command ventured out each month to procure various items. Bored within the confines of the palace, Chonglu had requested them to acquire some storybooks for her amusement. As Jiang Yuan casually flipped through the volumes, She was taken aback to find that these were the latest tales from the capital, some of which were even unattainable for those of wealth. Noticing Jiang Wan's shared enthusiasm for reading, Changlu generously offered her a whole box. Just as the maid was preparing to gather the items, Changlu suddenly leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Awan, I have some delightful gifts for you." Jiang Wan, puzzled by the sudden change in tone, wondered what could possibly necessitate such secrecy. Upon opening the box, she was left in a state of disbelief, staring at Chang Lu in astonishment. What are these?" Chang Li's excitement was palpable as she responded. "These little garments in the box are for you." Jiang Wan stammered. You are giving them to me?" Chang Lu replied, "Consider them a wedding gift from me to you and Xie Xingji." Once again, Jiang Wan was rendered speechless. Who would bestow such gifts for a wedding? Her face flushed deeply, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Chang Lu suddenly realized something and, covering her mouth in surprise, exclaimed, "Awan, you and Xie Xingji, surely you have not yet consummated your marriage?" Chapter 28. He is incapable. Jiang Wan blushed and nodded shyly. Chang Lu could hardly believe it, exclaiming dramatically, "No way. He can resist acting against such a delicate beauty like you? No wonder my royal brother often says that even when faced with a blade at his throat on the battlefield, Xie Xingji remains unfazed." Chang Lu expressed her admiration, stating, "He truly possesses remarkable self-restraint. Wan, under such circumstances, it can only imply one thing. Either he does not love you, but since he has defied all odds to marry you, that scenario is impossible." Chang Lu suddenly slapped her thigh, realization dawning upon her. Thus, there could be only one conclusion. Xie Xingji is incapable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan gasped, hastily clarifying, "No, Your Highness, you misunderstand." Chang Lu offered a comforting glance to Jiang Wan, replying, Wan, you need not defend him. I already know." In a state of urgency, Jiang Wan revealed her agreement with Xie Xingji. Chang Lu, her voice tinged with complexity, asked, "Did Xie Xingji himself say he is being forced into marriage with no favorable outcome?" Jiang Wan nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I believe you have heard of my previous affair with Lu Jingyan. The young master saved me out of kindness, yet it attracted unwarranted rumors. My reputation has long since been tarnished, but if I can assist the young master in any way, it would be worthwhile." Chang Lu regarded the young girl before her, her emotions swirling with complexity. Is Xie Xingji merely toying with fate? Who in the capital would dare to impose upon him? Even old Master Xie has no control over him. If it were merely an act, why would Xie Xingji seek a marriage decree from the palace? This is clearly to bestow upon Jiang Wan a unique honor. If he were to perform, why not choose a noble lady? Instead, he opts for the rejected Jiang Wan. The only reason is that Xie Xingji is truly infatuated with her. Yet, Jiang Wan appeared utterly oblivious to Xie Xingji's affections. One would not have expected the consistently noble Xie Xingji to devise schemes to trick a young girl into marriage. Throughout her life, Chang Lu had suffered numerous defeats at the hands of Xie Xingji, first from her father, then her brother, and all the while, Xie Xingji remained cunning and unashamed. She was never a match for him. Now, however, with leverage over Xie Xingji, she pondered how to exact her revenge. Yet, after deep contemplation, she could not conceive a means of retaliation. The reason was simple. In intellect, she could not rival him. In cunning, Xie Xingji was ruthless and shrewd. Chang Lu glanced at the young girl across from her, hesitating whether to divulge Xie Xingji's schemes. Yet, after a fleeting moment of indecision, she chose to refrain. Although she genuinely cherished her newfound friendship with Jiang Wan, she was equally terrified of Xie Xingji's shamelessness. At present, Xie Xingji held Jiang Wan in the highest regard. If she were to jeopardize his intentions, Chang'e couldn't help but shiver. Well, it was better to die as a friend than to perish as a poor monk. Moreover, this Xie Xingji had his sights set on Jiang Wan, but what could he truly do to her? As for herself, her fate was far less certain. Chang'e swallowed hard and, despite herself, urged, Wan, I believe that while Xie Xingji may not currently harbor feelings for you, you're nonetheless married to him, even if only for a year. You mustn't let this opportunity slip away. Jiang Wan, puzzled, asked what opportunity. Changle replied, "The chance to be with CS Singji." Jiang Wan was taken aback, stuttering sleep. It was a difficult notion for her to articulate, as Changle, being of royal descent, spoke far more bluntly. She continued, "Let me ask you, does CS Singji possess good looks?" Jiang Wan nodded. "Precisely," Changle affirmed. "Not only is CS Singji handsome, but he also has a splendid physique. If you were to venture to the capital, aside from me, which woman wouldn't he desire him? Therefore, dear Wan, regardless of whether your marriage lasts a year or two, he is currently your husband. To be with him is both reasonable and lawful." Changle spoke earnestly. "Remember, if you don't seize the moment, it will be a missed opportunity." Jiang Wan found merit in Changle's words. Setting aside other considerations, CS Singji was indeed strikingly handsome, and there was truth in Changle's argument. Should their engagement end after a year, the chance to be with him would be lost. Jiang Wan hesitated, swallowing nervously. What if the heir doesn't consent? Changle nearly laughed in disbelief. Given CS Singji's intentions, if he refused, she would willingly offer her head as a football for Jiang Wan to kick. Reflecting on CS Singji's past schemes against her, Changle felt she was the first person to repay kindness with enmity in the capital. Lowering her voice, she succinctly advised, "Were something lovely and feign intoxication." Changle rummaged through her belongings, handing her a small booklet. "Awan, what people call love at first sight is merely lust. The truly handsome man is the one you wish to be with at first glance. Go, and report back after." Jiang Wan asked, "Report back on what?" "Of course, whether CS Singji is delightful to be with." Jiang Wan thought that if she truly acted upon this advice, CS Singji might very well strike her dead. Yet, there is a certain validity to Changle's counsel. Perhaps it was worth a try. Blushing, she accepted Changle's gift, reassuring herself that it was a royal bestowal. When she could not refuse. On the way back, seated in the carriage with CS Singji, Jiang Wan felt her cheeks flush. CS Singji observed her, noting the glimmer in her apricot eyes, which sparkled with unspoken emotions. He vaguely recalled that Awan had been with Changle. How had she come to exhibit such a demeanor now? Yet, it was true that she remained blissfully unaware of her own beauty, perfectly embodying the essence of innocence. His gaze darkened as he looked at Jiang Wan, his heart fluttering, his voice gentle as he asked, "Is everything well, my lady? Do you feel unwell?" Jiang Wan, lost in thought regarding Changle's words, was startled when CS Singji called her name. "And no, I'm fine." CS Singji leaned closer, enveloping her in his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, not allowing her to escape. "Madam, are you aware that you tend to touch the tip of your nose when you are feeling shy?" "Ah." Jiang Wan reflected for a moment. "Did I just touch my nose?" As soon as Jiang Wan spoke, she suddenly realized she had fallen into a trap. She shot a glare at CS Singji, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "You tricked me again." Jiang Wan's tone was slow, resembling a complaint yet infused with a hint of playfulness. Coupled with her innocent and gentle visage, it was hard not to provoke deeper thoughts. CS Singji's gaze darkened slightly as he casually replied, "What did I trick you about?" Jiang Wan averted her eyes with annoyance, fully aware of his feigned ignorance, and chose not to engage. CS Singji, glancing at her, smiled and asked, "Are you upset?" Jiang Wan replied sullenly, not daring to be. CS Singji seemed to chuckle softly. "I see that madam is quite bold." CS Singji. Jiang Wan's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "Are you done yet?" CS Singji observed the blush creeping onto the young girl's cheeks, his voice lowering, laced with a playful mischief. "Madam, you are rather easy to tease. The moment she is provoked, her face flushes, stripping away any semblance of the future heir of the Jiang family, leaving her resembling an innocent young girl. No wonder Jiang Yuan often contemplates finding a formidable husband for his daughter." Chapter 29. Do you drink? Jiang Wan's small face was flushed with indignation. "Whoever is teasing you, go find them." CS Singji blocked her path, his voice languid and seductive. "That won't do. They're not as beautiful as my lady." Jiang Wan was at a loss for words. This man, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, uttered words that stirred the heart. How could one possibly withstand such a lure? What had Princess Chong Lu said about him? Ah, yes. CS Singji's appearance was akin to that of a pure yet beguiling male fox. Noticing her silence, CS Singji purposefully pinned her against the carriage wall, his voice low and teasing. My lady, why is your face so red? If others saw, they might think I have done something to you. Just as Jiang Wan was about to respond, a figure suddenly obstructed the carriage's path. A servant reported that someone was looking for Jiang Wan. She lifted the curtain and saw it was Shun Shubai. Xingji's gaze darkened instantly. He had investigated this person. Shun Shubai was one of Jiang Wan's subordinates, known for his integrity and loyalty, as well as his commendable medical skills. If one were to find a flaw, it might be that he was rather handsome himself. The moment Jiang Wan spotted Shun Shubai, her dimples blossomed with joy, and her heart ached as she glanced at Xingji. How could this young lady be so full of laughter? Not only did she smile at him, but she also beamed at Shun Shubai with such beauty. Did she not realize how alluring her smile was? Xingji, ever the opportunist, interjected, blocking Jiang Wan's line of sight, his smile devoid of warmth. Ah, Dr. Shun, what business do you have with my lady? Shun Shubai was momentarily taken aback. This was Xingji? At that moment, he could hardly believe his eyes. He was actually face to face with Xingji, who was speaking to him. Who was Xingji after all? They say there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Yet Xingji was the exception, an ethereal figure in the capital, the envy of all young men. He was spirited and untamed, exceptionally talented, the crown prince's tutor. A war god, every title evoked admiration. Yet now, such a remarkable figure was Jiang Wan's husband. Jiang Wan was his friend, and by extension, Xingji was also his friend. He had long asserted that following Jiang Wan would yield no regrets. Look, soon Xingji would become his friend. Shun Shubai could hardly contain his excitement. I am Shun Shubai, the best friend of Jiang Wan. Upon hearing this, Xingji tightened his hold on Jiang Wan. His usually cool voice took on an air of aristocratic aloofness. Is that so? Wan is now married. Her closest friend should be me. Jiang Wan was taken aback. Was Xingji actually jealous? Before she could revel in the moment, Shun Shubai hurriedly clarified, Your Grace, you misunderstand. I regard Jiang Wan solely as a business partner and a friend, with no other intentions whatsoever. Xingji was momentarily stunned. Judging by Shun Shubai's earnest expression, it seemed he was not lying. It appears that, as he himself stated, his feelings for Jiang Wan are merely those of friendship, devoid of romantic inclination. Before Xingji could articulate his thoughts, Shun Shubai interjected once more, expressing, in truth, I hold a greater admiration for the heir than for Jiang Wan. Xingji, taken aback by this remark, found himself momentarily speechless, while Jiang Wan swiftly regained her composure. She instinctively shielded Xingji behind her, her almond eyes narrowing as she regarded Shun Shubai with a guarded demeanor, her voice no longer soft and compliant, but rather edged with intensity. Shun Shubai, what are you implying? Do you dare to encroach upon her affections? Unfazed by Jiang Wan's demeanor, Shun Shubai continued unabated. In my youth, I had the fortune of witnessing the heir's remarkable literary prowess, which left me utterly captivated by his talent and rare insight. He paused, contemplating for years. I have pondered how I might serve the heir. If I could remain by his side, I would die without regret. Jiang Wan observed Shun Shubai's fervent expression and recalled the lengths she had gone to in order to retain his services, investing considerable effort in securing him employment and facilitating the construction of Anji workshop. Yet here he was, without a moment's hesitation, abandoning her for another. Xingji's tone remained calm as he rejected Shun Shubai's overtures, stating, We already have a physician at home. Your services are unnecessary. Undeterred, Shun Shubai pressed on. I excel in acupuncture, alchemy, and massage. Even serving tea and water is within my capabilities. Jiang Wan scoffed at the notion. Serving tea and water? Is that not a task for maids? She narrowed her eyes at Shun Shubai, contemplating whether his next proposition would involve becoming a mere servant. Linking her arm with Xingji's, her voice took on a rare fierceness. Shun Shubai, he is mine. Do not entertain any notions. Xingji lowered his gaze, touched by the young girl's declaration of ownership, feeling his heart soften. How could one articulate such sentiments? Accustomed to her gentle demeanor, witnessing her display of anger was surprisingly endearing. As Shun Shubai prepared to respond to Jiang Wan's interruption, he was suddenly met with Xingji's deep voice. laced with an unmistakable hint of amusement. Indeed, I am hers. Do not entertain designs upon me. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. Drawing Xie Xingji closer to her, her eyes unabashedly revealing her thoughts. Her traditionally soft voice held a note of triumph as she proclaimed, "Did you hear that? He is spoken for." Shen Shubai, somewhat begrudgingly, replied, "Even so, my admiration for the heir remains unchanged throughout my life." Jiang Wan found herself momentarily stunned by this revelation. Indeed, the camaraderie between Shen Shubai and Xie Xingji was that of gentlemen, a bond that could undoubtedly endure the test of time. However, her engagement with Xie Xingji was set to expire in just 1 year. Should Xie Xingji encounter a woman who captured his heart during that time, what would become of her? Princess Chang Li's words echoed in her mind. When a flower is ripe for the plucking, do not hesitate. Do not wait until there are no flowers left to grasp. Now that Xie Xingji, this exalted figure, had approached her, why should she not seize the opportunity? Suddenly, Jiang Wan recalled that Princess Chang Lu had already taken the initiative to send a box of garments to her chamber. What was next? Ah yes, to procure some wine. After dismissing Shen Shubai, Jiang Wan suddenly tugged at Xie Xingji's sleeve, tentatively inquiring, "My lord, do you indulge in wine?" Jiang Wan recalled that during their wedding, aside from the ceremonial nuptial wine, Xie Xingji had seemingly abstained from any libation. Could it be that he is intolerant of alcohol? A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes at this thought. If that were indeed the case, matters would be far simpler. Xie Xingji lowered his gaze upon Jiang Wan, who wore a calculating glint in her apricot eyes. Is she attempting to intoxicate him? Pressing his fingers against his brow, he responded in a deep voice, silently acquiescing to her intentions. No, indeed. That enchanting glimmer in her eyes hesitated only for a moment before bursting forth with brilliance. Jiang Wan could not suppress her exclamation. Wonderful! Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, the corners of his tightly pressed lips curling into a smile, his tone rising playfully, exuding an irresistible allure. Good? Jiang Wan observed the lowered brow and eyes of Xie Xingji, clearing her throat awkwardly as she responded. Drinking is detrimental to one's health. For someone like you, my lord, it is quite all right indeed. The laughter concealed within her peach blossom eyes deepened, brimming with unspoken tenderness. Is it so? Chapter 30. Purchasing wine. Jiang Wan nodded, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Yes, indeed. Suddenly, she recalled her intentions, pondering what excuse she could devise to send Dong Wu out to procure wine. Xie Xingji observed the young girl, noticing her furrowed brow and troubled expression. What troubles you? Do you wish to buy wine? Jiang Wan began to respond, but hesitated, lifting her gaze to Xie Xingji. Fortunately, he did not react overly much. With a gentle and considerate tone, Xie Xingji remarked, "Though I am not well versed in the art of drinking, I have heard that the fruit wine from Yipinju is mild and unlikely to intoxicate, making it most suitable for women." At the mention of fruit wine, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. She adored fruit wine, its sweet and sour notes enchanting, its fragrance captivating. However, acquiring Yipinju's offerings was no simple feat. They were treasures sought after by many. Jiang Wan regarded Xie Xingji, suddenly recalling how she had overlooked him. While others may struggle to procure Yipinju's delicacies, Xie Xingji was a frequent patron, capable of purchasing not just 1 jar, but 10 if he so desired. With this thought, she tugged gently at his sleeve. "My lord, would you care for a drink?" Xie Xingji looked at the young girl, unable to resist teasing her. "Did you not say that drinking harms the body? I believe it is best to abstain." Alarmed by his words, Jiang Wan clung to his sleeve. "I misspoke. Just a small cup. Nothing will happen." She gently shook his sleeve, her voice softening, resonating in his heart. "Please? Just a tiny sip?" Xie Xingji lowered his gaze to meet her clear almond eyes, feeling an awkward urge to look away, his voice deep and gravelly. "Speak sensibly. Do not act coy. I cannot withstand it." Jiang Wan, slightly indignant, retorted, "I am not being coy." She feigned a stern expression, but her soft features belied any true anger. Her voice playful yet fierce. If you refuse, I shall ignore you from now on." Raising an eyebrow, Xie Xingji scoffed at her declaration. "You would truly ignore me?" He watched as she distanced herself, deliberately sitting in a corner with her back straight, clearly intent on giving him the cold shoulder. Sighing, he resigned himself to the whims of this cherished girl. CS Singji instructed the coachman to turn towards Yipinju. Jiang Wan, who had initially been reticent, suddenly perked up, her face radiant with delight as she gazed at him. "My lord, have you agreed?" CS Singji leaned closer, his voice low and grave. "What is this, my lord, you speak of?" Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, the term husband dancing on the tip of her tongue, ready to be voiced. Yet, she was caught off guard by CS Singji's teasing tone. "Call me brother." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. She had mentally prepared herself for this moment. Yet this was the outcome? With the atmosphere so delightful. He had to throw in such a twist. CS Singji observed the once vibrant girl in his arms as her expression fell. He sighed, understanding that she needed time. Yet every time he beheld the visage of the young girl, he could not resist the urge to tease her. Jiang Wan remained oblivious to the allure she exuded when she softly called out to her brother in a gentle tone. Beautiful, yet unaware of her charm. She epitomized that very phrase. When Shun Shu-bai made his appearance, CS Singji felt a twinge of jealousy as he gazed upon the youth's refined features. Leaving aside all else, it was Shun Shu-bai who stood by her side during his battles. Jiang Wan reassured herself that Shun Shu-bai was akin to her brother. CS Singji would not confess to Jiang Wan that upon hearing her tenderly utter the word brother, he was consumed by an overwhelming jealousy. He longed to keep the young girl close, wishing for her to address him solely as her brother. In truth, his desires extended far beyond that of a mere sibling. He yearned for her. CS Singji looked into the girl's clear apricot eyes and quietly reminded himself that she was inherently timid. There was ample time ahead, and he must proceed with patience. One could not act in haste, for should he scare her away, who would he turn to for solace? Jiang Wan, blushing, felt that for the sake of a jug of wine, calling him brother was rather lacking in principles. Just as she hesitated, CS Singji deliberately remarked, "What is the matter? Unwilling? Very well, let us return home. After all, I cannot drink either." The final sentence dispelled all of Jiang Wan's hesitation as she grasped CS Singji's sleeve. Her voice urgent as she exclaimed, "Brother." Upon hearing this, CS Singji could not suppress the smile that graced his lips. "Yes, your brother is here." Jiang Wan, her cheeks aflame, reminded herself that those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. She was nearly his already. Calling him brother was of little consequence. The assortment of delicacies at Yipinju was dazzling, and as Jiang Wan stepped inside, her eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately fixated on the crystal-clear, soft jelly, then declared her desire for chestnut cake. "No, I also wish to try the newly released honey tea." Xie Xingji, observing the glimmer in the girl's eyes, spoke in a tone laced with affection. "What would you like, Jiang Wan hesitated. "Everything looks so delicious, but if I buy them all, I fear we won't finish them." Xie Xingji playfully pinched her cheek, finding it just as delightful as he had imagined. "If you like it, buy it." He seemed to chuckle softly, his voice imbued with warmth. "If you cannot finish, it shall be for your brother." Jiang Wan's eyes brightened at his words, and she responded sweetly, "Really? Then I shall not hold back." She instructed the staff to pack all the pastries she had just admired. Xie Xingji, glancing at the stack of treats, hesitated for a moment before turning to Yin Shun. "Go to Huichun Hall and procure a remedy for indigestion, please." Even so, Jiang Wan did not lose sight of her purpose. Before leaving, she, at the shopkeeper's suggestion, acquired 2 jars of pear blossom wine. Jiang Wan felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain of the wine's potency. Xie Xingji was not particularly fond of alcohol. Surely, a small cup would suffice? With her mind preoccupied, Jiang Wan became somewhat absent-minded in the carriage, failing to notice that Xie Xingji was offering her a piece of soft, glutinous fruitcake. Jiang Wan instinctively took a bite, her almond-shaped eyes instantly curving with delight. It was simply exquisite, truly deserving of its fame in the capital. This delicacy was a masterpiece. Xie Xingji, observing the satisfaction reflected in the young girl's features, leaned closer, his gaze lingering on her rosy lips. His eyes darkened slightly, and in a husky voice he inquired, "Is it delicious?" Jiang Wan nodded emphatically. "It's exceptionally good." C.S. Singji's eyes deepened further. Then let me have a taste too. Jiangwan nodded and lowered her gaze, reaching for another piece. Suddenly, before she could react, C.S. Singji leaned in and took a bite from the very spot she had just nibbled. Jiangwan was left utterly stunned, her almond eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at C.S. Singji. Chapter 31. The well-behaved young girl C.S. Singji was taken aback upon seeing Jiangwan's expression, and he turned to her, asking softly, "What is it?" Jiangwan hesitated for a moment before replying in a hushed tone, I just ate that." C.S. Singji was initially surprised, but then his voice took on a teasing lilt. "So?" Jiangwan's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "So, since I've just eaten, how could you?" C.S. Singji's voice dropped to a low murmur. "So what if you have?" "I don't mind." Jiangwan was momentarily speechless. How did that translate into him not disliking her? The one who felt distaste was clearly herself. C.S. Singji gazed at the young girl's indignant little face, and his mood lifted instantly. It was impossible. He truly relished teasing her. Though Jiangwan was still somewhat hesitant, she suddenly heard C.S. Singji say, "We've arrived." He dismounted the carriage first and extended his hand toward her. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" C.S. Singji looked up at her, his demeanor regal yet warm, his noble bearing unchanged. "Aren't you fond of stepping down?" Jiangwan was stunned. He had noticed her discomfort when the carriage reached the palace. There were typically servants kneeling on the ground to assist nobles in disembarking. However, Jiangwan found herself unable to step down onto the kneeling servant. At that moment, C.S. Singji was engaged in conversation with Inspector One, but he caught a glimpse of Jiangwan's troubled expression from the corner of his eye. Ultimately, she ordered the servants to step back, grasped the edge of the carriage, and cautiously leapt down. She was unlike the other noble girls in the capital. She adhered to propriety, yet not to the whims of others. Then, he witnessed the young girl shyly offer a gentle smile to the kneeling servant, thanking him in the process. She was indeed quite well behaved, though she had startled the servant, leaving him momentarily flustered. At that moment, Jiangwan's heart was stirred as she softly inquired, "Did you see all that?" Feeling somewhat uneasy, she added, "Did I embarrass you?" C.S. Singji grasped the young girl's hand. Delicate and soft, resembling fresh tofu. It seemed that even the slightest exertion could break her. "No," he paused for a moment. "You did splendidly." He had long recognized the purity of her intentions. He had heard of her reputation. She was the sole daughter of Jiang Yuan, having grown up by her father's side, absorbing his wisdom and excelling in business. She constructed roads, established the Baichao Hall, offering free consultations to the populace once a month. She founded the Jin Relief House, providing shelter for the homeless elderly and children. Perhaps the noble ladies of the capital looked down upon her, deeming her a merchant's daughter. Yet countless common folk had benefited from her benevolence. C.S. Singji understood early on that matters were rarely absolute in right or wrong. Yet, gazing at the young girl before him, her eyes shimmering and her dimples brimming with joy, he suddenly pondered, what was wrong with being a merchant? Without merchants, who would provide for their daily needs? How could they disdain them when they themselves owed so much to their labor? Upon hearing C.S. Singji's words, Jiangwan's anxious heart finally found solace. She understood this was merely the custom among the elite of the capital. But as she looked at the young servant, she found it impossible to take a step down. Lu Jingyan had previously remarked about her, "They are born lowly." Why ponder too much? Jiangwan still could not bring herself to step down, and in the end, Lu Jingyan merely cast her a glance before walking away without uttering a word. Later, she overheard Lu Jingyan explaining to someone beside him, "She is someone who has not seen much of the world." Jiangwan felt a profound sense of disappointment for a long while, yet she did not regret her actions. "My lord, do you not think I have brought you shame?" C.S. Singji warmed a pot of honey tea over a red clay stove and offered it to her lips, his voice tinged with tenderness. "Be careful, it's a bit hot." "Would you just say shame?" C.S. Singji looked at her, his clear peach blossom eyes unusually serious, and gently remarked, "How could a kind-hearted person ever be a source of shame? I would take pride in having you as my lady." In that moment, Jiangwan's heart swelled, and gazing at C.S. Singji, she sweetly replied, "You are truly wonderful, my lord." C.S. Singji teased her, "When I'm in a good mood, it's my lord." You are wonderful. But when I'm not, it's CS Singji, you are so annoying. Ha women. However, CS Singji had long understood the art of seizing opportunities. For instance, at this moment, the young lady appeared to be in high spirits, her almond eyes crescent-shaped with delight. He leaned closer, taking her hand in his, and with a playful smile, said, "How many times must I say it? Do not call me my lord." Jiang Wan, accustomed to Xie Xingji's shamelessness, allowed him to hold her hand and obediently called out, "Brother." "Brother." Xie Xingji paused in his steps. Her soft, tender voice was like the gentle breeze of spring, caressing his face. He could not evade it, nor did he wish to. The officials in the court praised him for his youthful accomplishments, calm demeanor, and being a rare talent among the crown prince's advisors. He seldom lost control of his emotions. Even when Fu Hongshan was in peril, he managed to devise a solution with composure. Even during the palace upheaval, when he and the crown prince were trapped within, he felt unafraid. Death was merely an outcome. A scholar is willing to die for a confidant, and besides, Fu Hongshan was far more fearful of death than he. It seemed as though he had never truly experienced moments of emotional turmoil. Yet, at this moment, when the young lady affectionately called him brother in a soft voice, he suddenly felt as if his long, lonely heart had come to life. He delighted in hearing her call him brother. In the past, when he listened to Xie speak of love stories, he always found those words overly sentimental. But now, he simply wished to hold the young lady close and coax her to call him that over and over again. Xie Xingji thought he must have lost his senses. Rationality urged him to release her hand and take a cold shower to regain his composure. However, her hand was truly so soft. Moreover, she was prone to tears. If he were to upset her, what would happen if she cried later? Just as Xie Xingji hesitated, old Master Xie approached from the other side, inadvertently encountering Xie Xingji and Jiang Wan. The old man's aged gaze lingered momentarily on their clasped hands, and a flicker of realization brightened his eyes. What had he just seen? How could Xingji possibly be holding the hand of that young lady? Moreover, he seemed reluctant to let go upon seeing her. Old Master Xie was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating whether he should invite his son that evening to reminisce with their ancestors. The fortune of the Xie family is truly remarkable. With a sense of pride, old Master Xie mused, while Jiang Wan gradually realized the situation and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, withdrew her hand. In broad daylight, her playful interaction with Xie Xingji was hardly appropriate, especially under the watchful eyes of old Master Xie. The Xie family has always upheld a reputation of integrity. One could only wonder if old Master Xie might be displeased. Jiang Wan hesitated, unable to speak, when she heard old Master Xie kindly address her from across the room. "Wan, you have returned? Are you tired? Are you hungry? Would you like to have some tea and snacks first, or would you prefer to rest for a while?" Meanwhile, Xie Xingji stood there speechless, questioning whether his esteemed grandfather would spare a moment to acknowledge his presence. Chapter 32. The wine-tasting Jiang Wan's voice was sweet and obedient as she responded to old Master Xie. "Grandfather, I'm not hungry. I had some tea and snacks on the way. I'm quite well, not too tired. With a young master here, everything is just fine." Only then did old Master Xie remember Xie Xingji, who was standing nearby, and he dismissively remarked, "There's no need to praise him. Protecting his wife is his duty." Jiang Wan was taken aback and cautiously glanced at Xie Xingji, who shrugged indifferently. The Xie family had always favored their daughters over their sons, and he was already accustomed to it. He wasn't like his second brother, who felt the need to compete with his sister-in-law. Maiwan is simply too well-behaved. Who wouldn't he adore her? It's only natural for her to be cherished. Xie Xingji took the young girl's hand and said lazily, "Grandfather, One has spent the entire day outside and is certainly weary. Please refrain from asking too many questions. Let her rest a bit." Old Master Xie finally grasped the situation and scolded him. "You rascal, you should have reminded me." Xie Xingji responded with a wry smile. "Well, one needs an opportunity, doesn't he one? You keep firing questions, and how could I possibly interject? Is one tired? Is she hungry? Does she want a snack?" Xie Xingji added with a hint of jealousy, "You only have eyes for one. What am I to you?" Old Master Xie was momentarily speechless and grumbled in annoyance. "You brat, go away. After spending a day outside, Jiangwan longed for a soothing hot bath to relieve her fatigue. Dongwu had prepared a petal bath for her. Jiangwan's mother, Su, hailed from the southern regions, where the nurturing climate is particularly kind to delicate girls like Jiangwan. Growing up in the south, she possessed skin as fair as snow and hair as dark as ink, delicate and exquisite, reminiscent of fine jade. As Dongwu brought over her nightgown, Jiangwan suddenly recalled something and called out to her, "Wait a moment. Dongwu, please fetch my inner garments from the back room." After dismissing Dongwu, Jiangwan opened the garments and her face instantly flushed. She gazed at the gossamer-like fabric, soft and comfortable, but wondered what it could truly conceal. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose a more modest, plain garment. The instant she donned it, Jiangwan comprehended the necessity of drinking wine. Wine emboldens the timid. Once dressed in her nightgown, which had been sent by Chonglu, she noted its slightly loose fit, secured by a single tie. Jiangwan had no doubt that it could easily come undone without any effort from Xie Xingji. Dongwu dried her ink-black hair and fashioned a relaxed updo for her. Unable to calm her restless spirit, Jiangwan suddenly downed a mouthful of pear blossom wine. The wine was sweet and fragrant, infused with the essence of pear blossoms. Delightfully mild and quite palatable. Jiangwan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she wrapped herself in a plain cloak, concealing the pear blossom wine within her sleeve. After a moment's deliberation, she gritted her teeth, rose, and returned to her chamber. Usually, Dongwu would clear the path for her, and though the distance from the bathing area to her room was but a few steps, Dongwu was always attentive. However, today Jiangwan had other intentions and thus did not allow Dongwu to accompany her. She walked over with delicate steps, cautiously knocking on the door. "Young master, may I enter?" The door was slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap through which the dim light from within flickered. As Jiangwan received no response, she was about to push the door open when it suddenly swung wide. Caught off guard, she stumbled on the verge of falling. In that instant, a strong arm encircled her slender waist, drawing her into an embrace. Jiangwan finally opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the loose collar of Xie Xingji's nightclothes. He had just bathed, and a fresh, clean scent enveloped her. Droplets of water glistened on his attractive collarbone, and the warmth of his chest pressed closely against her. The definition of his abdominal muscles distinctly visible. A sense of dizziness washed over Jiangwan, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to the pear blossom wine or the allure of Xie Xingji's beauty. She swallowed hard, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a misty sheen, soft and alluring as they fixated on him. Xie Xingji steadied her, his voice gentle. "Have you been drinking?" Jiangwan shook her head, her tone sweet and soft. "Just a little bit." She produced the pear blossom wine from her sleeve, her warm voice laced with a playful invitation, cute and enticing. "It's sweet and truly delightful. Young master, would you like to try?" Xie Xingji's gaze lingered on the rosy hue of her cheeks, his voice tightening slightly. "Is it sweet?" Jiangwan, fearing he might not believe her, nodded earnestly. "Very sweet." Xie Xingji's eyes darkened as he looked down at her. "Have you already had some?" He seemed to hesitate, lost in thought. Jiangwan, feeling anxious, tugged at his sleeve, pleading softly, "Just a little sip, please." Unable to resist any longer, Xie Xingji leaned down, his voice low and taut. "All right." Before Jiangwan could express her joy, her wrist holding the wine glass was grasped firmly. Suddenly, her lips felt soft against his, a refreshing and clean breath enveloping her. Jiangwan froze, her eyes widening in surprise. The glass slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground as Xie Xingji advanced, greedily claiming her breath. She wanted to retreat, but he tightened his hold on her waist, pinning her against the wall, leaving her no chance to escape. Jiangwan tilted her face up, compelled to accept Xie Xingji's fervent advance. His kiss was intense, fervent, and urgent. Feeling helpless, Jiangwan gazed at him with her almond-shaped eyes, her soft voice quivering in a delicate whimper, a picture of innocence and vulnerability. After a moment, Xie Xingji managed to regain his composure, observing the misty glimmer in her eyes, the corners reddening, her usually obedient face now adorned with a faint blush. At that sight, his heart skipped a beat, a pang of regret for his impulsiveness washing over him. How long had it been since he had known Alwan? He was unable to control himself. What if he scared her away, causing her to avoid him in the future? Singji's thoughts swirled, ultimately settling on the jug of pear blossom wine. His gaze darkened momentarily, and he spoke in a low tone, "Madam, this wine is indeed sweet." Jiangwan was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. "He just drank. How could she be unaware?" Singji, with an unwavering expression, replied, "I am not adept at drinking, yet the lady's heartfelt intentions cannot be declined, thus." Jiangwan, coming to a realization, hesitated and inquired, "So, you did not wish to kiss me? You merely sought to sample the flavor of this pear blossom wine?" Singji. The very utterance astonished him. Yet, to his surprise, Jiangwan believed it. The young girl tilted her head, cradling her flushed cheeks, bashfully remarked, "So it is like that. Then, my lord, is the wine delightful?" Singji gazed at the young lady, her eyes misty and lips slightly tinged with crimson. His gaze darkened. "It is delightful." Jiangwan lifted her gaze, tentatively asking, "Then, my lord, do you wish to drink more?" Chapter 33. Intoxication. Singji stood in a daze. Could there be more? He leaned forward, his gaze lowered, ripples of emotions stirring within him. Jiangwan's fingertips pressed against his delicate lips, her misty almond eyes fixed intently upon him. In that moment, he could not discern the taste. Jiangwan poured a full glass of pear blossom wine, raised it, and offered it to him. "Drink this." Singji did not reach out to take it. Instead, he continued to gaze at her. She insisted he drink. Noticing his hesitation, Jiangwan's voice grew urgent. "Singji, just drink it." Her tone was sweet and enticing. "If you don't drink, then I won't want you anymore." With a helpless sigh, Singji decided to tease her while she was inebriated. "So, if I drink, you will want me?" Jiangwan's dimples were filled with laughter as she looped her arms around his neck, pulling him down closer. "If you drink, I will tell you a secret." "A secret?" Singji raised an eyebrow, intrigued that this young girl would have secrets from him. He took the wine from Jiangwan's hand, playing with it in his grasp, not hurrying to drink. Instead, he asked in a low, deep voice, "Am I the only one drinking? Will A1 not join me?" Jiangwan hesitated. Although the wine was delightful, her tolerance was not strong. She had serious matters to attend to later and could not afford to jeopardize her composure. "I cannot drink anymore," she replied honestly. "If I do, I will become intoxicated." Singji raised an eyebrow. "My lady, did you not say this wine is not intoxicating?" A little more wooden tea hurt. Jiangwan tilted her head, suddenly finding his words reasonable. She nodded, her voice soft and sweet. "Then I will have just a little more." She stood up to fetch a glass, but suddenly, Singji held her small hand down. Jiangwan froze, unable to react in time. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her senses as Singji lifted the wine glass and drank it all in one go. His cool voice, laced with tender affection, resonated softly. "No need for trouble. Let us drink this way." Jiangwan was still processing his words, unsure of what he meant by this way. Suddenly, a crisp breath obstructed her ability to breathe as Singji audaciously savored her sweetness. Jiangwan felt a bit dazed from his kiss, her body growing weak, unable to stand. All she could taste was the sweetness of the pear blossom wine lingering between her lips and teeth. It dawned upon her that his interpretation of drinking was quite different. Unable to maintain her balance, she pressed against Singji's attire, and he, in a low, teasing tone, queried, "Have you had your fill?" Jiangwan was taken aback, her gaze following down to where her hand rested at Singji's waist. "My lady, are you taking advantage of me?" His words caught her off guard, and she realized that her hand had not yet retreated. She nervously explained, "If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me?" Singji raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" After pondering for a moment, Jiangwan, in a spirit of surrender, replied, "Since you have put it this way, I cannot bear this blame alone." Singji, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat incredulous. Jiangwan's delicate hand roamed restlessly over his sculpted abdomen, lingering as if reluctant to pull away. It must be said, the sensation was truly delightful. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Singji grasped her hand firmly, his voice low and gravelly. "Awan, what are you attempting to do?" Jiangwan raised her gaze, patiently soothing him. Do not worry. My hands are merely cold. I just wanted to feel. She assured him. I will not do anything. CS Singji. This statement sounded rather dubious. Noticing his silence, Jiang inched closer, reassuring him, My lord, do not be afraid. CS Singji finally comprehended the source of this peculiar feeling. Did the young lady perhaps mistake her script? He tightened his grip on her restless hand, inquiring in a low voice, What did Chonglu say to you today in the palace? Jiang was momentarily taken aback, gazing into CS Singji's earnest eyes, a shiver coursing through her as the effects of the alcohol began to fade. She lowered her gaze, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. How do you know? CS Singji sighed. Awan, Chonglu has always been mischievous. Do not heed her nonsense. He pressed on. What exactly did she say to you? Jiang lifted her eyes, nervously fidgeting with her small hands, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, her voice trembling as she confessed She told me to seize the opportunity. CS Singji inquired, What opportunity? Jiang surrendering to her emotions, nearly burst into tears to sleep with you. Fearing that CS Singji would blame Chonglu, she hurriedly clarified, This is my fault. It has nothing to do with the princess. CS Singji replied, his voice deep and reassuring, Awan need not worry. I merely think. He paused, his voice strained. The princess can be quite sensible at times. He cast his gaze downwards, observing the young girl nestled in his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears on the verge of sobbing. Seeing this, his heart ached, and he drew her closer, his voice soothing. It is my fault, dear. Awan, do not be afraid. Jiang glanced up to find the coldness in CS Singji's eyes gradually dissipating, his brows and eyes softening, his tone becoming gentler. She lowered her voice, filled with self-reproach. What have you done wrong? It is clearly my fault. She faltered, recognizing that their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Yet she found herself harboring desires beyond that. No matter how one framed it, the fault lay with her. CS Singji interrupted her, his voice gentle. If I have caused displeasure to the lady, then the fault is mine. Jiang sniffled, her originally soft voice tinged with emotion, becoming even more tender. She met CS Singji's gaze, perplexed, and asked, My lord, why are you so kind to me? CS Singji refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own, his tone warm and gentle. Are you unhappy with my kindness? Jiang first shook her head, then nodded, her voice filled with confusion. Your kindness brings me joy. I wish to reciprocate, but I do not know how. You seem to possess everything, wealth, power, talent. What can I offer you in return for your kindness? CS Singji gazed at the little girl, captivated by her dazed expression, and gently pulled her into his embrace, tenderly resting his forehead against her cloud-like hair. Awan, you need not do anything at all. Simply staying by my side is enough. I shall love you. Upon finishing his words, he received no response from the girl nestled in his arms. Lowering his gaze, he noticed her breath was deep and serene as she had drifted into slumber. With a sigh, CS Singji pressed his fingers against his brow in exasperation. Is this all it takes? Just a sip to intoxicate her? How could she even claim she wanted to sleep with him? Yet, as he beheld the tranquil beauty of her sleeping face, his heart softened. After all, she was his little girl, and he could only indulge her whims. He carefully lifted her and laid her upon the bed. His cool, white fingertips unfastened the delicate white rabbit fur cloak, revealing the thin nightgown beneath. Suddenly, CS Singji found himself frozen in place. The exquisite nightgown, crafted from fine cloud gauze, was soft to the touch. More importantly, it was as gossamer as a cicada's wing, offering little concealment for the simple garment underneath. To make matters worse, the unadorned dress accentuated her delicate skin, fairer than frost and snow, and her figure was slender, with a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. CS Singji dared not look any longer and hastily pulled the quilt over her, enveloping the girl within its folds. Just as he finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief, the little girl unexpectedly reached out and grasped the hem of his garment. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell beside her, his senses enveloped by her soft, sweet scent. Chapter 34. Breakfast the next day, Jiang slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she discovered a man lying beside her on the bed. Startled, she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Memories of the previous night flooded back. She had intended to intoxicate Singji. Had she succeeded? Singji lay next to her, yet his sleeping attire remained impeccably intact. Jiangwan pondered for a moment, recalling that she had uttered some words to Singji before drifting off to sleep, though the specifics eluded her. Casting her gaze downward, she noticed that her own nightgown was not the one she had changed in the last night. Instead, she wore a comfortable garment crafted from exquisite cloud-patterned silk, soft and delicate to the touch. Most importantly, the fabric was substantial. Clad in this nightgown, not even the most beautiful undergarments would be discernible. Dejected, Jiangwan contemplated stepping over Singji to rise from the bed when he suddenly awoke, grasping her hand with a deep, resonant voice. "My lady, where do you think you're going?" Caught off guard by his address, Jiangwan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She turned to him, her voice trembling slightly. "Why, Your Highness, you're awake?" Noticing his silence, she added sweetly, "I thought it was still early and wished to prepare breakfast for you." "There's no rush," Singji replied, pulling her back into his embrace, his tone teasingly intimate. "Do you remember what transpired last night, Awan?" Momentarily taken aback, Jiangwan murmured, "Last night? Did I?" It seemed implausible that she could have succeeded in her intentions. If she had, how could she be unaware? With uncertainty, she ventured, "Your Highness, I was rather inebriated last night. I did not offend you, did I?" Singji appeared to smile, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he replied, "Awan, have you forgotten? Were you trying to evade responsibility?" Jiangwan felt a rush of embarrassment. Was she truly guilty of such actions? Regret mingled with her anxiety. Why had she indulged in excess the night before? Why could these matters not have been addressed in a clearer state of mind? Oh, what was she thinking? Raising her gaze, she swallowed hard and said, "Your Highness, I was intoxicated last night, so." Singji enveloped her in his arms, his voice gentle. "Awan, are you attempting to shirk your responsibilities?" Jiangwan was momentarily speechless. His words seemed to echo those of the scoundrels in novels who would abandon their obligations. "And no, that is not the case," she stammered, touching her nose awkwardly. "I will take responsibility, I promise." "And how do you intend to fulfill that responsibility, Awan?" he inquired, a teasing lilt in his voice. Jiangwan faltered. What other means of responsibility could there be? Tentatively, she suggested, "Perhaps I could buy you a gift?" After all, the tales often describe how a man would soothe his displeased wife with a token of affection. In that moment, she felt a surge of relief that she and Singji were indeed married. Perhaps, solely on the basis of the frivolous charge against the young master of the CF family, one could easily find themselves confined for several days. Listening to the young lady's flattering words, Singji felt a sense of satisfaction within, his tone softening considerably. "Very well," he replied. Jiangwan sighed in relief, just as she was about to rise from her bed, when suddenly she heard Singji's voice behind her. "Madam, where do you intend to go?" Without turning around, Jiangwan replied, "To freshen up and have breakfast." She had consumed alcohol the previous night and had gone to bed early. By now, her stomach was already growling with hunger. Singji gently detained her, his voice low and inviting. "Are you planning to go alone, without me?" Jiangwan, puzzled, asked. "What purpose would it serve to bring you along?" Singji explained, "Today is my day off, and I wish to share breakfast with you." Jiangwan hesitated. Being from the south, she feared that his palate might differ greatly from hers. Although she had married Singji, she maintained her own small kitchen, where meals were prepared specifically for her. Singji raised an eyebrow. "Perfect. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare osmanthus rice balls drizzled with honey. Madam, would you care to try them? Osmanthus rice balls, sweetened?" Jiangwan's eyes sparkled momentarily. As a southern girl, she relished sweet dumplings. Yet the rice balls in the capital were prepared differently from her hometown. In the capital, they were savory, which she found unpalatable. The news of sweet dumplings invigorated her spirit. After a brief freshening up, Jiangwan donned a pale yellow gown and arranged her hair into a delightful updo. Eagerly, she made her way to the flower hall to join Singji for breakfast. The Xie family had recently hired a new cook, reportedly from Jiangwan's hometown. It must be said, the southern dishes he prepared were indeed delightful. Sweet osmanthus rice balls, delectable wontons, crab roast soup dumplings, and fragrant chicken and mushroom porridge. Gazing at the familiar spread of home-cooked meals, Jiangwan could not help but swallow her saliva in anticipation. As Xie Xingji dined with Jiangwan, the steward suddenly announced that Princess Changle had arrived at the duke's residence. Xie Shun led the household to receive her, while Xie Xingji remained unfazed, patiently coaxing his beloved to enjoy the rice balls. Princess Changle, not finding Jiangwan, stormed into the young master's quarters. Upon seeing the spread of dishes, she was taken aback, as if encountering a ghost. Before she could voice her inquiry, she witnessed Xie Xingji lift a plump, glistening rice ball to Jiangwan's lips. "Try it, is it sweet?" Princess Changle could hardly believe her eyes. Was this truly the decisive young general of the Xie family? Moreover, how could the rice balls possibly be sweet? With a furrowed brow, she observed Xie Xingji as he fed Jiangwan the rice balls, then swiftly moved on to the wontons. Ultimately, it was Jiangwan who could no longer hold back, leading Princess Changle back into the room. Thus, their breakfast concluded. As soon as they entered the room, Princess Changle could not restrain herself. "Wanwan, how was it last night?" Jiangwan's face flushed with a subtle hue, and she shook her head in response. Princess Changle, astonished, exclaimed, "No way. Did you follow my advice as I suggested? Did you wear the little outfit?" She pressed. Jiangwan nodded. "I did." "Did you drink?" Jiangwan nodded once more, affirming her words. "He has indeed consumed it." Chong Lu, unable to fathom the implications, remarked incredulously, "It seems there is only one possibility. Xie Xingji, he truly cannot." Upon hearing this, Jiangwan hastily intervened, her hesitation evident for a fleeting moment before she articulated her thoughts. "I believe the heir must be capable." As she spoke, a faint blush adorned Jiangwan's cheeks. Her voice softened considerably, tinged with a hint of melancholy as she continued, "The heir is a man of integrity. He possesses his own principles. After all, our bond is merely that of a year-long marriage. He is of noble character, and his reluctance to engage with me stems from a desire to avoid complicating matters." Observing Jiangwan's crestfallen expression, Chong Lu felt compelled to offer words of comfort, yet she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. She feared jeopardizing Xie Xingji's plans and dreaded the repercussions that might follow. Jiangwan, caught in her own confusion, seemed oblivious to the possibility that Xie Xingji harbored no ulterior motives towards her. She turned the two characters of her name, Chong Lu, upside down. Chapter 35. The heartfelt concerns of Wenli Chong Lu consoled her, remarking that it was only natural for someone as illustrious and refined as Xie Xingji to face initial setbacks. She encouraged Jiangwan to give it another try. To assist her, Chong Lu sent a box filled with the latest tales from the capital for Jiangwan to peruse. Before taking her leave, Chong Lu hesitated, but ultimately could not refrain from offering comfort. "Wanwan, if Xie Xingji truly falls short, do not let it weigh heavily on your heart." She leaned in closer, whispering softly, "I shall find you some charming companions." Such words from Chong Lu were deeply heartfelt and carried significant risk, should Xie Xingji learn of them. Her own safety could be compromised. With a sigh, Jiangwan summoned the resolve she had once possessed while organizing accounts and began to read. Just as she reached the midpoint of her reading, Wenli arrived, bearing freshly made delicacies. Sweet osmanthus cake, soft and delectable. Though Wenli hailed from the capital, like Jiangwan, she had an affection for sweets, particularly for tender pastries. Jiangwan had jasmine tea brought forth to complement the sweet osmanthus cake, providing a delightful balance to the richness. Upon tasting the jasmine tea, Wenli was momentarily stunned. The aroma, flavor, and lingering sweetness of the tea were of exquisite quality. The scent of jasmine lingered on her lips, creating an elegant experience that was hard to find, indeed. Observing the tea, Wenli's thoughts were singular. It was no wonder the people of the capital claimed that the Jiang family was as wealthy as a nation. Noticing her silence, Jiangwan inquired, "Second sister, what troubles you?" Wenli shook her head, hesitating for a moment before softly replying, "Fourth brother fears you might feel lonely at home, so he asked me to come and keep you company. This tea is exceptional. It should be reserved for esteemed guests. For our casual conversations, ordinary tea would suffice." Before Jiangwan could respond, Dongwu interjected, "Madam, this is indeed our house's ordinary tea." Wen Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, I had no idea. If Xie were present, he would surely chide her for being so naive. Seeing Wen Li's flustered state, Jiang Wan kindly suggested that Dong Wu take the servant away. Second sister, there is no need for formality. I'm truly delighted to have you here to talk with me. At these words, the panic in Wen Li's doe-like eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sweet smile that blossomed. Wan, I'm happy to. Jiang Wan observed Wen Li, noting the delicate sadness that enveloped her charming features. She ventured, second sister, are you feeling unhappy? Wen Li was taken aback. Wan, you noticed? After a brief pause, she continued, these matters are not something I should burden you with, but if I do not share them with you, I am uncertain to whom I might confide. My father is a man, and my mother has a hasty temperament. I seldom dare to speak with them. Jiang Wan softened her tone. What troubles you? Wen Li sighed, lifting her gaze, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Wan, do you think I am truly useless? That I cannot even manage my own husband? The world often speaks of the young master of the Xie family as being unwaveringly loyal in matters of affection. When Wen Li expressed this sentiment, it seemed as though she exerted immense effort. Could it be that harmony and deep marital affection could flourish, even if the second young master were to marry someone other than myself? Jiang Wan had not anticipated that Wen Li harbored such thoughts. Sister-in-law, why must you belittle yourself? Wen Li managed a bitter smile. Look at the fourth brother. When he gazes at you, his eyes nearly overflow with starlight. The eldest brother and the third brother are the same. Whenever the eldest sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law appear, their eyes invariably follow them. Yet the second young master. Wen Li's gaze turned desolate, for he seldom regarded her, and whenever he did, his eyes were filled with weariness and irritation. Last night, she had ordered soup of tremella and pear, intending to soothe Xie's throat during the dry winter. To her surprise, Qing Dai was also present. As dusk fell, the two were alone in a room, with Xie teaching Qing Dai to play the zither. At the moment she pushed the door open, Wen Li felt a sharp pang in her heart. Under normal circumstances, she might have felt intimidated and fled in haste. However, yesterday, courage had suddenly welled up within her. She was the granddaughter of the imperial censor one and the legitimate wife of Xie. Even if he did not love her in the bond of marriage, their fates were intertwined. If Xie truly cherished Qing Dai, he could take her as a concubine or marry her as a primary wife. Why must he engage in actions that tarnish the reputation of the Xie family? Wen Li stepped forward, her voice unexpectedly earnest as she sought to explain herself. To her astonishment, Xie was incensed by her words. Tarnish the reputation of the Xie family? In your eyes, am I merely a reckless dandy? Why then did Miss Wen beseech my mother to have me marry you? Wen Li, upon hearing this, suppressed the anguish within her and looked up at him. Summoning her courage for the first time, she asked Xie, do you truly despise me so? Xie seemed taken aback momentarily. I have long made my intentions clear. Marrying you was never my desire. It is your stubbornness that has led to this mutual disdain we now share. Ultimately, Wen Li left in a daze, having spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The following day, Xie came to request her company to speak with Jiang Wan. Feeling dejected, Wen Li agreed and prepared osmanthus cake in the small kitchen before heading to Jiang Wan's courtyard. As Jiang Wan listened to Wen Li, a sense of pity washed over her. Originally the granddaughter of a metropolitan censor, she was exceptionally talented and possessed a captivating charm. Skilled in embroidery and culinary arts, such an outstanding young woman could have encountered a worthy partner and lived a life of happiness. Yet, she had unfortunately crossed paths with Xie. Unwilling to be bound, Xie was compelled by the family to marry Wen Li. This provoked his defiance, which he directed at Wen Li, regardless of her compliance and grace. Jiang Wan sighed, grasping Wen Li's hand firmly, assuring her, Wen Li, you are not at fault. You love him. Pursue your happiness boldly. After marrying him, your devotion will be his blessing. He does not recognize your worth, and that is his loss. Wen Li, you are an exceptional noble woman of the capital. What kind of man is unworthy of your hand? One must love oneself before seeking love from others. Instead of groveling for a man's affection, it is far more admirable to cultivate a fulfilling life. Upon hearing this, Wenli momentarily froze in contemplation. He does not love me, yet I can still lead a fulfilling life? Jiangwan asserted with unwavering conviction. Why should that be impossible? There are countless pursuits to engage in: nurturing flowers, reading, playing the piano, and practicing embroidery. You possess an abundance of talents. There is no need to humble oneself. Those who truly care will naturally bend down to embrace you. After a brief pause, Jiangwan could not resist adding, when a wound festers, it must be excised with a blade. Though the process may be arduous, it is preferable to a lifetime of torment. Wenli remained silent for a long while. When she finally lifted her gaze, the once troubled depths of her doe-like eyes had transformed, becoming significantly clearer. Wan, you are right. My past has blinded me, but now I understand what I must do. In the future, may I still come to seek your company? Chapter 36. A flirt and a dash during midday. CS Xingji submitted his leave request, which nearly sent Fu Hongshun into a fit of rage. Good heavens! After toiling tirelessly throughout the year, this CS Xingji had the audacity to take time off again, so soon after his wedding leave. Fu Hongshun glared at the elegantly penned characters on the leave request, nearly choking on his indignation. The reason for the leave was utterly ridiculous. He wished to return home to dine with his wife. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Hongshun dismissed the request. Unfazed, CS Xingji replied calmly, Your Majesty, know nothing of the joys of marital companionship in your solitary existence. Given your advancing age, it is high time you consider finding an empress. Fu Hongshun's expression darkened. What business is it of yours? CS Xingji shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. Your Majesty, do not be angry. I only express my concern. Should you perish alone out there, who would even notice? In a fit of frustration, Fu Hongshun hurled his rabbit fur heater at CS Xingji, cursing, Get out! Get out! You wretched creature! What is so great about having a wife? Bowing slightly, CS Xingji replied with a grin, Thank you for your approval, Your Majesty. Later, while on duty, CS Xingji passed by a renowned eatery and ordered a takeout of their signature dish, the 8-treasure duck, for Jiangwan. Upon his return, Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Young master, you're back? Aren't you supposed to be on duty this afternoon? CS Xingji handed the 8-treasure duck to Dong Wu, dismissed the attendants, and then removed his outer garments, standing by the heater for a while to rid himself of the chill. Approaching the young lady, he lowered his voice and said, There is nothing of great importance this afternoon. His Majesty allowed me to return home. Jiangwan's tone brightened considerably. Is that so? I used to see my father work all day and only return at night. CS Xingji paused, replying in his unchanged voice. Perhaps the scholars and military officials differ in this regard. Jiangwan nodded, about to speak, but before she could, CS Xingji enveloped her in his embrace, greedily inhaling the sweet fragrance that clung to her. Jiangwan froze, softly asking, Young master? Achan, do not push me away. I'm feeling a bit cold. Let me borrow some warmth. In recent days, the capital had seen light snowfall, and having just returned from outside, CS Xingji was indeed chilly. Moreover, he was usually aloof and distant, so for him to admit to feeling cold was a clear sign of his discomfort. Jiangwan's heart softened at this realization. She gradually ceased her struggles, gently suggesting, Young master, will you still be cold? Shall we move closer to the heater for more warmth? CS Xingji shook his head, declaring, Nothing can compare to the comfort of holding a young lady. This is sufficient. As Jiangwan remained in CS Xingji's embrace, the dim glow of the night pearl illuminated the room, casting their intertwined shadows upon the wall, intimate and suggestive. Suddenly, Jiangwan recalled Chang Li's words from earlier that day. Shall we try again? Raising her gaze, she found herself lost in the depths of his enchanting dark eyes, captivated by his striking beauty. The faint luminescence of the night pearl was reflected in his dark eyes, akin to the scattering of starlight across the heavens, captivating to the point of being intoxicating. Jiangwan's gaze drifted downward, resting upon his tightly pressed, delicate lips. His lips were exquisitely crafted, of vivid crimson and thin, seemingly inviting a kiss. Startled by her own thoughts, Jiangwan silently recited a few calming incantations. Her gaze descended further. CS Xingji was without an outer garment, the thin inner clothing clinging to his form, accentuating the contours of his abdominal muscles with every movement. This time, she could not suppress the swallow that rose in her throat. Xie Xingji lowered his gaze upon her and teased. Would you like to touch my abdominal muscles? Jiangwan instinctively replied, is that permissible? Only after she realized her response did it dawn on her that she had once again fallen into Xie Xingji's playful trap. What could be more embarrassing than being caught coveting someone's beauty? Even more so, she had inadvertently confessed to it. In that moment, Jiangwan felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. It was all a misunderstanding, she thought. She instinctively attempted to flee, but Xie Xingji grasped her collar, pulling her back. With a mischievous tone, he teased, Where do you think you're running off to? You flirt and then attempt to escape? Who taught you such behavior? Jiangwan lowered her gaze and replied sincerely, I was in the wrong. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with amusement. Pray tell, what exactly was your mistake? Jiangwan, adopting a resigned demeanor, confessed, I should not have coveted the prince's beauty. Hearing those words, she felt a twinge of self-disdain. As a woman, it was one thing to lack modesty, but to openly desire another's beauty? Yet, it was not entirely her fault. After all, Xie Xingji's physique was indeed remarkable. Those splendid abdominal muscles. Who wouldn't he wish to touch them? No longer interested in touching? Xie Xingji inquired. Jiangwan vigorously shook her head. No, I dare not again. After a moment's contemplation, she softly added, It was because of you that I expressed such desires. Originally intending to tease her, Xie Xingji found himself momentarily stunned by her words. It was because of you that I expressed such desires. How was it that she was so adept at flirting? A subtle blush crept onto Xie Xingji's handsome face, his heart fluttering, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, the winter fog had delivered the 8 treasure duck. Jiangwan instinctively pushed him away, her cheeks flushed as she stood to the side. Xie Xingji, aware of the young woman's bashfulness, was not in a hurry. He instructed those around them to withdraw and personally served Jiangwan her meal. The 8 treasure duck was a renowned dish from Yupinju, one that Xie Xingji had tasted several times without much distinction. However, when he observed the young girl with her bright almond eyes savoring each bite with delight, he suddenly found today as 8 treasure duck exceptionally well prepared. Meanwhile, Xie Xingji basked in his triumph, but the same could not be said for Xie Ji. Last night, when they had prepared a sweet osmanthus soup for him and delivered it to his room, just then, Qing Dai happened to arrive, bringing a manuscript of sheet music. She mentioned a particular section she did not understand and sought his guidance. Xie Ji glanced at the sky, hesitating momentarily. However, Qing Dai expressed her frustrations, stating that she was inept at mastering the transitions in the sheet music. While the other girls in the music troupe had all kept pace, she alone had fallen behind. This sentiment struck a chord with Xie Ji. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, yet the members of the Xie family surpassed him in brilliance. He commenced his education at the tender age of 5, while Xie Xingji had already mastered the 1,000-character classic by the age of 3. He excelled in poetry and literary compositions, but the elder Xie lamented that he was perpetually lost in the frivolities of life, rendering him unfit for significant duties. The most agonizing realization was not merely the lack of virtue and talent, but the constant presence of those who outshone him. More than one, in fact. Eventually, Xie Ji came to terms with this reality. No matter how diligently he labored, his martial prowess could never rival his father's. Nor could his scholarly achievements measure up to those of Xie Xingji. Even in comparison to his other brothers, he felt inadequate. His eldest brother and third brother fortified the borders, earning the admiration of the frontier populace, while his fourth brother held a prominent position in the court, rising from the prince's tutor to the esteemed general of war. He was the sovereign's close confidant and also the prince's mentor. Yet here he was, languishing in mediocrity. He once aspired to be an obedient son, marrying the legitimate daughter of the minister one. However, this decision inadvertently invited scandal, casting him as an unlearned man reliant solely on the influential Wen family. What a farce! If he were to depend on anyone, it would be the Xie family, particularly his fourth brother. Why should he rely on the Wen family? Nonetheless, the rumors persisted, and Wen Li's reticent nature further fueled his discontent. He felt as though he was perpetually thwarted in his aspirations. It was not until he encountered Qing Dai that he found solace. She understood the unfulfilled yearning within his poetry and became his confidant. The Xie family forbade the taking of concubines, and thus, Qing Dai remained merely a kindred spirit. Yet, Wenli unexpectedly permitted him to take Qing Dai as a concubine. What did she think of herself? A lecherous individual? The more Xie Ji pondered this, the angrier he became. Glancing at the darkening sky, he recalled that in the past, Wenli would have summoned him for dinner by now. Although she lacked the eloquence to charm him, her culinary skills were exceptional, especially her chicken soup, which boasted a vibrant hue, rich flavor, and lingering aroma. Even the emperor insisted on her cooking whenever he visited the Xie residence. He could not dwell on it, for the more he thought, the hungrier he grew. Xie Ji summoned the young servant Lin Chuan and instructed him to inquire about Wenli's activities. Lin Chuan soon returned, reporting that Wenli had already dined. The lady had stated that she was unaware the second young master would return for dinner, hence she had not prepared his portion. At this moment, the household had already concluded their evening meal, and if the young master was hungry, he could dine elsewhere. What nonsense was this? A married man, unable to secure a simple evening meal at home? This infuriated him. While Xie Ji fumed in indignation, a message arrived from Qing Dai's side, indicating that she had learned the lady had not prepared a meal for the second young master. If he did not mind, he was welcome to join her for dinner at the Wutong courtyard. The Wutong courtyard was not far from his residence in Changfeng Pavilion, making it a convenient option for dining. Xie Ji glanced at the darkening sky and suddenly recalled Wenli's words from the previous night. A solitary man and woman sharing a room at such an hour. Even if the second young master is unfettered by convention, what of Miss Qing Dai? Is her reputation to be disregarded? Wenli, usually gentle, had rarely shown such boldness, arguing with flushed cheeks. At that moment, he perceived her as a shrew, but upon reflection, her words bore a semblance of reason. Xie Ji hesitated momentarily before conveying his response to the messenger. There are distinctions between the sexes. He graciously declined Qing Dai's kind offer. He would not be attending. Chapter 37. Wenli has changed. Xie Ji had not seen Wenli for several consecutive days. He had a habit of spending the night in the study, and at first, Wenli was concerned he might not be accustomed to it, so she arranged for a bed and bedding for him. Eventually, Xie Ji simply made the study his residence. Wenli said little, content to remain in her own chamber. Yet, Xie Ji would always come to dine with her during the evening meals. However, the next morning, just as Xie Ji was about to seek out Wenli, a maid informed him that the elder matriarch of the one family was unwell and required Wenli to return to care for her. Initially, Xie Ji paid little heed. If she had to return, then so be it. Given Wenli's reticent nature, her absence made little difference to the household. On the first day, Xie Ji merely felt the estate was rather desolate, and the meals prepared by the cook were quite unpalatable. By the third day, Xie Ji found Wenli's absence excessive. Even if she had to tend to her ailing grandmother, there was no justification for her prolonged absence without so much as a word to inform him. She had married into the Duke's residence, and even amidst pressing matters, she ought to have communicated at least a little, displaying some awareness of her duties as a wife. As Xie Ji hesitated over whether to seek out Wenli, Qing Dai sent someone to invite him for tea. Xie Ji had always been fond of refined pursuits. Savoring tea and playing the zither were, to him, delightful pastimes. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a time when there was no need for discretion. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way to Qing Dai's courtyard. However, he was unprepared for the sight of Qing Dai, who, though usually nimble, seemed strangely clumsy that day. Just as he sat down, and before he could take a sip of tea, she accidentally knocked over her cup, scalding herself with the hot water. Xie Ji was startled and immediately jumped back. He turned his gaze to see Qing Dai's face contorted in pain, and he felt an unexpected pang of embarrassment. Rushing forward, he nervously inquired, "Miss Qing Dai, are you all right?" Suddenly, she grasped his hand, her voice trembling with tears. "Second master, it hurts so much." Xie Ji, feeling equally distressed, replied, "Miss, please let go." Heaven bear witness, he was in pain as well. To make matters worse, as he turned to glance back, he caught sight of Wenli standing at the doorway. Why had she returned? A flicker of surprise crossed Xieji's eyes. But upon noticing his hand clasped in Qing Dai's, he felt a surge of urgency. This would surely lead to a misunderstanding. As expected, Wenli set down what she was holding and left without a word. A few days prior, news had arrived from the one family that her grandmother was gravely ill, prompting Wenli to hasten back to care for her. The elder matriarch had caught a chill, and due to her advanced age, everyone was understandably concerned. The grandchildren from both the second and third branches of the family had returned. Her cousins had also come back, most of whom, unlike her, were married and returned in pairs. Her cousin, Nian Wei, could not resist teasing her upon seeing her return alone. Isn't our dear Mei Li quite fortunate to have married into the Xie family? Who in the capital doesn't know that the Xie heir is most protective of his wife? Why did you not bring your brother-in-law along? A cousin nearby chimed in, taking the cue. Sister, you may be unaware, but the second son of the Xie family has no desire for this marriage. He has heard whispers of a beauty residing in the manor and is merely waiting for Sister Li'er to step aside. Upon hearing this, Wenli felt a pang of irritation. However, she was at a loss, for their words bore the weight of truth. Naturally reticent, Wenli grew even more silent in the face of their relentless probing. Fortunately, her grandmother was not gravely ill and called her to her bedside, tenderly offering her comfort. In married life, there should be no lingering grudges. I have encountered the second son of the Xie family. He is not devoid of conscience. A husband, after all, must be nurtured. Life, in essence, is something that must be cultivated, my dear. Do not be afraid. Only those who are unafraid can find their path ahead. Wenli nodded obediently at her grandmother's words. She was indeed correct. Evasion was not a solution to their predicament. Thus, when her grandmother's health improved somewhat, she returned to the Xie residence. First, she paid her respects to Madame Su, informing her that her grandmother's condition was no longer critical. Then she proceeded to her own chamber, where she learned that Xieji had been waiting for her return these past few days. Her heart softened unexpectedly. Where was the second son now? Lin Chuan, upon hearing her query, appeared somewhat troubled. This Qing Dai girl truly lacked understanding, for there was never an inappropriate time for tea, yet she insisted on calling the young master over at this moment. How thoughtless! Observing this, Wenli understood all too well. Her grandmother was right. Avoidance was futile, since they would eventually have to confront the situation. Facing it sooner rather than later was preferable. However, she did not anticipate that upon arriving at Wutong Courtyard, she would find Xieji bending down to converse with Qing Dai, holding her hand with a gaze full of concern. Wenli felt a twinge of discomfort and instructed Lin Chuan to ask the second master to return to Chengfeng Pavilion for dinner once he finished his conversation. She left the scene first. To her surprise, Xieji arrived promptly. As he beheld Wenli sitting decorously nearby, he suddenly felt a pang of unease. She was a daughter of the Wen family, raised in a strict household, where every movement was steeped in decorum. Previously, Xieji had thought that a life such as his held no joy. Yet now, as he observed Wenli sitting with poise, every gesture exuding the grace of a refined lady, he began to realize that his wife was not as dull and uninteresting as he had imagined. Xieji took a seat and initiated the conversation. Why are you so quiet today? Wenli served a bowl of huaishan and bone soup, simmered for over half an hour, its milky broth rich and nourishing for the stomach. Xieji loved to drink, and the Wen family, concerned for his stomach's well-being, frequently prepared soup for him. Alas, this gesture of goodwill was not something Xieji desired. Wenli placed the soup bowl before herself, savoring a delicate sip, feeling a sense of comfort envelop her. Indeed, it was this warmth of life that could best soothe one's inner turmoil. Calmly, Wenli replied, since my youth, my grandfather has taught me that one should not speak while eating or converse before sleep. In the past, it was merely because Xieji deemed her taciturn and dull that she had forced herself to abandon her long-held habits, striving to initiate conversation each time they met. However, this deliberate attempt at endearment had not earned her his regard. Rather, it rendered her increasingly untrue to herself. Now, Wenli is no longer inclined to seek the favor of Xieji. Xieji was taken aback. Today I am with Qing Dai. Wenli interrupted his words, stating, Second young master, there is no need for you to explain. Suddenly, She recalled that when they had just married, she had once bashfully called him husband. Yet, Xie, with a stern expression, replied, "You may address me as second young master." It is rather amusing that he had made his stance clear from the outset, while she had stubbornly clung to hope. Now, when Li has resolved to no longer plead for his affection, she aspires to lead a fulfilling life of her own. The CF family is amiable, and she merely needs to guard her heart and embrace her role as the second wife of the CF family. As for whom Xie chooses to be with, it is beyond her concern, and she has no desire to meddle further. Chapter 38. A reunion with Lu Qingwan the following day marked the time for the financial reconciliation at the UAE Pavilion. This establishment was a venture solely founded by Jiang Wan, and although she possessed numerous shops under her name, the UAE Pavilion held a significance unlike the others. Her father had advised her that in the realm of commerce, one must not doubt their trusted associates. Yet it was essential to maintain an awareness of significant matters. It was imperative to have confidence and regularly review the accounts. No matter how loyal one's trusted aides may be, the allure of wealth could easily sway them. Hence, Jiang Wan had cultivated the habit of periodically scrutinizing the financial records. In the estate shops, the contracts of every steward and their families were securely in her possession. The Jiang family had always been generous to their servants, treating them with both kindness and authority, which had resulted in unwavering loyalty over the years. Upon her arrival at the UAE Pavilion, Jiang Wan noted that ever since her marriage to Xie Xing, the business had inexplicably prospered. The pavilion catered to women's needs. And the noble ladies of the capital, upon hearing of Xie Xing's marriage to Jiang Wan, were filled with envy and jealousy. After all, Jiang Wan was a woman who had once been rejected in marriage. To be able to remarry the most esteemed young master of the capital, one must possess considerable beauty. After listening to the report from the pavilion's manager, Jiang Wan promptly ordered the production of various cosmetics and dresses in different colors, resulting in the pavilion earning a fortune in no time. The staff was overwhelmed with the influx of business. Today, Jiang Wan had come to the shop to distribute bonuses. She allocated 30% of the additional profits to her employees. The staff at the UAE Pavilion was taken aback. They had all signed contracts of servitude. Their duties were expected. While Jiang Wan had previously mentioned rewards for good work, they had never anticipated such generous compensation. This only solidified their determination to serve their mistress with unwavering loyalty. As Jiang Wan was perusing the account books, an unexpected visitor arrived. She looked up to see Lu Qingwan, adorned in a water-red chest-length dress, gracefully approaching with a golden hairpin in her hair. It must be said, her figure was light and her movements enchanting, exuding the charm of a talented young woman. The only flaw was that such a bright hue did not suit her, accentuating her somewhat dull complexion. Welcoming guests was the responsibility of Yun Yang, so Jiang Wan stood to summon her. Suddenly, Lu Qingwan called out to her, "Lady of the young master, please wait." Lu Qingwan's voice was cool and composed as she stated, "I have come uninvited today to request a favor." Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, observing the young woman's condescending demeanor, which hardly resembled that of someone seeking assistance. It felt more akin to a creditor demanding repayment. It would do Lu Qingwan well to accompany the manager for a lesson on the proper etiquette of seeking help. Jiang Wan closed the account book, her expression remaining icy. "I have no time." She turned to leave, but Lu Qingwan blocked her path. "Do you not wish to know about Lu Jingyan's recent circumstances?" "Apologies," but she truly had no interest in knowing. Jiang Wan continued on her way, yet Lu Qingwan stood resolutely in front of her, compelling her to speak. "Miss Lu, your words are rather amusing. I am now married to the young master. What concern do I have with other men?" Lu Qingwan was taken aback by Jiang Wan's attitude, momentarily speechless. "You were not like this before." "You are mistaken, Jiang," Wan interrupted her with a cold laugh. "What I was before has nothing to do with you, my lady. As for Lu Jingyan's future, it bears no relevance to me whatsoever." Lu Qingwan glanced at her and remarked, "You truly live up to your merchant origins, exhibiting a remarkable lack of sentiment." Jiang Wan scoffed at this statement, finding it utterly ludicrous. It was Lu Jingyan who had betrayed her first. After their engagement, she believed wholeheartedly in making plans for him. Though his scholarly pursuits were mediocre, She hired esteemed tutors for him. Despite his modest lineage, she invested her own wealth to facilitate his social engagements. She prided herself on her dedication to the Liu family, even enlisting Shen Shubai to treat Liu Zhang's chronic ailment. Yet, in the end, who from the Liu family remembered her kindness? Jiang Wan had previously chosen not to dwell on it, feeling it unnecessary. However, Liu Jingyan had deceived her, believing her to be merely a merchant's daughter, seeking to make her his concubine, spending her money, and casting her into disgrace. If he lacked virtue, what audacity did he possess to blame her for being heartless? With a frosty demeanor, Jiang Wan cast a glance at Liu Qingwan and stated, "I may be heartless, but I cannot compare to you, Miss Liu, who is so deeply sentimental." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingwan's face flushed red with shame and indignation. "Do not speak so recklessly," she retorted. Jiang Wan regarded her coolly and replied, "Am I mistaken? The Liu family has yet to send a proposal, yet you cannot restrain yourself from defending your fiancé. I have heard that the Liu family upholds stringent morals. I wonder what your father would think if he were to learn of this." Liu Qingwan turned pale. "You dare?" Hearing this, Jiang Wan's almond eyes glimmered with calculation. "My lady, let's wait and see." Liu Qingwan was genuinely flustered now. She grasped Jiang Wan's sleeve, her voice trembling as she implored, "Madam, I was blind to your stature and have offended you. Please do not stoop to my level." When Jiang Wan remained silent, Liu Qingwan steeled herself to voice her thoughts. "To be honest, although I am the legitimate daughter of the Liu family, my father is rather stern and does not enjoy favor with the emperor. The Liu family has many offspring, and daughters like me are in no short supply. Though you hail from merchant background, everyone in the capital is well aware of Lord Zhang's affection for his daughter. Even without the heir of the Xie family, Lord Zhang could provide for you comfortably throughout your life." Liu Qingwan paused, then continued, "I am unlike you. Should I lose this engagement with the Liu family, my only options would be to marry a high-ranking noble as a concubine or to wed into a humble family as a wife." She shivered at the thought. "Neither of those outcomes is desirable to me. Liu Jingyan may be overly proud, yet at his core, he is not a bad person." Liu Qingwan smiled bitterly. "He has, after all, become my best option at this moment." Jiang Wan, puzzled, inquired, "Since you have seen through this, why seek my counsel regarding Liu Jingyan?" Liu Qingwan gazed deeply at Jiang Wan, unabashedly stating, "Ever since our engagement was annulled, Liu Jingyan has begun to act strangely. He may be powerless against your betrothal to the heir of the Xie family, yet he seems to be persistently searching for something related to you. Today, I have come to inquire about the tranquil tea recipe you once crafted for the young master of the Xie family." Jiang Wan hesitated for a moment before responding in a gentle tone, "I can indeed provide you with a recipe for the tranquil tea. However, I advise Miss Liu to consider this, rather than seeking to please him while standing in the shadows of others. It is far better to allow him to see the true you." Liu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. "The true her? You are well versed in the classics and possess a deep understanding of music, renowned for your talent. Surely, these attributes must outweigh something as trivial as tranquil tea." As if a veil had been lifted, Liu Qingwan gazed at Jiang Wan, her words caught in her throat. "If, in the future, Liu Jingyan were to have regrets, you..." Jiang Wan interjected, "I will not look back." Liu Qingwan persisted, "But you once." Jiang Wan replied, "Indeed. There was a time when I considered marrying him." She paused, her voice both gentle and resolute. "I never doubt sincerity, yet sincerity is ever-changing." Liu Qingwan's expression froze in disbelief. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed someone standing outside the door, her voice faltering in panic. "Is it the young master?" At that moment, Jiang Wan felt a chill run down her spine, an icy dread enveloping her. Xie Xingji had arrived, and he had overheard every word. This was disastrous. It felt as though everything was unraveling. Chapter 39. A show of weakness. Xie Xingji donned a long black robe, having arrived in haste. His inky hair was still damp with mist and the chill of the wind, and his peach blossom eyes, tranquil and steady, glimmered like water. Truly, those of striking appearance seemed to carry an elegance even in their stride. Xie Xingji stood tall and graceful, approaching her at a leisurely pace. Jiangwan lowered her gaze and caught sight of the freshly brewed milk tea from Yi Pinju in his hand. The fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air, sweetened by milk and honey. This new offering from Yi Pinju had quickly become her recent delight. In the biting cold, nothing could soothe the heart quite like a steaming cup of milk tea. A flutter of warmth stirred within Jiangwan, yet when her eyes met Xie Xingji's dark, peach blossom gaze, her heart sank. Despite his responsibilities, he had thought to bring her milk tea, concealing it within his cloak to prevent it from cooling. And here she was, discussing other men, particularly one with whom she had previously been betrothed. If the roles were reversed, she would surely feel anger. Lu Qingwan stepped forward, eager to clarify for Jiangwan. "My lord, please allow me to explain." However, Xie Xingji simply bypassed her, approaching Jiangwan directly. He offered her the warm milk tea with his customary gentleness. "It's freshly made. Drink it while it's hot." The milk tea was refreshing, infused with jasmine. Sweet yet not cloying, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Yet, at that moment, Jiangwan had no inclination to savor it. She felt overwhelmed with guilt. Before she could utter a word, Xie Xingji had removed his cloak and wrapped it around her petite frame, revealing her delicate, animated face. "It's cold. You went out without a cloak?" He didn't even glance at Lu Qingwan, taking Jiangwan's hand gently as he said, "Shall we go home?" Jiangwan stood frozen in surprise. To be honest, she had braced herself for Xie Xingji's wrath, yet he displayed no sign of anger, as if he had not taken the matter to heart at all. With a sigh of relief, her guilt only deepened. Inside the carriage, Jiangwan hesitantly lifted her gaze and cautiously looked at Xie Xingji. "My lord, why do you not ask me?" Xie Xingji, unperturbed, countered with a question, his tone revealing no trace of anger or joy. "What should I ask you?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiangwan ventured, "You know about my past with Lu Jingyan, don't you?" Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, observing her anxious demeanor, deliberately stating, "What matter? I'm unaware." Jiangwan was taken aback. The news of her engagement to Lu Jingyan was known to all in the capital. Was Xie Xingji feigning ignorance? Yet when she met his gaze, she found his peach blossom eyes clear and sincere. They shimmered with confidence and a gentle warmth, devoid of any anger. In that instant, Jiangwan realized that she truly did not understand him. He had clearly heard the words spoken, yet chose not to inquire further. He was aware of her past with Lu Jingyan, yet remained silent, playing the fool. What could his intentions be? Observing the confusion etched on her youthful features, Xie Xingji spoke up. "Awan, the past is of no consequence to me." His voice was deep, imbued with a subtle tenderness that was hardly perceptible. "All I knew was that in this moment, you were by my side, having become my wife. Everything else paled in significance." Jiangwan was momentarily stunned, taking a long while to comprehend. Good heavens! Whoever claimed that Xie Xingji was indifferent to women and lacked the charm to win a lady's heart? The man before her possessed an unparalleled beauty, as gentle and elegant as a clear breeze under a bright moon. His voice as cool and resonant as shattered Kunlun jade. As he leaned down to gaze at her, the inky depths of his peach blossom eyes shimmered with light, seemingly tinged with a hint of grievance. With such an alluring visage, how could he possibly be the esteemed imperial tutor of the capital? He was clearly a cunning fox, descended from the mountains. Being handsome was one thing, but he could also be flirtatious. Moreover, he had milk tea. Xie Xingji was indeed too impressive. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Jiangwan lowered her gaze, her voice soft as she spoke. The young master was skilled at uttering sweet words to delight others. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. "Is this, then, considered flattery? Tell me, does it bring you joy, Awan?" Jiangwan nodded. Not wishing to inflate his pride too much, she deliberately shifted the topic. "Young master, did you not buy me milk tea?" Xie Xingji regarded her with a languid gaze, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth, his voice tinged with playful teasing. "Do you wish to drink it?" Jiangwan nodded, yet before she could speak further, Xie Xingji looked down at her, his tone casual yet irresistibly enticing. "Call me brother, and I shall grant you a sip." Indeed, one must not indulge a man. Jiangwan shot him a sidelong glance, retorting with mild annoyance, "Just hand it over." Xie Xingji deliberately held the warm milk tea high above his head, preventing Jiang Wan from reaching it. Upon witnessing this, she could hardly believe her eyes. Was he merely 3 years old? How could he engage in such childish antics over a cup of milk tea? Did he think she would refrain from drinking it? Yet, as he paraded the cup of milk tea around her, the fragrance of jasmine mingled with the sweetness of milk and honey enveloped her senses. Jiang Wan could no longer contain herself. She reached out to snatch it, but Xie Xingji dodged away. With her balance compromised, she found herself leaning into his embrace, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ears. Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed instantly. The air was filled with not only the sweet scent of milk tea, but also the familiar aroma of sandalwood. Just as she recalled this, the commotion startled Yun Chen outside. He instinctively lifted the curtain to inquire, "Young master, is everything well?" Xie Xingji's expression darkened. "Leave." Realizing he had interrupted the young master's intimate moment, Yun Chen gasped, promptly lowering the curtain and smoothing out the creases to prevent prying eyes from glimpsing inside the carriage. At the moment Yun Chen lifted the curtain, Jiang Wan felt as though she could die from embarrassment. She buried her face deep into Xie Xingji's embrace, wishing to disappear entirely. Truly, it was easier to wish for death than to live in such a moment. The youthful sweetness of her breath filled the air, her soft form nestled within his arms. Xie Xingji felt a slight tension in his body, unconsciously swallowing hard, his deep voice somewhat hoarse. Yet he did not refrain from teasing her. "No me dea? Are you then inclined to seek refuge in my embrace?" Jiang Wan blushed, reluctantly lifting her gaze, her soft voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Xie Xingji, will you ever cease?" Xie Xingji lowered his eyes, observing the young lady nestled in his arms, deliberately provoking her further. Not in the least. Jiang Wan shot him an indignant glare, her tone a mixture of frustration and resignation. "You only ever bully me." Fearing that he might provoke her to the point of indifference, Xie Xingji softened his demeanor, enclosing her gently in his embrace, his voice imbued with affection. All right. It is entirely my fault. I should not have teased you, my lady. Please do not be angry with me. I will offer my sincerest apologies and submit to your judgment, if that would please you." It was well known in the capital that Xie Xingji was a young man of remarkable talent, brimming with ambition. Upon the ascension of His Majesty, he transitioned from the role of Crown Prince's tutor to that of the Emperor's mentor, revered by both civil and military officials as a paragon. Such a proud and noble figure, yet here he was, bowing his head to show her vulnerability. Chapter 40. Anyang. As the carriage rolled along, Jiang Wan had initially anticipated that Xie Xingji would take her back to the Xie residence. However, to her surprise, the carriage came to a halt at a nondescript roadside stall nestled within a narrow alley. Even the sign was a simple wooden board, upon which were inscribed the crooked characters, Wu's fish kanji. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. What was Xie Xingji up to? Before she could ponder further, he extended his hand toward her. Instinctively, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to assist her down from the carriage. The establishment was sparsely populated, likely due to the chilly weather, and the proprietor greeted Xie Xingji with commendable warmth. In no time, he presented 2 steaming bowls of fish kanji, accompanied by a small dish of preserved radish and peanuts. Another plate contained something that resembled vegetables, though it was not quite so. The stall owner smiled and explained, "This is stir-fried hemp leaves, a specialty from my hometown." Hemp leaves? What could that possibly be? Upon tasting the fish kanji, Jiang Wan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight. It was extraordinarily delicious. The fish was fresh and succulent, while the kanji was fragrant, soft, and melt-in-your-mouth delightful. A single spoonful felt like a warm embrace for her insides. The peanuts and preserved radish were equally delightful and crunchy, and even the hemp leaves possessed a unique charm. To her astonishment, such exquisite flavors could be found in this alleyway. It was no wonder Xie Xingji had brought her here. She had presumed that someone of his esteemed background would only frequent grand establishments like Yupinju or Landing. She could hardly fathom that the typically unflappable Xie Xingji would also have a fondness for humble roadside vendors. Xie Xingji gazed at her with gentle eyes, his voice imbued with warmth as he inquired, "Is it to your liking?" Jiang Wan nodded vigorously. "It's absolutely delicious." She had never tasted fish kanji so exquisite. Although she generally disliked fish due to its strong odor, Wu's fish congee was devoid of any fishiness and instead exuded a delightful freshness. The tenderness in Xie Xingji's eyes seemed to overflow as he replied softly, "I'm glad you like it." After their dinner, the distance to the Xie residence was not far. Feeling somewhat full, Jiang Wan suggested a leisurely stroll back to aid digestion. As they walked partway, they were approached by a young girl, who was accompanied by several maidservants and attendants, lingering at a distance, hesitant to step forward. Jiang Wan looked up at the girl before her. She had a delicate oval face, willow-like brows, and snow-white skin, adorned in a chest-length embroidered dress with peonies. A tiny beauty mark gracing her nose, giving her an endearing appearance. Jiang Wan was taken aback. The girl bore a resemblance to her. To her further astonishment, the girl called out to Xie Xingji, "Wait a moment." He indeed halted, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Anyang, what brings you here?" Anyang hesitated for a moment, seemingly gathering her courage to speak. "I heard you were married, so I specifically came to see." Her beautiful eyes flicked toward Jiang Wan, momentarily taken aback. She thought Jiang Wan looked. Anyang's tone softened significantly, her rosy cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. "Xie Xingji, you are aware of my affections for you, which have lingered for quite some time." Anyang, clutching a handkerchief, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Jiang Wan was taken aback by the sudden declaration. This Anyang County lord is truly bold. To profess one's feelings in public, especially with the rightful partner standing right beside her. Jiang Wan lifted her gaze to Xie Xingji, her eyes conveying a silent message. "Should I perhaps excuse myself?" Xie Xingji, perceiving her intent, unhesitatingly took her small hand in his. There would be no escape. He held Jiang Wan's hand firmly, casting a glance at Anyang, his dark, peach blossom eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. "Anyang, what is it that you find appealing about me?" Upon hearing him speak, Anyang's tone was filled with undeniable excitement as she replied, "You possess striking good looks, excel in combat, and my father claims your literary works remain unparalleled." Xie Xingji's impatience deepened. "Then, if you happen to encounter someone more handsome, more skilled in battle, and with superior literary prowess than mine, would you cease to love me?" Jiang Wan was momentarily speechless. Is it truly possible to find such remarkable individuals in the capital? Anyang, momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively clarified, "No, even if others excel, my heart is set solely on you." However, Xie Xingji interjected, "But I do not harbor any feelings for you." He looked directly at Anyang, articulating each word with clarity. "Listen well, Anyang. You are not my preferred type. I have never liked you, and I shall not in the future." Jiang Wan, concealed nearby, observed Xie Xingji's cold demeanor. She suddenly recalled Shun Shubai's assessment. Xie Xingji appears gentle, yet he is, in truth, the most indifferent and unfeeling. Throughout these days, he had humbled himself, going to great lengths to appease her, creating a fleeting illusion in Jiang Wan's mind that he was an amiable person. Yet, as Jiang Wan regarded him now, the coldness in his gaze crystallized, enveloping him in an aura of aloof nobility that rendered one hesitant to approach. Anyang, undeterred, exclaimed, "Xie Xingji, I can change." She pointed at Jiang Wan, her emotions spiraling out of control as she cried, "Tell me what type of girl you prefer, and I shall transform accordingly." Xie Xingji, wearied, turned away. "There is no need to change. It would be futile." Jiang Wan couldn't help but lament the heartlessness of Xie Xingji. This beautiful girl was in tears, a sight so pitiful that even she, as a woman, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, Xie Xingji remained oblivious, resolutely pulling Jiang Wan away. Once more, Anyang obstructed his path, her voice choked with emotion. "Xie Xingji, can we at least be friends?" Xie Xingji decisively rejected her. No. Never had Anyang felt so humiliated. She reached out to grasp Xie Xingji's arm, only to have him evade her. His voice, now laced with a chilling disdain, was devoid of any pretense. "Speak your mind, but refrain from touching." Anyang, flustered and indignant, glanced at Jiang Wan, sheltered behind Xie Xingji, and clenched her teeth, declaring, "I will not give up." With that, she ran off without a backward glance. Xie Xingji narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the behavior of the young women in this day and age. His words had reached such a point, yet he claimed he would not give up. Truly, it was absurd. Xie turned his gaze back and unexpectedly locked eyes with Jiang Wan's apricot orbs. As they stared at each other, Jiang Wan could not help but swallow hard. A sense of inexplicable guilt washed over her, prompting her to speak instinctively. I will go buy you some pastries. Xie grasped the collar of her garment, pulling her back. Don't you have anything to ask me? Huh? Jiang Wan was taken aback. What was she supposed to inquire about? Her husband had been openly confessed to by another girl. How would such matters typically be resolved in romance novels? By throwing a tantrum? She glanced at her attire, the new winter clothes made for her by Dongwu, and felt reluctant to part with them. Perhaps by weeping and wailing? At that moment, having eaten her fill, she found it difficult to summon tears. Noticing the young lady's silence, Xie let out a barely perceptible sigh, his voice low and melancholic as he spoke. What I said earlier, Jiang Wan quickly interjected, rest assured, Your Grace. I heard every word. The chill in Xie gaze gradually dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. His voice, deep and laced with hidden amusement, inquired, Pray tell. What did you hear? Jiang Wan replied with certainty. Your Grace said that you do not favor women of our kind. Fear not about the separation. I shall not cling to you and will never make it difficult for you. Xie looked at Jiang Wan in disbelief. When had he ever declared that he did not favor women like her? Chapter 41. A reunion with Lu Jingyan. Xie voice, rare and uncontrolled, exclaimed. When did I ever say that I no longer cherish you? Jiang Wan, exercising patience, replied, Did you not just mention that you do not favor our type? Xie inquired, Our type? Jiang Wan nodded. Do you not think that in Yang and I bear a striking resemblance? Xie was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. How can Yang possibly resemble her? And Yang sought to draw closer to him, while he would rather retreat. Yet, should Jiang Wan be inclined to approach him, he would welcome her touch for a moment longer. Leaning closer, Xie gazed into Jiang Wan's eyes, his peach blossom gaze clear and earnest as he stated, You and Yang are not alike at all. Wan, you are one of a kind. Jiang Wan, entranced by the tenderness in Xie ink-black eyes, found it impossible to remain unmoved. However, a person of such remarkable charm, as he was hardly someone a mere merchant's daughter could dare to covet. A year later, she would acquire a divorce decree, and Xie would gain his freedom. At that time, their relationship would cease to exist. Should she develop an obsession in the interim, it would merely invite ridicule. Jiang Wan cast a glance at Xie, the youthful man before her radiating vigor and striking beauty. Who could gaze upon such a figure without succumbing to infatuation? She, too, was merely an ordinary woman, and to be captivated by beauty was but a human inclination. Jiang Wan swiftly forgave herself. Suddenly, she recalled a notion from a novel she had perused the previous night, which suggested that the best way to dispel a man's allure was to possess him. She concluded that her feelings for Xie stemmed fundamentally from the allure of unattainability. What if she were to win his affection? Perhaps that would diminish his charm in her eyes. Jiang Wan was not one to neglect her own desires. Presently, bound by a marriage contract with Xie, she shared her bed with her husband, entirely reasonable and lawful. No one could fault her. Once a year had passed, and she and Xie were divorced, her heart would bear no regrets. While Jiang Wan had devised a clever plan, the challenge remained. How could she manage to share a bed with Xie? With a sigh, she resolved to return home that evening and reread the novel that Chong Lu had given her. As the carriage arrived at the Xie residence, Xie received a summons from the emperor. He escorted Jiang Wan into the Xie household before turning to enter the palace. Jiang Wan had scarcely crossed the threshold when a servant came to inform her that someone was seeking her presence. Initially, she assumed it was Shun Shu Bai and instructed her servant to usher the guest to the flower hall. However, upon arriving, she discovered it was Lu Jingyan. Having not seen him for some time, she noted his disheveled appearance. He had lost considerable weight and appeared quite unkempt. Jiang Wan had never been one to shy away from confrontation, and the audacity of Lu Jingyan to seek her out emboldened her to meet him. She instructed the servant to open the door, ensuring that several attendants were present to serve should Lu Jingyan become unruly. With steady strides, Jiang Wan entered the room, while Lu Jingyan's gaze was immediately drawn to her, unable to divert his attention. His father had told him that Jiang Wan was merely a spirited young girl. After a few days of neglect, things would return to normal. However, he could never have anticipated that Jiang Wan would actually marry Xie Xingji. Du Ruofeng reassured himself that Xie Xingji lavished affection upon his new bride. Not only did he procure an imperial decree for marriage using military achievements, but he also offered half of the Xie family fortune as a dowry. Lu Jingyan felt a sense of panic. Life without Jiang Wan was utterly discomforting. His former companions began to distance themselves from him. Even Master Wang ceased to visit his residence for lessons. His father's chronic illness worsened in the absence of Shen Shubai, and his mother had retreated to a villa in the countryside, unwilling to see him. Lu Jingyan had long contemplated seeking out Jiang Wan. Yet, he never imagined that Xie Xingji had discovered the identities of the troublemakers sent by him to Yue Pavilion. Initially, Lu Jingyan assumed that Xie Xingji's character would lead him to report the matter to the authorities, as everyone in the capital knew him to be just and meticulous, with no tolerance for wrongdoing. However, he was taken aback when Xie Xingji had him bundled up and beaten, specifically targeting his face. It dawned on Lu Jingyan that while it was not difficult to have him arrested, if this incident were to reach Jiang Wan's ears, she would undoubtedly worry about him. With Jiang Wan and Xie Xingji's wedding approaching, Xie Xingji would not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise. A private beating, leaving him with injuries to his face, would prevent him from seeking out Jiang Wan. By the time he recovered, Jiang Wan would be Xie Xingji's wife. As he pondered this, Lu Jingyan could hardly believe that such actions were taken by Xie Xingji. Wasn't he supposed to be a paragon of virtue? Or had the promised integrity and righteousness gone? This man was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only was Lu Jingyan troubled, but he also heard that the Lu family was in disarray. His father informed him that Lady Lu had been embroiled in a scandal involving an illicit affair. Lord Lu, known for his uprightness, could not fathom that his legitimate wife had secretly taken a lover. In an uproar, the Lu family was thrown into chaos, with Lady Lu weeping and claiming her innocence, alleging that she was a victim of slander. During this period, the Lu family became the talk of the town among the elite in the capital. When Lu Jingyan encountered Xie Xingji again, a sudden realization struck him. Could this be the result of Xie Xingji's machinations? After all, it was a servant from the Lu household who had initially pushed Jiang Wan into a precarious situation. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became. With Xie Xingji's ruthless nature, if he learned that Lu Jingyan had come to seek Jiang Wan today, what might he do? Shaken and apprehensive, Lu Jingyan took a sip of the tea before him. The tea was exquisite, by Luo Chun worth several taels of silver per ounce. Unable to resist, he indulged in another sip, recalling how long it had been since he had tasted such fine tea. While he had initially harbored concerns about Xie Xingji's potential retaliation, gazing upon Jiang Wan's stunning beauty and considering the wealth of the Jiang family, Lu Jingyan's resolve solidified. No matter how formidable Xie Xingji might be, the one Jiang Wan favored was him. With this singular truth, he felt victorious over Xie Xingji. Upon this thought, Lu Jingyan could not help but feel a sense of triumph, envisioning himself standing triumphantly over Xie Xingji. After all, was he not the emperor's mentor? He was eager to witness how this esteemed tutor would maintain his composure when faced with betrayal. With this in mind, Lu Jingyan lowered his voice deliberately and gazed at Jiang Wan with deep affection, asking, Wan, are you faring well these days? Jiang Wan regarded his demeanor and felt a sudden wave of revulsion. Master Lu has not come today merely to reminisce with me, has he? Standing up, Lu Jingyan intended to approach her, but was intercepted by Zhu Qing. Master Lu, please conduct yourself appropriately. Reluctantly, Lu Jingyan raised his voice, declaring, Wan, we have both been deceived. Xie Xingji is nothing but a brute. He deliberately arranged for someone to ambush me, leaving me injured and bedridden, unable to halt your wedding. Jiang Wan was taken aback. She could hardly fathom that someone as seemingly noble as Xie Xingji could resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet, she had to admit, there was something appealing about this straightforward and forceful approach. Noticing her silence, Yunqing took the initiative to defend his young master. Madam, do not be swayed by the slander of this scoundrel. He intentionally sent people to disrupt matters at UAE Pavilion. The young master merely acted to protect your honor. Yunqing, resolute, added, as for the matter of retaliation, that was my own decision and bears no reflection on the young master. Young master, I can assist you no further. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan responded in a gentle tone, I understand. Bring forth the reward. Guard Yunqing has served the master well and shall receive a bounty of 100 taels. Yunqing was taken aback. Had he misheard? The madam was not only sparing in punishment, but also bestowing a reward. Furthermore, generosity was astonishing. 100 taels was a sum he earned in 5 months of service. Resolute in his decision, Yunqing resolved to become an informant for the young master's wife. No one would stand in his way. Chapter 42. Memories. Lu Jing stared incredulously at Jiangwan. Jiangwan let out a cold laugh. Young Master Lu, you have repeatedly ensnared me in injustice. If it were not for the favor you extended to me during my time of need at Blackwind Stronghold, do you truly believe I would tolerate your behavior? Lu Jingyan observed the chill in Jiangwan's gaze and could not help but explain, no, it is not as you think. Jiangwan, we were once betrothed, and you have treated me sincerely, have you not? Jiangwan regarded him with disdain evident in her apricot eyes. In the past, I considered you merely a spoiled scion of a noble family. But I had no idea you were both foolish and malicious. You have attempted to sabotage me time and again, and still expect my genuine affection? Your appearance is mediocre, yet your expectations are exceedingly grand. Yin Chun, expel him. Lu Jingyan, unwilling to concede, opened his mouth to speak, but Yun Chun swiftly stuffed a rag into his mouth, silencing him as he was dragged away. Xie Xingji arrived at the emperor's study, where Fu Hongshun, seated at a high position, lifted his gaze the moment Xie entered. The imposing presence of the sovereign bore down upon him. He dismissed the servants from the room and, with a voice stripped of its previous calmness, inquired cautiously, Xingji, did you go to Wu Ji? Xie Xingji pressed his fingers to his temples, pondering whether his majesty was akin to a dog. With a hint of resignation, he nodded, indeed. Fu Hongshun's eyes brightened momentarily. Did you bring me something? Xie Xingji's tone grew more exasperated. Your majesty's dietary needs are of utmost delicacy. I dare not make any assumptions. Fu Hongshun was momentarily taken aback. Although Xie claimed to be cautious, he had often disregarded such caution in the past. Who would believe it? Since ascending the throne, he had endured a year of relentless toil, unable even to savor the fish porridge from Wu Ji. After becoming the emperor, his meals had transformed into a matter of paramount importance, requiring the imperial kitchen to collaborate with the royal physicians to devise suitable menus based on his health. After the dishes were prepared, they underwent a series of processes, including plating and tasting, ensuring that by the time they reached him, they were invariably cold. It is no exaggeration to say that since his ascension, Fu Hongshun had not had a single warm meal. At times, he truly did not understand what compelled him to occupy this position. Endless work without respite was one thing, but to labor daily with utmost diligence only to be deprived of a warm meal was intolerable. Even beasts of burden would weep at such a fate. Moreover, he was perpetually pressured by a cadre of elderly ministers to select a consort. These old fogies, who would deny him a hot meal, expected him to take a woman to bed. Such notions were utterly preposterous. Fu Hongshun sighed. I summoned you today regarding the matter of Enyang. Enyang's father has petitioned to marry her to you as a secondary wife. As the cousin of the late emperor, he seeks to elevate Enyang, a county princess, to a position that is, in truth, a lowly match compared to her status. However, upon hearing this, a coldness enveloped Xie Xingji's eyes, a palpable aura of menace gradually surfacing. Fu Hongshun glanced at Xie, expressing his distaste. Enough of this demeanor. This is not a battlefield. There is no need for such violent intentions. It is most alarming. Fu Hongshun sighed in resignation. If you do not favor Anyang, I shall issue a decree to allow the Prince of Zheng to return to his fiefdom. Truly, what ill intentions could the prince harbor? He merely wishes to marry his daughter, after all. Enough of this. He cast a glance at Xie Xingji and suddenly remarked, The Minister of Justice has sent a memorial, stating that the Black Wind stronghold, which you personally dismantled 3 years ago, has now completed its term. Interestingly, the bandits from the Black Wind stronghold have been quite industrious in prison, expressing that they have ample food and drink and do not wish to leave. Xie Xingji paused for a moment in silence before responding. In the late years of the previous emperor, the burdens of heavy taxes were unbearable for the common people, and many were compelled by desperation to become bandits, particularly in the impoverished region where the Black Wind stronghold is located. Now that circumstances have improved, they should be allowed to return. Hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered across Fu Hongxuan's handsome visage. In those days, you were under military orders. Why did you divert to the lair of the Black Wind stronghold? Noticing Xie Xingji's silence, Fu Hongxuan continued, I have heard that upon your return from the battlefield, you were in search of a young girl. The curiosity in Fu Hongxuan's gaze deepened. What has become of that? Xie Xingji's voice softened. I've found her. A sudden realization sparked in Fu Hongxuan's mind as he pointed at Xie Xingji. Found her? It could not be. Xie Xingji's eyes grew tender indeed. It is a Wan. He was under military orders at the time and should not have delayed. Yet, he had witnessed a young girl, barely of age, smeared with mud to protect herself and her maid, outsmarting the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold. At that moment, Xie Xingji thought to himself how delightful it was to encounter such a charming girl in the capital. She was both courageous and clever. Had it not been for her mother, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Beneath the weight of his military orders, Xie Xingji could not reveal his true identity. He concealed his face with a mask and rescued her from the Black Wind stronghold. However, he never anticipated that upon her release, Jiang Wan would be determined to return. Initially, he believed she had lost her senses. Yet the young girl, with her delicate features, earnestly informed him that the bandits had captured her maid, a servant, and her mother. She could not abandon them. Xie Xingji replied, You cannot even protect yourself, yet you have the heart to concern yourself with others? The young girl offered him a jade pendant from her waist, gazing at him with clear, earnest apricot eyes. Thank you for saving me. If there is ever an opportunity, I shall repay you. I am Jiang Yuan, as only daughter from the capital. Please inform my father, Jiang Yuan, to come with men to rescue them. I express my gratitude for your great kindness in advance. At that moment, Xie Xingji steadied Jiang Yuan, who was about to kneel, his tone laced with teasing. You must remember to repay me for this favor. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yuan nodded vigorously, her clear apricot eyes sparkling with light. Xie Xingji accepted her jade pendant and instructed Yinshun to return and lead a force against the Black Wind stronghold. Bound by his military orders, he could not linger for long. Yet he always recalled the moment when the young girl's eyes sparkled as she vowed to repay him. During those years on the battlefield, the soldiers spoke of General Xie as not only a master strategist, but also as a commander who treated his men with the warmth of family. However, they remained unaware that this was largely due to the young girl's words. If I were to abandon them in peril, how could I expect others to trust and serve me in return? Xie Xingji wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Little did he anticipate that upon returning to the capital after securing victory, he would discover that the young girl had become betrothed to Lu Jingyan. Xie Xingji, a paragon of excellence, had always achieved whatever he desired without fail. Yet, upon hearing of the young girl's engagement, he found himself at a loss for the first time. He began to inquire into everything concerning Jiang Wan and Lu Jingyan. The more he learned, the more infuriated he became. Where had her wisdom gone? Lu Jingyan was clearly not a worthy gentleman. How could she have stumbled so gravely with him? The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, yet he could not bring himself to blame Jiang Wan. She was still young. What did she truly understand? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon the shameless Lu Jingyan. Did he not scorn the girl for being the daughter of a merchant? Then let him lend a hand. If Lu Jingyan could secure the engagement, then surely Xie Xingji could shatter it. Chapter 43. A perilous encounter as the weather grew colder. The health of grandmother Wen did not improve. Rather, it deteriorated further. During this period, Wenli found herself shuttling back and forth between the Wen and Xie households. She heard that the Bodhi temple outside the city was reputed to possess remarkable efficacy. Wen Li resolved to contribute some money for incense in hopes of her grandmother's swift recovery. Just as she was about to depart, she encountered Jiang Wan. Upon learning of Wen Li's intention to visit the temple, Jiang Wan's mind began to race. After all, had not C.S. Xingji wished to secure a talisman for his mother's safety? With the opportunity now presenting itself, Jiang Wan saw no reason to let it slip away. Thus, she proposed to accompany Wen Li on her journey. Wen Li, having no reason to decline, readily agreed. The two set off together in a carriage. The Bodhi temple lay to the west of the city, a considerable distance away. Wen Li and Jiang Wan were accompanied by several young servants and maidens. However, to their dismay, they soon encountered bandits along the way, and their carriage was abruptly halted. The horses pulling the carriage were startled, bolting in a panic. Wen Li's heart raced in alarm, and she instinctively grasped Jiang Wan's hand. Jiang Wan reassured her, urging her not to be afraid, and to assess the situation first. The leader of the bandits, wielding a large blade, shouted toward the carriage, "Which young lady is so foolish as to leave home and venture into my Black Wind stronghold? If you do not leave some toll, it will not be easy to pass." At that moment, Yin Shun happened to be accompanying C.S. Xingji into the palace, leaving behind only Jiang Wan's servant, Zhu Qing. Although Zhu Qing was adept in business, he was not particularly skilled in combat, especially against such a formidable number of foes. Zhu Qing stepped forward, placing a heavy bag of silver into the bandit leader's hand, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Disturbing the stronghold leader is indeed regrettable. This is a token from my lady. Please accept it for tea, and I implore the leader to allow us passage." The bandit leader, Sunda, weighed the silver in his hands, his heart brimming with joy. He had not anticipated that his first venture after being released from prison would lead him to such a lucrative target. Seizing this opportunity, he could secure enough fund for the grain seeds for next year without worry. Sunda pocketed the silver but refused to let them go, shouting, "These travelers are guests. Come, let's invite the noble ones from the carriage to our stronghold for a cup of tea." From the moment he spoke, Jiang Wan felt a sense of familiarity in his voice. When the curtain was drawn aside, she finally understood the source of that familiarity. What a small world it was. The bandit who obstructed their path was none other than the very brigand who had kidnapped them years ago. Hadn't this group of bandits been apprehended? How could they possibly reappear here? Jiang Wan recognized Sunda, yet he did not recognize her. This was partly due to her youth at the time, compounded by the mud that had been smeared across her face. No matter how hard Sunda tried, he could not connect the dots to see that the elegant and noble young woman before him was the same girl he had once toyed with so cruelly. As Jiang Wan was lost in thought, Wen Li suddenly grasped her hand and said resolutely, "Wan, let me speak. These bandits seek wealth. They will not take lives. I spoke to them, saying I would remain as a hostage while you go back to retrieve the ransom." Wen Li attempted to sound casual, yet the hand concealed within her sleeve trembled uncontrollably. Such noble integrity truly reflects the character of the granddaughter of Minister Wen. Jiang Wan held her hand and chuckled softly, recounting how, in years past, her father had mentioned that when the emperor was besieged, it was Minister Wen who detained the disloyal second prince, thus granting time for the crown prince. In this regard, second sister-in-law truly embodies the spirit of the Wen family. Wen Li grew anxious. "Are you still laughing?" Jiang Wan tightened her grip and replied resolutely, "I cannot acquiesce to second sister-in-law's proposal." Wen Li's tone became increasingly urgent. Wan, you are still young and do not comprehend what it means to be captured by these mountain bandits. Even if one were innocent, how many would believe in that innocence?" Jiang Wan firmly countered, "Precisely because I understand I cannot allow second sister-in-law to venture into danger alone." Wen Li was taken aback. Her gaze lowered as she bitterly remarked, "I am indifferent. Whether my reputation remains or not, the second young master will not care. But you are different. The fourth brother is sincere toward you. You cannot afford to be harmed." Jiang Wan observed Wen Li's self-sacrificial demeanor and nearly burst into laughter. "It seems second sister-in-law did not truly know me. I have never been fond of tales of selflessness." Jiang Wan lifted the curtain and released a signal to the sky before anyone could react. Sunda, witnessing this, panicked. What had this woman done? He brandished his great sword, storming toward the carriage with fierce intent, but Jiang Wan's words halted him in his tracks. Sunda, I understand that you have taken to banditry for the villagers of Haifeng's High. I can offer you assistance, provided that Haifeng's High ceases its pillaging. I can arrange for you to manage the farmlands. Sunda was momentarily stunned. Did this young lady recognize him? He barked gruffly. Why should I trust you? Jiangwan met his gaze with a serious demeanor. 3 years ago, at Zhangjiapo, I offered you a chance. Sunda froze. 3 years ago, Zhangjiapo. It was her. She was the cunning girl who had lured the officials and brought down Haifeng's High stronghold. One ironic twist of fate. Sunda, hefting his sword, glared menacingly. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, wretched girl. If you had shown up, I would have accepted my losses. But heaven has favored me, allowing my first encounter upon my release to be with you. Today, I shall undoubtedly end your life. When Li, upon hearing this, felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Trembling, she raised her voice. Who dares to approach? I am the granddaughter of Old Master One and the wife of Xiaer. If you lay a hand on me, will you be prepared to pay with the lives of everyone in Haifeng's High? At her words, Sunda hesitated. During his time in prison, he had indeed heard of Old Master One's reputation as a good official. It was somewhat amusing. Despite being a bandit leader, he harbored a heart for redistributing wealth. In that moment, he truly found himself wavering. Jiangwan gazed at Wen Li, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. This Wen Li truly was Navi. How vital is a woman's virtue? This was precisely why Zhu Qing refrained from initially revealing the name of the Xie family. The incident of the young mistress of the Xie family being robbed by bandits, once made public, could tarnish her reputation irreparably, even if her innocence remained intact. Mere rumors could lead to her demise. Wen Li was not ignorant of such truths. Yet, her greater fear lay in her own predicament, compelling her to sacrifice her own reputation to protect her. The Wen family of the capital had long been known for their loyalty and integrity, never having a single blemish on their name. Jiangwan cast a sidelong glance. Observing Wen Li trembling, her lip clamped tightly between her teeth. Jiangwan could scarcely fathom the resolve it took for her to utter such words. Chapter 44. The appearance of Xie Xingji. Jiangwan sighed softly, a flicker of compassion glimmering in her eyes as she clasped Wen Li's hand, offering reassurance. Second sister-in-law, do not worry. I shall handle this matter. Wen Li remained uneasy. But, Jiangwan smiled gently. Have you forgotten my background? Casting her gaze upon Sunda. Her demeanor was calm, yet her voice resonated with authority. Sunda, you merely seek to provide a livelihood for the villagers of Haifeng's High. Yes, you. Should you cease your actions, I can manage fertile lands for the villagers, charging only a third of the rent. Sunda questioned incredulously, what? You still intend to collect rent? Jiangwan regarded him with disdain. Of course. Which prominent family rents out land without collecting rent? Taken aback by her retort, Sunda hesitated. But we are bandits. We can kill you if we wish. He paused, reconsidering. A third is too much. It should be rent-free. Jiangwan laughed in exasperation. Go to the capital and ask around. Which landlord charges less than 7 parts? Are you truly attempting to negotiate? You might as well kill me. Sunda was momentarily speechless. He was aware that rents typically range from 70 to 80%. Yet he thought perhaps these noble ladies were timid and easily deceived. A moment of clarity struck him. She was indeed of noble descent. Why would she willingly lease land to them after being robbed? Almost fell for it. Sunda waved his hand, shouting to his companions. I nearly let this woman trick me. Rent for what? Capture her and demand silver from her family. That would be far better than toiling in the fields. Jiangwan furrowed her brow, the pear blossom needle concealed in her sleeve poised for action. She had granted Sunda an opportunity before. If he sought his own demise, she would not intervene. As Jiangwan steadied her breath, suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, like an eagle soaring high, aimed directly at Sunda. Had he not reacted swiftly, the injury would have been far worse than a mere graze on his arm. Damn it, who ambushed me? Upon glancing up, Sunda beheld a young man clad in a dark long robe, wielding a silver spear, his expression cool and exuding an aura of intimidation. Jiangwan surveyed the newcomer, her mind racing with a singular thought. How could Xie Xingji possess such striking features? Narrowing her eyes, she felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. Had she known Xie Xingji in the past? Sunda knelt in shock. Surely this cannot be. I was merely attempting to rob. And now the Xie family army has arrived? He had once tried to curry favor with the Xie family army while imprisoned, demonstrating his skills in hopes of joining their ranks. He had nurtured the dream of a hero since childhood. However, as Haifeng's fell into despair under corrupt officials and heavy taxation, he had no choice but to become a bandit. Yet, upon hearing of the Xie family army's achievements, his aspiration had been to join them. He had not anticipated that the foremost requirement for enlistment would be a clean lineage, devoid of any transgressions. Once again, disappointment washed over him. During his time in reform, he had witnessed the Xie family army's training and had even seen General Xie from a distance. Those were the days when the late emperor was still alive and envoys from enemy nations came to negotiate peace, their words of diplomacy laced with veiled insults. He also brought along a barbarian who claimed that the scholars of the Shang dynasty were feeble and that none could rival him in battle. Upon hearing this, General Xie, bearing a long spear, stepped forth, forcing the barbarian to retreat step by step, his body marred with wounds. I spare your life due to the Shang dynasty's long-standing tradition of hospitality, he declared. The barbarian, in that moment, was driven to tears. Reduced to such a pitiful state, he pondered whether it might have been better to end his own life rather than endure this humiliation. What kind of hospitality was this? Meanwhile, Sunda, who idolized General Xie, redoubled his training. Yet, he never anticipated that this very Xie Xingji would personally lead troops to hunt him down. Moreover, the woman clad in plain garments had mentioned she was the granddaughter of Old Man One and the wife of Xie. At that moment, Sunda felt an inexplicable embarrassment, akin to a fallen courtesan caught in the gaze of her beloved. He prided himself on robbing the wealthy to aid the poor. Yet here he was, preying upon the family of a righteous official. Truly, he was a wretch. He knelt down and, unable to contain himself, struck his own face twice. His voice filled with anguish. I pay my respects to General Xie. Xie Xingji cast a disdainful glance at him, recognizing this bandit from their previous encounter. With a cunning Jiang, Wan had outwitted him. Later, when he was imprisoned, Xie had seen him a few times. He was loyal to his comrades and possessed decent skills. In essence, he was a man of sentiment and loyalty, though lacking in intellect. Xie Xingji spoke coldly. Take him away. The men of Haifeng Zhai laid down their weapons and surrendered. After all, this was the Xie family army, and resistance was futile. Once Xie Xingji dealt with the bandits, he rode over to the carriage and first saluted Wenli. Sister-in-law, are you unhurt? Wenli shook her head, though her gaze could not help but wander toward what lay behind Xie Xingji. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. This matter is unknown to my second brother. Dr. Shun received a signal from Awan and informed me to come for your rescue. Wenli lowered her eyes and softly replied, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, fourth brother. Shun Shubai approached, his tone gentle. I have met the second lady. The heir has instructed me to escort you to the Bodhi temple. Wenli pondered for a moment, knowing fourth brother had always cherished Jiangwan. The two surely had much to discuss at this moment. It would indeed be inappropriate for her to remain. Thus, she nodded. In that case, I shall trouble Dr. Shun. Wenli boarded Shun Shubai's carriage and glanced back at her own, where she saw Xie Xingji had already lifted the curtain and eagerly entered. Jiangwan had been terrified today. Surely, fourth brother would comfort her well. This was what the tales spoke of, marrying for love. Wenli thought enviously. As soon as Xie Xingji lifted the carriage curtain, Jiangwan noticed the sudden somberness in his expression. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She wished to escape, but the confined space of the carriage offered no refuge. In a soft voice, she feigned vulnerability. My lord, I am so glad you have arrived. You cannot imagine how frightened I was just now. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with a teasing mirth. Is that so? I see no evidence of fright upon you. You are reluctant to even reduce your tone a little. Jiangwan choked on her words. He heard everything. She attempted to grasp Xie Xingji's hand, but he evaded her touch. Embarrassed, she remarked, I was merely trying to buy some time. Shun Shubai will surely respond to my signal and come to my rescue. This was precisely what displeased Xie Xingji the most. His voice was low and muffled as he queried, Why did you not mention my name? The carriage bears the emblem of the Xie family. Had you invoked my name, Those mountain bandits would undoubtedly have refrained from troubling you. Jiangwan gently touched the tip of her nose and replied softly, "How could I do that? The heir has already extended me tremendous assistance. Though today's incident may seem trivial, invoking the heir's name would inevitably tarnish his reputation." Jiangwan, softening her tone, added, "Then I would truly be beyond redemption." She anticipated that Xie would feel slightly better after hearing her words, but to her surprise, his expression darkened even further. Chapter 45. The one who rescued her is Xie in Awan's perspective. I am merely a pretender seeking fame, disregarding the safety of my own wife. Jiangwan. That's not. Xie voice, once gentle, now resonated with an unsettling depth. You do not trust me, so you would rather await Shen Shubai's rescue than acknowledge my name? Jiangwan. How could he think that? Xie gazed at her, his clear, cold eyes earnest. Do you understand how terrified I have been throughout this journey? The young girl he had painstakingly sought after, if anything were to happen to her. However, Xie never anticipated that Jiang Wan had not truly hoped for his assistance. She was even reluctant to invoke his name. She lacked trust in herself. Contemplating this, an inexplicable irritation stirred within Xie. Jiang Wan was perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. Nevertheless, he had come to rescue her, and she was not one to overlook kindness. Thus, she softened her tone, saying, "Your Grace, please do not be angry with me. I acknowledge my mistake and promise it will not happen again." Xie regarded the young girl before him, her warm, apricot-colored eyes sparkling. He sighed, recognizing that it was she who had been frightened. It was commendable that she still forced a smile to reassure herself. With this thought, Xie tone softened considerably. "Pray tell, where did I err?" Jiangwan hesitated momentarily. Next time, when he negotiates, I should have simply agreed. Xie felt a surge of frustration choke him, instinctively tapping her forehead. "You." Jiangwan covered her forehead, incredulous. "Your Grace, you." Wait. As she rubbed her forehead, she finally recalled the source of the familiar sensation. She reached out, trembling, to cover half of Xie face. Then, astonishment washed over her as she covered her mouth in surprise. 3 years ago, at Zhangjiapo, the masked man was Xie. From the moment Xie had appeared, an inexplicable familiarity had enveloped her. The figure from years past bore no resemblance to Lu Jingyan, who was frail. That man, while also slender, was significantly taller. Yet if it were Xie, all would align. Lu Jingyan was merely the son of an official, lacking the authority to mobilize soldiers for her rescue. She had once speculated whether it was Lu's father who had intervened. However, given Lu Zhang's attitude toward her, such a possibility seemed remote. But if Xie had indeed rescued her, why had Lu Jingyan ultimately led the troops? Jiang Wan cast a tentative glance at Xie, inquiring, "Your Grace, have you ever been to Zhangjiapo?" Xie, taken aback, stared at her with his elongated, inky eyes. "Awan, why do you suddenly ask this?" Jiang Wan hesitated. 3 years ago, I was at Zhangjiapo and was unexpectedly rescued by someone. I gave that person a jade pendant." She paused, her apricot eyes fixed intently on him, her voice trembling as she asked, "Your Grace, was that person you?" Xie sighed, retrieving a flawless piece of white jade from his bosom, its surface smooth and luminous. "I had thought that Awan had forgotten about this matter, and that she would never have the opportunity to present this jade pendant in her lifetime." He looked down at her, seemingly smiling for a moment. "Awan had once told me that possessing this jade pendant meant I owed her a favor. It was agreed that I would repay this kindness." Xie gazed at her, his tone deep and lingering, revealing a rare hint of grievance. "However, upon my return, I heard the news of Awan's engagement to another." Jiang Wan was taken aback. Xie had long been aware that it was he who had saved her back then. Jiang Wan, perplexed, asked, "Then why did you not speak of it?" Xie scoffed softly, his smile devoid of warmth. "You are to be engaged to another. What purpose would my words serve? To add another congratulatory gift?" Jiang Wan was momentarily speechless. Is Xie tongue fed with poison from Crane's crest so venomous? Nevertheless, she softened her voice, seeking to appease him. "The heir saved me once back then and again at the spring banquet. Such immense kindness. I truly do not know how to repay. In my next life, I shall surely serve the heir as a humble beast of burden, repaying his grace. Sies Singji regarded her with a calm demeanor and said lightly, if you do not know how to repay, can it be that you need not repay at all? Jiangwan responded with silence. Sies Singji continued, why must you be a beast of burden in your next life? Is this life not sufficient? Jiangwan remained silent once more. Why could she not be a beast of burden in this life? Because in this life, she had already become a human. Yet, she had always feared being indebted to others, especially for a life-saving grace so profound. Moreover, it was twice. Jiangwan sighed, feeling an urge to eliminate Lu Jingyan at that moment. However, it was evident that the one who had saved her was Sies Singji. Why had it shifted to Lu Jingyan later on? Jiangwan leaned closer, softly inquiring, I am perplexed. The one who saved me back then was clearly you. Why did it later become Lu Jingyan? Sies Singji gently rubbed her small face, confirming that it felt just as he had imagined. When the crown prince was besieged by enemy forces, I was ordered to assist. The situation was dire. I could not reveal myself, nor could I allow the outside world to know that I delayed military affairs to save you. Jiangwan suddenly understood. No wonder he had worn a silver-gray mask at that time. She had thought that the one who saved her was an ugly creature. Later, she assumed it was Lu Jingyan who had rescued her, and had often wondered why Lu Jingyan looked far more handsome without the mask. Little did she realize that the true rescuer was Sies Singji. Their bond had begun long before. Jiangwan raised her eyes, curiously asking, so at that spring banquet, you had already recognized me? How did you know it was me? Sies Singji smiled and replied, your name is inscribed on the jade pendant. Jiangwan recalled, indeed, it was true. This jade pendant had been crafted for her by Jiang Yuan and had even been consecrated by a high monk. The inner edge of the pendant was engraved with the two characters Wan Wan. Thus, Sies Singji recognized her from the very beginning. Not only did he refrain from seeking to repay his kindness with ulterior motives, but he also offered his assistance at every turn. All of this can only indicate one thing. Sies Singji is indeed a genuinely good person. Jiang Wan began to ponder. The prince recognized me and recalled his benevolence towards me. Is that why he expressed his desire to marry me? Jiang Wan gazed at Sies Singji and smiled sweetly. If I marry the prince, would that mean I have repaid his kindness? Chapter 46. A devotion of the heart. Sies Singji gazed at Jiang Wan, who possessed a pair of sparkling apricot eyes, captivating and enchanting. Yet she remained blissfully unaware of her charm. She offered him a soft, sweet smile. Sies Singji pressed his fingers to his forehead in exasperation. To call her foolish would be misleading, for at times, she displayed remarkable wisdom. Conversely, when it came to matters of the heart, she resembled a child, utterly oblivious. He cast a sidelong glance at her and spoke with a hint of irritation. You are still quite young, yet your thoughts are rather fanciful. Jiang Wan, unwilling to concede, retorted softly, isn't offering myself enough? Upon hearing this, Sies Singji suddenly leaned closer, enveloped by the familiar scent of sandalwood. Jiang Wan's cheeks inexplicably flushed. She lowered her gaze, her voice quivering. What do you intend to do? Sies Singji's tone dropped, his elongated, almond-shaped eyes glimmering with warmth and tenderness. Did you not say you would offer yourself? Jiang Wan felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively recoiled, only to find herself ensnared in his embrace, unable to retreat. Forced to tilt her face upwards to meet his gaze. Her voice trembled. You. Sies Singji raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. What about me? His cool breath brushed against her, and Jiang Wan gripped her sleeve tightly, her breath becoming erratic. She silently encouraged herself. Sies Singji was her husband. It was permissible for spouses to share intimacy. Though she spoke nonchalantly and had read many tales, in truth, she felt overwhelmed. Yet, Sies Singji had shown her kindness, and to neglect such kindness would be ungrateful. Her voice quivered as she nearly knelt before him. My lord, do you desire anything? Sies Singji paused momentarily before replying, indeed. Jiang Wan exhaled in relief. His desire provided her with an opportunity to repay his kindness. Just as she was reveling in this thought, Sies Singji's voice interrupted her musings. In a languid tone that seemed somewhat indifferent, he remarked, desiring you. Does that count? The atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence. Jiang Wan pushed him away with all her might. Her face flushed crimson as she retreated to a different spot. Seeing this, C.S. Singji drew closer, adopting a somewhat mischievous demeanor. "Madam, you inquired if I had any desires. I answered, yet you disregard me. Is this the business acumen of the Jiang family? Madam, it is unwise to be inconsistent." Jiang Wan, her cheeks still burning, gently interrupted, "I'm not disregarding you." C.S. Singji paused, contemplating her words. What did she mean? He feared being too forward with Jiang Wan. Yet he was more concerned about not conveying his feelings clearly. Hesitating, he lowered his voice significantly. "What I mean is, I wish to coexist with you, madam, as a typical couple would. Would that be agreeable? There is no need for you to tread carefully, to weigh my gains and losses, nor to regard the year-long time frame. I wish to truly be with you. Is that acceptable?" As the dimming light of dusk fell upon the youth's clear and handsome visage, it imbued him with a softness that was hard to resist. Only his elongated, almond-shaped eyes gazed earnestly yet anxiously at the young lady before him. C.S. Singji found himself more anxious at this moment than when he had once captured the general of an enemy nation. As he waited for what felt like an eternity, he suddenly heard the soft, tender voice of the young girl whisper, "All right." He could scarcely believe his ears, gripping her shoulders as warmth filled his dark eyes. "Awan, did you just agree? Could you repeat that for me?" With such an exquisite visage, he feigned vulnerability to coax her, leaving Jiang Wan somewhat overwhelmed. She nearly doubted that it was C.S. Singji who would offer himself in gratitude for her life-saving deed. Meanwhile, when Li and Shun Shubai arrived at the Bodhi temple, the temple was indeed bustling with fervent worshippers, and even as dusk approached, numerous pilgrims continued to flock in. As when Li stepped down from the carriage, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Remembering that she had hurriedly left without an umbrella, she turned to retreat, only to be met by a simple oil paper umbrella presented before her. Lifting her gaze, she found the youth before her, gentle and refined, with strikingly handsome features, Shin Shubai. Startled, Wenli instinctively tried to evade him. Although the Ming dynasty was known for its open-mindedness, it was still inappropriate for a married woman to share an umbrella with a stranger in broad daylight. Quickly stepping back, she spoke softly, "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Shun, but the snow is light today, and I shall manage." Shin Shubai glanced at the umbrella in his hand, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to offer it to her, but was unprepared for her to shy away, like a frightened animal. Suddenly recalling how she had boldly revealed her identity to protect Jiang Wan from the mountain bandits, he recognized Wenli's noble character, steadfast in her marital virtues. Yet, he vaguely remembered that rumors suggested that Xie Er did not mind his wife's interactions with others. If that were indeed the case, then he had truly misjudged. Wenli, braving the gentle snowfall, approached the Bodhi temple with reverence. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Shun Shubai held the umbrella above her and followed closely behind. As she prepared to refuse once more, he shrugged, his tone exuding mild exasperation. "Madam, there's no need for concern. I am merely fulfilling Jiang Wan's request. You know how she is. If she discovers I left you out in the snow, I would surely face her wrath." Feeling somewhat guilty, Wenli replied, "Then I apologize for the trouble." Shin Shubai remarked lightly, "You seem quite averse to inconveniencing others." She nodded in agreement. Indeed, she preferred to avoid burdening others. Shin Shubai fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "I have a younger sister who succumbed to a cold in her youth due to a lack of funds for her treatment. Had she lived, she would be of a similar age to you, madam." Wenli paused in surprise at his words. Typically reserved and not skilled in offering comfort, she could only manage a dry response. "Dr. Shun, my condolences." Shun Shubai sighed, acknowledging that today's conversation had perhaps ventured into deeper waters than their acquaintance warranted. Since the second madam was a friend of Jiang Wan, Shun felt emboldened to impart a thought to her. "As a woman, you are permitted to show some vulnerability. It is unnecessary for you to bear every burden alone." Wenli lifted her gaze, and amidst the swirling snowflakes, she perceived the warmth and concern within Shin Shubai's eyes. In that moment, her emotions became somewhat tangled. Even a stranger could extend her kindness, yet her husband remained oblivious, perhaps not unaware, but rather deeming it unnecessary to intervene. Her fourth brother had mobilized the Xie family's army. As a son of the Xie household, Did Xie Ji truly know nothing? At that instant, a sense of melancholy washed over Wen Li. She treaded upon the delicate snow and made her way to the main hall of the temple, seeking a talisman for the safety of the elder matriarch of the one family. As she received the talisman amidst the flurry of snow, her demeanor transformed. Her brows and eyes softened, and her gaze regained a resolute intensity. With the talisman in hand, she first visited the Xie residence. Having already troubled Shen Shubai considerably, she felt it inappropriate to impose upon him further to escort her to the Wen family. Chapter 47. Ginger Soup. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wen Li immediately headed to the small kitchen to prepare ginger soup. The soup was spicy, and she added red dates and chicken broth, along with soft, runny eggs. The maid, Zisu, couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for her mistress. Earlier that day, she had been summoned by her lady to wait on the one family in their time of illness. Upon her return, she learned of her young mistress's fright and was grateful that the young master had come to her aid. It was well known that upon hearing of his wife's predicament, the young master had set aside his court duties and rushed to rescue her, accompanied by the Xie family's troops. However, what of the second young master of the Xie family? Even now, his fiancée, he remained shaken, and he had not even appeared to offer her solace. It was hard to forget that once, in the capital, their young lady had been sought after by many esteemed families. The upbringing of the Wen family was so commendable that even the current emperor praised it. Yet, the second young master of the Xie family, having married their young lady, seemed entangled with Qing Dai. Now, as their young lady endured her fright, she had to brew her own ginger soup. If the lady of the house were to find out, how heartbroken she would be. Zisu pondered these thoughts indignantly when she heard Wen Li's gentle voice. It's quite chilly today, and with all you're running about, you must be cold. Drink a bowl to warm yourself. Zisu was taken aback. Gazing at the fragrant ginger soup before her, she couldn't help but swallow. There was no denying it. Her young lady's culinary skills were simply exquisite. After just one sip, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Wen Li instructed Zisu to also bring a bowl to Jiang Wan and the young master. Suddenly, she thought of Shen Shubai and felt inclined to send some to him as well. However, she was unaware of his whereabouts, and given her status, it would not be appropriate. Thus, she reluctantly set the thought aside. After finishing her bowl of ginger soup, she was practicing her calligraphy when Xie Ji arrived in haste. His shoulders dusted with snow and rain. Wen Li stood up, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Second young master, why did you not bring an umbrella when you went out? I have made ginger soup, perhaps." Her words trailed off abruptly as she noticed that Xie Ji was not alone. He was accompanied by Qing Dai. The concern that had welled up within her was swiftly swallowed back. Silence enveloped Wen Li, but it was Qing Dai who spoke up. "Madam, are you well? The young master and I had agreed to collect books from the bookstore in the west of the city today." Upon hearing the news from the young master's servant that the lady was in danger, he was so anxious that he forgot to retrieve the books. It is said that the lady encountered mountain bandits. Qing Dai's words lingered in the air, uncompleted, yet Wen Li discerned a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. This incident bore implications for both her and Jiang Wan's reputations. Wen Li's expression darkened. "Miss Qing Dai, I advise you to be cautious with your words and not spread unverified rumors. What mountain bandits? They were merely starving refugees begging for food." This was the counsel Shen Shubai had imparted to her. If the details of today's events were to leak out, it would surely tarnish both her and Jiang Wan's standing. Thus, she had decided to assert that the villagers from the mountain had merely been facing famine and resorted to begging. Initially, Wen Li had harbored some doubts. However, what she had witnessed today, besides the servants of the Xie family, included those mountain bandits from Haifeng's High. Shen Shubai shrugged, his voice steady. "Let Xie Ji handle those matters. If it were anyone else, Wen Li might not feel at ease. However, if it is handled by Xie Xingji, there is nothing to worry about." Wen Li spoke calmly, looking at Qing Dai without reserve. After all, Miss Qing Dai is an unmarried young lady, frequently visiting the Xie family, which is rather inappropriate. If this were to spread, it could tarnish the reputation of both the young lady and the second young master. Qing Dai's complexion paled, her voice trembling as she said, "My relationship with the second young master is pure. Why must the madam speak so harshly? Winley let out a cold laugh. Which virtuous lady would follow a married man day after day? Those unaware might think Miss Qing Dai is waiting for my dismissal to take my place. When Li's words were devoid of courtesy, Xie could no longer remain silent and interjected. Wen Li, what nonsense are you speaking? I have never considered divorce. Today, when you encountered trouble, Qing Dai accompanied me out of goodwill. Wen Li interrupted him. If the second young master perceives this as goodwill, I beg to differ. In ordinary households, when faced with another's family affairs, one typically avoids involvement to spare the host any embarrassment. Even if you, the noble second young master, do not mind others witnessing your family's disgrace, does Miss Qing Dai not grasp such fundamental principles? Xie stared at Wen Li, who was unyielding in her argument, momentarily taken aback. In his memory, Wen Li always appeared rather dull. Each time they met, she would blush and shy away from meeting his gaze. Never had she exhibited such a sharp demeanor as she did today. Xie regarded her with a complex expression. What is wrong with you today? Wen Li met his gaze, seeing confusion and doubt in his eyes, but no concern. Suddenly, she recalled the sight of Xie Xingji rushing to Jiang Wan's side, the usually spirited young general displaying such panic. He openly expressed his affection for Jiang Wan. Yet, as she looked at Xie, a thought emerged. Love and indifference are indeed starkly apparent. From a moment he entered until now, he had not inquired about her well-being or whether she had been harmed or frightened. Truth be told, Wen Li was perplexed as to why he had come at all, bringing along his beautiful confidant, appearing indifferent. Did he think the bandits had spared her life? Did he wish to deliver another blow? A bitter smile crept onto Wen Li's lips, her voice weary. I am fine. It was unnecessary for the second young master to make a special trip. I am rather tired and cannot entertain you further. Please, when you leave, kindly shut the door behind you. Xie observed Wen Li's slightly fatigued face. The words he had intended to speak caught in his throat. After all, she was a sheltered young lady. This incident must have frightened her greatly. With that thought, Xie's tone softened. Do not be afraid. Wen Li gently interrupted him. The second young master is mistaken. I am not afraid. Her voice was soft, laced with a semblance of a smile. I know the heir will surely come to rescue Wan. Being with her, we shall not come to harm. Xie, feeling somewhat awkward, shifted the topic, saying, by the way, I believe I heard that you had prepared some ginger soup earlier. Wen Li replied indifferently, there is none left. I gave the last bowl to my mother's recently adopted dog. Xie was momentarily taken aback. So, he is valued more than me, even by my mother? Anger began to bubble within him, fueled by the thought that Wen Li held the dog in higher regard than himself. And he was also irritated with his mother. Why keep a dog? That was his ginger soup. Chapter 48. The Strategy of Self-Inflicted Pain on the Other Side. Jiang Wan received the ginger tea sent by Wen Li. After tasting a small sip, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she said to Xie Xingji, this ginger tea is delightful. My sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Xie Xingji's gaze deepened as he glanced at the tea, a thought emerging within him. Surely, learning to make this wooden tea be too difficult, would it? Jiang Wan, with her eyes curved in delight, cheerfully declared, it really is exquisite. Young master, you should try it too. Xie Xingji's expression darkened slightly. He glanced at her rosy lips and replied in a low voice, very well. Leaning forward, he took a small sip from the spot where Jiang Wan had just drank. It was indeed delicious. Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed once more. Why did you drink from my cup again? Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness as he replied. The tea you have sipped is more palatable. Embarrassment crept over Jiang Wan's face, and she pushed both bowls of ginger tea toward him. Since you enjoy it, you may have it all. Xie Xingji looked at the ginger tea and suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Is it permissible not to drink it? Yet, the innocence in the girl as almond eyes made him ponder. Would she be upset if he refused? With a grimace, Xie Xingji summoned the resolve akin to that of taking medicine and downed 2 large bowls of ginger tea. Well then, it seems dinner can be skipped. Quite satisfactory. Just as Xie Xingji was about to speak, Yin Shun entered with a message, stating that the emperor wished to see him. Xie Xingji's expression darkened, despite his efforts to maintain composure. What business could Fu Hongshun possibly have with him? Day after day, it seemed he was always seeking him out. As a man with a family, such behavior was rather inappropriate. With a solemn face, C.S. Singji proceeded to the palace. Fu Hongshun sought out C.S. Singji not for any urgent matter, but simply to indulge in some warm food. He recalled that C.S. Singji's sister-in-law was the granddaughter of Old One. During his previous stay at the Xie residence, he had the fortune of tasting her culinary creations. They were truly a feast for the senses. Particularly, her dish known as the Gundong pot was unforgettable, with a fresh vegetable broth paired with exquisitely thin slices of beef. Beef was a rarity. Fu Hongshun had tasted the beef prepared by the palace chefs, which was tough and unpalatable. However, the beef prepared by Lady Xie was tender and succulent, steaming hot. Alongside her specially crafted sauce, the freshly cooked beef was lavishly coated. Such thoughts were tantalizing and best left unthought of, lest he drool. Fu Hongshun requested C.S. Singji to bring him something to eat. C.S. Singji, holding back his exasperation, passed by Su Shi's quarters and noticed Zissou, who was carrying a pot of freshly brewed ginger tea, ready to enter. He called out to her, halting her. Zissou informed C.S. Singji that this was the remaining ginger tea, instructed by the second lady for Wan Nianmi to drink. C.S. Singji pressed his temples in mild frustration. His mother had recently acquired a dog, which she adored. While her affection was one thing, she seemed to believe that everyone in the household ought to share her fondness for the creature. Thus, she named the dog Wan Nianmi. What sort of name is that for a dog? C.S. Singji felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet with his father indifferent, what could he possibly say? However, to have him share a pot of ginger soup with the charming one was somewhat excessive. He instructed Zissou to hand him the ginger soup, claiming it was of personal utility. Although Zissou held little regard for Xie, she harbored great admiration for Xie Singji. Master Xie, known for his integrity and grace, treated even the servants with remarkable courtesy. Even old Master once spoke highly of him. How could children born of the same parents exhibit such stark differences in character? Xie Singji took the ginger soup and entered the palace. The soup was contained in an insulated pot, still exuding warmth as it was poured. Fu Hongshun's gaze sharpened with determination. Reluctantly, he poured a small amount to test for poison. Just as the eunuch took a sip and was about to speak, Fu Hongshun had already begun to eat. The steaming soft-boiled egg, sweet and delectable, combined with a rich ginger soup, was warm yet not overly spicy. In no time, the entire pot of ginger soup and eggs had vanished into Fu Hongshun's stomach. Satisfied, he finally spoke. I must thank Lady Xie for preparing such delightful ginger soup for me. C.S. Singji choked on his words. Perhaps you should thank the charming one instead? It was her contribution. Nevertheless, Fu Hongshun had rewards sent to Wen Li, prompting C.S. Singji to silently close his mouth. By the way, Singji, I have heard that you have neglected your official duties today, mobilizing the Xie family army out of a fit of rage for a fair maiden. Fu Hongshun's words seemed to scrutinize C.S. Singji's dereliction of duty. If only his expression were not so gossipy. C.S. Singji willingly knelt. This humble servant is at fault. Fu Hongshun's smile widened. Singji, this is rather presumptuous. More than your confession, I am curious about how my sister-in-law feels. Is she deeply grateful to you? Is her affection so profound that she cannot extricate herself? C.S. Singji recalled the disdainful expression of the young lady and sighed. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. She's quite indifferent. Fu Hongshun exclaimed, this is illogical. With your beauty descending from the heavens, a heroic rescue of the fair maiden, such a tale would typically end with a promise of devotion. Xie Singji sighed again, lamenting that his young lady was not the heroine of such tales. Fu Hongshun observed Xie Singji, who had always exuded confidence since their acquaintance. It was unexpected to see the usually aloof Xie Singji humbled by a mere girl. Indeed, fate is equitable. Fu Hongshun, with a perceptive understanding, suggested, Singji, if the allure of beauty proves ineffective, why not try the method of self-inflicted hardship? Xie Singji hesitated, reflecting that the allure of beauty could not be entirely dismissed, for the young lady genuinely enjoyed admiring his abs. Fu Hongshun, pondering, asked uncertainly, are you suggesting that your sister-in-law is attracted to your looks? but not to you as a person? CS Singji replied. Do you hear what is meant by a single phrase that can slay a man? Fu Hongshun swallowed hard and continued, no matter. What is termed as love at first sight is often merely a lust for beauty. The younger sibling now seems to favor your appearance, which, by rough approximation, equates to an affection for you as an individual. Upon hearing this, Xie Xingji suddenly found that today, Fu Hongshun appeared significantly more agreeable. With such a keen insight, it is no wonder he ascended to the throne. Xie Xingji's tone was exceedingly humble as he inquired how His Majesty intended to execute the so-called misfortune strategy. Fu Hongshun swallowed hard and then declared loudly, "Summon my decree." During his watch, Xie Xingji has abused his power to unlawfully mobilize the Xie family army. He shall be confined for half a month and receive 1 lash. A nearby eunuch softly reminded, "Your Majesty, the minimum penalty for such a flogging is 10 lashes. Fu Hongshun's voice suddenly darkened, his gaze upon the eunuch inscrutable and profound. A minimum of 10 lashes? The eunuch, taken aback by the sudden imperial pressure, fell to his knees, trembling as he replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty, that is in accordance with the law." Rather than reacting with anger, Fu Hongshun smiled. "If that is the case, then let the remaining 9 lashes be borne by you on behalf of the general." Before the eunuch could respond, he was silenced and swiftly taken away. Chapter 49. The news of Xie Xingji being punished by His Majesty swiftly reached the Duke's residence. Upon hearing this, Xie Shun continued his work without raising his head, reassuring his wife, "Pay no heed to that young man. He is likely conspiring with the emperor, planning some mischief." Initially, Su was somewhat anxious, yet upon hearing of the flogging, she suddenly found her husband's analysis quite plausible. However, Jiangwan could not remain still upon receiving this news. The abuse of power and the clandestine mobilization of the Xie family's army for personal matters. An emperor, inherently suspicious, would never tolerate a rival slumber near his throne. Jiangwan promptly instructed Dongwu to investigate further. Yet, the reply from Dongwu was that the young master had not yet returned to the residence. Jiangwan was beside herself with worry. Xie Xingji ought not to be punished. Was this all because of her? 3 years prior, he had concealed his identity to save her. Yet she had foolishly misidentified her savior. Now, due to her, even his military authority had been revoked, and he faced punishment. Unable to remain seated any longer, Jiangwan, lacking an official rank to enter the palace, resolved to wait outside. She summoned a carriage without delay and set off post-haste. Meanwhile, Xie Xingji observed the executioner with cold disdain. The man trembled, his whip drooping limply in his grasp, lacking any force. Xie Xingji glanced at Fu Hongshun, questioning if he typically behaved this way. Fu Hongshun shot him an irritated glare. How could it be so? Did you not see the eunuch who was dragged away moments ago? Just as Xie Xingji was about to speak, Yinshin stepped forward to inform him that his wife awaited him outside. Upon hearing this, Xie Xingji's previously indifferent gaze brightened. He looked at the still quaking eunuch and, in a fit of irritation, seized the whip from his hand. "Your Majesty, you take over," he insisted. Fu Hongshun choked momentarily. "Xingji, this is inappropriate. You risked everything to save my life once. If I were to strike you today, it would be a betrayal deserving of divine retribution. This is unacceptable." Xie Xingji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At the palace gates, Jiangwan waited anxiously until she saw Xie Xingji being carried out on a stretcher, flanked closely by Yinshin. Alarmed, she hurried towards them. Xie Xingji lifted his gaze, weakly addressing her. "Why have you come?" Before Jiangwan could respond, tears streamed down her cheeks as she grasped his hand tightly. "Young master, you." Seeing the redness in the young lady's eyes, Xie Xingji's heart ached profoundly. What sort of terrible idea has Fu Hongshun concocted to bring her tears? He thought, feeling a sense of panic. "Ah Qiang, do not cry. I am fine," he reassured her, his voice trembling slightly. Yun Shun, witnessing the scene, silently affirmed in his heart, "Madam, the young master is truly unharmed. He arranged for this stretcher himself." However, as soon as Xie Xingji's words left his lips, Jiangwan not only failed to cease her tears, but cried even harder, thoroughly alarming him. Fortunately, Despite her distress, Jiangwan did not forget that they were at the palace gates. She instructed her subordinates to assist Xie Xingji onto the carriage. Upon witnessing this, Yin Shun instinctively moved forward, but Xie Xingji's gaze, sharp as a blade, held him at bay. Dare to touch me and see what happens? Yin Shun swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Madam, the young master has a strong aversion to being touched by outsiders. Perhaps you could assist him? Jiangwan paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing Xie Xingji's frail visage, her heart melted with compassion. Very well. She bent down, and Xie Xingji extended his arms, encircling her neck. Almost effortlessly, he leaned into her embrace, as if surrendering entirely to her support. Startled, Jiangwan quickly steadied him, rather than her supporting him. It felt as though Xie Xingji was leaning heavily against her. Just as she contemplated pushing him away, she caught sight of his pale complexion, and a stifled groan escaped her lips. Turning around, she noticed the dark fabric of his attire, slightly torn, revealing faint traces of blood. Xie Xingji frowned, clearly enduring immense pain. Jiangwan gasped, turning to Dongwu. Dongwu, please summon Shinshu Bai at once. Inform him that the young master has sustained grave injuries. Her heart ached for Xie Xingji. She understood his tenacity and how he seldom showed weakness. If not for his severe condition, he would never exhibit such distress. Yin Shun hesitated, but Jiangwan called out to him. Yin Shun stepped forward and examined him. Reluctantly, he took a deep breath and approached. He noted a gaping tear in the young master's dark cloak and a slender cut on his back, seeping a small amount of blood. Yin Shun's expression shifted to disbelief as he glanced at the young master, who was leaning against Madam's embrace, barely able to remain upright. Taking a deep breath, he silently repented. Then, with exaggerated concern, he exclaimed, "Young master, how could you be so severely injured? Madam, please hurry and help the young master inside." Jiangwan, raised by Jiang Yuan's pampering, was accustomed to such care. Even the slightest injury would prompt Jiang Yuan to summon a physician. Now, beholding Xie Xingji in this state, she felt no doubt. Supporting him into the room, she loosened his outer robe, offered him water, and applied a warm towel to his face, steadfastly remaining by his side. Her tone laced with guilt. "Young master, you have suffered greatly." Xie Xingji gazed at the young lady with a look of pain etched into his features, half closing his eyes, and emitted a faint groan, an acknowledgement of her words. Jiang Wan's guilt deepened. If not for her, Xie Xingji would not have to endure such torment. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she watched him, her emotions on the verge of spilling over. At that moment, Shun Shubai arrived, carrying a medical kit. He rushed in without delay, urgently inquiring, was it not said that the young master was gravely injured? Where is he? He beheld Jiang Wan's tear-filled eyes and cast a glance at Xie Xingji's pallid complexion. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, nearly leading him to believe that Xie was on the verge of passing away. Consequently, he hastened forward, as his fingertips made contact with the pulse. He regarded them with skepticism. He switched hands and took another reading. Subsequently, Shin Shubai's expression darkened with indignation as he turned to glare at Yin Shun. "Is this all?" This startled Yin Shun, who desperately gestured to him. Shun Shubai immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. In such a brief span, the injuries had escalated to this extent. Had I arrived any later, the consequences might have been dire. Yin Shun cast a disdainful glance at Shin Shubai. Is it not said among the populace that he possesses the heart of a healer, diligent and principled? This clearly illustrates that such rumors are often unreliable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan spoke with urgency. Is it truly this severe? Shin Shubai, betraying his conscience, nodded. Indeed, had I delayed even further, the wounds would have begun to heal on their own. Chapter 50. Administering medicine, Shun Shubai observed Jiang Wan's worried expression, feeling a pang of guilt within. After all, he was her employer, and having betrayed her trust too many times left him with a sense of unease. He spoke gently to reassure Jiang Wan. There is no need for excessive concern. The young master has a robust constitution. With a dose of medicine and ample rest, he will be just fine. Jiang Wan nodded and instructed Dong Wu, please escort Dr. Shen out and gather the medicine. Oh, And since the young master is averse to bitterness, prepare some candied fruits for him as well. Yun Shun, upon hearing this, was utterly incredulous. Since when had their master developed a distaste for hardship? He was oblivious to such a change. Yet, as he lifted his gaze and beheld the contented expression on Xie Xingji's face, he found himself speechless. It dawned on him that given the current circumstances, if the lady claimed he feared hardship, then indeed he did. Furthermore, it seemed the young master could be swayed by the lady's whims. Perhaps it was futile to ponder the actions of a man in love. Just as Shun Shubai prepared to leave, Xie Xingji suddenly called out to him, "Dr. Shun, do you have any medicine that can help with scars?" Yinshin was once again taken aback. "Young master, do you truly wish to reflect upon what you were saying? In the past, amidst the blood and blades, you never seemed to care about such scars. Now, having married the lady, you suddenly concern yourself with this trivial wound? Young master, uphold your dignity," he thought. "You must stand tall." Shun Shubai left behind a jade-colored vial containing superior wound ointment. Once the others had departed, Jiang Wan clutched the medicine, hesitating before softly saying, I will fetch Yin Shun." Xie Xingji let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling. Jiang Wan quickly rushed to support him. "Young master, are you all right?" Jiang Wan was perplexed. When had Xie Xingji become so frail? He swayed slightly, weakly collapsing into her embrace. "Perhaps I should administer the medicine for you?" Jiang Wan suggested hesitantly. Xie Xingji raised his gaze, his dark, flower-like eyes tinged with remorse. "Then I must trouble you," AQing. Removing his outer garments, he stood before her clad only in a pristine white night robe, extending his hand towards Jiang Wan. "My lady, please come closer." Jiang Wan approached, bending down to examine his injuries. Xie Xingji looked down at her as she focused intently, her delicate features shimmering with unshed tears. She fought to contain her emotions, yet her eyes betrayed her, tinged with crimson at the corners. In that moment, her heart ached profoundly for him. She lifted her tear-filled gaze, her voice soft as she inquired, "Does it hurt?" Xie Xingji's heart tightened. His voice, though deep, was tinged with tension as he replied, "It does not hurt. It is not a grave injury." AQing, "Do not cry." He sighed, his tones softening. "Your tears wound my heart." Jiang Wan bit her lip, resolutely lowering her gaze. "Turn around. Let me see." Xie Xingji faced her, his body slightly stiffening. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wan placed her delicate hand upon his shoulder, gently sliding down his night robe. As it fell away to his waist, his sculpted abdomen was revealed, the contours beautifully defined, exuding an undeniable allure. Jiang Wan took a deep breath to calm herself. Xie Xingji turned around, revealing a sturdy back marred by scars of varying sizes. Some of these were old wounds, but a new lash mark was prominently visible, stretching from his left shoulder to his back, the jagged edges seeping a faint trace of blood. Upon hearing Fu Hongshan's words, Xie Xingji had initially planned to employ a strategy of self-inflicted pain. However, the moment he turned, he heard the soft gasp of a young girl behind him. Fearing that he might frighten Jiang Wan, he gently reassured her, saying, "It's nothing, just a small injury." Instinctively, he reached for his night clothes, his tone soothing as he reiterated, "It's nothing, no need for medication." Jiang Wan pressed her hand against his, her soft voice tinged with the onset of tears, halting him. "You haven't treated it yet." Xie Xingji glanced sideways, his heart aching at the sight of the young girl's tear-streaked, delicate face. Regret washed over him. Why had he listened to Fu Hongshan? This ploy was utterly futile. Not only did it serve no purpose, but it also brought the girl to tears. Yet, at that moment, he dared not reveal the truth, choosing instead to speak in a gentle tone. "One, do not fear. This wound is nearly healed truly." Jiang Wan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was Xie Xingji who was injured, yet he was the one comforting her. She chastised herself for being so overly sentimental. Shaking her head, her fair face flushed with color, she dipped her fingertips into the ointment, hesitating before slowly applying it to the young man's wound. The sudden coolness made Xie Xingji shudder involuntarily. Noticing this, Jiang Wan couldn't help but ask, "Does it hurt very much?" Xie Xingji's voice tightened as he replied, "Yes, it does." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's tone grew urgent. What should we do? CS Singji gazed at the young girl. Noticing the fine beads of sweat forming on her delicate nose, realizing her genuine concern. His voice was deep, imbued with a lingering tenderness. When I was a child, I once heard that blowing on it would ease the pain. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Wan would not have believed such a notion. However, seeing Xie Xingji injured because of her, she could hardly afford to think of anything else. Leaning closer, she enveloped him in her warm, sweet breath. Xie Xingji tensed. Afraid to move, Jiang Wan gently blew on his wound, not forgetting to inquire, "Does it still hurt?" Xie Xingji's body trembled slightly, as if he were enduring great pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was not one to easily show weakness. For someone as resilient as he to sweat, it must indeed be quite painful. Jiang Wan grew anxious, fearing the wound might become infected. She stood up in haste, exclaiming, "I will go fetch the doctor." As she turned to leave, her wrist was suddenly grasped, leaving her no time to react. Xie Xingji held her wrist firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Wan was taken aback, her eyes widening as she intended to ask if she had hurt him. However, a cool, pale fingertip pressed against the back of her neck, and before she could comprehend the situation, the familiar scent of sandalwood, mingled with a refreshing aura, stole her breath away. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She yearned to resist, yet feared inflicting harm upon him, potentially reopening his wound. It appeared that Xie Xingji sensed her turmoil, firmly enveloping her in his embrace, passionately kissing her without restraint. The young girl was undeniably pure and sweet. A knock resonated from outside the door. It was Yun Chun delivering medicine. Startled, Jiang Wan resembled a frightened creature, burying her face into Xie Xingji's chest. Irritated, Xie Xingji bellowed, "Get out." Silence fell outside, leading him to realize that Yun Chun had likely departed. He then huskily inquired, "What are you hiding from?" Blushing, Jiang Wan softly explained, "I fear being seen." Chapter 51. Coquettishness. After the silence outside the door lingered, Jiang Wan gently lifted her gaze to meet Xie Xingji's. A subtle blush graced his otherwise warm and refined visage, while his cool eyes lowered to regard her, reminiscent of the tender breeze that heralds the end of winter, both lingering and enticing. Jiang Wan swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring, "My lord, why did you kiss me earlier?" Xie Xingji appeared momentarily taken aback, his voice low and resonant as he replied, "I couldn't help myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan probed cautiously. Was it because the pain was too intense? She recalled that Shun Shubai had mentioned that when one is unwell, their consciousness may blur, leading them to act without awareness. Hesitating, she added, "So, my lord, you kissed me because you were in too much pain?" Xie Xingji gazed down at her, pausing for a moment before softly asserting, "No." His clear eyes regarded Jiang Wan with warmth as he continued, "Ah Qiang, I kissed you because I admire you." Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Xie Xingji claimed to admire her? Could it be that his injuries had caused him to hallucinate? Reflexively, she countered, "How could that possibly be?" Observing the girl's expression, Xie Xingji pressed his fingers to his temples and drew her into his embrace. "Why is it impossible?" Patiently, Jiang Wan endeavored to explain. "You are Xie Xingji, the foremost young gentleman of the capital, while I am merely a merchant's daughter who has been jilted." She sighed. "Why would you tease me like this? Truly, I cannot bear it. If such an extraordinary person were to lower himself to express his feelings for me, I would be unable to resist the urge to throw myself at you." Jiang Wan silently recited the mantra of serenity several times, reminding herself that all forms are transient. Xie Xingji observed her retreating demeanor, recalling how she had clearly enjoyed his kiss moments ago. He leaned closer to Jiang Wan, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "My lady, do you not believe me?" Jiang Wan raised her eyes, meeting the shimmering depths of his dark gaze. Xie Xingji possessed exceptionally beautiful eyes, and when he looked at her, his tenderness was palpable, stirring a sense within Jiang Wan that she was cherished by him. With a sigh, she replied, "My lord, if you continue to speak in this manner, I may take you seriously." With such an exquisite countenance, was he truly attempting to seduce her, as if she were a naive maiden? Upon hearing her words, Singji was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips, his voice rich and magnetic. If you truly took me seriously, what would happen? Jiang Wan, intending to tease him, responded, I would likely cling to you, my lord, and never let go. Singji's eyes brightened at her response, his tone gentle. Ah Qiang, if you mean that, you must not deceive me. Jiang Wan was left speechless, pondering what she had just agreed to. Singji leaned closer, his cool gaze brimming with affection, his voice tender. My lady, having promised me, you must not lie. Jiang Wan was bewildered, wondering what she had just committed to. It must be said, Singji, being such an exceptional person, had indeed lowered himself to express his goodwill towards her. To claim it was unappreciated would be a falsehood. Regaining her composure, Jiang Wan softly inquired, my lord, does it still hurt? Singji lowered his gaze upon her, his peach blossom eyes imbued with a tender smile as he spoke. It still hurts a bit, my lady. Please comfort me. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Comfort you? Singji replied with a calm demeanor. When I was young, my father always said that a man must be strong and cannot show weakness. Even when I was ill, I was not allowed to embrace my mother. Gazing at Jiang Wan, his voice softened suddenly. At that time, I envied those children who had someone to comfort them. Jiang Wan, who was accustomed to gentleness rather than harshness, felt her heart soften at the thought of Singji's childhood longing for affection. How pitiful! Then I shall comfort you, she said, her voice sweetening as she tugged at his sleeve. Her naturally melodious tone, akin to honey, was laced with playful affection. Brother, do not be afraid. Once you recover, I shall buy you honey. The young girl's apricot eyes sparkled with purity, and as she gazed at him, it was as if she radiated warmth and indulgence. Her soft voice caressed the heart like the gentle brush of feathers, igniting a sudden yearning within. Her smile was even more disarming. Singji's gaze darkened slightly as he pulled her into his embrace, his voice husky. Why should you comfort me? Why are you acting spoiled? Jiang Wan was taken aback. When had she acted spoiled? She was clearly the one comforting him. You're spoiling him, she thought, turning away, her small face flushed with indignation and refusing to speak further. Singji playfully poked at her dimple. The sweetness of the young girl was evident, even in her dimple. Jiang Wan, her face still tinged with annoyance, swatted his hand away and admonished, young master, speak properly and refrain from such antics. Singji was momentarily speechless and asked tentatively, are you really angry? Jiang Wan nodded vigorously. In truth, she was not genuinely angry. However, she recalled the tales that warned against indulging men too much, lest she be the one to suffer in the end. Singji, displaying remarkable patience, inquired softly, what must I do for a Wan to no longer be upset? Jiang Wan, taken aback, could hardly believe her ears. The tales had not deceived her. Yet, she could not fathom why Singji was so agreeable today, readily accepting whatever she said. Thus, Jiang Wan deliberately adopted a composed tone, pushing her luck. How about you act a little spoiled, and we can consider this matter settled? Singji was momentarily stunned. Act spoiled? He gazed down at Jiang Wan, whose apricot eyes glimmered with mischief. Her natural vivacity, unmasked by any pretense, made her even more enchanting. Well then, if it must be, he thought. Clearing his throat, he lowered his gaze toward her, his voice enveloped in gentleness. I promise to act spoiled. Will you not be angry anymore? Jiang Wan nodded earnestly. Of course. With Singji lowering himself, she felt no further inclination to hold her ground. Moreover, the thought of him acting spoiled was thrilling. Jiang Wan looked at him with eager anticipation. Singji, caught off guard, chuckled helplessly. Leaning closer to Jiang Wan's ear, he deliberately lowered his voice, saying, my lady, I'm no longer upset. I purchased fruit wine for my lady, and that matter has passed, hasn't it? Despite Xing's suggestion, Jiang Wan remained unmoved, and he let out a barely perceptible sigh, abandoning all restraint. His traditionally cool voice now carried a hint of grievance as he enveloped her in his embrace. His tone teasingly coaxing, Sister, shall we not be angry anymore? Jiang Wan. She gazed in disbelief at the strikingly handsome youth before her, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with light, and his dark hair cascading down. The deep, melodious timbre of his voice was utterly captivating. How delightful. Truly. Not only is he good-looking, but he also knows how to charm. His voice is so enchanting. Moreover, he even acts coy. This is certainly not the aloof young general indifferent to women. He is unmistakably a male fox spirit, descended from the mountains. Chapter 52. The gift Siessingji has been placed under house arrest by His Majesty. These days, he can remain at home, free from his duties at court. Jiangwan feels a pang of guilt, as it is her actions that have led to Siessingji's predicament. She contemplates sending him a gift, but what would be appropriate? Suddenly, a memory strikes her. Previously, Siessingji had requested one of her scented pouches. After a moment's hesitation, she picks up her needle and thread once more. Yet, before long, she pricks her fingertip. With a sigh, Jiangwan confides in Dongwu, expressing her unease, sensing that something is amiss. Dongwu, somewhat exasperated, retorts, "Miss, you needn't overthink it. You inevitably prick your fingers every time you sew. If it proves too challenging, we can consider an alternative gift." Jiangwan falls silent at this suggestion and inquires if Dongwu has any brilliant ideas. After a moment of contemplation, Dongwu admits she does not. The only talent her young mistress possesses is the ability to earn money, yet Siessingji is not lacking in riches. Understanding this, Jiangwan resumes her sewing, instructing Dongwu to invite Shen Shubai to the residence, mentioning that she is practicing embroidery and he knows what remedies to bring. Once Dongwu departs, Siessingji arrives shortly thereafter. In a flurry, Jiangwan hastily conceals her embroidery supplies. Quick in her movements, she catches a glimpse of Siessingji's knowing gaze, which seems to have noticed the embroidery needle. He enters, casually inquiring, "Where are you up to?" Jiangwan looks up and replies, "I wish to present a gift to someone." Siessingji raises an eyebrow. "A gift? For whom?" Caught off guard, Jiangwan feels a twinge of anxiety. She wonders if she can even create this gift. What if it fails to meet expectations? She stammers, "Just a friend." Siessingji narrows his eyes, his tone still icy. "A friend? Male or female?" Jiangwan chuckles softly. "A male, of course. It's for you." Who else could she possibly gift a present to? A male? The hint of jealousy begins to surface in Siessingji's gaze, recalling his encounter with Dongwu just moments ago, where she mentioned seeking Shen Shubai. Is this gift intended for him? A wave of discontent washes over Siessingji. After all, when Jiangwan faced danger, her first thought was of Shen Shubai. Yet he has not received a gift from her. Now, it appears that Shen Shubai has taken precedence. The more he reflects, the more irritated he becomes. What does Shen Shubai possess that surpasses him? Is it his looks? Or perhaps his talent for flattery? Fu Hongshun once remarked that women are drawn to sweet words. Jiangwan likely appreciates such sentiments, but those are words he cannot articulate. Feeling a surge of frustration while watching the young girl smile brightly, he finds himself reluctant to express anger towards her. Instead, he suppresses his feelings, muttering, "Make sure you rest well. His Majesty requires my presence." Jiangwan is taken aback. Was he not punished? Jiangwan felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Siessingji. The emperor is truly something. He has not only confined him, but also assigned him tasks, demanding both compliance and labor. Is it any wonder that Siessingji left with a rather grim expression? When Siessingji arrived at the palace, Fu Hongshun was preparing to savor the fruit wine he had painstakingly acquired after finally attending to his official duties. This exquisite wine was procured by his trusted confidant, especially for him. Recently, Fu Hongshun had been fortunate enough to meet a new acquaintance. Most significantly, this friend was unaware of his true identity. It just so happened that she learned he had neither a warm meal nor the chance to taste the fruit wine from outside the palace. Thus, during her shopping excursion, she secretly brought him some fruit wine. Fu Hongshun, reluctant to consume it all at once, discreetly poured himself a small cup while no one was watching. The sweetness of the fruit and the fragrant aroma of the wine were delightful. Just as Fu Hongshun was savoring the flavors, suddenly, Siessingji burst in like a gust of wind. Before Fu Hongshun could react, Siessingji seized the fruit wine from the table and drank it all in one go. Fu Hongshun was left utterly stunned. That was his wine. His eyes flared with indignation, and he could hardly contain his anger. "Siessingji, are you out of your mind?" Siessingji lowered his gaze, his tone melancholic as he replied, She intends to present gifts to another man. Fu Hongshan was taken aback. Surely not? My sister-in-law has grown quite audacious. I must seize the opportunity to get to know her better. Xie Xingji remained silent. Fu Hongshan resigned himself with a sigh. Did you not try the previous ploy? Xie Xingji paused momentarily before responding in a low voice. I did. Fu Hongshan, perplexed, queried. Then it was ineffective? Xie Xingji shook his head. It proved effective. Awan felt guilty upon seeing my injury and even bandaged it for me. Fu Hongshan listened intently, nodding repeatedly, anxious not to miss any detail. I even kissed her. So soon? Fu Hongshan nearly choked on his own saliva, immediately rising from his dragon throne. With irritation, he remarked, Hold on, you've kissed her already. What more could you possibly want? Xie Xingji replied earnestly, Having kissed her, I must naturally take responsibility. Fu Hongshan rolled his eyes. And then? Xie Xingji's tone was tinged with uncertainty. But we have shared intimacy. Yet, the gift she prepared with her own hands is not meant for me. Fu Hongshan could no longer contain his frustration. He had kissed her, yet remained a solitary figure. Being solitary was one thing. But was it easy for him to enjoy a sip of fruit wine? That rascal Xie Xingji even had the audacity to pilfer his drink. Not only that, but he had to flaunt his affection in front of him. Was it really necessary to escalate matters over a mere small gift from a young lady to another? This habit of Xie Xingji's was clearly a result of indulgence. He resolved to lift the confinement and allow him to return to duty in the palace. To his surprise, Xie Xingji, upon hearing his words, promptly rejected the idea without a second thought. Once the emperor has spoken, how could one easily alter his command? If one were to change their orders easily and frequently, how could they ever command respect in the future? Fu Hongshan let out a cold snort. Speak the truth. Xie Xingji's expression was surprisingly one of embarrassment. I have made plans with Awan to accompany her to the temple fair tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongshan could scarcely believe his ears. He had been toiling away, working like a beast of burden, unable even to enjoy a warm meal, while his fruits of labor were snatched away by others. And here he was, gallivanting with a young lady, engaging in romantic pursuits. How dare he come and steal his wine? Fu Hongshan's eyes turned red with anger as he hurled the rice paper from his desk across the room. Get out! Get out! You scoundrel! This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 53. Seeking a doctor as Xie Xingji departed, he took with him a box of exquisite pearls gifted by the emissary. These pearls, with their lustrous sheen and remarkable brilliance, were a sight to behold. Xie Xingji faintly recalled that the young lady seemed to have an affinity for pearls. If he were to present her with these treasures, it would be rather awkward for her not to reciprocate with a gift of her own. His heart lightened at the thought, and he made his way home with the pearls in hand. Meanwhile, Xie Ji was perplexed by the recent behavior of Wen Li. Not only did she refuse to serve him ginger soup, but she also appeared to be in a perpetual foul mood. Last night had been particularly egregious. She had even barred him from returning to his chambers. The girl, Zissou, stood at the door, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Second young master, my lady is unwell today and retired early. She instructed that you rest at Chengfeng Pavilion instead. The young lady has been quite startled and has had trouble sleeping these past few nights, so please do not disturb her. Can you believe it? He was deemed a disturbance in his own abode. Xie Ji was infuriated, tossing and turning throughout the night, reflecting on Zissou's words with a heavy sigh. Wen Li was indeed timid. If she had truly been frightened, it was entirely plausible that she would struggle to find rest. He recalled when she first arrived as his bride, behaving with demure grace and caution, never raising her voice or laughing heartily, until one stormy night, when thunder roared and lightning flashed. Perhaps she had been genuinely terrified, for she grasped his sleeve tightly, preventing him from leaving. Second young master, could you stay a little longer? I fear the thunder. Her dark, doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears, losing the usual calm demeanor, revealing a vulnerability that tugged at his heartstrings. Just to underscore her fear, a thunderclap echoed ominously, prompting Wen Li to bury herself in his embrace. Ultimately, Xie Ji chose to remain by her side. The young lady was paralyzed by fear, clinging to his sleeve and shadowing his every move. Unable to contain himself any longer, he inquired, What did you do when you encountered thunder before your marriage? Wenli paused, her eyes slowly shimmering with tears as she fought back memories. My mother would stay by my side, singing lullabies to soothe me. At that moment, Siaji thought to himself, how foolish of him to pry. Did he strike one as someone accustomed to such matters? He devised a plan to comfort her, positioning himself by her bedside and casually picking up a scroll from the table. Shall I read to you? My mother said that whenever my father struggled with insomnia, listening to a tale would lull him to sleep. When Li's complexion flushed at his suggestion, and lowering her gaze, she softly replied, all right. The scroll he had chosen happened to be the Ode to the Forest, an extensive piece of literature, the author unknown. Yet, the young lady seemed captivated, her dark eyes sparkling with light, akin to stars illuminating the night sky. Siaji was left with a singular thought. Her eyes were indeed quite beautiful. He halted his musings, a sigh escaping his lips. How foolish it was to suffer in silence rather than seek comfort in companionship. Should she seek him out, he could once more recite the great compassion mantra for her, as it possessed a profoundly hypnotic quality. Siaji pondered for a moment before resolving to visit her. After all, his mother held a deep affection for Wenli. If she were to learn that Wenli had been frightened and he had neglected to check on her, he would undoubtedly chastise himself later. Indeed, his concern for Wenli was not genuine. He simply wished to avoid inciting his mother's ire. Siaji quickly rationalized his decision and instructed Lin Chuan to venture out for soy milk and peaches. Remember to get the soy milk from that shop in the west of the city. He paused, his voice faltering as he added, don't forget to add sugar and an egg. Being a true northerner, he found it utterly incomprehensible that Wenli preferred her soy milk sweetened. It was one thing to drink it sweet, but to add an egg and fried dough sticks as well? Lin Chuan soon returned with the items. Observing the warm soy milk, Siaji's furrowed brow softened slightly. Surely, in light of the soy milk, she would have calmed down? Although he was uncertain what had stirred her displeasure, it had become quite habitual for Wenli to avoid speaking when she saw him, which was rather unsettling. Siaji inquired of his fourth brother, C.S. Singji, who paused momentarily before replying, sister-in-law is not an unreasonable person. Was he suggesting that the fault lay with him? Upon hearing this, C.S. Singji nodded, affirming, indeed, that is my implication. Siaji was momentarily speechless, and C.S. Singji continued without regard for his reaction, stating he was preoccupied with delivering pearls to their mother. If Siaji remained confused, he should kneel before the ancestral tablets and contemplate his actions, perhaps gaining some clarity. Siaji was taken aback. After much contemplation, he resolved to have a serious discussion with Wenli. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that when he arrived with breakfast, Wenli had already left early in the morning. She had said she needed to seek medical attention for her grandmother. It then struck him that Wenli's grandmother had been ill. He vaguely recalled her mentioning it recently. Second young master, my grandmother is sick, and I must return to the Wen family for a few days, she had said. At that time, he had been preoccupied with painting and had replied without looking up, very well, you may return. Wenli seemed to pause, hesitating for a moment before adding, grandmother has not seen you in a long time. She asked about your well-being yesterday. Siaji nodded, instructing her to convey his regards to her grandmother, assuring her that he was currently burdened with trivial matters but would visit her grandmother when time permitted. At that moment, he noticed a hint of disappointment in Wenli's expression. Could it be that she had begun to feel upset, even then? Given Wenli's upbringing by the Wen couple, who had nurtured her with great affection, this seemed quite plausible. Siaji summoned a carriage, preparing to visit the Wen family. Just as he was about to depart, Qing Dai arrived. Upon seeing Siaji, she immediately stated, second young master, I have something to discuss with you. Siaji interrupted her, Qing Dai, we can discuss your matters another day. I must go to the Wen family to bring Wenli back. Qing Dai, perplexed, replied, but second young master, your wife is not at the Wen family. I had just seen her, seemingly in the company of a young man, both engaged in light-hearted conversation. Siaji was taken aback. Impossible. Wenli had always been the epitome of propriety. She would never openly converse and laugh with a stranger in public. Even a mere glance would cause her to immediately lower her eyes, her cheeks aflame. Qing Dai, noticing his disbelief, took the initiative to propose a search for her. Within the confines of Anji Fong, Wenli was indeed with Shen Shu Bai. Her grandmother's grave condition had prompted the one family to send word, and she was consumed by anxiety, intending to rush over the previous night. By chance, she encountered Jiang Wan, who, upon hearing her plight, offered reassurance. It is already nightfall. There is little you can accomplish now. Instead, why not visit Anji Fong tomorrow to seek out Xinshu Bai? His medical expertise is considerable, and perhaps he might be able to heal your grandmother. Thus, when Li, without pausing for breakfast, made her way to Anji Fong at the break of dawn, she fortuitously found Xinshu by attending to a child in distress. The child had choked on a foreign object, his complexion turning a deep purple, struggling for breath. Upon witnessing this, Wen Li was horrified. She observed as Xinshu Bai cradled the child in his arms, applying pressure to his abdomen. After a few firm compressions, the child expelled a green plum. The agony etched on the child's face vanished instantaneously, and he began to breathe deeply once more. The child's parents, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before Xinshu Bai on the spot. Chapter 54. Encounter with Xinshu Bai. When Li approached quietly and greeted Xinshu Bai in a low voice, Xinshu Bai lifted his gaze, recognizing her as the granddaughter of the esteemed Wen inspector and the second lady of the CF family. What brings you here? Is Jiang Wan in trouble? Upon noticing the urgency in Xinshu Bai's expression, Wen Li quickly clarified, Wan is fine. It is I who has a matter to discuss with Dr. Shen. She spoke softly. My grandmother has recently caught a cold, and despite seeking medical help, her condition remains unchanged. Wan sent me to invite Dr. Shen to our residence to attend to her. Wen Li instructed Zissou to bring forth some delicacies, gently adding, since we arrived a bit early, we have prepared some meals. Dr. Shen should take a moment to satisfy his hunger. Xinshu Bai was taken aback. In all his years of practice, this was the first time someone had prepared a breakfast for him. How delightful it was! After all, the morning feast included lotus fish soup, crispy taro duck, and blanched seasonal greens, accompanied by a bowl of soft, nourishing congee. As a physician, Xinshu Bai understood the significance of breakfast and recognized that nourishment from food often surpassed that of medicine. The meal prepared was indeed splendid. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed hard and said, if the second lady wishes to partake in breakfast, I would not mind sharing a table. Initially, Wen Li felt a twinge of hesitation at the thought of dining with a man, considering it inappropriate. However, after a busy morning without even a sip of water, she found herself genuinely hungry upon seeing the array of dishes laid out before her. Noticing her indecisiveness, Xinshu Bai spoke again. If the second lady feels uneasy, she may have her maid accompany her. I am but a wandering physician, unconcerned with superficial formalities, yet I understand that the stomach is the foundation of vitality, and breakfast is particularly essential. If the second lady intends to assist the sick, she must take care of her own health. Wen Li nodded, lowering her gaze. Dr. Shen speaks wisely. Zissou had been busy with her all morning, and it was only fair that she, too, had something to eat. Thus, Xinshu Bai and Wen Li, along with her maid, settled down together. Upon tasting the crispy taro duck, Xinshu Bai was utterly astonished. It was widely known that the Wen family prided themselves on propriety. Yet no one had informed him of Wen Li's exceptional culinary skills. How difficult it would be to return to meals prepared by others after this. When Xie arrived at Anji Lane, he happened upon Wen Li and her companions enjoying their breakfast. He observed them with a cold gaze, noting Wen Li's gentle demeanor. Her eyes curved with a soft smile. Reflecting on Wen Li's behavior towards him in recent days, he realized that she had not only refrained from smiling at him, but had also shown disdain even at the mere sight of him. Qing Dai, witnessing the scene, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Why is the second lady dining with Xinshu Bai? Their relationship seems quite amiable." Xie felt as though he had been dealt a heavy blow to the chest. To win Wen Li's favor, he had sent Lin Chuan to purchase some soy milk early in the morning, only to find that she had turned around to prepare breakfast for another man. Laughing and chatting with him, what did that make him? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. As he approached, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints, his gaze fell upon the crispy taro duck on the table, intensifying his ire. That was his favorite dish. If he were to provoke Wen Li at this moment, would he still be able to savor the fragrant crispy duck? Given Wen Li's demeanor towards him in recent days, Xie felt a sense of uncertainty. Thus, his prior grievances and indignation vanished the instant he beheld the taro-flavored crispy duck. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. And he spoke melodiously, "Madam, I had Lin Chuan procure sweet soybean milk and fried dough sticks for you. Would you care partake?" Shen Shu cast a subtle glance at Xie, pondering the latter's peculiar gaze. Were not the delicacies laid out before them far superior to his trivial sweet soybean milk? After being married to Xie for such an extended period, Wenli was well aware of his ulterior motives. She had no intention of engaging with him, yet sitting together with Shen Shu outside felt rather awkward. If Xie were to join them, it would alleviate the discomfort significantly. Moreover, knowing Xie, he rarely caused trouble when there were delicious treats at hand. Wenli lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "I appreciate your kindness, second young master. Have you partaken of breakfast yet?" Upon hearing this, Xie's eyes sparkled with delight, his voice barely containing his excitement. "Not yet." Shen Shu raised his gaze, and upon realization, couldn't help but reflect. When he first encountered these dishes, could he have been as foolish as this second young master? When Li's voice was serene as she continued, "If you do not mind, would you care to join us?" Xie promptly pulled out a chair, seated himself, and began to serve tea and prepare his bowl with seamless efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Fearing that Li might deny him the pleasure of eating, Li glanced at Qing Dai with a slight frown. Had Xie sought her out so early in the morning? With a sigh, she thought that were it not for the distinction between genders, she would have preferred not to have Xie join them. Looking at Qing Dai, Li remarked, "The meal prepared today is somewhat insufficient. If Miss Qing Dai were to stay, I fear the second young master would go without." Upon hearing this, Qing Dai felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to receiving a public slap. It was mortifying. Who would want to linger for breakfast? The way Li phrased it made it seem as though Qing Dai had intentionally followed to mooch off their meal. Unwilling to concede, Qing Dai addressed Xie. "Second young master, since the madam has spoken thus, I shall take my leave." Without lifting his head, Xie replied, "Then you may leave, and take care on your way." Qing Dai, feeling somewhat resentful, wished to say more, but Xie was too preoccupied to notice her. He realized that Shen Shu shared his fondness for the taro-flavored crispy duck, yet unlike him, Shen Shu adhered to the proprieties of a gentleman. Xie's unrestrained enjoyment was quite irksome. When Li was indeed correct, had Qing Dai remained, there would surely not be enough crispy duck to satisfy them. Despite her reluctance, Qing Dai could only stomp her foot in frustration and depart. Finally finishing breakfast, Shen Shu lifted his medicine box and addressed Li. "Thank you for your assistance today. Please lead the way, second madam." At this, Li responded with a warm smile, her eyes glimmering in agreement. Wan once remarked that Shen Shu possessed exceptional medical skills, yet he harbored certain peculiarities, particularly an aversion to treating the affluent. She informed Li that Shen Shu had a distinctive trait. He responded favorably to gentle persuasion rather than forceful demands. Thus, early in the morning, Li entered to prepare breakfast for Shen Shu presenting him with a velvety fish soup, a delightful crisp and tender taro duck, and even the blanched greens were selected from the most tender shoots. Indeed, Shen Shu appeared quite pleased with the meal. However, upon hearing his words, Xie seemed somewhat discontented. He rose and declared, "I shall also go." Li was taken aback, gazing at Xie in confusion. He bore a posture that suggested a mix of defiance and determination. "My grandmother dotes on me the most, and it weighs heavily on my conscience not to visit her." Li was momentarily speechless. Was he truly feeling guilty now, or had he been just days prior? Yet, it was undeniable that his grandmother cherished Xie, who always sweetened her spirits and brought forth her laughter. Ultimately, she thought, let him go. Shen Shu lifted his gaze to behold the somewhat awkward second son of the Xie family before him, and suddenly felt that perhaps the rumors were not entirely accurate. This Xie might indeed hold a genuine affection for Li. Perhaps it was merely that he had yet to realize it. Chapter 55. Jealousy. After retrieving the pearls from the palace, Xie Xingji arrived at Jiangwan's courtyard. The winter sun shone warmly, illuminating Jiangwan, who was adorned in a golden threaded silk skirt that shimmered like the morning light. Her hairpins swayed gently, and her face, as lovely as a peach blossom, complemented her delicate brows that resembled distant mountains, akin to a crescent moon. She reclined on a rocking chair in the courtyard, a book draped over her face, surrounded by the gentle breeze, ethereal beauty, and the grace of youth. It was a moment truly stolen from the fleeting passage of life. Siessingji presented her with a wooden box containing the pearls. Upon opening it, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled momentarily. These were pearls from the East Sea, lustrous and full, radiating a subtle sheen that clearly indicated their exceptional quality. Siessingji, with a gentle tone, remarked, "Didn't you express a fondness for small pearls? You could have winter mist embroider them onto your shoes. They would be exquisite." Jiangwan was taken aback. Such fine pearls used for embroidery on shoes would be a waste. She glanced at the pearls and was suddenly reminded of her unfinished sachet. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Initially, she had attempted to embroider it herself, but found the task beyond her capabilities. After considerable effort, she had produced a rather crooked image of a mandarin duck. She had resorted to reading a book that Chang Lu had given her, hoping to avoid the task. To her surprise, Siessingji arrived with a gift. This feeling was akin to two students in a class, while she had yet to begin her assignment. Siessingji had already submitted his paper, complete with all the correct answers. After several days of labor, she finally managed to create a somewhat lopsided mandarin duck. Presenting the sachet to Winter Mist, she found her companion quite exhausted from the ordeal. Winter Mist had often advised Jiang Wan to give up the embroidery. After all, this gift doesn't necessarily need to be a sachet, nor must it be embroidered by your own hands. However, Jiang Wan was known for her stubbornness, unwilling to change her mind once it was set. Thus, when she approached Winter Mist with the awkwardly stitched mandarin duck, Winter Mist could only think one thing. She would never accompany her mistress in embroidery again. With an exaggerated expression, Winter Mist exclaimed in delight, "Madam, is this your new embroidery? This duck is truly adorable, far better than the chicken you stitched a few days ago." Jiang Wan, feeling disheartened, replied, "That is a mandarin duck." Winter Mist was momentarily speechless. How could this be a mandarin duck? If the mandarin duck knew, it would surely be heartbroken. Nevertheless, Winter Mist, suppressing her conscience, said, "I must have seen it incorrectly. Upon closer inspection, this mandarin duck is indeed unique, unlike those sold in the market." Jiang Wan, encouraged by Winter Mist's words, felt a surge of confidence as she took the sachet and set off to find Siessingji. Coincidentally, she had a matter to discuss with him today. It was the end of the year, and the tradition of temple fairs was customary in the capital. The temple fair was vibrant and lively, especially in the evening when it transformed into a dazzling spectacle filled with the sounds of bustling crowds. Jiang Wan had always enjoyed the excitement of such gatherings. However, now that she was married, she could not venture out without her husband, Siessingji. She had cleverly devised a plan. While delivering a sachet to Xie, she would casually bring up the idea of attending the fair together. Just as Xie had finished a set of martial arts exercises and bathed, he was startled by the sound of footsteps outside his door. Assuming it was Yun Shun, he called out coolly, "The outer garment is on the table." When there was no response, he looked up, only to find that the figure before him was far from Yun Shun. A young girl stood there, adorned in a delicate pink dress embroidered with tiny roses. As the breeze stirred, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, and her sweet smile, accentuated by charming dimples, radiated warmth like the sun in spring, stirring one's heart. Her face was touched with a subtle blush, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of delight. Xie lowered his gaze, aware of his disheveled appearance, and awkwardly adjusted the collar of his attire, explaining, "I thought it was Yun Shun bringing my clothes." Jiang Wan raised her eyes to meet his. He was clad in a light, moon-white nightgown, which was sheer enough to reveal the contours of his waist. His dark hair, slightly damp, cascaded loosely behind him, exuding an alluring yet languid charm. Beauty can indeed be deceptive, as the ancients have warned. She contemplated purchasing some wine, uncertain if the small garments gifted by Chang Lu were reliable. Noticing her silence, Xie gently inquired, "Did you come to see me, Jiang Wan? Is there something you need?" Jiang Wan recited a few calming mantras in her mind, striving to steady her nerves. Hesitating, She produced the sachet, even though winter mist had been encouraging her all along. Yet, she remained uncertain about her embroidery skills. Thus, she tentatively asked, "My lord, what do you think of this sachet? Do you believe a man would appreciate it if I were to gift it to him?" Xia was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as he gazed at Jiangwan. A sachet for another man, and she sought his opinion? It would be as if she were presenting him with a green hat. His heart felt heavy, and without even glancing at the sachet, he curtly replied, "No." Jiangwan's gaze fell to the ground, disappointment evident in her voice. "Do you not like it?" Without a second thought, Xia responded, "I do not." Silence enveloped the space, and the atmosphere grew tense. Xia broke the silence first, his tone tinged with jealousy. Who is this intended for? Shall I meet him? He was eager to confront the foolhardy individual who dared accept her sachet. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan looked up with a complex expression. It dawned on her that Xia's discontent stemmed from a misunderstanding. He could not possibly think the sachet was meant for someone else, could he? Was Xie Xingji feeling jealous? A sudden laugh escaped Jiangwan as she regarded him. To her surprise, Xia had a rather endearing side. Xia was momentarily bewildered by her laughter. With a sweet smile gracing her lips, Jiangwan replied, "If you wish to meet him, that is certainly possible. He is quite handsome, the most charming individual I have ever encountered. Not only is he handsome, but he also protects me. When I am wronged, he stands up for me. His character is admirable. He saved me, yet never hold it over my head. In my eyes, he is simply perfect." However, Xie Xingji's expression gradually darkened. Who is this scoundrel? Handsome, protective, and a lifesaver? No wonder the young lady is so concerned. Wait, how does she describe him so similarly? Xie Xingji hesitated and inquired, "What is his surname?" Jiangwan looked at him, unable to contain her laughter, and sweetly replied, "His surname is Xie." Upon hearing this, Xie Xingji's jealousy quickly transformed into something else entirely. How should one describe it? It was both amusing and endearing. Chapter 56. The grace of His Majesty Jiangwan collected the sachet, feigning a tone of disappointment. What a pity, someone doesn't appreciate it. Indeed, wearing such a sachet would be quite embarrassing. He promptly snatched the sachet away, fearing he would be too late. "You promised it to me. You must not go back on your word." Xie Xingji, still holding the sachet, was momentarily taken aback. So this sachet was actually intended for him? What did that mean for his recent displeasure? Had he been jealous of himself all along? In that moment, Xie Xingji felt as though he could perish from despair. He lowered his gaze, a hint of grievance in his voice as he looked at Jiangwan. "If it was meant for me, why did you not mention it earlier? You made me feel miserable for so long." Naturally, Jiangwan felt a pang of embarrassment, hesitant to admit her lack of embroidery skills, fearing she might not deliver if she confessed. Thus, she sought refuge in an excuse, saying that a gift must be kept secret to preserve the element of surprise. Xie Xingji was momentarily speechless. Her reasoning seemed valid. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the girl's soft countenance radiated sweetness as she spoke softly. "Didn't you say last time that you wished for a sachet embroidered by my own hands? You saved me and treated me so well. I wish to do something for you in return. This is my first time embroidering a sachet for a man. If it turns out poorly, I wonder if you would dislike it?" Her tender voice effortlessly tugged at Xie Xingji's heart. He drew her into his embrace, his voice husky. "Awan, you need not do anything. I will love you as you are." Jiangwan still felt somewhat apprehensive. "If you don't like it, you may place the sachet at the bottom of the box. I can have Dong Wu make you another one." Xie Xingji's heart was overwhelmed with tenderness. It dawned on him that Jiangwan had been working tirelessly to create the sachet for him over the past few days. The girl, so delicate, would tear up at the slightest prick of a needle. He held her fingertips, discovering fine marks from the needle on her fair skin. His voice softened, becoming extraordinarily melodious. "Awan, ask me once more." Jiangwan paused, puzzled. "What should I ask?" Xie Xingji urged, "Inquire whether I like it." Seeing her bemusement, he pressed further, "Hurry." Tilting her head, she softly asked, "My lord, do you like it?" He responded gently, as if he had received the most precious gift in the world. "I do." He pressed the sachet to his heart, akin to a child receiving a beloved candy, his tone brimming with warmth. This duck is exquisitely embroidered. Jiangwan faltered, struggling for a moment before managing to say, "That is a mandarin duck." Xie Xingji was taken aback, pulling out the sachet once more to scrutinize the resemblance between the ducks and the mandarin ducks. He examined it closely, finally finding justification within himself. This was a Wan sachet. She said it was a mandarin duck, therefore it must be one. No matter how much it resembled a duck, it was still a mandarin duck that merely bore a likeness to a duck. Having reconciled this in his mind, Xie Xingji smiled and said, "Awan, this mandarin duck is embroidered beautifully, truly one of a kind." Jiang Wan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon hearing those words. Recalling her purpose for the day, she tugged at Xie Xingji's garment and inquired, "My lord, there is a temple fair this evening. Shall we go together?" Xie Xingji looked down at her, his gaze meeting her bright, shimmering apricot eyes, which radiated innocence. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you wish to go?" Jiang Wan nodded vigorously, her eagerness unmistakable. Xie Xingji's eyes sparkled with amusement as he casually replied, "Very well, call me brother, and I shall take you." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Here it was again, Xie Xingji's persistent desire to be referred to as brother. She surmised that perhaps it was due to the fact that the Su family had 4 sons, thus instilling in Xie Xingji a yearning for a sister. With a sigh, she grasped his sleeve and in a soft voice implored, "Brother Xie, family brother, please take me with you." Pretty please, Jiang Wan clasped her hands together, her apricot eyes fixed intently on him. I beg you, Xie Xingji was momentarily taken aback by her approach. Was this truly a request for him to be called brother? It felt like she was demanding his very life. While indulging in her charms was one thing, the allure of her captivating gaze was utterly disarming. He quickly turned away, striving to calm his racing heart, feigning interest in a fragrant sachet to regain composure. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Wan worried he might reconsider. She hurried after him, her tone softening. "A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. You promised to take me if I called you brother. My lord, you must not go back on your word." Xie Xingji, having finally quelled his racing heartbeat, gazed down at the fierce little girl before him. His heart unexpectedly softened, and he spoke in a gentle tone. "I shall not go back on my word." Jiang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" Xie Xingji feigned a scare. "Ask again, and it will be a lie." Jiang Wan's eyes widened in shock as she immediately covered her mouth, adopting a demure expression. The temple fair in the capital was always a bustling affair, with countless vendors gathering to offer pastries, snacks, and colorful lanterns against the backdrop of the dark night sky. Jiang Wan, too excited to eat her dinner, pulled Xie Xingji out the door. Her shop had made ample preparations for the fair. Jiang Yuan had been busy from early morning, first donating a substantial sum of silver to the court for the Ministry of Rites sacrificial expenses. Upon witnessing this, Fu Hongshen looked at Jiang Yuan as if he were a golden ingot, his demeanor particularly cordial. He even extended an invitation for them to dine together. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the emperor's invitation, as making donations was customary for him, but he had not anticipated such recognition today, especially being invited to dine with His Majesty. What a tremendous honor! Overwhelmed with gratitude, he promptly instructed his servant to inform them not to prepare a meal for him, as he would be dining at the palace with the emperor. Coming from humble beginnings, Jiang Yuan had clawed his way up to the esteemed position of a royal merchant through sheer determination. During the reign of the late emperor, merchants were treated harshly, and it was nearly unthinkable for one to dine alongside the emperor. Although the late emperor was known for his harsh treatment of merchants, he never faltered in collecting the taxes owed. In stark contrast, His Majesty today gazes upon others with a demeanor that is exceedingly gentle. With a heart brimming with excitement, Jiang Yuan took a somewhat nervous seat beside the emperor. The banquet laid before them was lavish. As Jiang Yuan observed the palace maids and attendants serving the dishes in a seamless fashion, he felt akin to Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, utterly astonished by the spectacle. The formalities of the imperial dining etiquette were intricate. By the time the attendants had tasted the dishes, they had grown cold. However, Emperor Sheng displayed no airs, gently urging him to lift his chopsticks and partake. With delight, Jiang Yuan eagerly sampled a morsel, only to find himself utterly stunned. Indeed, truly, it was exceedingly unpalatable. Jiang Yuan could hardly fathom how one could prepare such distasteful cuisine. He glanced up at Fu Hongshun, wondering if this was the fare His Majesty consumed daily. It was, quite frankly, inferior to the meals prepared for the servants at the Jiang residence. Fu Hongshun calmly remarked that the kitchen was overseen by the maternal nephew of the Empress Dowager. Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply, for he had already suspected as much. Chapter 57. The temple fare. Jiang Yuan felt an immense sympathy for Emperor Sheng, having barely touched his lunch before departing. Such unpalatable fare was indeed served. As a loyal minister devoted to his country, Jiang Yuan silently resolved never to dine within the palace again. After all, if the food was so unappetizing, what would happen if the portions were insufficient for His Majesty? Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and Xie Xingji arrived at the bustling streets of the eastern part of the city, the most vibrant area of the capital, where Jiang Wan had often mingled. Most of the Jiang family's shops were situated in these prosperous locales. On this day, Xie Xingji donned a moon-white garment crafted from premium shoe brocade, its texture soft and exquisite, with silver-threaded cloud patterns embroidered at the cuffs, evoking the ethereal hues of dawn. The details exuded an air of nobility. He rarely wore light colors, preferring the deeper shades like dark ink. His jet-black hair was elegantly secured with a delicate white jade hairpin, appearing somewhat understated, yet his strikingly handsome features radiated an icy allure, bestowing upon him an air of refined elegance akin to that of a jade-like gentleman. Jiang Wan was momentarily entranced. He was simply too handsome. The thought of taking such a striking young man out suddenly filled her with trepidation. What if he were to be whisked away along the way? Xie Xingji glanced at her sideways, noticing the faint blush adorning her delicate complexion. He inquired softly, "Awan, why do you look at me so? Is there something amiss with my attire?" However, that couldn't be right. Fu Hongshun had informed him that tales often revealed how women preferred men in white garments. He was accustomed to wearing dark colors while serving in the Xie family's army, training and interrogating prisoners, frequently entering the court. He had never owned a white outfit until he had specially commissioned one to please the young lady. Jiang Wan shook her head, her voice sweet as honey. "No, I simply think the air appears splendid in such attire." A faint smile graced Xie Xingji's lips. "Really?" The temple fair was crowded, and he took Jiang Wan's hand, his voice low and earnest. "Awan, it's quite busy here. Stay close to me and don't wander off." Suddenly finding herself grasped, her small face flushed with a subtle hue, Jiang Wan spoke softly. "Have you ever attended a temple fair before?" Xie Xingji paused, his voice tinged with hesitation. "No, the temple fair in the capital coincided with the emperor's sacrifices. Typically, he remained within the palace, leading the Xie family's army to ensure the emperor's safety. Past temple fairs had been spent amidst official duties and the ravages of war." Jiang Wan raised her gaze, her apricot-shaped eyes bright and clear. "What about when you were a child?" Xie Xingji took a moment, reflecting. "As a child, my father wished for me to master martial arts, while my grandfather believed I was suited for scholarly pursuits. He hoped I could shoulder the responsibilities of the crown prince's tutor. Consequently, I seldom had the opportunity to play with my peers. On one rare occasion, I arranged with the crown prince to sneak out and play." Xie Xingji's expression turned serious, a hint of guilt flickering in his gaze. "At that time, we were far too young to comprehend the chaos that would ensue from the crown prince's disappearance. Upon our return, we discovered that the eunuchs in the prince's palace had been punished for their inadequate service. It was from that moment that the prince began to understand his differences from other children. Since then, I have remained by his side, unwavering through both the biting cold and the sweltering heat." Jiang Wan gently traced his tightly furrowed brow with her fingertips, her eyes shimmering with compassion as she spoke softly. "You must have endured much hardship over the years, my prince. Fear not, for today I shall accompany you to explore the bustling splendor of the eastern city. I grew up on this very street, and no one knows better than I where to find the most delectable treats." Xie Xingji hesitated, but eventually closed his eyes slightly and nodded. "Very well, I will follow your lead, Awan." Jiang Wan was well aware that he responded better to gentle encouragement than to sternness. Observing his obedient demeanor, Her heart melted in an instant. She took C.S. Singji's hand and sweetly inquired, "Is there anything you desire?" Looking into her sparkling, almond-shaped eyes, he could not bear to disappoint her and casually pointed. "How about that one?" Jiang glanced over to see he was indicating a sugar painting. To her surprise, the noble prince had a fondness for sweets. Without hesitation, she retrieved some silver coins and selected the largest and most exquisite sugar figure, presenting it to C.S. Singji. "Here for you." Leaning closer, she asked, "Do you like it?" C.S. Singji was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he beheld the sugar figure in his hands. "I do like it." Jiang tucked the sugar figure into his embrace and led him to purchase osmanthus cakes and grilled lamb skewers, eventually pausing at a stall selling roasted sweet potatoes. Just then, the last roasted sweet potato was snatched away by another customer. C.S. Singji comforted her. "It's all right. I wasn't very eager for it anyway." Jiang small face displayed a hint of reluctance as she firmly declared, "No, I promised to buy it for you, and I must fulfill that promise." Ultimately, it was C.S. Singji who devised a solution. They found a tavern that roasted one fresh for them, and the little girl finally broke into a smile. As they passed a vendor selling hairpins, C.S. Singji came to a halt, his gaze fixated on a delicate pine branch hairpin. The vendor, noticing their interest, eagerly explained, "Young master, why not choose a hairpin for your lady? These are the latest styles from the capital, perfect for a young lady." Jiang turned her head to see where C.S. Singji's eyes lingered. She immediately recognized his desire. As a child, whenever she accompanied Jiang to the market and spotted something she liked, she felt just as he did now, unable to look away, unable to move forward. With a smile gracing her lips, her dimples sparkling with joy, her voice took on a soothing tone akin to that of a mother coaxing a 7-year-old child. "My prince, do you wish for this?" C.S. Singji replied with a soft asking, "Is that all right?" Jiang heart softened, and with a hint of extravagant pride, she handed the vendor a silver ingot, saying, "Wrap it up, and keep the change as a tip." C.S. Singji interjected, "No need to wrap it." His eyes, bright and earnest, were fixed on Jiang, his meaning clear. She tentatively asked, "Do you wish to wear it?" C.S. Singji's gaze was sincere. "Is that permissible?" "Of course. It is," she assured him. Jiang extended the hairpin towards him, and C.S. Singji lifted the item in his own hand. "Awan, could you assist me?" Jiang, holding the pine branch hairpin, gestured for C.S. Singji to lower his head. His dark tresses, initially secured with a white jade pin, were now adorned with the pine branch pin. One must admit, possessing good looks certainly has its advantages. Even an ordinary pine branch pin, when worn by him, exuded an added touch of gentle elegance. Just as Jiang was about to speak, a servant approached from ahead, bowing humbly to C.S. Singji. "Esteemed gentlemen, my young lady requests the honor of your presence at the tavern for a gathering." Without a moment's hesitation, C.S. Singji declined, "I shall not attend." Jiang cautiously inquired, "Who is your young lady? Why does she wish to host us?" Initially worried about the prospect of failing in his errand upon hearing C.S. Singji's refusal, the servant felt reassured by the young lady's inquiry. "My young lady is the daughter of Tianxiang residents." Upon hearing this, Jiang eyes brightened. "So it is a rival. What are we waiting for? Let's go." Chapter 58. The young lady of the Wang family. On this day, Tianxiang Pavilion stands as the largest tavern in the capital. When Jiang first arrived in the capital, the first tavern he opened was near Tianxiang Pavilion. However, at that time, Jiang was not a local, and naturally, his business could not compete with Tianxiang Pavilion. Later, Jiang invested in hiring renowned chefs, and with great effort, he managed to turn his tavern's fortunes around. He also implemented a marketing strategy, offering a half-price discount on the next meal for patrons who dined at his establishment. No tavern in the capital had ever operated in such a manner, and many awaited to see Jiang downfall. Unexpectedly, as time passed, not only did Jiang tavern avoid closure, but its business also gradually improved. The owner behind Tianxiang Pavilion, a government official, was naturally discontented to see Jiang surpass him. Thus, he led a coalition of merchants to suppress Jiang endeavors. In response, Jiang diversified his ventures, delving into various trades such as banking, jewelry, ready-made garments, and grain. He soon became the most prominent merchant in the capital. With his extensive experience in commerce and his generous disposition, he quickly ascended to the status of a royal merchant. Despite this, his father remained at odds with the owner of Tianxiang Pavilion. As for the young lady of the Wang family, Jiang Yuan had never laid eyes on her. It was said that Wang, the owner, had only this one beloved daughter. Coincidentally, she too was in a similar position. Originally, she and the Wang family's heiress kept to their own spheres, but now, the young lady had extended her hand toward her. Thus, a meeting was inevitable. When Xie Xingji saw Jiang Wan speak, he refrained from adding anything further. Instead, Jiang Wan felt a twinge of regret and offered, "I'll buy you some pastries later. How about mung bean cake?" Upon recalling that green delicacy, Xie Xingji shook his head and tentatively replied, "I prefer chestnut cake, if that is all right." Jiang Wan found his demeanor irresistible. Despite being the aloof heir of a noble family, he managed to appear both obedient and flirtatious. It was truly captivating, and Jiang Wan, overwhelmed by his charm, paid little heed to anything else. "I'll buy it for you, however much you want," she declared. Xie Xingji's smile broadened. "Wan, you are truly kind." Jiang Wan felt a bit dazed. No wonder the foolish monarch in romance novels seemed so blissful, willingly spending lavishly just to elicit a smile from a beauty. Jiang Wan resolved to work even harder to earn more in the future. The two ascended to a private room on the upper floor, where they encountered a young woman clad in a pale lotus-colored cloud-patterned skirt. She had a delicate appearance, with an exquisite floral adornment between her brows. This Wang girl was indeed beautiful. It was no wonder that Wang, the owner, was always seeking a noble and handsome suitor for her. However, in this era, finding a man who was both handsome and wealthy, particularly one of high official rank, was no simple task. Consequently, the Wang family's daughter had reached marriageable age several years ago without finding a suitable partner. Wang, the owner, had grown anxious and began actively seeking a husband for her. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Wang girl was particularly unlucky, having failed to find an eligible match even after 2 rounds of examinations. Finally, this year's top scholar was Li Huayan, a man of refined character and striking appearance. Yet he turned down Wang, the owner's proposal. Miss Wang found herself engulfed in melancholy. She had originally intended to seek solace amidst the festivities of the temple fair. To her astonishment, while she languidly leaned against the window, sipping her despondent drink, her gaze fell upon a remarkably handsome gentleman, tall and statuesque. He stood out distinctly from the crowd, his elegant white attire of shoe brocade accentuating his jade-like demeanor, complemented by a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wang Yun was momentarily entranced. She yearned for this man. If she could wed him, her life would be devoid of regrets. Yet, it seemed that a young woman stood beside him. Their interactions suggested a cordial relationship. Dismissing such thoughts, Wang Yun'er scrutinized the trivial items the woman had purchased for him. Merely some common delicacies, and that hairpin, nothing more than a worthless pine branch pin. If this man were to be by her side, not just that hairpin, the entire Wang family wealth could be shared with him, provided he was willing. Observing the pair below, they soon ascended the stairs under the guidance of the steward. She instructed for the finest dishes from Tianxiang Pavilion to be served, resolute that such opulence would surely entice him. As Xie Xingji entered, her gaze remained fixed upon him, utterly captivated. Good heavens! How could a man possess such striking beauty? With spirited brows and a noble yet aloof demeanor. She had initially perceived him as a mere scion of modest means, easily won over with a touch of silver. But now, witnessing his air of aristocracy, her confidence wavered. Yet, with him so near, Wang Yun'er gazed at the handsome youth, her heart already lost to him. Regardless of his esteemed status, she resolved to make her intentions known. She signaled to the steward, who promptly approached, saying, "This young master, my lady, is the sole daughter of Lord Wang Chong from the capital." "Who is Lord Wang Chong?" Xie Xingji inquired, unacquainted with such figures. The capital was replete with officials. Maintaining his composure, he asked, "And what of that?" The steward was taken aback by his response. Was he not meant to express astonishment and reverence? With a forced smile, the steward continued, "I wonder if the young master is already wed for my lady." Xie Xingji interrupted, "I am married and have no intention of taking a concubine." The steward's expression soured. What was this talk of concubinage? He had hoped to propose that C.S. Singji be adopted into their family, for his lady must be the principal wife. The steward clarified, "You misunderstand, young master. My lady is the only daughter of Lord Wang and cannot be a concubine. Should you marry her, you shall enjoy boundless riches and honor." C.S. Singji's demeanor darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan observed with an amused expression. Boundless riches and unending enjoyment? Such claims stirred her own interest. It was clear that C.S. Singji was far less enthralled. A playful thought crossed Jiang Wan's mind, and before anyone could react, she suddenly pushed C.S. Singji aside, her face adorned with a sorrowful expression as she spoke. "Indeed, I have always believed that men are unreliable. Now that you have heard of such extravagant wealth, are you not the least bit tempted?" Upon hearing this, C.S. Singji could hardly believe his ears. "What is there to be tempted by?" "Nothing at all," he replied, casting a glance at Jiang Wan with a sense of resignation. "I do not know them, nor do I wish to." Jiang Wan was taken aback. His rejection was remarkably decisive and devoid of any charm. "And then?" she inquired. "There is no and then," C.S. Singji stated flatly. Jiang Wan shot him a disdainful look and remarked, "Is there anyone who is as eager to prove their innocence as you are?" C.S. Singji raised an eyebrow and replied, "Then what should I do, my lady? Please enlighten me." Chapter 59. Raising an ancestor. Jiang Wan cleared her throat, mimicking the dialogue from a script, gazing at C.S. Singji with an exaggerated tone. "Ching, this matter is not as you perceive. I have no connection with the young lady of the Wang family. My heart belongs solely to one, and my every thought and dream is of you." Wang Yuner glanced at the woman before her, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that such a handsome and ethereal young man would be wed to someone so lacking in wit. Jiang Wan looked around at the gathering, offering an apologetic smile, realizing that her act might have been a tad excessive. However, she was taken aback when C.S. Singji merely paused for a moment before meeting her gaze. The once indifferent look in his eyes transformed into one of longing, his tightly pressed lips parting slightly as his voice, already deep and melodious, softened into a tender caress. "Ching," he murmured, his voice, now deliberately lowered, became even more enchanting. Paired with his strikingly alluring visage, it was utterly captivating. Jiang Wan felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her balance. C.S. Singji instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist to steady her. "This matter is not as you think," he said, looking at Jiang Wan, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with light. "I have little connection with this." He hesitated, suddenly forgetting whether she was from the Zhang family or the Li family. "I have no significant relationship with her." Leaning closer, his low voice transformed into a gentle whisper. "In my heart, there is only you, and that shall never change. My waking and dreaming thoughts are solely of you." Jiang Wan. She truly felt overwhelmed. "Miss Wang, perhaps we should consider eliminating her to enliven the atmosphere for the two of you." Wang Yuner, witnessing this scene, could not deny her disappointment. She had initially believed that with her family's standing, if she were to approach him gradually and with gentle persuasion, the young man would surely notice her intentions and be charmed. If all else failed, even being a secondary wife would suffice. Yet, seeing how clearly he held that girl in high regard, she wondered why she should play the role of the meddler in their romance. With a sigh, Miss Wang spoke softly, "The affections of the young master have moved Yuner. Since we are fated to meet, I have a humble gift to present to you." She paused reluctantly before adding, "To you and your wife." Without a glance, C.S. Singji dismissively replied, "No need." Jiang Wan glanced at the gift and nearly burst into laughter. Who in their right mind would gift a couple's hairpin, and only one at that? Wang Yuner's face flushed with embarrassment. "I meant no offense. I merely thought your countenance was unparalleled, and this pine branch hairpin is far too ordinary for you." C.S. Singji, visibly displeased, interrupted her. "If she were the one I cherished, even a mere twig would bring me joy. Conversely, if she were ill-intentioned, even gold and silver would only breed disdain." With such a declaration, no matter Wang Yuner's intentions, she could only relent. Jiang Wan, feeling a bit awkward, turned to Wang Yuner and inquired, "Miss, is there anything else?" There was nothing much to discuss, merely a display of affectionate intimacy that I found quite irksome. As they departed, Jiang Wan grasped C.S. Singji's hand, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Her father had once mentioned that the chef at Tianxiangju was unparalleled in crafting pastries, a fact she had almost forgotten to explore. Upon hearing this, Xie was utterly incredulous. Was this young lady from the Zhang family or the Li family? The very thought of her desiring pastries seemed to strike him as both commendable and naive. With a sigh, he offered, "I shall take you to Yipinju." Jiangwan, who had initially felt a sense of loss, was instantly illuminated by the prospect. In comparison, Tianxiangju paled in significance. Yipinju was known for its limited offerings, catering exclusively to their designated patrons. Jiangwan, though lacking in alcohol tolerance and etiquette, harbored an ardent affection for wine. The spirits sold by other taverns were far too potent for her. Only the unique fruit brew from Yipinju, with its refreshing sweetness, could intoxicate her without causing discomfort the following day. Tugging at Xie sleeve, she implored, "Brother, I wish to taste the fruit brew." Initially taken aback by her practicality, Xie noted how she referred to him affectionately whenever she desired a drink. She no longer needed him. He was merely the heir. Observing his silence, Jiangwan softly pleaded, "Just one sip, please. Would you be so kind?" Xingji, dear brother once again, who could resist the charms of a beloved little girl? Eventually, under the spell of her beauty, Xie succumbed and procured every flavor of fruit brew available at Yipinju. Jiangwan, akin to a little fox on the hunt, coaxed him to return home, eager to savor the delightful concoction. She was torn between the refreshing green plum wine, the delightful lychee brew, and even the mulberry wine, rumored to possess beautifying properties, not to mention the pear blossom and peach blossom brews. Xie cautioned her, "You may only have a small cup at a time." Upon returning home, Jiangwan could hardly contain her excitement and took a sip of the pear blossom brew, reveling in its sweet fragrance and delightful taste. She soon dismissed Xie warning from her mind. One small cup was hardly sufficient. She indulged in several more until, after his bath, Xie opened the door to find a rather startling scene. The young girl, with her head tilted, held a jug of pear blossom brew, lounging on the beauty couch. Perhaps slightly tipsy, she felt warm, her collar slightly undone, revealing her fair and delicate collarbone. Xie, initially intending to step inside, hesitated at the sight. Yet Jiangwan, oblivious to his indecision, spotted him at the doorway and struggled to her feet, swaying as she attempted to approach him. With a resigned sigh, Xie swiftly moved to support her, preventing her from stumbling. The moment her dazed, apricot eyes met his, they sparkled with recognition. "Here, you have arrived," Xie, wrapping his arm around her slender waist to steady her, spoke in a low, somewhat helpless tone. "Did I not explicitly state that you are allowed but a single drink?" Jiangwan lowered her gaze, her voice imbued with a playful grievance. "Do not scold me as if I were a daughter in need of reprimand." Xie sighed. This was no mere matter of raising a daughter. It was as if he were tending to a revered ancestor. His tone softened as he gently coaxed her. "I am not scolding you, Ewan. Does it not discomfort you to cling to me so tightly?" Jiangwan's entire being pressed against him, her delicate, seemingly boneless arms wrapped securely around his neck. To be candid, he felt somewhat uneasy, yet he dare not voice it, fearing that the young lady in his embrace might erupt in indignation once more. He spoke soothingly. "Would you kindly loosen your hold?" "I refuse." Jiangwan's voice, already sweet and soft, became even more saccharine in her inebriated state. Suddenly, her tone shifted to one of innocent hurt. Do you dislike me now?" Xie found himself momentarily speechless, grasping the essence of what it meant to be unjustly accused. Chapter 60. Heartstrings with the intoxicating effects of alcohol coursing through her. Jiangwan gazed upon the alluring and ethereal visage before her. To claim that her heart was unmoved would be an utter falsehood. Suddenly, she recalled Chong Li's words. "Awan, a single failure is of no consequence. Since Xie has wed you, he belongs to you, and since he is yours, how reasonable it is for you to share his bed. Awan, my advice is to don a charming outfit and give it another try." Chong Li's counsel echoed in her ears as she prepared for Xie's return from his bath. Chong Li had sent her a luxurious skincare lotion, which felt exquisitely soft upon her skin. After testing it for some time, she found it truly effective. This time, Jiang Wan selected a gilded embroidered garment adorned with vibrant camellias, which appeared both enchanting and exquisite, paired with the floral fragrance that lingered from her bath. She found herself quite beguiled. Glancing at the slightly seductive attire, she hesitated before draping a moonlight-colored cloud-patterned nightgown over it. The chill in the air was undeniable. To bolster her courage, she indulged in several cups of pear blossom wine. Although her tolerance for alcohol was minimal, the sweet warmth of the wine encouraged her to drink a bit more. By the time she regained her senses, she felt pleasantly tipsy. Reclining on the beautiful couch, she patiently awaited Xie Xingji's arrival. When he finally entered, his gaze revealed a hint of uncertainty. His steps faltered, and in a moment of panic, Jiang Wan disregarded her inebriation, fearing he might depart. Fortunately, Xie Xingji embraced her, though he seemed somewhat displeased. She had promised him she would only have a small drink, hadn't she? Yet the deed was done. Embracing her reckless spirit, Jiang Wan clung to Xie Xingji's neck and playfully accused him. Are you fond of someone else? Her voice was soft and melodious, enough to make one think she was the victim of his mischief. Xie Xingji pressed his fingers to his temples, bemused. What nonsense are you spouting now? With a playful pout, Jiang Wan retorted, If not, then why do you ignore me? The tales had often proclaimed that a deep marital bond necessitated togetherness. Xie Xingji paused, cautiously inquiring, Did those tales instruct how one should be together? At his words, Jiang Wan was struck with sudden clarity. It dawned on her that Xie Xingji was not unwilling. He simply lacked the experience. The more she pondered, the more sense it made. Given that he had never even attended a temple fair, how could he possibly know the ways of intimacy? Thankfully, Chang Lu had gifted her a collection of stories, and she now felt she had grasped the fundamentals. A smile tugged at Jiang Wan's lips, one she could not suppress. With her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Xie Xingji, her voice turned soft and inviting. Of course I know how. She drew him closer, pulling him down alongside her. Xie Xingji allowed her to guide him, and soon they found themselves on the bed, her eyes shimmering with affection. His voice strained. Xie Xingji asked, and then? Jiang Wan reflected briefly, and before he could react, her soft, crimson lips met his. How had Xie Xingji approached her last time? It was likely due to the effects of intoxication that Jiang Wan found herself unable to recall the events clearly. Tentatively, she bit down on Xie Xingji's lips, prompting him to shudder involuntarily and emit a low, muffled groan. His gaze darkened, those enchanting peach blossom eyes fixating intently upon her. Jiang Wan, startled by his breathlessness, stammered, I didn't mean to. Xie Xingji rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his voice husky as he teasingly remarked, Didn't you say you could? Flushing, Jiang Wan retorted defiantly, I can. It was merely a momentary lapse. Besides, what right do you have to criticize me? You're no different. You're just as inexperienced. Raising an eyebrow, Xie Xingji countered, Who told you I lack experience? Jiang Wan shot back with a question of her own. Have you ever done it? He faltered. Not exactly. With a knowing expression, Jiang Wan declared, Exactly. Neither of us has tried. Hence, I possess the upper hand. Xie Xingji humbly inquired, Why do you believe you are superior, my lady, if we have both abstained from such experiences? Leaning closer, she whispered, Because I have a strategist. At her words, Xie Xingji's tone became melodiously deep. Is that so? Jiang Wan swallowed nervously. This is a secret between me and the princess. She then revealed the chest sent by Chang Lu, filled to the brim with books and an array of exquisite garments. Xie Xingji gasped, retreating a couple of steps and asking in a strained voice, What is this? Jiang Wan, brimming with pride, responded, This is precisely what makes me superior to you. Xie Xingji could hardly believe it. So your strategist is Chang Lu? Jiang Wan nodded emphatically, suddenly recalling how Fu Hongshun often devised plans for him. He mused that Chang Lu was indeed Jiang Wan's strategist. Does the Fu family have nothing better to do? Yet despite this, Xie Xingji gazed at Jiang Wan's flower-like visage, his voice dropping to a whisper. Then, would you teach me, my lady? Jiang Wan, easily swayed, especially by someone as handsome as Xie Xingji, not only softened emotionally, but physically as well. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her delicate toes resting upon his shoes. Drawing closer, her sweet breath tickled his ear as she murmured, "Of course. But there is one issue." Her expression suddenly turned serious. "Brother, are you afraid of pain?" C.S. Singji was taken aback. Was she really asking him that? Was the young lady confused about her role? Jiang Wan, her voice slightly muddled, added, "Lady Lin mentioned that the first night can be quite uncomfortable." Tilting her head thoughtfully, she continued, "If it hurts later, don't be afraid, just tell me." C.S. Singji found himself momentarily speechless. Jiang Wan rambled on, pushing him down onto the bed, her sweet scent once more enveloping him. Anticipating her move, C.S. Singji's fingers grazed her soft waist, tenderly exploring the delicate curve. Jiang Wan kissed his lips earnestly yet awkwardly, while C.S. Singji indulged in her playful antics, his deep breaths betraying his impatience as he could not help but utter, "Wan dear, do not bite." In an instant, C.S. Singji flipped her over, taking control and swiftly conquering the moment. He firmly encircled the young girl in his embrace, his crisp breath enveloping her. Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, then instinctively sought to struggle. However, C.S. Singji would not permit her to have her way. As he greedily savored her sweetness, he patiently coaxed her, "My lady, did you not say you would teach me? My lady, I wish to explore other things, if I may." Though framed as a question, C.S. Singji did not await her response, instead directly kissing her earlobe. "Seventh Prince, please do not." Jiang Wan, sensitive to ticklishness, felt her breath become erratic. Just as she intended to protest against C.S. Singji, her voice emerged alluringly, enchanting even herself. C.S. Singji gazed down at her, his tone deep and laced with enticing tenderness. "Ewan, one must not abandon their endeavors midway." While his words rang true, it was evident that the disciple's prowess far surpassed that of the master. Jiang Wan felt as though she were the hapless master, undone by her own pupil. Do not doubt it. She was indeed the master who had been bested. Chapter 61. Would you like to try? She attempted to resist, yet C.S. Singji was simply too captivating. It was particularly disarming that such an attractive individual would lower himself to coax her in myriad ways. To be honest, she found it rather delightful. Their lips brushed against each other, revealing an unexpectedly warm and sweet sensation. In her dazed state, Jiang Wan did not forget to seek her own advantage, her delicate fingers gliding towards C.S. Singji's waist. Just as her hand was about to lift the hem of his garment, he held it in place. Jiang Wan, with a voice laced with grievance, implored, "My hands are cold. May I borrow your warmth?" C.S. Singji found himself momentarily speechless. It was clear that her hands were not merely cold. However, as he gazed down at her, he noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes, her apricot-shaped orbs shimmering with mist, and her softened voice carrying a hint of huskiness, both enchanting and alluring. He loosened his grip. After all, what was the harm in a gentle touch upon his abdominal muscles? Why spoil her enjoyment? Yet, the moment her soft hand made contact with his abs, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she exclaimed, "So beautiful. This sensation is just as I imagined. Brother, do you practice often?" The young lady, her cheeks flushed, simultaneously took advantage of him while showering him with sweet words. It must be said, he found it rather pleasing. C.S. Singji leaned closer to her ear, his voice tantalizingly low. "Wan, would you like to try?" Jiang Wan, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Try what?" The winter air was frigid, yet C.S. Singji's fervent kisses fell upon her, on her brows, her ears, and down to her collarbone, igniting a warmth that coursed through him. Jiang Wan began to feel the effects of the wine, her eyelids growing heavy with sleep. Half closing her eyes, she found herself utterly exhausted. C.S. Singji lowered his gaze upon the young girl nestled in his arms, unsure whether to feel sympathy or amusement. It was she who had so enticingly drawn him in, yet she was the first to succumb. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. He adjusted her nightgown, enveloping her in his embrace, and whispered soothingly, "Awan, if you're tired, you may rest." He brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead, arranging her pillow for her comfort. Yet, he never anticipated that in her slumber, the girl would entwine her arms around his, her voice drowsy as she murmured, "C.S. Singji, you must not leave." The corners of C.S. Singji's lips, which had been tightly pressed, gradually curved into a smile. He rested his hand against her cheek, allowing her to sleep against him, his voice gentle and affectionate. Very well. I shall not leave. The young lady nestled into a comfortable position, unwilling to release her hold, her lips curving into a contented smile as she drifted off. Upon witnessing this, Xie felt his heart soften unexpectedly. He had always been a reserved individual. The world often labeled him as a paragon of excellence, devoid of desires. Yet, only he understood that his greatest yearning had always been for Jiangwan. It had always been her. 3 years ago, beneath the moonlight, he was captivated by her vivacity and intelligence at first glance. She was fiercely loyal, willing to negotiate with bandits to save a childhood servant. Later, when he encountered her again in the capital, she had blossomed into an elegant young woman, no longer the carefree girl of 3 years prior, but rather a figure of grace and composure in the presence of others. However, she is engaged to Lu Jingyan. This is the greatest anguish for Xie. He despises himself for having taken so long to return. Yet, he understands that under the uncertain circumstances of war, it would be utterly impossible for him to seek a proposal from the Jiang family through an intermediary. He resents the unfairness of fate. Upon his return to the capital, his daily thoughts revolved around how to discreetly eliminate Lu Jingyan, yet he feared causing Jiangwan's heartache. At the moment Jiangwan fell into the water, nearby officials had advised him that if he wished to save the drowning maiden, he should find a competent wet nurse or maid. After all, he is Xie, wary of being burdened with unwanted obligations. Heaven knows, he would be more than willing for Jiangwan to lean on him. After she was rescued, Jiangwan surprisingly did not recognize him. Xie felt a pang of disappointment, but reassured himself that 3 years prior, Jiangwan was still quite young, and he had been wearing a mask in the darkness. No one could possibly recognize him. Subsequently, Xie diligently sought information about Jiangwan. Knowing that Lu Jingyu intended to form a marriage alliance with the Lu family, he proactively facilitated connections between the two families. Aware of Lu Jingyan's indecision and fearing Jiangwan might waver, he cleverly used his mother's insistence on matchmaking as an excuse to lure her in. If the Lu family dared to scheme against Jiangwan, he would ensure their utter downfall. He first ensnared all the men in Lu Qingwan's household and dealt with them thoroughly, exposing the Lu matriarch's visit to Qingfeng Pavilion. Even a recent corruption case under the emperor's scrutiny implicated the Lu family. Lu Qingwan's father was always cautious. Without Xie intervention, the investigation would never have reached him. As for the Lu family, they believed themselves to be safely sheltered by the Lu family's prominence, only to discover their troubles swiftly arising. Lu Zheng immediately changed his demeanor, attempting to annul the engagement between Lu Jingyan and Lu Qingwan. The conflict between the two families escalated furiously. Speaking of Lu Jingyan, after Xie had once dealt him a blow, he had instructed his men to follow Lu Jingyan closely, preventing any further harassment of Jiangwan. Recently, Lu Jingyan had been beset by misfortunes. Just as he had become engaged to the Lu family, Lu Qingwan's father and brothers were ordered to be imprisoned by the emperor. Fortunately, the Lu family's involvement was not extensive, and their womenfolk remained safe within their residence. However, this was already a significant blow to the Lu family. Lu Jingyan was filled with regret. He had only agreed to the marriage due to Lu Qingwan's family background. Now that the Lu family was under investigation, they were likely to face condemnation soon. How could he bear the thought of marrying the daughter of a convicted felon? Yet, the scandal surrounding his affair with Jiang had already become common knowledge in the capital. In the western part of the city, there existed a bookstore renowned for its sensational tales, known as Shuxiang Tanshou. They had even penned a story about him in Jiangwan. What was the title again? Yes. Shocking. The pampered son of a merchant is slapped in the face. The daughter of a merchant married into a noble family is spoiled. Upon hearing the title, Lu Jingyan turned pale with rage. The book portrayed him as a heartless scoundrel, willing to betray his fiancée for the sake of climbing the social ladder. Greedy and ungrateful, he found it utterly detestable. Enraged, he smashed the teacup in his room. What infuriated him further was the book's immense popularity. It seemed that nearly everyone in the capital owned a copy. Lu Jingyan received the news and had been hiding at home, feeling too ashamed to face the world. Now that the Lu family had fallen from grace, if he were to break off the engagement at this moment. He feared that the scornful literary elite would seize the opportunity to publish yet another critique targeted at him. The more despondent Lu Jingyan became, the more he reminisced about Jiang Wan's virtues. If only he had not called off the engagement back then. Would his circumstances today be any different? Chapter 62. Regrets of Lu Jingyan. He yearned to seek out Jiang Wan. Yet each time this thought emerged, it was invariably interrupted. For instance, when he intended to visit Yueyai to find Jiang Wan, he encountered a carriage accident or a horse stepping on a nail along the way. Contemplating his options, he decided to walk instead. However, after taking but a few steps, he stumbled upon a quarrel that escalated into a brawl, drawing him into the fray. In the end, he not only suffered blows, but was also imprisoned for several days. Initially, Lu Jingyan believed himself to be merely unfortunate. Yet, upon reflection, he began to sense an unsettling pattern. He came to the realization that there might be an orchestrated hand behind these misfortunes, likely that of Xie Xingji. After all, it was widely rumored that the young master of the Duke's estate held immense affection for his newlywed wife. In a fit of rage for the sake of Jiang Wan, he had even mobilized the Xie family's army, incurring the emperor's wrath and subsequent confinement. In a fleeting moment, a surge of confusion enveloped Lu Jingyan as he pondered whether he had truly made the right choices. As he closed his eyes, he could not help but acknowledge his regret. In this world, apart from Jiang Wan, no other woman had ever treated him with such sincerity. It was imperative that he meet her. Determined, Lu Jingyan resolved to convey that this time, he genuinely comprehended his errors. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xie Xingji gazed at the peacefully slumbering Jiang Wan, yet sleep eluded him. He first rose to perform a set of exercises and then practiced his marksmanship, but rest remained elusive. Thus, he saddled a horse and made his way to the palace. Though the inner palace was traditionally under curfew, the safety of the palace lay within Xie Xingji's purview. Consequently, the guard at the gate recognized him and willingly granted him entry. Xie Xingji traversed unhindered to the chamber of Fu Hongshun, having just concluded a series of official duties and relishing a soothing bath. Fu Hongshun was on the verge of repose when he was startled by the sound of footsteps outside his door. Years of cultivated caution prompted a shiver of alertness, and he swiftly grasped the dagger concealed beneath his pillow, holding his breath as he stared intently at the door. As the door swung open, he exhaled in relief, lowering the dagger as he scolded, "Xie Xingji, are you out of your mind? Why are you here in the middle of the night? Do you intend to frighten me to death so you can inherit my throne and affairs?" Had anyone else spoken such words, they would surely be compelled to kneel in apology. Yet Xie Xingji merely cast him a glance, his eyes reflecting unmistakable disdain. Who would desire such a position? Fu Hongshun felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. Irritated, he inquired, "Xingji, what brings you to seek me at this hour?" Xie Xingji hesitated for a moment, and then his previously aloof gaze softened, his voice taking on a tender lilt. He pointed to the sachet adorning his waist, a smile gracing his lips. "This is the sachet that Awan gifted me." Fu Hongshun raised an eyebrow. The sachet was crafted from fine shoe brocade, and its hue was indeed exquisite. The only flaw in this delightful scene was when Fu Hong frowned in confusion and asked, "Why did my sister-in-law choose to embroider a duck on this sachet?" Xie Xingji's expression darkened instantly. "That is a mandarin duck." "Huh?" Fu Hong exclaimed, realizing his mistake and sheepishly responding, "Your mandarin duck does resemble a duck." "That's not right." Fu Hong looked at him, suddenly inquiring, "Are you staying up all night just to show me this duck-embroidered sachet?" Xie Xingji reminded him once more, "It is a mandarin duck." Fu Hong, now irate, retorted, "Even if it were a phoenix, I still need to sleep." Xie Xingji continued, "Tonight, Awan invited me to the temple fair and even bought me this." He pointed to the pine branch hairpin nestled in his inky tresses, his gaze filled with tenderness. Fu Hong found it impossible to sleep any longer. Why should others indulge in romantic escapades beneath the moonlight while he was burdened with official duties, even forced to adjudicate the misdeeds of the aristocracy? Was he of such lowly status? Fu Hong's eyes reddened with anger as he hurled his pillow across the room, exclaiming in a defensive tone, "Get out, you wretched creature, coming to provoke me every day." If he were to die from anger, he would surely decree that Xie Xingji experience his own suffering. The following morning, as Jiang Wan arose, she heard from Dong Wu that the heir had already departed early to fetch her sweet tofu pudding from the western part of the city. Being from the south, Jiang Wan adored the soft, creamy delicacy, particularly when it was sweet. Xie Xingji could not comprehend the appeal of sweet tofu pudding, but he respected her preferences, even if he did not understand them. Before long, Xie Xingji returned, not only with the sweet tofu pudding, but also with soup dumplings, taro pastries, wontons, and honey tea. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the array of her favorite foods. With a smile illuminating her features, she sweetly remarked, "My lord, you are truly too kind. I must have done many good deeds in my past life to deserve meeting you in this one." Xie Xingji was momentarily taken aback by her words. The young lady was known for her sweet tongue when in good spirits. She could make even the moon seem like his. On the contrary, during her less favorable moods, it was perhaps best to remain silent. Seeing the young lady cheerfully engaging, Xie Xingji instinctively reached for the freshly made oil cakes, still warm to the touch. Gently patting her hand, he said, "How could I let you do this? Allow me to take care of it." Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh. "Xie Xingji, how can you be so adorable?" Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with affection as he asked, "Does my lady like it?" Jiang Wan, her cheeks flushed and still lacking the boldness of his demeanor, hesitated to respond. Not disheartened, Xie Xingji took a warm towel in hand, carefully wiping her fingertips with delicate and tender movements. The words he spoke, however, were both amusing and perplexing. "My lady, please have a seat. How could I allow you to tend to this? I shall handle it." At that moment, the room was devoid of any presence. Xie Xingji continued his playful antics, clearly with no intention of ceasing, as he persistently teased her. Jiang Wan could not help but softly admonish, "Xie Xingji, please stop." Upon hearing her words, a playful smile graced his lips as he leaned in closer. "How am I being troublesome? You are my wife. How could I be anything but attentive to you?" Jiang Wan found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, when it came to eloquence, she was no match for Xie Xingji. Furthermore, despite his mischief, she understood that he was cautious not to cause her any discomfort. That was his nature, silent yet impeccably considerate in his actions. As she gazed at him with a sense of reluctance, she suddenly felt that a year was far too brief a time. Chapter 63. Opening the shipping routes. The days of Xie Xingji's house arrest were unexpectedly brought to an end. To outsiders, it appeared that this was due to the emperor's lingering affection for Xie, unwilling to impose a prolonged punishment. However, Fu Hongxun harbored a different sentiment. Why should he endure the burden of toiling day in and day out, while Xie could frolic with his beloved, savoring the delights of life? Fu Hongxun resolved that this time, he would certainly impose a heavier workload on Xie. He would not show any mercy. Yet, Fu Hongxun never anticipated that Xie Xingji would arrive punctually, as promised. Not only did he arrive, but he also commanded the entrance of a large box. A wave of anxiety washed over Fu Hongxun. Here it came. Xie Xingji was finally unable to restrain himself and sought to confront him. But he felt no fear. After all, he was the emperor. No matter how fierce Xie might be, he could not openly act against him. The ancient decree stipulated that a ruler commands his subjects, and a subject must comply. With his thought, Fu Hongxun felt somewhat reassured. However, as he observed Xie Xingji methodically extracting items from a box, his initial surprise turned into a swell of anticipation. First, Xie set up a charcoal stove, then took out slices of beef, handmade meatballs, Chinese celtis, thinly sliced white radish, and meticulously prepared sauces, laying them out one by one. Fu Hongxun found himself momentarily stunned, swallowing hard as realization dawned upon him. Xie Xingji's second wife was the granddaughter of the esteemed Minister One, whose family hailed from a coastal county in Lingnan. Despite the harsh climate, the locals possessed a remarkable understanding of culinary delights. Take, for instance, the renowned Gudong pot, which boasts several delightful variations. The coastal region teems with fresh seafood, and the seafood Gudong pot is famously delectable with a smooth broth. Yet perhaps the finest offering was the beef Gudong pot that Xie Xingji had brought today. The locals had perfected various methods of preparing beef, with each cut of meat treated uniquely. Fu Hongxin had tasted it once before and nearly wept at the extraordinary flavors. How could such exquisite food exist in this world? It must be said that C.S. Xingji was indeed a complex individual, and the recent developments regarding the shipping routes had left him utterly fatigued. During the reign of the late emperor, merchants were scorned, and the emperor paid little heed to the transportation between the north and south. He prioritized military might over scholarly pursuits, focusing on the conquest of small neighboring nations and the plunder of territories and wealth. His domestic policies were often marked by iron-fisted governance, with heavy taxes and fees that left the common people in dire straits as officials exploited tax collection for personal gain. Fu Hongxun did not endorse the late emperor's approach to governance. Upon taking office, he reduced excessive taxes and sought to quell the unrest of war. Moreover, he recognized the importance of merchants, understanding that for the nation to flourish, trade between the north and south must be revitalized. Not only that, but trade with small neighboring countries could not be neglected. These small nations produced fine teas and spices or excelled in silk weaving and embroidery. Without venturing too far, within the borders of the Shang dynasty, if shipping routes could be established and waterways excavated and maintained, they would be able to manage the overflow during high tides or torrential rains effectively. It is not to the extent that it would cause greater disasters and losses. Furthermore, once the transportation system is established, it will enable the opening of docks and passage for boats throughout the prosperous regions. Once travel becomes convenient, it will foster the development of more merchants. The common people will not be limited to agriculture and weaving, but can also earn a living through trade. Moreover, they can even sell the goods of the prosperous dynasty to other nations. It is a benefit with no detriment. C.S. Xingji, while tending to the stove and preparing side dishes, listened to Fu Hongxin's thoughts. He pondered for a moment, as he was well aware of His Majesty's talent for governance. Otherwise, the late emperor would not have been so wary of him. He preferred to sacrifice cities rather than allow the then crown prince to be trapped amidst enemy forces. C.S. Xingji offered a piece of perfectly cooked snowflake beef to His Majesty, and Fu Hongxin, seizing the opportunity to discuss matters with Xie Qing, dismissed the attendants. At this moment, there was no one to taste for poison. C.S. Xingji took a bite first and then handed the remaining beef in the strainer to Fu Hongxin. To his surprise, the esteemed emperor, upon seeing the beef, pounced upon it like a hungry tiger, relishing every bite. C.S. Xingji glanced over and couldn't help but admonish. "Be careful, it's hot." Fu Hongxin was oblivious to everything else at that moment. He felt as if his fatigue from the past few days had been vanquished by the tender and succulent beef. Even his earlier grievances towards C.S. Xingji diminished significantly. Although Xie Qing was often perceived as favoring his wife over friends, he did not entirely neglect his own interests. After all, he had prepared a delicious pot for himself early in the morning. C.S. Xingji once again cooked some white radish and presented it to Fu Hongxin. The remnants of Fu Hongxin's anger faded further. He tasted the white radish, which was deliciously soft, having absorbed the essence of the beef broth. It was simply delightful. How could someone make white radish so delectable? Fu Hongxin placed the completed memorial, meant for C.S. Xingji to work overtime, at the bottom of the pile. His tone softened considerably as he continued. Originally, this matter would greatly benefit the nation and its people. The only flaw is the lack of silver. C.S. Xingji finally paused in his cooking, his usually calm demeanor now revealing a stern expression. "Your Majesty, do you have any plans in mind?" Seeing C.S. Xingji stop, Fu Hongxin felt a twinge of urgency. "Naturally, I do," he urged. "Do not stop. Continue cooking. That little bok choy looks fresh. Prepare some for me to try." C.S. Xingji cooked the chrysanthemum greens, their vibrant green, color perfect for balancing the richness of the beef. The handmade meatballs were tender and juicy. Fu Hongxin felt as though the warmth of the kitchen had healed his insides. It is no wonder that common folk often say, "The warmth of human existence is the most comforting to the heart." After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Fu Hongxin began to inquire of C.S. Xingji regarding the matter of transportation. "Do you have any good ideas concerning the transport system?" C.S. Xingji was momentarily taken aback, then replied gently, "Tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. I have heard that your majesty intends to invite the officials to celebrate the Empress Dowager's longevity. Fu Hongxuan nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed the case, but what does this have to do with the transport system? Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. His voice as composed as ever. To enjoy the bounties of governance is to shoulder the burdens it entails. These individuals have reaped the rewards bestowed by officials. It is high time they relinquish some of their gains. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongxuan furrowed his brow and replied with a hint of resignation. I have indeed contemplated Xingji's words, but those old men are exceedingly shrewd. Coaxing them to part with their silver is akin to extracting oil from a stone, an arduous endeavor. Xie Xingji's gaze remained unwavering, his demeanor undisturbed as he assured, Your Majesty need not worry. Simply speak your mind tomorrow. The matters that follow shall rest upon my shoulders. Chapter 64. Empress Dowager Qi Sun. The grand celebration for the Empress Dowager's birthday arrived, and Xie Xingji informed Jiangwan. The current Empress Dowager is not the biological mother of His Majesty. She has no children of her own. Through sheer determination, she managed to surpass the other concubines of the late emperor and ascended to become the Empress Dowager of the prosperous dynasty. The birth mother of the crown prince was the late emperor's original crown princess, who passed away prematurely due to health issues. Having grown up without maternal care, the crown prince was fortunate to possess innate intelligence and the support of the Xie family, thus enduring little hardship within the palace. Initially, the present Empress Dowager was merely a concubine. It is said that the late emperor did not favor her at first. In her early years, she was wronged by the other concubines and was forced to ingest a concoction of safflower, which rendered her infertile. Sometimes, adversity can unveil a person's latent potential. It is said that after being poisoned, Qi Fei, as she was then known, fell ill for several days until a palace maid rescued her. Once her health was restored, she seemed transformed. No longer weak or submissive, she fervently sought the emperor's affection. Initially, the late emperor regarded her with disdain, perceiving her as the daughter of the Qi family, a prominent lineage, and viewing her as overly self-important. Once Qi Fei came to understand this, she deliberately endeavored to curry favor with the late emperor, willing to learn anything for his sake. The emperor favored alluring women, so she altered her appearance and even refined her skills in the bedroom to cater to his desires. The maid who had saved her eventually became her confidant. Attending to her closely, she could not comprehend why, given her esteemed heritage, she would endure such humiliation to flatter the late emperor. Yet, Qi Fei imparted to her that one must first survive before considering dignity. When kneeling, the priority should be to figure out how to rise. Other matters could wait until one stood once more. In time, Qi Fei truly rose to prominence. She advised the Qi family to act discreetly, warning her father that the late emperor had long harbored suspicions and was plotting to bring him down. The court was divided into factions led by the southern and northern generals. Xie Shun, having secured the southern territories and defended the nation, was thus appointed general of the south. Qi Zhun safeguarded the northern borders, earning the title of General of the North. However, Qi Zhun was known for his grandiosity and impulsiveness. He declared himself king in the north, which reached the ears of the late emperor, who then harbored intentions of murder. By chance, Qi Fei overheard a conversation between the late emperor and Xie Shun, discovering the emperor's murderous intent towards the Qi family. Shocked, she realized that her father, with his capabilities, could not possibly navigate this treacherous game to find a way out. Consequently, she urged her father to feign illness and relinquish his military command. She voluntarily returned to the capital to recuperate, while her elder brother resigned from his position to care for her, avoiding all contact with the court. Initially, Qi Zhun thought his daughter's actions were overly dramatic, but upon his return to the capital, he found that none of his former allies in high office visited him during his illness at home. It dawned on him that the officials in the court were astute. Had they not gauged the emperor's intentions, how could they have displayed such callousness? When he finally grasped this reality, he broke into a cold sweat. Originally feigning illness, he was genuinely afflicted by a chill after coming to terms with the situation. When the late emperor, accompanied by officials, visited him, he found himself unable to rise from his bed. The emperor brought along the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, who, after taking his pulse, declared that General Jinbei was suffering from excessive worry and poor rest, resulting in the chill, and he required a period of recuperation. Although Qi Zhen was skilled in martial prowess, he was truly lacking in cunning. Realizing this, he disregarded his frail condition and, with great effort, knelt before the emperor. Weeping profusely, he lamented his advanced age, stating that he could not endure the harsh climate of the borderlands, which had led to frequent health issues, rendering him incapable of even the most basic training of soldiers. He implored the emperor to retract his military authority, granting him the opportunity for a peaceful old age. Furthermore, he mentioned that his family had only one line of succession, with his only brother-in-law being exceedingly foolish and utterly unworthy of the responsibility. Thus, he politely declined the late emperor's intention to transfer military power to Qi Fei. The emperor, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. What ruler would not wish to keep military power out of the hands of officials? He feigned a few courteous remarks and ultimately conferred upon Qi Zhen the title of duke, allowing him to enjoy a tranquil retirement in the capital. Qi Fei was assigned a nominal position, providing a semblance of accountability to the world. Despite Qi Zhen's loss of military power, he alleviated the emperor's suspicions and preserved his own life. Just as he thought all was settled, Qi Fei unexpectedly gained custody of the crown prince. At that moment, Qi Zhen suddenly realized that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. The Qi family could not simply lay low. Even though he had feigned illness to relinquish his authority and dispel the late emperor's doubts, the crown prince proved to be too exceptional. Adhering strictly to protocol and avoiding interactions with external officials, earning widespread acclaim in the court. Just as Qi Zhen believed that his daughter's fortunes were about to improve, the late emperor, perhaps misled by slanderous whispers, began to harbor suspicions about the crown prince. How could this be? The crown prince was remarkably talented in both martial and scholarly pursuits. He excelled in both physical prowess and wisdom. What could the emperor possibly find wanting in such an exemplary child? Yet, he devised a scheme, ostensibly sending him to confront enemies while secretly plotting against him. Upon learning of this, Qi Fei resolved to take drastic measures. Xie Xingji, who had grown up alongside the crown prince, shared an exceptionally deep bond with him. Qi Fei sent word to Xie Xingji, urging him to bring troops for a rescue. Meanwhile, she introduced an alchemist to the late emperor, claiming he could concoct an elixir for immortality. No emperor would hesitate to pursue such a promise. The late emperor immediately believed her, establishing a workshop for the alchemist. Under the pretext of her own infertility, Qi Fei also sought out young beauties for the emperor. Her actions aligned perfectly with the late emperor's desires. Thus, after much contemplation, the late emperor elevated Qi Fei to the position of empress. When Xie Xingji successfully rescued the crown prince, Qi Fei, now empress, could no longer contain herself. She ordered a copious amount of aphrodisiac incense to be placed in the emperor's palace, intent on ensuring the late emperor's demise, and in a most disgraceful manner. However, despite his folly, the late emperor was not without wit, having ascended to the throne for a reason. The late emperor swiftly discerned the machinations of consort Qi and ordered her arrest, intending to execute her. Upon hearing the news, the crown prince, aware of everything consort Qi had done on his behalf, promptly mobilized his troops to protect the throne. Ostensibly, he aimed to eradicate treacherous ministers and malevolent sorcerers. In truth, he sought to restore order. The crown prince first eliminated the alchemists, and then, under the pretext of the late emperor's consumption of the sorcerous elixirs adversely affecting his health, imprisoned him. Not long after his confinement, the late emperor succumbed to illness due to the absence of the elixirs. Consequently, the crown prince ascended to the throne, becoming Emperor Sheng. The palace staff were well aware that this sorcerer had been introduced by the Empress Dowager. As Qi Zhen sweated nervously for his daughter, an imperial decree was issued. The Empress Dowager, concerned for the late emperor's well-being and recognizing the sorcerer's manipulation, albeit acknowledging her own faults, requested to relocate to the royal mausoleum to observe a 3-month mourning period for the late emperor, reflecting on her past actions. Upon receiving this news, Qi Zhen's anxious heart finally found solace. How'd he put it? Fu Hongshun is indeed a good child. The Empress Dowager, with a slight smirk, thought to herself, "This little rascal is the one who vexed his father. Why must I be the one to mourn?" Thus, on the day of her departure, she set forth with an impressive entourage of palace maids and eunuchs, ensuring that every aspect of her journey was conducted in the finest manner. Those in the know remarked that she was preserving the spirit of the late emperor. Others, unaware, might have believed she was retreating to a summer villa. Chapter 65. Borrowing silver. Empress Dowager Qi visited the royal mausoleum under the pretense of guarding the spirit of the late emperor, reveling in the pleasures of life beyond the palace walls. The majestic mountains, serene lakes, and vibrant customs provided a taste of freedom that was utterly delightful. Upon her return to the palace, rather than appearing haggard, she blossomed even more beautifully. In her youth, she had no desire to enter the palace. Yet fate intervened when her sister engaged in a scandal before marriage. With no other option, she embarked on the path of selection. Unexpectedly, the other candidates were of mediocre beauty, which led to her being chosen. Sometimes success stems not from one's excellence, but rather from the inadequacies of others. Once inside the palace, she initially intended to live a life of ease, but faced with the humiliation from other consorts and the late emperor's intent to harm the Qi family, she had no choice but to fight back. Fortunately, Fu Hongshun proved to be a source of comfort. Rather than merely being her ward, they functioned as partners. When he was besieged by enemy forces, she had Xie Xingji relay messages to him. Initially, Qi Fei worried about his gentle nature, doubting his ability to seize power. To her surprise, Fu Hongshun acted decisively and with great efficiency. Upon ascending the throne, his first action was to elevate her to the position of Empress Dowager. Thus, Qi Guifei endured her hardships and ultimately outlived the late emperor, becoming the most exalted woman in the palace. This evening marked the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. In previous years, sycophantic officials would have presented lavish gifts at dawn. However, she had heard from His Majesty that this year there was a desire to open the grain transport. Yet there was a shortage of silver. The officials, astute in their dealings, knew that such an endeavor would require over 1 million taels of silver. The late emperor had been engaged in warfare for years, leaving little wealth behind, and with the new emperor's recent ascension, the question arose, where would the funds come from? The court officials, understanding the unspoken implications, transformed their customary gifts of luminous pearls, jade ruby, and emerald gemstones into mere flowers, Buddhist scriptures, and other trifles. To her dismay, the head of the Ministry of Revenue even had the audacity to present her with a landscape painting of his own making. Had the artwork possessed any merit, she might have tolerated it, but the execution was so poor, the strokes so clumsy, that it incensed her further, adding to the lines on her face. Overcome with indignation, the Empress Dowager visited Fu Hongshun's residence late that night, her tone devoid of the usual warmth as she exclaimed, "Little Shun, heed my words. These old scoundrels, who among them lacks wealth? When indulging in pleasures, they flaunt their generosity, yet when it comes time to serve the state, they shrink away like turtles. In my view, we ought to bring a couple forward to make an example and deter the rest from hoarding their riches." Her words were not mere idle chatter. During the reign of the late emperor, such measures had been employed, albeit with a tarnished reputation, yet they had yielded some silver. Fu Hongshun observed the Empress Dowager before him, now in her 40s, still acting with fervor. Regardless of her age, she had always been a steadfast protector of him. In his childhood, when his father sought to punish him and other consorts merely watched, she had rushed forward, embracing him and weeping uncontrollably, imploring, "Your Majesty, if you have grievances, direct them at me alone. What does it matter if Xiao Shun expresses his anger? Clearly, it is Fu Hongshun who has erred. Yet concubine Qi cannot bear to see anyone bully him. Each time she entangles herself in a dispute, it invariably ends in a stalemate. However, in private, when reprimanding him, concubine spares no feelings whatsoever. You are the crown prince. Your every word and deed should serve as a model for the realm," she admonishes. When the second prince berates you for lacking maternal guidance, you ought to retaliate. Should trouble arise, your mother will shield you. Eventually, when the second prince mocks him again, the crown prince indeed strikes back, and concubine Qi fulfills her promise of protection, confronting the second prince at his palace gates, scolding him for an entire day and night, accusing him of harboring ill intentions, disrespecting his elder brother, neglecting his studies, and even snoring in his sleep. With her fierce voice, she manages to bring the second prince to tears. Later, although concubine Shi is placed under house arrest by the late emperor, the second prince no longer dares to humiliate Fu Hongshun. Not only the second prince, but others as well. It is from that moment onward that the maternal affection that Fu Hongshun had long been deprived of found solace in concubine Shi. Fu Hongshun returned to his thoughts, smiling faintly. "Mother, do you still regard me as that child who, when bullied, would hide beneath a tree and weep?" The Empress Dowager, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. "That was not my intention. Those old schemers are quite cunning." She sighed. "Little Shun, I fear for your well-being." Fu Hongshun smiled. "Mother, do you not trust me?" Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager was suddenly reminded of how His Majesty spoke to her before ascending the throne. So familiar and natural. His elder brother, Qi Fei, had once inquired why she would risk her life to plan for the crown prince. After all, there was no blood relation between them. At that time, concubine Shi had told her brother that the crown prince would make a good sovereign. She understood that the crown prince did not wish to take on that role. But can one simply refuse what they do not desire? She herself had wished to avoid the palace, yet in the end, she found herself within its walls. Concubine Shi delighted in tales of star-crossed lovers and in witnessing others compelled to undertake duties they wished to evade. The Empress Dowager gazed at Fu Hongshun with affection. "Rest assured, I trust the emperor. Remember, should you need my intervention, do not hesitate to speak." Fu Hongshun was taken aback. His mother's straightforward approach remained as unyielding as ever. That evening at the palace banquet, the ministers appeared unusually disheveled in their attire. In their discourse, they also engaged in subtle probing. "How much do you intend to contribute? 1,000 taels? That might be excessive. 800 will suffice. What about 500? Seated in a position of authority, Fu Hongshun observed the gathering with a grave expression. These old foxes were indeed as his mother had described. He first raised a toast to the Empress Dowager, and after the cups had circulated, he abruptly spoke, "I intend to open the waterways across the prosperous era, facilitating north-south transport and trade for merchants. What do you all think?" The ministers, fully aware, maintained their composure, retracting their heads as if to appear humble. Noticing their reaction, Fu Hongshun remained unfazed and continued. "Although this initiative is ostensibly beneficial to the nation and its people, it is well understood that the national treasury is currently depleted. I seek to compensate through the issuance of royal bonds. As long as you are willing to invest your silver, once the grain transport generates profit, I shall repay you in accordance with the proportion of the bonds." Fu Hongshun's strategy can be seen as a retreat that paves the way for advancement. Yet the ministers present remain unmoved. Ultimately, their reluctance stems from the belief that this grain transport is a losing venture. What good are royal bonds if the enterprise incurs losses? Who would dare to pursue repayment from the crown in such circumstances? Chapter 66. The Imperial Banquet once again. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. The Empress Dowager, incensed, felt a throbbing pain at her temples. These wretched old fools. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a figure stepped forth from the crowd, none other than Jiang Yuan, who stood at the back. He bowed deeply and spoke with a clear voice, "Your Majesty, I am willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver." At this, Fu Hongshun's gaze softened considerably. Truly, Jiang Qing is commendable. He speaks of 100,000 taels as if it were mere trifles. The other officials present immediately darkened in countenance upon witnessing this. Jiang Yuan, being the emperor's personally appointed royal merchant, was, in essence, a fool with abundant wealth. The other officials remained silent. Fu Hongshun scanned the room and initially called upon the Minister of Revenue. "Zhao Darren, what say you?" Zhao Huagai, the Minister of Revenue, was not only in charge but also adept at managing finances. Under his stewardship, the ministry had never experienced a shortage of funds, yet had never prospered either. Upon hearing the emperor call his name, Zhao Huagai nonchalantly stepped forward, lifting the frayed hem of his robe, and tremulously knelt. "Your Majesty, your discernment is unparalleled. I hail from humble beginnings, and thanks to the late emperor's favor, I have been entrusted with the ministry. With my meager salary, I must support a family. I possess the will, yet lack the means. Fu Hongshan, observing the old man's exaggerated performance, nearly rolled his eyes heavenward. Zhao, Darren, I am well aware of your heartfelt struggles. Allow me to inquire once more. Is it truly that your household lacks funds? Zhao Huagai bowed repeatedly, Your Majesty. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. If it pleases Your Majesty, I shall donate my salary for the coming month to the granary. Fu Hongshan's lips twitched, choosing not to persuade him further, but instead turning to the next official. Minister Sun from the Ministry of Rights, upon hearing this, imitated Minister Zhao and similarly knelt down. Though his robe was not as tattered, he wept profusely. Your Majesty, I am utterly incapable. My household possesses but a few dozen taels of silver, which I shall send to Your Majesty upon my return. After years of serving as a minister in the Ministry of Rights, he had managed to save merely a handful of taels. His tone resembled that of a beggar. The Empress Dowager's ire grew with each passing moment. Yet with the Emperor present, she had to maintain decorum. Thus, she coldly glared at the officials below. Fu Hongshan proceeded to inquire of the remaining officials. And apart from Inspector 1, who offered 30,000 taels, the rest lamented their poverty, claiming they could muster at most a few dozen taels. The royal fundraising yielded a paltry sum of just over 100,000 taels. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. However, she glanced at the emperor, who appeared unfazed, merely raising his cup to address the officials. Since my ascension, I have been burdened with daily affairs, yet it seems I have overlooked the poverty of my esteemed ministers. Upon hearing this, the officials immediately raised their cups, trembling with fear, and declared their unworthiness. The subsequent banquet consisted of wine, music, and feasting. And Fu Hongshan refrained from broaching the subject of the granary again. The weight that had pressed upon the hearts of the officials was finally lifted. After all, one must acknowledge that the emperor is still quite young. What need is there for a granary? To desire to extract wealth from them is nothing short of a fantasy. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo music wafted through the air as Fu Hongshan maintained a gentle demeanor, occasionally engaging in light conversation with the Empress Dowager. The Dowager found it difficult to fathom Fu Hongshan's intentions, yet she was reluctant to provoke him. Glancing around the hall, she noted the absence of Xie Xingji and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Why is it that I do not see that child today?" Fu Hongshan bowed, his hand holding the wine cup momentarily still, and replied with a hint of amusement, "Mother, Xingji has recently wed and is currently in the blissful early days of marriage. He sent me gifts early this morning and will not be attending the banquet." Xie Xingji had bestowed upon the Dowager exquisite pearls from the East China Sea, beauty-enhancing pills, and luxurious silks from Yun and Shu. The Dowager, who had always cherished beauty, could not help but appreciate these gifts, especially after witnessing the inconsequential offerings from other officials. Reflecting on this, her expression softened as she remarked, "That child understands well." She removed a lustrous white jade bracelet from her wrist, its sheen radiant and warm to the touch. "I hereby decree that this bracelet be gifted to his wife." This gesture not only honored Xie Xingji, but also acknowledged Jiang Yuan, who had shown loyalty and support to the emperor. The bracelet was part of her own dowry from when she married. Jiang Yuan, recognizing the significance of such an honor, promptly knelt in gratitude. As the banquet progressed and the wine flowed, the officials became somewhat inebriated. Observing the Dowager's fatigue, Fu Hongshan graciously offered to escort her back to the palace, allowing the others to take their leave. Though they were told to feel free, the hour had grown late, and the officials and their families returned to their respective homes. However, within half an hour, upon arriving home, they discovered their residences had been ransacked by thieves. All valuables had been stolen. Zhao Huagai stared in shock at his empty house, so incensed that he fainted. His family, after much effort, managed to revive him. Upon inquiring about the situation, he learned that the robbers had used some form of incense to incapacitate the servants. By the time the servants awoke, the house had been completely looted, leaving even his beloved golden abacus missing. Hearing this, Zhao Huagai fainted once more. Not only Zhao Huagai, but other officials in the capital experienced similar fates. Except for Jiang Yuan and Inspector Wen, who remained unaffected, the rest lamented their misfortunes while tranquility reigned in Fu Hongxuan's domain. In the depths of night, within the palace, Xie Xingji removed his silver-gray mask, his usually cold gaze now indifferent. Fu Hongxuan, inspecting the documents handed over by Xie Xingji, felt his expression darken. These old fools, all lamenting their poverty. Yet look at this. Who among them is not insatiably greedy? Take Zhao Huagai, for instance. He alone has embezzled hundreds of thousands of taels. When asked to invest in bonds for the grain transport, he dares to complain of meager salaries. Bah! After a lengthy tirade, Fu Hongxuan finally ceased his cursing. Yet, Xingji, you possess the means. If they wish to play tricks with me, I shall expose their true natures. Who could have imagined that the formidable bandits, who instilled fear in the hearts of the civil and military officials of the capital today, were actually the handiwork of Xie Xingji and the shadowy guards of Fu Hongxuan? The emperor's covert guards, possessing remarkable skills and adept at concealment, left no trace after the incident. Moreover, the officials had just lamented their financial woes to Fu Hongxuan, claiming poverty. Now, with their hideouts raided, revealing the stolen amounts would not merely signify a financial loss. It would amount to treason and embezzlement, a crime so grave that it could cost them their lives. Xie Xingji devised a plan for Fu Hongxuan, while Fu Hongxuan stalled the officials. Xie Xingji led the shadow guards in the theft. The officials, believing their cries of poverty would shield them from calamity, could never have anticipated the audacity of the emperor in such a scandalous affair. Chapter 67. Collecting Debts in Recent Days. Xie Xingji has been preoccupied with plotting against the ministers alongside Fu Hongxuan, while Jiang Wan has taken on the management of the shops. As the year draws to a close, these establishments are bustling with activity. Jiang Yuan has been exceedingly busy, hardly finding a moment's respite, and, as his sole daughter, Jiang Wan has also been rising early and returning late. After finally completing the inventory for the various shops, Jiang Wan exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon exiting the UAE pavilion, she unexpectedly encountered a man clad in a crab-blue long robe. His eyes bore a subtle hint of melancholy. As Jiang Wan focused her gaze, she realized it was none other than Lu Jingyan. Initially, she had assumed that the person who had rescued her was he, and thus regarded the silver spent as a token of gratitude for his life-saving act. However, Jiang Wan now knew that it was in fact Xie Xingji who had come to her aid. On that day, he had entrusted Yunshan with a command token, and when Yunshan arrived with his troops, they fortuitously crossed paths with Lu Jingyan. Upon learning that Yunshan's troops were en route to rescue Jiang Wan and the others, Lu Jingyan informed Yunshan, claiming to be a relative of the victim. At first, Yunshan believed he was referring to Jiang Wan. Meanwhile, Xie Xingji had already rushed to the battlefield, and Yunshan, unable to quell his anxiety, was eager to reunite with Xie Xingji. Consequently, he entrusted his soldiers to Lu Jingyan, instructing them to ensure Jiang Wan's rescue. This explained why Lu Jingyan, despite lacking any official accolades, was able to save Jiang Wan. When Jiang Wan learned of this, she could scarcely believe it. It was astonishing that such a shameless individual as Lu Jingyan existed in the world. He had usurped Xie Xingji's achievements while presenting himself as her benefactor. Jiang Wan and her mother had been deceived by him, believing him to be a paragon of justice. Little did they know that he was, in fact, a duplicitous scoundrel. Lu's mother held great affection for Jiang Wan and sent someone to propose marriage to her family. Yet, Lu Jingyan wavered, torn between his desire for the Jiang family's wealth and his disdain for Jiang Wan's status as the daughter of a merchant. He was, in essence, a man who wished to have it both ways, utterly lacking in integrity. Jiang Wan had intended to find an opportunity to settle this score, but fate had conspired to bring Lu Jingyan to her doorstep. However, on this day, Lu Jingyan was not alone. He was accompanied by Lu Qingwan. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, Lu Jingyan's eyes instantly brightened as he hurried towards her. Wan, is it truly you? I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime, he exclaimed, oblivious to his surroundings. Lu Qingwan's expression darkened at this. She had finally seized the opportunity to invite Lu Jingyan out, only to have Jiang Wan unexpectedly appear. In recent days, Lu Qingwan had endured considerable hardship. Her father and brothers were imprisoned, her mother wept endlessly, and the other sisters and concubines in the household were in constant discord. She had wished to comfort them, only to be ridiculed by her stepmother. The eldest daughter has now climbed to greater heights and has no worries, they said. Yet, I have heard that this young master of the Liu family seems to still harbor feelings for someone from the past. The eldest daughter must seize the moment, lest she finds herself with nothing in the end. Liu Qingwan felt both humiliated and furious. Disregarding her reputation, she began to write letters to Liu Jingyan. However, after sending them, they vanished into the void, receiving no response. Today, she managed to arrange a meeting with Liu Jingyan through his friend, Du Ruofeng. However, throughout their journey, Liu Jingyan appeared distracted, showing no inclination towards the prospect of a union with her. Liu Qingwan felt a chill in her heart. While it could be excused for outsiders to elevate and belittle, Liu Jingyan was her fiancé. Such blatant disregard for loyalty was indeed disheartening. Were it not for the Liu family's current predicament, Liu Qingwan would never endure this humiliation. The moment Liu Jingyan called out Jiang Wan's name, Liu Qingwan halted her steps. Before her stood a young woman clad in a chest-length RU skirt of cloud-hued fabric adorned with golden thread, crafted from exquisite flowing brocade. The hem of her skirt was embroidered with camellias in gold, while golden threads intertwined at the cuffs. As she walked, the girl exuded grace. Every smile and frown was a captivating tableau, particularly her slender waist, which could be grasped delicately. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes shimmered like the moonlight. At first glance, beneath the moon's glow, the girl appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the earthly realm. Jiang Wan was undeniably stunning. Although Liu Qingwan felt a pang of jealousy, a fleeting glance at Jiang Wan soothed her heart. Such breathtaking beauty could only be matched by someone as exceptional as Xie Xingji. A person like Liu Jingyan was merely deluding himself. As Liu Qingwan observed Liu Jingyan approach Jiang Wan uncontrollably, she refrained from intervening, choosing instead to follow him. Some matters needed to be resolved by Jiang Wan herself for a satisfactory conclusion. Arriving before Jiang Wan, Liu Jingyan's voice barely concealed his astonishment. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Wan merely cast him a sidelong glance before averting her gaze, unwilling to linger upon him further. Taken aback, Liu Jingyan spoke with palpable distress. Wan, do you not remember me? I am Jingyan, you once. Before Jiang Wan could respond, the nearby Dong Wu interjected with a scathing remark. What a toad croaking at night, incessantly making noise. Liu Jingyan's face flushed crimson at her words, and in a fit of anger, he pointed at Dong Wu, exclaiming, You. Dong Wu interrupted him. What of it? You shameless one, who once squandered my lady's money and dared to slander her behind her back. You are fickle, coveting the wealth of the Jiang family, while seeking the reputation of the Liu family. Do you think all the good fortune in this world belongs solely to you, young Master Liu? How brazen you are! Dong Wu's loud voice drew a crowd, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Is this truly the eldest son of the Liu family? Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. He seems dignified, yet is merely a parasite. Not just a parasite, haven't you heard? He covets the Jiang family's wealth while attempting to climb the ranks of the Liu family status. He seeks to obliterate the Jiang lineage. How despicable! As the crowd grew larger, the remarks became increasingly intolerable. Liu Jingyan, accustomed to adoration, had never before faced such public humiliation. His face darkened with rage, and disregarding all else, he retorted at Dong Wu, You are merely a young girl who knows nothing of the situation. Cease your unfounded accusations, defaming others. Be careful lest I have you detained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Winter Fog, tread carefully with your words. The young master of the Liu family is certainly not one to forsake righteousness for profit. Liu Jingyan, upon listening to Jiang Wan's words, felt a stir within his heart, realizing that Jiang Wan harbored feelings for him after all. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Jiang Wan addressing the attendant Zhu Qing behind her. Go, bring forth the accounts that young Master Liu has accrued over the past few years. Liu Jingyan was taken aback. Wan, what do you mean by this? Jiang Wan replied with a charming smile. You're quite right, young Master Liu. Winter Fog is unaware of the circumstances. Fortunately, Zhu Qing has always been diligent in maintaining the accounts. In these past few days, I have requested him to compile your previous expenditures, all of which have been advanced by the Jiang family. Please review them, and if there are no further issues, kindly sign to settle the debt. Chapter 68. The decree. Lu Jingyan was taken aback. Wan, what do you mean? Jiang Wan's eyes still held a gentle smile. I have been pondering. In winter mists, words resonate with me. Since Master Lu has now broken off our engagement and entered into an arrangement with the Lu family, might be time to return the funds I lent you. I shall forego the interest. The details of every expenditure are meticulously recorded by Zhu Qing. Please take a look. Lu Jingyan cast a glance at the records and nearly felt his blood pressure rise. Zhu Qing had documented even the ink and brushes he purchased from the bookstore. To put it plainly, every single penny Jiang Wan had spent on Lu Jingyan was meticulously noted. To his astonishment, in just 1 year, Jiang Wan had expended nearly 10,000 taels of silver on him. Lu Jingyan's expression grew increasingly awkward. He had never realized how exorbitant the drinks at Baiwa Tower were. Each time he dined with friends at a restaurant, the bill would exceed 100 taels. Additionally, there were the soothing teas, pastries, and medical expenses for Lu Zheng that Jiang Wan provided monthly. Even the ink he used for writing was of the finest quality, courtesy of Jiang Wan. As he continued to read, his emotions became ever more convoluted. It was no wonder that after breaking off the engagement with Jiang Wan, he felt as if his life had dramatically changed. Lu Jingyan, feeling a mix of discomfort and complexity, grasped the pen Jiang Wan had offered him, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. He wished to avoid appearing petty in Jiang Wan's eyes, and he certainly did not want the citizens of the capital to brand him as a greedy and ungrateful man. Yet, the sum of nearly 10,000 taels was beyond his capability to repay. However, Lu's mother could manage it. She had always been fond of Jiang Wan and would likely support him. Just as he was about to sign, Lu Qingwan spoke up. Master Lu, please consider carefully. Lu Jingyan turned to glance at her. Though Lu Qingwan had not intended to speak. After all, they were in public, and she was not yet married to Lu Jingyan. She could no longer contain herself upon seeing him take the pen from Jiang Wan. Fool, she exclaimed. 10,000 taels of silver. Regardless of whether Lu Jingyan held an official position, how long would it take to earn such a sum back? Lu Qingwan cast a guilty glance at Jiang Wan, somewhat ashamed of her thoughts. To Jiang Wan, this amount might seem insignificant, but for her and Lu Jingyan, it was a matter of great consequence. Lu Jingyan, unaccustomed to managing finances, did not grasp the importance of money as she did. Since her father and brothers had been imprisoned, she had matured overnight. Her mother wept constantly, bedridden and unwilling to see anyone. Meanwhile, the concubines and illegitimate daughters clamored for division of the family fortune. During this period, Lu Qingwan had witnessed the harsh realities of life, having to manage and restrain those within the household while seeking viable solutions outside. In her eyes, how could Lu Jingyan's reputation possibly compare to 10,000 taels of silver? Seeing Lu Qingwan speak, Lu Jingyan, fearing Jiang Wan might misunderstand, hastily interrupted her. This is my affair. You need not concern yourself. Lu Qingwan nearly laughed in exasperation. They were already betrothed, yet he still insisted it was solely his matter. Lu Qingwan gazed at Lu Jingyan and sighed. Why had he not yet realized that even if he returned the nearly 10,000 taels of silver to Jiang Wan, it would change nothing? Jiang Wan was now married to Xie Xingji, and with Xie Xingji's esteemed status, how could Lu Jingyan possibly compare? When Jiang Wan had wholeheartedly desired to marry him, he had cast her aside like a discarded shoe. Now that she had found a worthy partner, Lu Jingyan was unwilling to accept it. Lu Qingwan turned to Jiang Wan and said, Madam Xie, given the significant sum involved in this matter, we must return home to discuss it with father. Before Jiang Wan could respond, Lu Jingyan angrily interrupted Lu Qingwan, exclaiming, Lu Qingwan, this is my affair. We are not yet wed. My matters do not concern you. Lu Qingwan stared at him in disbelief, shocked that Lu Jingyan would raise his voice at her in public. Even more astonishing was that he did not heed her words. He took the brush from Dong Wu's hand and swiftly signed his name. Jiang Wan glanced at it and instructed Dong Wu to keep it safe. Lu Jingyan attempted to step forward, but Zhu Qing blocked him, saying, Master Lu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Jiang Wan cast a cool glance at Lu Jingyan and stated, Master Lu, there is no longer any connection between us. In the future, if we happen to meet, there is no need for you to greet me. Lu Jingyan was taken aback. How could this be? He could not believe that Jiang Wan would be so heartless toward him. Wan, listen to me. I was merely confused for a moment. Ever since you left, I have finally come to understand my true feelings. You are the most important person to me. In the chill of winter, Lu Qingwan felt as though her heart was being sliced by the biting wind, the pain leaving her numb. Jiang Wan's expression hardened, losing the warmth it had earlier possessed. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly noticed a figure in dark attire striding toward them. The coldness in her gaze gradually melted away, and her features softened instantly. My lord, what brings you here? Xie Xingji halted, the chill in his eyes dissipating as if the stars had been crushed into a luminous glow, shining brilliantly. You gave me this, Xie Xingji said, gesturing to the fragrant sachet at his waist, his voice imbued with tenderness. I ought to return the favor. Jiang Wan, curious, raised her eyes and sweetly asked, What kind of return gift has my lord prepared for me? Xie Xingji turned his gaze aside, and she noticed a eunuch approaching, holding a bright yellow edict. The eunuch wore a fawning smile and, in a somewhat sharp voice, announced, Madam Xie, His Majesty has decreed that you kneel to receive the edict. Upon hearing it was the emperor's command, everyone knelt, and Jiang Wan, somewhat bewildered, knelt at the front. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Xie Xingji, the heir of the Xie family, has served the country with loyalty and alleviated my worries. I am deeply grateful. His wife, Jiang, is gentle and compliant, respectful and prudent, diligently supporting her husband, honoring her parents, managing household affairs. She possesses virtue and harmonizes with Xie Xingji. Therefore, I bestow upon her the title of first-rank noble consort, granting her jade and treasures, hoping she will diligently fulfill her domestic duties and enjoy a harmonious union with Xie Xingji for 100 years. Thus decreed, Jiang Wan was stunned. Why had His Majesty conferred upon her the title of first-rank noble consort? Let us set aside the fact that she is still young and inexperienced. The matter of her marriage to Xie Xingji is merely a one-year agreement. If, after a year, she and Xie Xingji were to part ways, what would become of her title as a noble consort? Although Jiang Wan had accepted the imperial edict, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Once the palace attendants had departed, she softly inquired of Xie Xingji, My lord, what is the meaning of this? Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow. His voice languid as he replied, Did I not mention that you have given me this? Jiang Wan was momentarily speechless. It was for this sachet that he had sought a noble title for himself. Could it truly be so? Xie Xingji nodded with pride, stating, It is a matter of reciprocity. It should indeed be this way. If you do not ask for something from me, I shall still offer it to you. What others possess, my lady must also have. Jiang Wan felt her heart soften, her almond-shaped eyes gazing tenderly at Xie Xingji. She had merely gifted him a sachet. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have exchanged equivalent cosmetics or jewelry. Yet, Xie Xingji had actually sought a noble title on her behalf. How could there be someone so remarkably kind? Chapter 69. Lu Jingyan is beaten. Xie Xingji did not even cast a glance at Lu Jingyan. His entire focus was on his beloved girl. He held Jiang Wan's hand and spoke in a gentle tone. Are you hungry? Would you like to have some snacks? Hearing that Yipinju had just released a new variety of plum blossom soft cake, soft, glutinous, and fragrant with the sweetness of plum blossoms, Jiang Wan's heart was stirred. Then let us go at once, she replied, her face radiant with joy as she gazed at Xie Xingji, her apricot eyes sparkling with laughter. From the moment the imperial edict had emerged, Lu Jingyan was struck by the realization of the chasm that lay between him and Xie Xingji. Xie Xingji could effortlessly procure a title for her, while he could only linger in the shadows, watching them from a distance. Without a name to his own, he could never hope to claim Jiang Wan from Xie Xingji. Lost in despair, Lu Jingyan rose to his feet, only to turn and find Lu Qingwan, whose expression mirrored his own turmoil. Lu Qingwan glanced at him, but said nothing as she departed. Lu Jingyan lacked the heart to console her. He was eager to return home to discuss the matter of the money owed to Jiang Wan with his mother. in agreement with Lu Jingyan's thoughts. His mother scolded him fiercely upon learning of his visit to Jiangwan. Yet, when she heard of his intention to repay her, she nodded. That is only right. You did not save her. You merely claimed credit for the efforts of the Xie family. Their leniency in not pursuing this matter is a mercy, and this money should be returned to them. Before Lu Jingyan could respond, a commanding voice interrupted his mother. What do you mean by repay? Entering the room was Lu Zheng, clad in a black robe adorned with golden threads, his countenance filled with rage. A few days prior, numerous officials had been robbed, and the Lu family was not spared. Lu Zheng had lost his money, jewelry, and valuable antiques, all stolen without a trace. Now, Jiangwan dared to take advantage of their misfortune by demanding the repayment of her debt. This only added to the already precarious situation of the Lu family. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jingyan's mother suggested, since we lack cash, we could sell a couple of shops outside the estate to gather the funds. We should be able to manage that. At her words, Lu Zheng nearly erupted in fury. Have you lost your mind? You know how profitable those shops are. For that little wretch, you would sell our property? He declared emphatically, absolutely not. As long as I draw breath, those shops will not be sold. I care not for your grievances with the merchant's daughter from the Jiang family, but you shall not touch the roots of our Lu family. Seeing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, Lu Jingyan reluctantly produced the IOU and lamented, Father, are you truly willing to sacrifice our future for this shop, forsaking both your career and your son? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Zheng could hardly believe his eyes. He snatched the promissory note and exclaimed, What does this mean? Lu Jingyan, with a heavy heart, replied, I have signed the promissory note, which exists in 2 copies. The other one is with Jiangwan. If you refuse to repay the debt, based on my understanding of Jiangwan, she is quite likely to bring both you and me before the authorities. By the way, today His Majesty has officially conferred the title of first-rank noble lady upon Jiangwan. As he spoke these words, Lu Jingyan felt as though his heart was being pierced. He had let Jiangwan down, and this was the consequence he now faced. Yet he recognized his mistakes and resolved to study diligently, vowing that once he attained success, he would seek Jiangwan's forgiveness. Lu Zheng, upon hearing this, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually signed the promissory note? Have you lost your mind? He glanced around, raised a stick, and threatened, I'll beat you to death, you little wretch. You are draining my lifeblood. Lu Jingyan did not flinch or evade. He endured the blows from Lu Zheng, his voice unwaveringly resolute as he stated, If you are angry, then vent your frustration on me. However, know this, even if you were to kill me, the debt to Jiangwan must be repaid. Lu Zheng's fury escalated upon hearing these words, and the stick continued to rain down upon Lu Jingyan. Lu Mu, initially believing that her son had acted too recklessly, felt that he deserved punishment for betraying Jiangwan. Thus, she refrained from intervening, watching the tumult unfold with a cold gaze. In his rage, Lu Zheng unleashed a severe beating upon Lu Jingyan. Yet, Lu Jingyan remained his only son. Should he beat him to death, Lu Zheng would be left without an heir. He glared at Lu Jingyan, who lay weakly on the ground, and turned his ire upon Lu Mu. Why do you just stand there and not stop me? Lu Mu feigned innocence and replied, I trusted that my husband would know how to educate our child with discretion. As a mere woman, what do I know about such matters? It is not my place to interfere. Lu Zheng was taken aback, realizing that Lu Mu was being intentionally provocative. Previously, she had wholeheartedly sought to unite Jingyan with a merchant's daughter, Jiangwan, and had vehemently opposed him at every turn. Whenever he had attempted to reason with her, he would often rebuke her with, You, a mere woman, lacking in talent and virtue, know nothing. Now, she had the audacity to use his own words against him. Truly remarkable. Lu Jingyan had not spoken in vain. Jiangwan's associates soon arrived. A dozen servants, bearing the promissory note, surrounded Lu Zheng. In a fit of rage, he had injured Lu Jingyan that day, and the physician had advised him to remain bedridden for several days. Consequently, Lu Zheng was now the one liable for the debt. In a frenzy, he ordered his servants to expel the intruders, but the lead servant, Zhu Qing, stepped forward with a forced smile and cold demeanor, saying, Master Lu, greetings. My lady has sent me to inform you that, out of respect for Madame Lu, if Master Lu does not repay the amount stipulated in the promissory note. She will have no choice but to report this matter to His Majesty. Lu Zheng was taken aback. What did this have to do with His Majesty? Just because her ladyship had been granted a title, did she believe she could act with impunity? Zhu Qing's tone grew increasingly unyielding. Lord Lu may not yet be aware that His Majesty has conferred a title upon my wife. However, my wife, reflecting on her lack of contributions to the Shang dynasty, feels a deep sense of unease about receiving this honor. In her discomfort, she has resolved to repay the debts owed by the Lu family. She has stated that if I am unable to reclaim the money, she would request His Majesty to send someone to demand it from you, Lord Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng nearly succumbed to a stroke in his fury. He pressed his finger against his philtrum and, in a voice barely above a whisper, exclaimed, "What a despicable daughter of a merchant! Indeed, is it not money she seeks? Return to her and inform her that I, Lu Zheng, would rather sell my land and fields than owe her a single coin." Chapter 70. Lu Qingwan's withdrawal from engagement. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Qing remained unperturbed, merely smiling. The lady was aware that the Lu family was currently in dire straits. All it required was for Lord Lu to sign this document, transferring the 2 shops on the outskirts, and the debts of the Lu family would be wiped clean in one fell swoop. Lu Zheng cast a glance over the document. The very shops Jiang Wan desired were indeed the most profitable ones in his possession. Filled with exasperation, Lu Zheng dared not express his anger. He understood that Jiang Wan was deliberately provoking him. The sum of nearly 10,000 taels of silver, which she nonchalantly stated would be donated to the transportation operations, signified that both the Jiang and Xie families were not in need of such trivial amounts. However, the Lu family was in a precarious situation. The recent robbery had stripped their residence of its cash and jewels. If these 2 valuable shops were to be sold, the upcoming new year would be utterly bleak for them. Relying solely on his meager salary was simply insufficient. Yet, should he refuse, as the servant had warned, he might find himself imprisoned before the year's end, spending the festive dinner behind bars. Lu Zheng felt increasingly vexed. He had previously asserted that the daughters of the Jiang family should not be mingled with, for merchants are notoriously cunning. However, it was too late for regrets. Zhu Qing urged him on, and despite racking his brain for a solution, Lu Zheng ultimately signed the document. Satisfied, Zhu Qing glanced at the document again and insisted Lu Zheng affix his seal before departing contentedly with her entourage. It took Lu Zheng 3 heart-saving pills to regain his composure. He turned to Lu Jingyan and said, "Given the circumstances, dwelling on this is futile. Let us visit the Lu family and settle the marriage as soon as possible." Lu Zheng vaguely recalled that Lu Qingwan's mother hailed from a prominent family, and her dowry list likely included several shops in the capital. As Lu Qingwan was her only daughter, those shops were naturally destined for her. Now that the Lu family had dwindled to such a state, they could only hope that Lu Qingwan would bring some wealth to support the household. Lu Jingyan, however, was reluctant, still holding on to thoughts of Jiang Wan. He initially planned to repay the debts, hoping to regain some confidence when he next encountered Jiang Wan. Yet he was taken aback by Lu Zheng's urgency for him to marry Lu Qingwan. Although unwilling, he recognized that Lu Zheng was already seething over the debt. Not wishing to further provoke him at this critical juncture, Lu Jingyan lowered his head in acquiescence, responding, "Yes." As Lu Zheng contemplated Lu Qingwan, his anger began to subside. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Qingwan was beset by a multitude of emotions. She gazed at the vast estate of the Lu family. With her father and brothers imprisoned, the concubines and illegitimate sons greedy, and her mother bedridden since learning of their plight. The weight of the sprawling Lu estate felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Cradling her face in her hands, Lu Qingwan was engulfed by sorrow. At that moment, Granny Qin, her mother's confidant, came to find her, announcing that her mother had awakened and wished to speak with her. Lu Qingwan hurried over, finding her mother resting against the bed after just having taken her medicine, waiting for her arrival. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingwan's eyes reddened, and before she could utter a word, tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Shi, seeing her daughter's distress, understood the immense hardships Lu Qingwan must have endured during her mother's illness. She waved her hand weakly and said, "Wanner, come here." In just a few days, Lin had lost considerable weight. Coming from a prestigious family, she had seldom experienced hardship while at home. After marrying Lu, the initial years were relatively bearable as Lu feared her family and treated her with respect. However, as Lu gained prominence in the officialdom, he began to forget his place. One concubine after another entered the household, and although Lin had initially protested, she eventually grew indifferent, her heart hardened like dry wood, unwilling to cause further strife. During her recent illness, her daughter had endured much suffering. Reflecting on this, Lin felt a pang of heartache. She gently stroked Lu Qingwan's head, speaking with a tender tone. "My child, you have endured much these days." With tears in her eyes, Lu Qingwan shook her head, leaning over Lin's bedside and weeping uncontrollably. Through her tears, she recounted the events of recent days, including the encounter between Lu Jingyan and Jiang Wan. Upon hearing this, Lin sighed deeply, recalling her own youth when she defied her family's opposition to marry Lu. What had half a lifetime brought her? This world was exceedingly unfair to women. She had supported her husband and children, using her dowry to supplement the household expenses and paving the way for his success. The Lin family, once a prominent household in the capital, had seen her as a noble daughter, while her peers had all married into high positions, and she alone had made a lower match. Yet, she did not feel inferior. She strategized for her husband, helping him cultivate friendships with influential peers. As her husband rose in rank, she believed they had finally reached a high position together. Little did she know, the very first act of betrayal upon his ascension was to cast her aside as the primary wife. The vows of the past paled in comparison to the flattery of younger women. A lifetime committed to a singular person turned out to be a mere illusion of affection. Clinging to this deception, she exhausted half her life, ultimately transforming into a jealous woman. It was truly laughable. She did not wish for her daughter to repeat her mistakes. Fully aware that Lu Jingyan was not a man worthy of trust, why should she risk her entire life on him? With these thoughts in mind, Lin lovingly asked, "Child, do you still wish to marry Lu Jingyan? Even knowing it is a pit of fire, do you still want to step into it?" Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Qingwan vigorously shook her head. "Mother, I do not wish to. But given the circumstances, what was her daughter to do? If she were to break off the engagement, would there be any path left for her?" Lu Qingwan felt her heart wrenching. She did not want to marry Lu Jingyan, yet if she withdrew from the engagement, whom could she marry? The thought of becoming someone else's concubine was utterly unacceptable to her. Lin held her hand and spoke calmly. "Do not fear, my child, for I am here." Holding her hand, Lin softly reassured her. In this world, finding a good partner is undoubtedly important. But having personal wealth and trustworthy confidants is what truly grants you the confidence to secure your own destiny. Having lived a long life, Lin had witnessed those who had married the wrong person, driven to madness, as well as women who lived alone, childless, and without support. The former yearns for death, while the latter, provided she can withstand the whispers of gossip and possesses a modicum of wealth, is unlikely to find herself in dire straits. The Lin family, hailing from a distinguished lineage, possesses a perspective that transcends the ordinary. Had it not been for the folly that clouded her judgment, compelling her to wed into the Lu family, she would not have found herself in her current predicament. Lu Qingwan, well-versed in literature from a young age, instantly grasped her mother's words. She had previously believed that without marrying Lu Jingyan, it would be arduous to find another suitable match in the capital. Yet, her mother's revelation roused her from her slumber. In this world, a woman is not confined to the singular path of marriage. Observing her realization, Lin's frail visage revealed a faint, forced smile. "My dear, your aunt entrusted her fate to the wrong people, enduring great hardships and sacrifices to attain her present freedom. She now possesses numerous fields and businesses. When you were young, she doted on you the most. You may now seek refuge with her. Allow me to handle this marriage affair." Chapter 71. The Lin family. Lu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback as she sought refuge with her aunt. In her memory, her aunt was the most audacious woman she had ever encountered. In the past, Lu Qingwan felt constrained by societal norms and considered her aunt's behavior to be excessively unconventional. Wherever she went, she was accompanied by suitors, holding an umbrella, serving tea, pouring water, fanning her, and flanked by exceptionally skilled bodyguards. Initially, her grandmother had worried that her aunt, being alone in the world, would be taken advantage of. Yet, despite being a woman, her aunt acted with greater courage and decisiveness than many men, especially after the ascension of the Emperor Shung, who began to value the status of merchants. Her aunt seized this opportunity and flourished in her business endeavors. Nonetheless, her grandfather still disapproved of her, for in this world, merchants were held in the lowest regard among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Yet, her mother had told her, what of being a merchant? With money in hand, one need not worry about sustenance. Isn't that preferable to being trapped in the inner chambers, embroiled in schemes against concubines, and facing disdain from one? As husband, Lu Qingwan wholeheartedly agreed. Under the arrangements of the Lin family, she was escorted by family guards back to her ancestral home in Yuyang. Officially, it was said that her grandmother was ailing due to missing her mother, prompting her return for a family visit. In truth, the Lin family intended for her to seek refuge with her aunt, finding a place to settle and establish herself. If she remained in the capital, the scandal following her broken engagement would be unbearable. The Lin family understood their daughter well. Though clever, she had been spoiled since childhood and might not withstand the pressure. Lu Qingwan listened to her mother's thoughts, feeling a twinge of concern about how her mother would manage the aftermath of the Lu family's predicament if she left. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi gently caressed the plain hairpin atop her head and spoke in a soothing tone, "My child, do not worry about your mother. I am a noblewoman of the Lin family in the capital, and my past indifference was out of disdain." Lu Qingwan glanced at her mother, whose once frail visage now bore a hint of fierceness. For reasons unknown, she found herself utterly convinced by her mother's words. Her mother's reluctance to vie for favor among the concubines stemmed from her disappointment in her father. She recalled a time in her youth when a certain concubine, lacking discernment, had targeted her. This woman tampered with her food, believing she could do so unnoticed, underestimating a mother's fierce love for her child. Lin Shi meticulously unraveled the mystery, tracing the issue from external substances to the meals, ultimately discovering the problem lay with the pastries. Without hesitation, Lin Shi ordered the execution of the maidservant who had conspired with the concubine. That maid had accepted bribes from the concubine and betrayed her mistress. Her death was well-deserved. Beyond the maid, Lin Shi overhauled the entire kitchen of the Lu household. During one of Lu's father's court sessions, Lin Shi summoned a slave trader and sold the concubine on the spot. This concubine was Lu's father's favorite, and Lin Shi's abrupt action incited a furious quarrel between them. Were it not for Lin Shi's formidable family background, Lu's father might have written her a letter of divorce. This incident only deepened the rift between them, leading Lin Shi to establish a small altar in their home, relinquishing any hopes of rekindling her husband's affections. On the day of Lu Fu's arrest, Lin initially retained a semblance of composure, sending someone to gather intelligence. However, upon hearing that Lu Qingwan's elder brother had also fallen victim to the same misfortune, her anxiety overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Now, witnessing her destitute daughter, who had been so mercilessly bullied by the Lu family, she realized that if she did not rise to her feet, her daughter's entire future might be irrevocably shattered. Early the next morning, Lin forced herself to muster her strength, consuming a substantial bowl of porridge and sampling a few dishes. She instructed Qin Mama to assist her with her grooming. Having been ill for several days, her complexion was far from radiant, but after tidying herself up, she managed to regain a semblance of vitality. She meticulously arranged everything, communicated with her sister, and dispatched a trusted steward and a young guard from the household to navigate the various local authorities, successfully getting Lu Qingwan onto the carriage. As Lu Qingwan observed her mother managing everything with remarkable efficiency, she was suddenly reminded of her mother's capabilities in her youth. Back then, her mother had taken care of all matters concerning her father, who associated with high-ranking officials. Lin's demeanor had always been adorned with a perfectly measured smile, until her father began taking concubines. After that, it seemed as if her mother had lost her spirit, becoming indifferent to the affairs of the household. Her father's career, too, appeared to have declined from its former glory. Gazing at her mother, Lu Qingwan was struck by a thought. If only her mother would intervene. Her father might have been released long ago. But would her mother truly take action? Lin perceived her daughter's thoughts and reassured her, "Do not worry. After all, he is your father. The principle of shared fortune and misfortune is not lost on me. For the sake of your brother, I shall not remain idle." However, the manner in which she would intervene depended on her own disposition. Last night, she had already made arrangements to rescue Lu Qingwan's brother. Although his charges remained unverified, he had been extricated from danger. Lin prepared pomelo water for him to dispel any lingering malaise. As for Lu Fu, with so many concubines at his side, surely one of them must be dependable. It would be prudent to observe who possessed the greater capability. Lin calmly tended to the girl's hair, her voice laced with concern as she advised, "Remember, once you arrive there, exercise caution in all matters. Do not overreach. If uncertain, seek guidance from your aunt." Lu Qingwan, with teary eyes, nodded in agreement. As Lin bid farewell to her daughter, the carriage kicked up dust as it sped away, disappearing from view. With a soft sigh, she reflected, "My daughter surpasses me in ambition. One must make decisive choices to avoid enduring future suffering." Qin Mama, feeling sympathetic, remarked, "Madam, do not blame yourself. When a master sought your hand in marriage, he spoke so sweetly, even risking punishment to be with you." She defended the mistress. Who could have foreseen that the once sincere master would turn out to be so treacherous at heart? Upon hearing this, Lin bitterly smiled and replied, "Sincerity? Lu Qingsong's sincerity is the most worthless commodity in the world." Adjusting the hairpin at her temple, she chose to dismiss this line of thought and gently said, "Come, let us go meet the young master of the Lu family. I am curious to see the extent of the Lu family's influence." Daring to bully the daughter of Lin Xuan. The words spoken reveal the undeniable authority of the esteemed young ladies of the capital, even after marrying Lu Qingsong and enduring numerous hardships. Yet, the fierce determination in Lin Xuan's gaze remains as sharp as it was in her youth. Suddenly, Granny Qin recalled the time when the madam had yet to be wed, a time when she rode through the blossoms with abandon as a highborn lady. It was the constraints of the inner courtyard that had restrained her. Lowering her gaze, Granny Qin softly acknowledged, assisting the madam into the carriage. Chapter 72. The Lin family's withdrawal from engagement. The Lin family did not hasten to return to the Lu household. Instead, they diverted their course to the Lu family. Lu Zheng had just returned home from court when he learned of Lin's request for an audience. He promptly instructed his attendants to usher her into the main hall. Simultaneously, he sent word to his wife and Lu Jingyan to join them. Lu Zheng had been contemplating the opportune moment to visit the Lin household and finalize the marriage arrangements for their children. During this period, he had heard of the Lu family's predicament. Lu Zheng intended to capitalize on the fact that Lu Qingsong was currently imprisoned. Surely, Lin, being merely a woman, would be at a loss. It would be advantageous for him if she were indeed flustered. Once she was in a state of disarray, the terms of the betrothal gifts and dowry would be entirely at his discretion. As Lu Zheng entered the hall, he greeted her with enthusiasm from afar. However, he was taken aback by Lin's unexpected demeanor. The usually gentle Lin was now cold and unyielding in response to his overtures. Lu Zheng initiated the conversation, expressing his intention to find a suitable opportunity to visit her household and finalize the marriage date for the two children, only to be interrupted by Lin's piercing gaze. "There is no need for that," she replied coolly. "I am here today to inquire about your son." Upon being named, Lu Jingyan stepped forth perplexed. "Aunt, please speak." Lin continued, "I have heard that your son has been quite nostalgic, even entangling himself with his former fiancée on the streets just days ago. Forgive my bluntness, but it was you who insisted on the engagement's dissolution, while it was you who pursued my daughter for marriage. Is it that your desire, once unattainable, has become even more enticing?" Lu Jingyan felt a flush of embarrassment at Lin's words. "Madam, there is no need to speak so harshly." Lin scoffed. "If my words offend, then perhaps your actions should not be so disreputable." Lu Jingyan faltered. As for Wang Yuan, the sound of that name ignited Lin's ire. It was no wonder her daughter felt wronged. Even after the engagement was called off, he still spoke so affectionately of Jiang Wanyuan. It was clear that besides Wanyuan, Xie Xingji was not one to be trifled with, and Lu Jingyan was unlikely to enjoy favorable outcomes thereafter. With this realization, Lin's resolve strengthened. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Here is the document for the annulment of the engagement and the list of betrothal gifts. I have brought everything. Please verify it. And should all be in order, sign accordingly. Lu Zheng stood in stunned silence. What do you mean, a withdrawal from the engagement? Lu Jingyan was initially taken aback. He did not oppose the annulment as vehemently as Lu Zheng. He had once perceived Lu Qingwan as a pure and elegant lotus, untainted by the world. Yet, after witnessing her quarrel over money in the streets, he now saw her as nothing more than an avaricious commoner. Since his engagement with Jiang Wanyuan had been dissolved, he found himself increasingly nostalgic for her virtues. In contrast, every encounter with Lu Qingwan left him either hearing her lament about her family's misfortunes or urging him to marry post-haste. Lu Jingyan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With her father and brothers imprisoned, here was a young woman, unwed, resorting to begging for help. On several occasions, his friends had recounted her plight as a source of amusement, leaving him feeling utterly mortified. Lu Qingwan, unashamed, while Lu Jingyan himself felt a sense of disgrace. He had contemplated breaking off the engagement, yet after his recent dissolution of the betrothal with Jiang Wan, he feared that another severance with Lu Qingwan would further tarnish his reputation. However, Lin's visit today was nothing short of aggressive, leaving him quite displeased. Lu Jingyan regarded Lin with disdain. She fancied herself a noble woman of the capital, yet she was merely the wife of a criminal. Lu Qingwan too, a daughter of a condemned traitor. What prospects would she have without him? Was it merely a matter of breaking the engagement? If it was to be so, then let it be. Lu Jingyan's calculations and contempt did not escape Lin's notice, filling her with a sense of relief. Such base conduct was hardly worthy of trust. If the engagement were to persist, how much suffering would her daughter have to endure in the future? Lu Jingyan spoke in a deep tone. Aunt, are you insistent on breaking the engagement? Lin snorted coldly. What other choice do I have? Did I rise early to come here merely to entertain you both? Lu Zheng hastily intervened. Madam Lu, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Brother Qingsong is currently in dire circumstances, and you must not act impulsively. Lu Zheng's words were tinged with veiled threats, implying that as a mere woman, she would struggle to rescue Lu Qingsong without the support of the Lu family. Yet, Lin was unafraid. Her connections rivaled Lu Zheng's, and if he could extricate Lu Qingsong, so could she. However, she did not wish to act just yet. It was time for him to learn that his gradual disregard for her over the years would come at a cost. With a frosty voice, Lin declared, As for my husband's affairs, it is unnecessary for Lord Lu to concern himself. What a jest! Should Lu Qingsong be released, I fear this engagement will hardly remain intact. Lin's strategy was to dissolve the engagement with the Lu family while Lu Qingsong was still imprisoned. Noticing Lu Zheng's hesitation, she recognized that he was cunning and not as impulsive as Lu Jingyan, and thus she taunted him. Or is it that Lord Lu is reluctant to part with the Lu family's dowry? If that is the case, perhaps young Master Lu should consider marrying into our family. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan's voice grew heavy. It was merely a matter of breaking the engagement, and Madame Lu had taken a keen interest. Today, I find no attraction in Lu Qingwan. She is devoid of virtue and beauty, envious and willful. She is not to my liking, Lu Jingyan asserted. Lin, incensed by his words, lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to his face. How dare you? You shameless, greedy wastrel. You covet the Jiang family's wealth and wish to sever ties, all while desiring to bask in the glory of my daughter's talent, deceiving her in the process. Now you dare to boast. I shall strike you down, you brazen little beast. Lin's words were double-edged, encompassing both Lu Jingyan and Lu Zheng in her chastisement. Lu Jingyan, momentarily stunned by the blow, instinctively wished to retaliate, but Lin coldly warned, Dare you raise a hand? And I assure you, By tomorrow, the streets will echo with tales of how Lu Jingyan bullies the family of an official. And the Lu family will be scorned for their disdain. Lu Zheng knew Lin spoke the truth, though he was irked by her fierceness. He was more frustrated with Lu Jingyan's inability to discern the gravity of the situation. Was it not time to cease his entanglement with Jiang Wan? Yet, what Lu Zheng could not anticipate was that Lu Jingyan, in a moment of impulsive defiance, seized a pen and inscribed his name upon the annulment document. By the time Lu Zheng endeavored to intervene, it was far too late. Wait, Jingyan, this document cannot be signed. However, Lu Jingyan, consumed by his anger, paid no heed to Lu Zheng's admonitions. With a sweeping flourish, he severed ties with Lu Qingwan. Lin, satisfied, accepted the annulment document, declaring with contentment, "Let us depart." At this, Lu Zheng was struck by the realization that the Lu family's dowry had vanished, leaving his own family's livelihood hanging by a thread. Overcome by despair, the world around him faded to black, and he collapsed. Chapter 73. The male Daji and Xie Fu Hongshan effortlessly acquired the silver from the canal transport. Thus his spirits were exceptionally high these past few days, even as he regarded Xie with increased fondness. When discussing official matters, he noticed Xie distraction and refrained from approaching him. "Xingji, what are you pondering?" He had already discerned that Xie was lost in thought, fiddling with a fragrant pouch embroidered with ducks, his gaze distant for quite some time. Xie replied, "I am contemplating matters beyond your comprehension." Fu Hongxin retorted, "Is there truly anything in this world that I do not understand?" Xie cast a glance at him, a mixture of scrutiny and sympathy in his eyes. The intensity of Xie stare made Fu Hongxin feel somewhat uneasy, causing him to fidget. This rascal must be hiding something nefarious. In a serious tone, Xie said, "Has no one informed you that there are indeed many things you do not grasp?" Fu Hongxin thought to himself, "How I long to annihilate his entire clan. What is there to boast about merely because he has a wife?" Today, Xie appeared to be in good spirits, raising an eyebrow and teasing. "If you wish to know, call me something sweet, and I shall enlighten you." In front of Xie, Fu Hongxin shed all pretenses of imperial decorum. "Brother Xie, please do enlighten me." Upon uttering those words, he felt a shudder run down his spine. After all these years, Xie still relished being called brother. Has he not outgrown this childishness? Xie nonchalantly withdrew the warm jade from Fu Hongxin's grasp, offering a cool critique. "Not sweet enough." Fu Hongxin was taken aback. He has always charmed me this way. Why does he now find it lacking sweetness, especially after gaining a younger sister-in-law? Can he truly be sweeter than a sister? This is outrageous. Furthermore, Xie, that warm jade was a gift from my mother. You know I am particularly sensitive to the cold. With a sardonic smile, Xie retorted, "Sensitive to the cold, are we? Would you prefer I warm you instead?" Resigned, Fu Hongxin gazed longingly at the jade that had been snatched from him, lamenting, "Cannot you warm my sister-in-law instead, and leave the jade with me?" Xie paused, his peach blossom eyes brimming with affection, the beauty mark on his nose enticing. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Have you finally understood?" Fu Hongxin was left speechless. "You rascal, the male Daji, what skill is there in bullying me? If you possess any capability, go win over that young lady." The issue of canal transport funds was resolved, yet what was truly needed now was a capable individual to manage the canal operations. Given the significance of this matter, officials from various regions were eagerly eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Finding someone to oversee the canal transport was no simple task. Those without connections risked being hindered by local officials, while those with power could harbor ulterior motives. This dilemma had troubled Fu Hongxin for several days. Speaking of which, he had recently come across a promising talent, Li Huayan, the current top scholar. This individual was well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters, adept in calculations and bookkeeping, hailing from a humble background, and possessing an unwavering sense of integrity and righteousness. In Xie words, as a newcomer to the officialdom, he exuded boundless energy, making him the most suitable candidate to manage the canal transport affairs. Fu Hongxin had initially intended to appoint Xie for the role. Yet, upon hearing Fu Hongxin's thoughts, CS Singji did not even ponder before outrightly refusing. He shook his head, stating, "No, it is not suitable for me." Fu Ongshin, somevat perplexed, continued to persuade him. "Singji, you need not belittle yourself. Although Hawaiian boasts its share of top talents, you too are a prodigy in your own right. Achieving the 3 examinations, ranking first in the palace examination, albeit as a flower, your brilliance rivals that of the top scholar. What he can accomplish, so too can you. What you possess, he does not. Setting aside other considerations, with your skills and lineage, who in the locality would dare to disrespect you?" CS Singji paused slightly, nonchalantly replying, "I have already stated it is unsuitable." Fu Hongshan pressed, "You must provide me with a reason." Growing irritated by the inquiry, CS Singji raised his gaze to meet his. "Do you truly wish to know?" Fu Hongshan hesitated, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Actually," CS Singji interjected, "I am newly wed." Fu Ongishin. "I knew it. This rascal cannot utter anything of substance. Get out." CS Singji returned home earlier than usual today. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by Jiang Wan's melodious voice emanating from within the house. He hesitated for a moment, pausing his steps. As a practitioner of martial arts, his movements were lighter than those of ordinary people. Thus, he had reached the door without the 2 young ladies inside noticing him. "Shanglu inquired, Wonwon. What is the status between you and CS Singji?" Jiang Wan responded softly, "He treats me quite well." "What does quite well mean?" Chang Li's tone was brimming with curiosity. CS Singji was the Crown Prince's esteemed mentor, and she was the Crown Prince's biological sister. Due to this connection, she was relatively familiar with CS Singji. However, throughout her life, she had never seen him show particular interest in any woman. Although the Crown Prince was also somewhat of a solitary figure, Chang Lu always felt that her brother was merely a blockhead yet to awaken. Rather than investing effort into winning a lady's heart, he was more inclined to expend energy on roasting meat. But CS Singji was different. How could one articulate it? Chang Lu always felt that he lived like a deity from the 3 purities, devoid of desires and demands. Yet now, this celestial being had descended into the mundane world. How could Chang Lu resist her curiosity? Chang Lu pressed further. "Every day you face that face which could cause nations to fall. Do you not harbor any thoughts?" Jiang Wan. Chang Lu has a way with words. It was impossible to claim there were no thoughts, but Jiang Wan hesitated before expressing her feelings. "I always feel a bit reserved when I see him. Perhaps it's best to take it slow." Chang Lu pondered this and found it reasonable. With CS Singji's stunning looks, akin to a male Daji, one must possess immense courage to capture his heart. That in itself was quite remarkable. Jiang Wan. "Thank you, but I do not feel reassured." A gentle knock sounded from outside the door. An unusual time for CS Singji's return. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Wan opened the door to find the very man they had just been discussing standing there. His peach blossom eyes held a teasing glimmer, and his thin lips curled into a mischievous smile. Jiang Wan found herself uncertain whether he had overheard their conversation. However, Chang Li's voice came from behind. "Wan, let me tell you, the most handsome gentleman in the capital is right beside you. If it were anyone else, they would have lost their composure by now. Such a splendid opportunity. How could you easily let it slip away? You mustn't return empty-handed, if not to completely exhaust him." Jiang Wan. "All right, now I truly heard it. Every word without omission." As Chang Lu spoke halfway and noticed Jiang Wan's lack of response, she felt a twinge of curiosity and glanced up. Upon catching sight of CS Singji at the door, she instantly froze. "Dear brother, save me." Chang Lu was quite startled, yet she feigned calmness as she continued. "I just remembered that I left some medicine simmering for my brother in the small kitchen when I hurried out today." Her voice was laced with guilt, and she awkwardly chuckled. "I must take my leave now." Jiang Wan. "Didn't we agree to share our troubles?" Chang Lu fled in a panic, leaving only CS Singji and Jiang Wan at the entrance. Jiang Wan felt a wave of nervousness, lowering her gaze and avoiding CS Singji's penetrating stare. After a brief moment, CS Singji broke the silence. "So, my lady, have you made up your mind?" Jiang Wan raised her eyes in confusion, her expression reflecting uncertainty. The twilight glow illuminated CS Singji's profile, the mole on his nose appearing somewhat enchanting. How could I possibly be exhausted? Chapter 74. Bao Yuntin Xingji's voice rose melodiously, captivating beyond words. Jiangwan's cheeks instantly flushed. Xingji leaned closer, his tone soft and tentative as he inquired, "What is it, my lady? Are you not interested?" The evening light cast a serene glow upon his profile, his enigmatic beauty leaving much to ponder. It seemed that Xingji gave the impression that Jiang Wan was not exhausting his affections, which displeased him. Faced with Xingji's alluring charm, Jiang Wan felt akin to a scholar journeying to the capital for the imperial examinations, unexpectedly encountering a pure yet beguiling fox spirit. What had Changlu said about him? Gu was indeed a male counterpart to the enchanting Daji. At that moment, staring into Xingji's exceedingly handsome visage, Jiang Wan could only think one thing. He was undeniably a mesmerizing enigma. However, this enigma appeared reluctant to let Jiang Wan off easily, as he prodded. "Does my lady harbor no thoughts of me?" Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to nod or shake her head. After a brief hesitation, she murmured, "Perhaps not." She could not concede. To do so would render her a mere lecher. Resisting the urge, nevertheless, just as Chang Lu had remarked, he was indeed Xingji. The young woman from the capital bore him no thoughts. Yet, being in such proximity, she felt a flicker of affection. Upon hearing her words, Xingji's expression turned momentarily cold. "Why is that? Am I too fearsome?" He seemed to contemplate whether he should heed Fu Hongxin's advice and continue speaking in a softened tone. Jiang Wan immediately shook her head. Not at all. Since their acquaintance began, Xingji had never treated her harshly. Rather, he had assisted her on numerous occasions. To label him as fearsome would be unjust. Xingji leaned in closer, his face hovering near hers, stating earnestly, "Then do not hold back." Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. With a serious tone, he added, "Exhaust me." Jiang Wan. In an effort to divert the conversation, Jiang Wan remarked, "My second sister-in-law has returned to her family." Xingji responded with a nonchalant She continued, "It has been a while since she last visited." He acknowledged with another his eyelids lifting slightly as he observed the young woman's despondent expression, unexpectedly asking, "Do you miss her?" For what he knew, Jiang Wan and her sister-in-law had not been acquainted for long. Yet, the bonds of friendship among women could often be perplexing. Take a relationship with Chang Lu, for instance. He had seemingly witnessed Chang Lu embracing his wife earlier. If he were to imagine Fu Hongxin embracing him, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Why entertain such distasteful ideas? Jiang Wan nodded, candidly confessing, "I miss her, and I miss her cooking." Xingji was momentarily taken aback. "All right then, the culinary skills of my second sister-in-law are indeed unforgettable." He added, "Old Madam Wen's condition has greatly improved since receiving treatment from Shinshu Bai. My sister-in-law's prolonged absence likely relates to my second brother." Jiang Wan suddenly recalled the rumors swirling around the residence concerning Xie Ji and Wen Li, said to have originated from a girl named Qing Dai. So, does Xie Ji truly have feelings for that girl? Xingji lowered his gaze, casting a glance at the young lady nestled in his arms. Why is she concerned about everyone? He sighed softly, his eyelids fluttering slightly as he spoke. His interest in Qing Dai was merely a favor for someone else. His second brother, however, was prone to confusion, which was rather uncharacteristic of the CF family. At this moment, he likely had yet to discern his true feelings and would face difficulties in the future. Jiang Wan, intrigued by his remark, raised her eyes and inquired, "What difficulties?" Xingji's voice was composed as he replied, "Desiring what one cannot attain." Jiang Wan observed his demeanor, which remained cool and detached. Yet at this moment, it seemed he concealed a multitude of thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, Xingji suddenly asked, "What would you like to eat?" Jiang Wan responded, "What?" Xingji looked down at her. "Aren't you hungry?" Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement, clear and radiant, filled with admiration. "Xingji, you can cook? What else in this world could you possibly not do?" Xingji silently swallowed, the words suggesting that a chef should prepare the meal for her. Isn't it amusing? What in this world is he not adept at? Cooking is indeed one of those things. During his time in the military camp, he had reluctantly attempted it. In his dying moments, Fu Hongxin had consoled him, "Xingji, Your culinary skills rival those of the Empress Dowager's nephew. The Empress Dowager's nephew worked in the royal kitchen, and initially, Xie was somewhat astonished. How could he, on his first venture, be so formidable? Later, by chance, he tasted the culinary delights crafted by the Empress Dowager's nephew. Regret gnawed at him as he pursued Fu Hongshun relentlessly for 3 days and nights. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager, wishing to elevate her nephew, specifically assigned him to oversee Fu Hongshun's meals. What do they call that in the tales? Ah yes, all is fated, and not a bit is within one's control. Xie had numerous opportunities to reveal the truth to Jiangwan. However, when he beheld the clarity and brightness of her apricot eyes, he admitted to feeling vain. Thus, at this moment, Xie, wielding the cooking spoon, wore a pained expression as he instructed Yin Chun, "Go fetch the cook who has seen second sister-in-law prepare food." Yin Chun shot a glance at his master, utterly bewildered. Would speaking the truth be his undoing? The cook hurried over, confusion etched on his face, unsure of why Xie had summoned him. Xie succinctly stated, "Teach me to make wontons." Jiangwan, being from the south, cherished those delicious little wontons. In the frigid winter, what could be more fitting than a steaming bowl of wontons? The cook, upon hearing this, was so startled that he knelt down. He had no idea what he had done wrong to warrant such treatment from the young lord. Xie, disinclined to elaborate, coldly urged, "Aren't you going to get up? Do you need my assistance?" Upon hearing this, the cook immediately stood, his legs trembling. Yin Chun let out another silent sigh. His master's tongue was truly sharp. Frankly, he feared the day the young lord might inadvertently poison him with his words. While Yin Chun was lost in his thoughts, Xie called out to him, "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for me to cook and feed you?" Upon hearing these words, Yin Chun was greatly alarmed and quickly bowed his head, exclaiming, "I dare not." Ultimately, he found himself compelled to join the group, making dumplings. The chef initially presumed that a paragon of excellence like Xie would be clumsy and inept, merely putting on a fade. However, to his astonishment, Xie heeded his advice and soon produced dumplings that were quite commendable. Conversely, the agile young guard beside him struggled noticeably, proving quite inept at the task. "Oh dear, that's far too much filling. The skin has torn. I told you not to overfill. Have you forgotten to put in the stuffing?" The chef couldn't help but chastise Yin Chun. Finally, Xie could no longer tolerate the reprimand and calmly instructed Yin Chun, "Go boil some water." Yin Chun felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, the young master cared for him. Sensing his thoughts, Xie, with a perceptive understanding, clarified, "Yin Chun, you misunderstand. I merely wish to prevent waste." Yin Chun was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "My lord, this is truly a heart-wrenching blow." Chapter 75. He has come of age. As Xie was preparing wontons, Fu Hongshun unexpectedly arrived. After concluding their conversation in the palace, Li Huayan had brought forth his memorial concerning the matter of grain transport. Fu Hongshun glanced at the sky. It was not too late. If Xie were not to skip work, he would normally return around this time. Thus, Fu Hongshun felt justified in escorting Li Huayan to the Xie residence. Upon their arrival, they encountered the expelled Yin Chun. Fu Hongshun seized him and inquired, "Yin Chun, where is your master?" After a moment's hesitation, caught between betraying his lord and revealing the truth, Yin Chun chose the latter. "The young master is in the kitchen, making wontons." Both Fu Hongshun and Li Huayan were taken aback. Without missing a beat, Fu Hongshun urged Yin Chun, "Quick, lead the way. Let me see what skills Xingji possesses in the kitchen." When they reached the kitchen, the water was just boiling. Fu Hongshun bield Xie noble countenance, partially obscured by steam, appearing less aloof than usual, infused with a touch of warmth. With a quivering voice, Fu Hongshun could hardly believe his eyes. "Xingji, are you cooking?" Xingji chuckled lightly. "What else would I be doing?" "Playing house." Fu Hongshun was momentarily taken aback, yet as he gazed at the plump, white wontons, he could not suppress a gulp and said amiably, "I read that to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach." A smile danced at the corners of Xingji's lips as he nodded slightly. "Your Majesty speaks wisely." No sooner had he finished when Fu Hongshun's voice, brimming with excitement, rang out in my heart. I hold the utmost admiration for those like you, who are both scholarly and martial, and can cook as well. Observing Fu Hongshan's eagerness, Xie coolly replied, Then I must disappoint you. I cannot. Fu Hongshan found himself momentarily speechless. How could he be so hypocritical? He would gladly cook for his wife. Yet when it came to himself, it was a different story. Oh man, he sighed. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan had been waiting for quite some time in the room, but had yet to see Xie Xingji's figure. Concerned for him, she made her way to the kitchen. Suddenly, she overheard Fu Hongshan speaking meaningfully to Xie Xingji. Xingji, you are now married and considered an adult. Today, I have come to present you with a surprise. Xie Xingji, uninterested, promptly declined. No need. Fu Hongshan insisted. How can there be no need? This matter pertains to a man's status. Even if you do not care, does your sister-in-law not care? Xingji, you are now a grown man and should be acquainted with the affairs of adults. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's face flushed with embarrassment, and her foot, which was about to cross the threshold, halted abruptly. Given Fu Hongshan's tone, it seemed he had prepared something akin to a guide for marital intimacy for Xie Xingji. She recalled the books and garments that Chong Lu had brought her, and an idea blossomed within her. How is it that the Fu family is so fond of preparing surprises for others? Instinctively, Jiang Wan began to retreat. Perhaps it would be best not to enter. To avoid the ensuing awkwardness, Jiang Wan fancied herself to be discreet in her movements, unaware that Xie Xingji had caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. He could easily imagine the expression on the young girl's face upon hearing Fu Hongshan's words, and his heart softened unexpectedly. He yearned to pursue her. Yet Fu Hongshan obstructed his path. Xingji, you have yet to see the surprise I prepared for you. Xie Xingji raised an eyebrow, casting a cool glance at him. If I were you, I would certainly summon the shadow guards for my return, lest I fall victim to an assassination. Fu Hongshan inhaled sharply. Surely it can't be that dire? Realizing that Xie Xingji was teasing him, Fu Hongshan's tone turned somewhat wounded. I genuinely came bearing good gifts for you. It's one thing not to show gratitude, but to frighten me in my heart. Xie Xingji impatiently interrupted. What surprise are you referring to? Upon hearing this, Fu Hongshan promptly retracted his theatrical display. Xingji, you are now a grown man and must naturally shoulder the responsibilities of adulthood. Xie Xingji's ears subtly flushed. Your Majesty, it will be better for you to keep it for yourself. Just as he was about to graciously decline, Fu Hongshan suddenly thrust a memorial into his hands. That will not do. Sharing blessings is essential. Xie Xingji lowered his gaze and observed the elegant handwriting on the memorial, clear, organized, and comprehensive. The implementation plan for river transport was prominently displayed. Xie Xingji thought to himself, is this what Fu Hongshan deems suitable for adults? Fu Hongshan, noticing Xie Xingji's expression, inquired with confusion, Xingji, why do you look at me in such a manner? Xie Xingji shot him a cool glance, his back teeth tightening slightly as he replied, It's nothing. I merely feel that when you return, you should summon a few shadow guards for your protection, lest your own people act too harshly and commit regicide. Xie Xingji wished to ignore him and proceeded to walk outside with the wontons. Just as Fu Hongshan intended to follow, Li Huayan suddenly detained him. Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent for your personal safety not to pursue her at this moment. Fu Hongshan caught a whiff of the wonton's aroma and swallowed hard. His gaze fixated on the steaming dish. Li Huayan's warning made sense. Meanwhile, inside, Jiang Wan felt a pang of anxiety. The mere thought of what Fu Hongshan intended to present to Xie Xingji made her cheeks flush. As she cradled her face in her hands, Xie Xingji entered unexpectedly, carrying a bowl of steaming wontons. Jiang Wan swallowed nervously, recalling the conversation she had overheard, and her appetite waned. With a flushed face, she dared not meet Xie Xingji's gaze. What are you thinking? His gentle voice resonated above her. Jiang Wan, feeling guilty, shook her head. I wasn't thinking of anything. Then why do you avoid looking at me? You were right at the door and yet ran back? Jiang Wan, taken aback, lifted her eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttering slightly, her tone betraying her unease. Why, you saw everything? Xie Xingji lowered his gaze, looking down at the young girl's soft, flushed face. His voice warm and gentle. That was merely a jest on His Majesty's part, not as you might have presumed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's face flushed once more. I did not think of it that way. You are an adult now. What is there that you cannot perceive? Jiang Wan endeavored to steady her voice, attempting to mask her anxiety, yet the tremor in her tone betrayed her. Xie Xingji responded with a nonchalant hum, and since the lady had spoken thus, he continued with a hint of amusement in his voice, as if playfully teasing her. Let's watch together. Chapter 76. Du Ruofing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan could hardly believe her ears. No, thank you, she replied. Xie Xingji smiled gently. No need for formalities. We share our blessings. He pressed a rigid booklet into her hands, compelling her to cast a glance at it. Stunned, she realized that the mature content Fu Hongxin referred to was, in fact, a document concerning the grain transport. Embarrassment washed over her as she recalled the jumbled words she had just uttered, her ears turning crimson. She wished fervently for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xie Xingji kindly clarified, "You needn't feel ashamed. I was misled at first as well." Jiang Wan lifted her gaze. Really? He nodded with a hint of exasperation. Instinctively, she queried, "Aren't you disappointed to see this?" He paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a teasing smile. "So, are you going to make it up to me?" Jiang Wan gasped, mortified by her own words. "No." She quickly changed the subject. "What is this?" "Little wontons," Xie Xingji replied. "You made these?" Jiang Wan exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. "They look delicious." Xie Xingji leisurely held out the bowl. "Shall I feed you?" Jiang Wan instinctively refused. "No, no need." Xie Xingji, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "I just worry that you might burn yourself again." Jiang Wan retorted, "Could we not mention that embarrassing history?" Xie Xingji paused, gazing down at the young girl, his tone languid yet playful. "Ah Wan, how could that possibly be an embarrassing history? After all, it was the path you took to arrive here." Faced with Xie Xingji, Jiang Wan found herself at a loss. Setting aside other matters, his wonton-making skill was truly commendable. Thin skin, ample filling, and exquisitely flavorful. Although she hadn't been particularly hungry, she found herself devouring several in quick succession. Realizing her indulgence, she shook her head. "I can't eat anymore." Xie Xingji set down his spoon and, as if conjuring magic, produced a piece of honey candy from his pocket. Upon tasting it, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. "It's jasmine-flavored." Xie Xingji smiled. "This is a new honey variety from Yupinju, available in several flavors. And I bought them all." The gleam in her eyes made his heart flutter. Yet, he teasingly added, "However, you may only have one piece per day." Jiang Wan's expression soured, her small face pouting in displeasure. Xie Xingji, exhibiting remarkable patience, spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Too much candy leads to cavities." He then retrieved another piece of Longjing tea-flavored honey candy from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, filling the air around Jiang Wan with the fragrant aroma of green tea. The following day, while at UAE Pavilion, Jiang Wan encountered Du Ruofing. It had been quite some time since she last saw Du Ruofing. Ever since her engagement to Lu Jingyan was annulled, she had not crossed paths with any of Lu Jingyan's former friends. She did not truly meet the friends of Lu Jingyan. Their scrutinizing gazes regarded her as a mere fool, a newly affluent individual. They looked down upon her humble origins while eagerly seeking to benefit from her wealth. Jiang Wan was not of their ilk, yet Lu Jingyan seemed quite fond of bringing her along to meet his acquaintances. Previously, Jiang Wan had been oblivious to Lu Jingyan's intentions, but now she understood that it was merely a matter of vanity, a display for his friends to see how he had someone like her so readily attached. The thought unsettled her further. Although she had recouped her expenses with Lu Jingyan, the recollection still stirred a sense of inexplicable revulsion within her. Du Ruofing cast a glance at Jiang Wan, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. After a period of absence, Jiang Wan seemed somewhat changed compared to before. Du Ruofing was the first to speak. "Jiang Wan, it has been a long time." Jiang Wan nodded. "Zhu Qing, allow me to introduce you to young Master Du." Du Ruofing quickly interjected. No, I'm not here to purchase anything." "Jiang Wan, I have come to find you." Jiang Wan was taken aback. "Find her?" She swiftly reviewed in her mind, confirming that Du Ruofing owed her no debts. Thus, she replied in a calm tone, What does young master do seek me for? Du Ruofeng regarded her, tentatively asking, do you know that Jingyan has broken off the engagement? Jiangwan did not respond to his inquiry. Lu Jingyan's broken engagement held no relevance for her. Was it necessary for him to come specifically to inform her? Observing her silence, Du Ruofeng continued. He ended his engagement with Lu Qingwan for your sake. Jiangwan, I know you are still upset with Jingyan, but can one's true feelings simply change on a whim? Jiangwan, growing impatient, lifted her gaze, ready to speak when a tall figure approached. A cool, languid voice resonated softly above her. I was unaware that young master Du has now taken to matchmaking. Du Ruofeng looked up, startled to see Xie Xingji. Anxiously, he called out, young master Xie. Internally, he was in a flurry. He had set his sights on a piece of calligraphy, but could not afford it with his meager allowance. Coincidentally, upon hearing about Lu Jingyan's broken engagement, he thought of Jiang Wan. If Jiang Wan could reconcile with Lu Jingyan, with her generous nature, she would not hesitate to gift him not just one piece of calligraphy, but perhaps even 10. Du Ruofeng approached Lu Jingyan, proactively offering to act as a mediator. Lu Jingyan, seemingly lost in thought, did not voice any objection. It was well known that Lu Jingyan held a disdain for the likes of Jiang Wan, the daughter of a merchant. Moreover, she was now married. Du Ruofeng had initially thought it would require considerable persuasion to sway Lu Jingyan. To his astonishment, Lu Jingyan hesitated only for a moment before not stopping him. Du Ruofeng instinctively believed that once Lu Jingyan relented, Jiang Wan's position would be favorable. Although she was wed to Xie Xingji, her past affections for Lu Jingyan were not lost on him. True feelings were not so easily altered. However, Du Ruofeng never anticipated encountering Xie Xingji today. This enviable prodigy, Du Ruofeng, along with others, harbored no belief that Xie Xingji could genuinely harbor feelings for Jiang Wan. It was merely a case of saving her from drowning, leading to her unwarranted claims. There were speculations that Xie Xingji's engagement to Jiang Wan was simply a strategic delay, as Xie Xingji reached the age for establishing a family. The Princess Changlu in the palace also approached the age suitable for marriage. Should Xie Xingji fail to marry promptly, given the current emperor's fondness for the princess, he might well be appointed as her consort. After all, the emperor's intentions are inscrutable. Should he become a consort, his future in the political arena would be irrevocably severed. Thus, Xie Xingji's marriage to Jiang Wan was merely a maneuver in the grand scheme of power, devoid of any genuine affection. Chapter 77. The Beauty and the Honey. At this moment, Du Ruofeng gazed at the celestial prodigy, slowly extracting a piece of honey from his bosom. With his pale, delicate fingers, he gently unfolded the oil paper, revealing a light yellow honey within. With a voice laced with tenderness, he remarked, "Do try today's honey." Jiang Wan naturally accepted the honey, and after tasting it, she smiled with her eyes and said, "It has the flavor of osmanthus." The sweet and fragrant aroma of osmanthus filled the air, enveloping them in its delightful essence. Du Ruofeng swallowed hard. Even he, a person who seldom indulged in sweets, felt his heart stir. Xie Xingji turned his gaze slightly, looking at him with an air of indifference, and inquired, "Does young master Du have something to discuss?" His visage, seemingly gentle and harmless, bore an unexpected weight when he glanced sideways at Du Ruofeng, who felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Truly, one who had been in battle exuded an aura that was formidable enough to intimidate. Du Ruofeng instinctively recoiled, his voice trembling as he replied, "And no, nothing at all." Xie Xingji took Jiang Wan's hand and walked around him, exiting the room. Du Ruofeng then observed Xie Xingji, who had just exuded an air of hostility, transformed completely as he leaned down to speak to Jiang Wan. The coldness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a tender warmth, accompanied by a faint smile. "Madam, be careful of your step." Du Ruofeng was taken aback. How could Xie Xingji's demeanor shift so rapidly? Inside the carriage, Jiang Wan glanced at Xie Xingji. Clad in a dark long robe with a black jade belt cinching his waist, his dark hair was neatly tied, accentuating his lean physique, with the contours of his abdomen subtly defined, strikingly alluring. His peach blossom eyes gazed at her intently, both wild and gentle. Jiang Wan swallowed hard. realizing why Chong Lu had referred to him as a source of calamity. Such beauty would make even Daji step aside in admiration. Yet, this male Daji appeared somewhat displeased. His dark peach blossom eyes lowered slightly, revealing his contemplative state. The atmosphere grew quiet, the carriage enveloped in a profound silence until they returned home. Singji's voice was low as he hesitated momentarily before asking, "Ewan, I heard you once had a thrush, but it flew away when a maid accidentally opened its cage?" Jiangwan was puzzled by his sudden inquiry, but nodded nonetheless. "How do you know?" Singji's gaze fell, his typically cool eyes softened as they looked at her, exuding an air of gentle vulnerability. "Do you still hold affection for that thrush?" Jiangwan immediately understood the underlying implication of his question. This inquiry was not merely about the bird. It was a subtle prod at her feelings. She glanced at the tall figure before her. His fair skin set against the dark fabric, lending him an air of nobility. His lips were pressed tightly, revealing a hint of tension, while his dark hair cascaded down with a casual softness, reminiscent of a large dog her father had once kept, ferocious with others but gentle with her. Jiangwan felt a peculiar sensation as she looked at Singji. It was as if he could pounce upon her should her response fall short. Swallowing hard, she cautiously replied, "I no longer like it." Indeed, she observed as the initial displeasure on Singji's face dissipated, leaving only a tender affection. His voice, deep and subtly husky, conveyed a sense of allure. "Really?" Jiangwan met Singji's gaze, summoning her courage to speak. "I prefer honey over painting my brows now." A glimmer of playful mirth danced in Singji's enchanting peach blossom eyes as his voice, rich and lingering, replied, He reached into his pocket once more, producing a piece of pink honey and offering it to her. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't you say there was only one piece per day?" Singji responded, "This is peach blossom flavored." Jiangwan stammered. "So? Was she rewarded for correctly guessing the answer?" She hesitated, glancing at Singji. "Aren't you going to bathe?" Singji, initially looking down, paused in surprise, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a mix of astonishment and delight. "Bathe? Now?" His deep voice held an unusual levity. Jiangwan, caught off guard, replied, "Is that not acceptable?" As her almond-shaped eyes met his, filled with tender laughter, she suddenly comprehended his implication. Her once soft cheeks flushed crimson, and her voice faltered. "I didn't mean that." Singji playfully mimicked her. "Then what do you mean?" Jiangwan's face grew even warmer. "Why you mustn't imitate my speech." Singji's smile widened. "I wish to speak like you." Flushing, Jiangwan exclaimed in exasperation, Singji. He appeared nonchalant, his cool demeanor softened by a playful smile. "You say, I am here." Singji chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. His voice, gentle and soothing, remarked, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. After a long day, let Dong Wu prepare a warm bath to ease your fatigue." Jiangwan, slightly delayed, raised her eyes and inquired, "What about you?" Singji blinked in surprise, his gaze lifting slightly. "Do you need my assistance?" Realizing Jiangwan's face flushed deeply. "No need." Upon hearing this, Singji's peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile as he playfully tousled her cheek, his tone soft and affectionate. "Be good." His deliberately deep voice, paired with a touch of playful exasperation, had a flirtatious undertone. Jiangwan suddenly recalled Chong Li's words. Despite Singji's outwardly indifferent demeanor, the noble ladies in the capital whispered behind the scenes, claiming that he possessed a face both cold and enticing, akin to a male version of Daji, rendering others unable to look away. Chong Li had informed Jiangwan that these ladies often discussed how Singji's thin, rosy lips appeared inviting. Jiangwan cautiously glanced at Singji. The dim light illuminated his striking features, his thin, rosy lips tightly pressed, a straight and elegant nose, and his captivating peach blossom eyes sparkling with life, adorned by a delicate beauty mark at the tip of his nose. Jiangwan swallowed hard, a sigh escaping her lips as a singular thought emerged. Regardless of anything else, Singji undeniably possessed a face that could ensnare hearts. Truly, he was the male counterpart to Daji. Such pure yet enchanting beauty, who could remain unbewitched. Jiangwan recalled Chong Li's words. You are his wife. What belongs to him is inherently yours. In this world, the audacious thrive while the timid perish. Why not take a chance? What is there to fear? However, just as Jiangwan mustered her courage and grasped Xie Xingji's garment, her almond-shaped eyes glimmered with unspoken words and hopeful anticipation as she gazed at him. The soft glow of the room illuminated Xie Xingji's extraordinarily handsome visage, softening the originally aloof contours of his brows and eyes. Jiangwan's heart fluttered as her fingertips subtly moved, poised to act. Yet, Xie Xingji's deep voice resonated above her, his other hand gently restraining her restless one. His tone laced with a hint of exasperation as he sighed softly. Awan, even the charms of beauty will not suffice. You cannot indulge in sweets today. Embarrassed, Jiangwan withdrew her small hand, feeling as though she was just a step away. She yearned for both the beauty and the sweetness. Yet, she had forgotten that this was no ordinary beauty. He was Xie Xingji. Chapter 78. The heir's intoxication. The following day, Jiangwan remained at home, perusing the account books delivered by the shop. As she had surmised, although Lu Zheng was avaricious, he was even more fearful of death. Thus, Zhu Qing effortlessly acquired 2 shops located on the outskirts. These shops were originally part of Lu Jingyan's mother's dowry, but somehow, Lu Zheng had managed to persuade Lu's mother to transfer ownership to him, with all the profits now in his grasp. Setting aside other matters, the locations of these shops were quite advantageous. Jiangwan cast a glance at the shops. If they belonged to anyone else, retaining them would indeed be profitable. However, as they were part of the Lu family's assets, she deemed them inauspicious. She instructed Zhu Qing to proceed with the original plan and sell the 2 shops. The shops were sold for a total of 12,000 taels, which were donated to the grain transport. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongshan issued another imperial commendation. Were it not for Xie Xingji's intervention, it was said that His Majesty would have even hosted a banquet in her honor. Although Jiangwan did not comprehend why Xie Xingji would obstruct the emperor, she trusted that he would not wish her harm, and thus she gave it little thought. As the afternoon sun shone brightly, while Jiangwan basked in the warmth of the courtyard, Yinshin suddenly rushed back from the palace, his expression unusually urgent. Madam, you must accompany me to the palace. The air is intoxicated. Jiangwan was taken aback. Was not Xie Xingji known for his inability to hold his liquor? How could he have become inebriated? Upon hearing her words, Yinshin's face revealed his discomfort. He informed Jiangwan that there was a military general in the court, surnamed Qin. This man hailed from a family of military lineage and had always looked down upon the heir, considering him an upstart. A mere scholar, relying on his charm with the emperor, had managed to attain the title of guardian general. He could not abide this. Subsequently, at a banquet, he repeatedly provoked Xie Xingji. Having long heard of General Xie's reputation, I did not expect him to be even more beautiful than the concubines in my household, he taunted. Xie Xingji, without raising his head, lazily replied, You flatter me. General Qin is, after all, more coarse than the stable hands in my household. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was infuriated. You are nothing but a feeble scholar, elevated through the emperor's favor. Xie Xingji remained indifferent. Better to be elevated than to remain low. With his sharp tongue, Xie Xingji was accustomed to banter, and Qin Ming was no match for him. Thus, he boldly declared he would fight Xie Xingji. If he lost, he would apologize. If Xie Xingji lost, he would admit his inferiority and resign from his position as guardian general. Xie Xingji merely raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly stating, I shall not fight. Fu Hongshan, somewhat taken aback, inquired closely, Why does Xingji not wish to engage? I have seen Qin Ming's skills. He is no match for you. Xie Xingji rolled his eyes. The weather is simply too hot. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming grew increasingly convinced that Xie Xingji's refusal to fight stemmed from his inferior skills. Thus, he raised the stakes. Could it be that the heir is afraid? Let me sweeten the deal. If you win, I shall acknowledge you as my master. Xie Xingji maintained his indifferent demeanor. I do not require someone to support me in my old age. Qin Ming was taken aback. Feeling that Xie Xingji had gone too far, in a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, What? Wasn't the prince's glory built upon a mountain of corpses during that battle? Previously, Xie Xingji had led a valiant troop into the enemy ranks to rescue the crown prince. Although victory was achieved, it came at a significant cost in lives. Now, Qin Ming's words seemed to paint Xie Xingji as a reckless opportunist. Before Xie could respond, Fu Hongshun interjected with a stern reprimand. General Qin, tread carefully with your words. The merits that Xingji has earned for the throne and the realm are beyond your reproach. Though Qin Ming was impulsive, he dared not retaliate against Fu Hongshun. I challenge you to a duel. Xie Xingji's calm voice broke the tension as he regarded Qin Ming with a nonchalant demeanor. If we are to play, let's raise the stakes. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. How do we play? Xie Xingji, with a chilling gaze, replied, the loser must run naked around the capital. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming first froze, then burst into laughter. Very well. It is said that young Master Xie is the object of desire for many noble ladies in the capital. Today, I shall provide them with some entertainment. Xie Xingji, for once, appeared somewhat troubled. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit guilty. Qin Ming inquired, why is that? Xie Xingji replied, should they witness such an unsightly version of you, they may be haunted by nightmares. Qin Ming's face flushed with indignation once more. Later, at the dueling grounds, it was said that Xie Xingji deftly disarmed Qin Ming with a single thrust of his spear. Generally, dueling is governed by the principle of restraint. Yet Xie Xingji seemed to have forgotten this rule, relentlessly pursuing Qin Ming and striking him until his garments were torn away, leaving him with only a thin scrap of cloth for decency. With a cool demeanor, Xie Xingji remarked, I reconsidered. It's best not to frighten those ladies. Embarrassed and furious, Qin Ming, bound by his word, indeed ran around the capital clad only in his undergarments. It was said that upon his return, he volunteered to guard the frontier, claiming that he could not bear to remain in the capital, having been outclassed. Fu Hongshun believed Qin Ming's reluctance to stay was not solely due to his defeat. Thus, he acquiesced to Qin Ming's request. The day before yesterday, upon returning home to pay respects to his ancestors, Qin Ming reportedly brought back a beautiful concubine. Fu Hongshun, acknowledging Qin Ming's years of service at the border, albeit lacking in merit, decided to summon him for lunch at the palace. Normally, this would not be an issue, but Fu Hongshun's meals were renowned, and Qin Ming had experienced them before. Therefore, he arrived at the palace bearing a large bundle of pastries, claiming they were local specialties made by his concubine. While they could not compare to the palace chef's creations, they were imbued with affection. This heartfelt gesture, combined with his weathered visage, nearly caused Fu Hongshun to regurgitate his previous meal. Coincidentally, Xie Xingji was also present. Qin Ming had heard that Xie had married, but was surprised by the revelation. He had assumed that someone of Xie's stature would wed a lady of high birth and noble standing. To his astonishment, he discovered that Xie had chosen a merchant's daughter who had been jilted. This revelation stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Qin Ming. Qin Ming harbored complex emotions towards Xie Xingji. On one hand, he admired Xie's martial prowess. It was widely acknowledged that during their duel, Xie had exerted himself fully to humiliate Qin, decisively defeating him with a single strike. However, Qin was acutely aware that Xie had not truly unleashed his full strength. Had he done so, Qin would have surely perished. After his defeat, former allies among the officials vanished without a trace, and some even engaged in whispered gossip about him. Enraged, Qin Ming found himself embroiled in feudal disputes. Yet as a martial general, he was no match for the eloquence of the civil officials. General Qin, perhaps you should conserve your energy. You cannot even best Xie Xingji, they would say. At that moment, Xie approached, a teasing glint in his eyes. What is this? Do you wish to engage in a scuffle as well? Upon hearing this, the others hastily offered apologies and withdrew. After speaking, Xie paid no further heed to Qin and continued on his way. Qin called out, do you take satisfaction in seeing me like this? Xie paused, his voice subdued. Do you still remember the soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield? If so, you should understand that your strength ought to be wielded for the protection of our homeland, rather than for petty displays of bravado. Qin was taken aback, and the following day submitted a memorial. Xie was indeed correct. The capital was not a place suited for him. Chapter 79. Jiang Wan's return home. Upon arriving at the frontier, Qin Ming found himself immersed in arduous days. Yet to him, The borderlands were a realm akin to the imperial capital. The local populace exhibited a simple and genuine character, and governance was straightforward. After his arrival, he promptly dealt with several bandit leaders who had taken lawlessness. As a military general, he was not particularly meticulous in matters of administration. However, this was of little concern, for Singji had recommended a deputy commander to him. This individual, a fallen scion of a once prominent family, possessed considerable talent and advised Qin Ming to establish a protectorate and implement regulations. With his assistance, Qin Ming found his official duties becoming much more manageable. This return to the capital served dual purposes: to honor his ancestors and to heed the emperor's summons for conferment of titles and rewards. Upon meeting Singji, Qin Ming silently offered him a formal greeting. Since taking charge of the frontier, he had come to understand the wisdom in Singji's earlier counsel, that in the court, distinctions between civil and military roles should not exist. A good official is one who alleviates the ruler's burdens and seeks the welfare of the people. Despite his aversion to Singji's overly delicate appearance, Qin Ming could not deny that Xie had attained his current status not solely due to the influence of his family or through sycophantic flattery. Qin Ming felt a debt of gratitude towards Singji. Thus, upon entering the palace today and learning of Singji's impending arrival, he intended to repay that favor. He had brought a beautiful concubine with him. Though the frontier was harsh, the women there possessed exotic beauty and captivating charm, markedly different from those of the capital. Qin Ming had initially contemplated bringing one for Fu Hongxuan as well, but reconsidered, pondering the emperor's unmarried status and potential undisclosed ailments. Recognizing his own lack of discernment, he wisely chose to avoid that misstep. In contrast, Singji, in Qin Ming's eyes, was not only skilled in combat, but also possessed greater cunning. Yet, he had taken only one legitimate wife, the daughter of a merchant. How could that possibly compare to the delightful surprise Qin Ming had brought for him? Thus, as soon as Singji was seated, Qin Ming stood up to address the emperor, then clapped his hands to summon the beauty from outside. Fu Hongxuan, with an air of amusement, instructed Yunshun to fetch Jiangwan. Inform her that Singji is intoxicated, he directed. Yunshun, puzzled, inquired why. For the sake of entertainment, Fu Hongxuan replied. Despite Yunshun's naive demeanor, he was a loyal servant. Hence, Fu Hongxuan cleverly explained, do you not see? Qin Ming's intentions lie not in mere revelry, but in securing a concubine for your master. If you summon your lady, how could Qin Ming dare to impose someone upon him? Lacking experience in matters of romance, Yunshun, upon hearing Fu Hongxuan's words, hurried to the duke's residence. Diligently repeating what he had learned, he prepared a carriage and watched as Jiangwan eagerly entered. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had the emperor not yet taken a wife? Surely, he must be reliable. Meanwhile, Singji gazed at the alluring beauty who gracefully entered, and he found himself reconsidering his earlier decision to spare Qin Ming a modicum of modesty. Upon laying eyes on Singji, the beauty's gaze instantly sparkled. She was originally a refined courtesan from a border flower house, skilled in the arts of song and dance. When Qin Ming arrived at the flower house, he was immediately captivated by her. She initially believed that becoming a concubine to Qin Ming would provide her with a way out. However, to her astonishment, Qin Ming informed her that the one she was to serve was someone else entirely. He took her to the capital, where the opulence left her utterly dazzled. Yet, none of the grandeur could compare to the profound impact of the man before her, who resembled a gentle breeze beneath a clear moon. With brows like ink and eyes like peach blossoms, he exuded an aloof nobility when not smiling. But when he lifted his gaze to meet hers, the glimmer in his eyes seemed to possess a soul-capturing power, as if he could ensnare one's very spirit. In this world, it was indeed possible for a man to be more beautiful than a woman, if she could acquire even a fraction of this gentleman's allure. The matron of the flower house would surely elevate her to the heavens. No, that was not correct. She must firmly seize this gentleman's heart instead. What need had she to return to the flower house? Ba ba ba. She collected her thoughts and gracefully advanced, stepping toward the striking man before her. Yet, after taking only 2 steps, her throat was suddenly pressed by a long spear. She then observed the gentleman's thin lips parting, a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic gracing his face as he spoke. Take another step forward, and your lovely little head shall meet the ground. Stunned, she turned to Qin Ming, her face pale with fright. Qin Ming hurriedly interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. General Xie, this beauty is one I painstakingly sourced for you. It would be a pity to kill her. Xie Xingji remained unfazed, his voice languid as he replied, Not at all. I already have a wife. The frightened beauty felt tears welling in her eyes, while Xie Xingji displayed an indifference that infuriated Qin Ming, realizing his money had been wasted. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a loud voice from outside called out, Young master, the lady has heard that you are drunk and has come to take you home. Fu Hongshun had not anticipated that the seemingly dazed attendant beside Xie Xingji had such a card up his sleeve. He then witnessed the once belligerent Xie Xingji suddenly discard the spear in his hand, picking up a jug of wine from the table and downing it in one go. His movements seamless and devoid of hesitation. Remarkably, even in such a hurried action, he exhibited no sign of panic, instead appearing quite pleasing to the eye. Truly, one could not underestimate Xie. When Jiang Wan entered, this was the scene that greeted her. At the head of the banquet table sat Fu Hongshun. Beside him a man with a full beard, and next to him stood a tearful beauty, looking utterly forlorn. Jiang Wan surmised that this rough-looking man must be the one who had caused the beauty's tears. She first performed a formal greeting to Fu Hongshun. Then her gaze fell upon Xie Xingji. His usually pale complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, enhancing the allure of the red mole on his nose. As her eyes traveled upward, they met with his misty, innocent peach blossom eyes. Xie Xingji gazed at her intently, resembling a lost child finally reunited with their family. There exists a sense of grievance intertwined with a hint of confusion. Be good, Jiang Wan gently inquired, her voice softening. Have you been drinking? Aren't you usually so delicate that merely the scent of alcohol renders you inebriated? Qin Ming, isn't it said that a husband should uphold the dignity of his wife? The beautiful concubine, is this the same Xie Xingji who was just moments ago shouting and brawling? Fu Hongshun, so delicate that merely the scent of alcohol intoxicates you? What then of the fine wines in your palace? Have they merely been wasted on the dogs over the years? Chapter 80. Hand in hand Jiang Wan approached, observing the obedient Xie Xingji seated nearby. His cool, serene eyes merely flickered up to meet hers before descending once more. He was inherently aloof, often exuding an air of youthful vigor, yet it was surprising to witness the docility of the inebriated Xie Xingji. Jiang Wan softly inquired, Are you feeling unwell? In response, Fu Hongshun beheld Xie Xingji, his gaze cast downwards, nodding gently in affirmation. Fu Hongshun instinctively nodded sharply. He wagered that if Xie Xingji were to enter the palace, none of the concubines from the former emperor's harem would stand a chance against him. To confine him to the role of a youthful general was a disservice indeed. With his beguiling charm, it was a pity he did not stir chaos within the court. Just look at how he gazes at others, the way he slowly surveys from bottom to top. Was this not a form of seduction? TSK, how shameless. While Fu Hongshun internally derided Xie Xingji, his outward demeanor remained unchanged. Sister-in-law, your arrival is timely. Xie has had too much to drink. Please escort him home. I can no longer bear the sight of this single man. Upon hearing Fu Hongshun's words, Jiang Wan nodded respectfully and then turned her gaze downwards to Xie Xingji. Your Highness, it is time for us to return home. Can you stand on your own? Fu Hongshun then witnessed Xie Xingji weakly attempting to prop himself up, only to topple over onto someone else. Truly, this was excessive. One might mistake him for having consumed a narcotic. Fu Hongshun averted his eyes, while the beautiful concubine beside Qin Ming stared, captivated. She resolved to learn the art of seduction that Xie Xingji so effortlessly exhibited. Xie Xingji feebly murmured, Awan. My head aches. Jiang Wan tentatively asked, Shall I summon Yunshun to assist you? Upon hearing this, Yunshun quickly shook his head. Madam, I must apologize. I was hasty earlier and twisted my ankle. I fear I cannot support His Highness. Jiang Wan glanced at Qin Ming, who, despite his usual brutish nature, immediately shook his head vigorously. "Madam, you may not know, but I have a past grievance with His Highness. It would be inappropriate should anyone witness our interaction." Naturally, Jiangwan could not allow Fu Hongxuan to assist. Thus she reluctantly stated, "Your Highness, I will help you back. Please be cautious," drawing a deep breath. As she prepared to raise his arm, Xie Xingji unexpectedly grasped her delicate hand, his voice deep yet magnetic. "Madam," merely holding on will suffice. Jiangwan, feeling uncertain, asked, "Can you manage on your own?" Xie Xingji hesitated, "Not particularly, hence the need for your support." As Jiangwan raised her gaze, it collided with Xie Xingji's dark, misty eyes, which seemed to ensnare her, both innocent and alluring. Jiangwan sighed. "Very well then." Xie Xingji immediately straightened, firmly holding the young lady's hand. His voice now brighter than usual. "Ewan, let's return home." Fu Hongxuan observed Xie Xingji's flamboyant performance, recognizing that Jiangwan's simplicity was a blessing. Were he to scrutinize closely, he could uncover a multitude of flaws. Then, the fallible Xie Xingji ultimately grasped Jiangwan's delicate hand, and as he departed, he slyly sought to cast blame. "Awan, do not be angry. I have said I would not drink. It was His Majesty who insisted." Fu Hongxuan could not suppress a dramatic eye roll. What nonsense! Was it not he who forcibly held Xie Xingji's hand, compelling him to drink? Such claims were hardly credible. Yet, he observed the petite figure beside Xie Xingji pause, her fingertips gently caressing his head as if soothing a 3-year-old child, her voice soft and melodious. "Understood. From now on, we shall not play with him." Fu Hongxuan pondered. Why is it always he who suffers? Xie Xingji continued to hold Jiangwan's hand, and the palace servants who passed by quickly lowered their gazes and hurried away. Fearing the stir of gossip, Jiangwan attempted to withdraw her hand, but Xie Xingji tightened his grip. "Awan, why do you not let me hold your hand? Do you wish for someone else to do so? Is it Changlo or Wenli?" His voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, was soft, his ink-black eyes both obedient and teasing. In that moment, how could she deny him anything? Jiangwan sighed, exercising patience as she explained, "No, I merely fear being seen." Upon hearing this, Xie Xingji obediently responded with a soft "oh." Concealing their joined hands within his cloak, his peach blossom eyes gleaming with satisfaction, as if awaiting her praise. Thus, we need not fear being seen. Jiangwan was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that a tipsy Xie Xingji would behave in such a manner. "Very well, let it be," she conceded. The esteemed and capricious princess, Xie, would surely be displeased if she did not allow him to hold her hand. After all, it was but a short distance. Once they exited the palace and boarded the carriage, all would be well. Jiangwan felt Xie Xingji's warm grasp enveloping her small hand, drawing her into his embrace. The familiar scent of sandalwood mingled with a refreshing aroma, enveloping her entirely. Her cheeks flushed slightly. When she looked up, she noticed the tips of Xie Xingji's ears were faintly reddened. Instinctively, she reached out to touch them. "Young master, your ears are quite red." Xie Xingji froze, quickly retreating. "Awan, not here." Jiangwan, momentarily bewildered, merely worried that he might feel unwell from his inebriation. However, after evading her touch, he hastily pulled her into the carriage. She felt perplexed. Could a drunken person move so swiftly? Once inside, Xie Xingji drew her close, his breath heavier than usual, like feathers brushing against her ear. Jiangwan felt a ticklish sensation and attempted to pull away, only to be drawn back by Xie Xingji's gentle yet insistent hold. His voice, laced with a hint of sorrow, resembled that of an abandoned puppy. "Awan, do you not want me any more?" Jiangwan swallowed hard, explaining, "I noticed your ears were red. I feared you might be too warm." Xie Xingji remained silent, his lips sealed. To cheer him, she willingly extended her small hand for him to grasp once more. Xie Xingji held her hand, playfully toying with it, occasionally tracing the palm and gently pinching the fingertips. Although it was merely a light touch, Jiangwan's cheeks flushed ever more fervently. Thus, Xie Xingji continued this playful grip as they made their way. At last, they arrived at the Xie residence. Old Master Xie had just finished his morning exercises and was preparing to feed the fish in the pond at the back courtyard. As he entered the yard, he spotted his dear grandson leading a young lady inside. Old Master Xie squinted, astonished. This rascal leaned heavily against Wan, seemingly oblivious to the risk of overwhelming her. With a cold snort, Old Master Xie startled Jiangwan, causing her to instinctively attempt to withdraw her hand, only to find it grasped more firmly by Xie Xingji. Unable to break free, Jiangwan could only sigh in resignation, and with a gentle demeanor, she explained, "Grandfather, the heir is intoxicated, and I am escorting him home. He cannot walk steadily, so I must hold his hand." Chapter 81. The Art of Seduction Drunk? Who? His dear grandson? Stumbling about, needing support? Old Master Xie found himself momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Xie Xingji. That mischievous boy had bright, sparkling eyes, clearly reveling in teasing Wan. He initially intended to reprimand him to relieve his frustration, but reflecting on the difficulty this rascal had in marrying a wife, he decided to spare him a little dignity. Old Master Xie snorted coldly, questioning how someone of his age could still indulge in drunkenness outside. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, Xie Xingji tugged at the young girl's sleeve, his voice a plaintive complaint. "Wan, he's bullying me." Old Master Xie was taken aback, recognizing the boy's tricks. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Jiangwan's soft voice interjected, "Grandfather, the heir has had too much to drink and cannot recognize anyone right now. Please do not hold it against him." Old Master Xie was momentarily silenced, glaring at Xie Xingji. "You little rascal, really? Instead of attending to serious matters, you spend your days engaging in such petty antics." Yet, inexplicably, Wan falls for it. "It infuriates me." He sighed heavily, waving his hand in dismissal. "Enough, go rest." Jiangwan assisted Xie Xingji back into the room, where a concoction of hangover remedy awaited. Brewed in advance, she wrung a warm towel and gently wiped his face and hands. At that moment, he seemed quite docile, allowing her to tend to him. His gaze lowered, soft and obedient. Holding the hangover soup, Jiangwan coaxed him softly, "My lord, would you be so kind as to drink this?" As she lifted her eyes, she found Xie Xingji gazing intently at her, his own eyes cast down. Their proximity intensified, and she could almost feel his crisp breath. Lifting her gaze, she noticed his head turned slightly, clearly unwilling to drink the remedy. The small red mole on his nose, illuminated by the luster of the night pearl, appeared even more captivating. Jiangwan swallowed hard and set the soup down. Before Xie Xingji could react, she cupped his face and gently pressed a soft kiss upon his lips, a mere fleeting touch, quickly withdrawn. Yet his fresh breath lingered, catching her off guard. He brushed his fingertips against the nape of her neck, leaning in to capture her lips. Jiangwan found herself tilting her head back, succumbing to his kiss. Initially, his movements were tender, akin to feathers brushing against her lips, teasing her in a gentle rhythm. Light and soft, infused with the unique clarity of youth, akin to a breeze sweeping across a summer lake, rustling the woods in the mountains. Gradually, Jiangwan relinquished her resistance, her entire being softening under his touch. Sensing her acquiescence, Xie Xingji, with a low breath, forcefully pried her lips apart. His familiar, crisp essence enveloped her in an inexplicable manner, tightening her breath and sending her into a slight panic. Instinctively, she wished to speak, yet this provided Xie Xingji the opportunity to seize her. His fingertips grazed the nape of her neck, akin to soothing a frightened creature, caressing her gently. Jiangwan felt an inexplicable shiver traverse her spine, her body tensing as she instinctively sought something to cling to. Xie Xingji quickly became aware of the closeness, holding Jiangwan in his embrace. While her slender arms wrapped around his waist, Jiangwan could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in her ears. Her cheeks flushed with warmth in an instant. Realizing her momentary distraction, Xie Xingji lightly bit her lower lip, then tenderly captured it, drawing her in. An indescribable sensation surged within Jiangwan, causing her entire being to tremble inexplicably. Overwhelmed, she instinctively attempted to retreat. Yet, Xie Xingji would not allow her to escape so easily. He encircled her delicate waist, drawing her back to him. His warm breath enveloped her once more, and unable to withstand it, Jiangwan shut her eyes. though blind to the sight. Her sense of hearing was inexplicably heightened. She could discern the youthful man's melodious voice, interwoven with breathless gasps. That crisp breath pursued her once again, blocking her escape, leaving her feeling vulnerable and powerless to resist, prompting her to softly call out his name. Siesingji, please, open your mouth. However, Siesingji seemed intent on not letting her go. He held the young girl close, teasing her repeatedly, savoring her sweetness, unwilling to relent. Eventually, Jiangwan, overwhelmed by the fervor of his kisses, pushed him away. Her breath was disordered, her clear almond-shaped eyes misted with tears, innocent yet pitiful. The corners tinged with a blush of desire, and even her lips were swollen from his ardent kisses. Siesingji regarded the aftermath of his actions, glancing at the visibly upset girl. He leaned in, attempting to appease her, but Jiangwan remained unyielding. When he leaned closer, she averted her gaze. When he called her name, she pretended not to hear. It appeared she was genuinely upset. Siesingji bent down, his voice tender as he addressed her. Hey Wan, please don't be angry. I won't kiss you anymore, all right? How about I stroke your ears instead? Jiangwan scoffed. What was so special about touching ears? She lifted her gaze to the young man before her, whose pale face bore a subtle flush, and his clear, cold eyes reflected resignation and compromise. Jiangwan was still somewhat irked, unwilling to engage with him. Nevertheless, Siesingji took her fingers and guided them to his ear. His peach blossom eyes drooped softly as he looked at her, resembling a puppy begging for a pat on the head. Unable to resist, Jiangwan brushed her fingertips against Siesingji's ear, exclaiming, Siesingji, your ear is so warm. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice deep and husky, whispering, it's even warmer elsewhere. Before she could inquire further, Siesingji grasped her hand, lifting it above her head, and gently pushed her back onto the bed, continuing to kiss her with lingering desire. As Jiangwan evaded his kisses, she managed to utter, you are being unreasonable. We agreed to let it go. Hearing this, Siesingji seemed to smile slightly. Madam, have you forgotten? I am but a scoundrel, and my words hold no weight. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Just as she became distracted, Siesingji had already taken her earlobe into his mouth. In an instant, Jiangwan felt a wave of tingling sensations wash over her, and she plaintively pleaded in a soft voice, Siesingji, please don't kiss there. Upon hearing the delicate gasp from the young lady, Siesingji was momentarily stunned. Then in a husky voice, he urged, Awan, call me again. I wish to hear it. Jiangwan's face flushed crimson, her entire being ablaze with heat. She realized she had no means to contend with Siesingji at all. In a tender voice, she implored pitifully, brother. Sief family brother. Please let it be. Siesingji retorted, no. Who taught her to be so alluring, employing such a beauty trap? Chapter 82. She was no match for Siesingji as Jiangwan was lost in a haze of affection. It suddenly struck her that Siesingji was still intoxicated. Seizing a moment to catch her breath, she gently pushed him away and, with a soft and concerned voice, inquired, aren't you drunk? Isn't this all rather uncomfortable? Siesingji paused, realization dawning upon him that he was indeed inebriated at that moment. A smile graced his lips as he took Jiangwan's hand and placed it against his cheek, murmuring in a low tone, I feel somewhat better now. Jiangwan was taken aback by his unexpected gesture, her gaze falling on his handsome profile and the deliberately softened timbre of his voice. She had not anticipated that a tipsy Siesingji could be so endearing. A wave of warmth washed over her heart, prompting her to softly ask, what makes you feel better? Siesingji, with his captivating eyes downcast, replied earnestly, perhaps I have transmitted my intoxication to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than his warm breath was once again approaching. Prepared for this, Jiangwan pressed her fingertips against his delicate lips. However, to her astonishment, Siesingji playfully bit down on her fingertip. Jiangwan gasped, momentarily bewildered. Was he behaving like a dog? Why did he not announce his intentions before playfully biting? As she blinked, her almond-shaped eyes met the mischievous gleam in Siesingji's dark irises, and she realized he was merely teasing her. Siesingji, she uttered. He chuckled in response, enveloping the young girl in his embrace and planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Jiangwan attempted to struggle free, yet found herself unable to escape his grasp, only to be held more tightly. The buttons of her simple garment were undone, revealing the graceful contours of her collarbone. Unable to resist, Xie leaned down and kissed the soft skin, nibbling gently. Jiangwan, stirred by his caresses, found herself compelled to tilt her head back, yielding to his kisses. Her delicate gasps fell upon Xie ears like gentle whispers, igniting a fervor within him. Unable to contain himself, Xie kisses traveled from her collarbone to her earlobe. He parted his lips, capturing the tender flesh of her ear. Jiangwan, who was particularly sensitive to ticklish sensations, whimpered softly, eliciting an even greater desire in Xie to tease her. He grasped her wrist, intertwining their fingers and lifting her hands above her head, greedily kissing the tender skin at her neck. Jiangwan felt as though she were entrapped in a web spun by a crafty enchantress, utterly unable to escape the demands of her captor. She was akin to Xie prey, surrendering to his every whim. After what felt like an eternity, Jiangwan finally pushed him away, her gaze falling upon the reddened marks on her skin beneath her collarbone. Blushing, both embarrassed and vexed, she exclaimed, Xie, are you a dog? At her words, Xie reluctantly withdrew from her sweet neck, his dark, cool eyes meeting hers with a hint of vulnerability. Awan, he murmured in a low, slightly raspy voice, tinged with a touch of grievance. His enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon her as he carefully proposed. Shall I allow you to bite me back? The once fierce gaze now hung low in a gentle manner, and his voice, sweeter than usual, bore the semblance of an apology. Jiangwan found herself utterly at a loss with him. What was the point of arguing with someone so inebriated? She addressed Xie, urging him to drink the detoxifying soup. With a soft sigh, he murmured, Awan, I feel unwell. Feed me. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback, who just moments ago had pinned her upon the bed and relentlessly teased her. Unfazed, Xie continued, It seems I wasn't in such discomfort while kissing you. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he added, albeit somewhat awkwardly, Shall I attempt it once more? Jiangwan firmly swatted his hand away, exasperatedly commanding him to open his mouth. Xie, momentarily stunned, felt a subtle blush creep across his face. Right now? Awan, you just bit my tongue. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan's cheeks flushed crimson. This was the very definition of a villain crying foul. Xie embodied it perfectly. With a downcast gaze, she retorted, You were the one who kissed me first. Xie feigned innocence. Oh, then Awan, do you enjoy my kisses? At that moment, Jiangwan perceived Xie as a captivating seducer, skillfully luring her into his snare. Taking a deep breath, she recited a calming mantra several times to steady her heart, then thrust the spoon filled with the thick detox soup toward his lips. Caught off guard, Xie gulped down the rich concoction, his expression tightening as he nearly choked. Who made this detox soup? It's dreadful. Just as he was about to protest further, a frantic knock echoed from outside the door, startling Jiangwan as she instinctively moved to answer it. However, Xie grasped her sleeve, unwilling to let go. Where are you going? With no alternative, Jiangwan softened her tone. Xie, could you please let go? I need to see who it is. Xie clung to her hand, utterly unmoved, adopting a petulant demeanor as one would expect from a tipsy child. Jiangwan sighed, leaning down to plant a swift kiss on his thin lips, her face aflame as she whispered, Be good, and I shall comfort you upon my return. Thus, the inebriated young master, upon hearing this, finally relinquished his grip, declaring with a hint of pride, Do not take too long. Jiangwan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, hastily making her way to the door, her retreat resembling that of a frightened spirit fleeing from a pursuing enchantment. She sighed, likening herself to a scholar hurrying to the capital for examinations, confronted by the formidable Xie, a creature of years of practiced allure. She knew she stood no chance against such a being. The visitor outside was Dong Wu, bearing news that Li had returned and urgently sought her. Jiangwan understood Li's temperament. She would not disturb her at such an hour unless it were of utmost importance. Glancing back at Xie, she hurried over to him, her voice soothing as she said, "Sies Singji, rest for a while. I shall return shortly." He lowered his gaze, responding with a low and subdued Before leaving, Jiangwan reminded him to finish the remaining detox soup. As the slender figure of the young girl gracefully crossed the threshold, Sies Singji rose to his feet. His dark eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He cast a sidelong glance at the bowl of darkened, detoxifying soup resting on the table, hesitating for a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, his elongated fingers lifted the bowl, and with a furrowed brow, he consumed its contents in one swift motion. The intensely bitter medicinal liquid overwhelmed his palate, compelling him to take several sips of water before the acrid taste began to recede. Staring incredulously at the empty bowl, a singular thought echoed in his mind. How utterly bitter! This detoxifying soup is far more bitter than Fu Hongxin's very life. Chapter 83. When Li seeks medicine. Jiangwan arrived at Wen Li's courtyard. After some time apart, Wen Li appeared considerably more delicate. Upon seeing Jiangwan, the sorrow etched on her features seemed to dissipate, and she smiled softly, saying, "Wan, you have come." Jiangwan nodded. "What brings you here?" Wen Li hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I wish to request a Zijing Dan from you." This Zijing Dan is a medicinal pill from Wuluan Mountain, renowned for its life-renewing and longevity-enhancing properties. Wuluan Mountain has always been closed to outsiders. The Zijing Dan was a betrothal gift prepared by Sies Singji for Jiangwan at the time of their marriage. Sies Singji is a disciple of Wuchen, who bestowed this precious pill upon him. It is exceedingly rare, and Wen Li would not have asked if there were any other recourse. Wen Li felt embarrassed to make such a request. The matriarch of the Wen family had been suffering from a lingering cold for quite some time, and recently, Shun Shu Bai had been administering acupuncture and herbal remedies, barely managing to stabilize her condition. However, Wen Li never anticipated that a maidservant of the Wen household had overheard rumors about Qing Dai and was discussing the matter while pruning flowers in the back courtyard. "I truly feel sorry for the young lady, the granddaughter of a minister. Why must she marry such a wayward scion?" One maid remarked. "Isn't it said that the CF family does not take concubines?" Another questioned. "They speak of not taking concubines, yet they have brought her into their residence. For years, the second young master has never rested in the young lady's chamber. What is the difference from living as a widow? Surely not. The young lady is so beautiful and possesses a kind nature. How could the second young master treat her poorly? What else could it be? It is merely a matter of disinterest. The second young master is a notorious flirt, while our young lady's gentle disposition is no match for him. I have heard that the second young master is quite fond of this delicate companion now." Upon hearing these words, the elderly matriarch's expression grew solemn. Not wishing to waste time, she immediately summoned Wen Li. As Wen Li hurried in, the matriarch observed her granddaughter's once innocent visage now shadowed by a thin veil of melancholy. Her once bright, doe-like eyes often appeared lost, lacking their former luster. With a sigh, the matriarch reflected on her previous encounters with Siaji. He was not a bad-hearted child, merely lacking fate with her granddaughter. Gently holding Wen Li's hand, she caressed it affectionately and, in a rare moment of seriousness, asked, "Dear child, tell grandmother, how does Siaji treat you?" Wen Li was taken aback, momentarily unsure why her grandmother broached this subject. With her head bowed, she replied softly, "He treats me quite well." The matriarch sighed again, her tone shifting to one of sternness. "At this point, do you not intend to tell grandmother the truth?" A tremor coursed through Wen Li's heart, her voice trembling. "Grandmother, I..." Having raised her with her own hands, the matriarch knew her granddaughter well. Wen Li, with her gentle nature and pure heart, would never voice her grievances. Leaning against her grandmother's knee, Wen Li took a long moment before sighing softly. "Grandmother, do you think your granddaughter is in the wrong?" Knowing full well that the second young master harbors no feelings for her, she nonetheless insists on marrying him. The granddaughter, unfilial, has caused her grandmother much worry. Lady Wen, with trembling hands, gently touched Wen Li's hairpin and spoke softly. "My child, you have always been sensible and accustomed to enduring hardship. But you must understand that in this life, not every matter can be resolved through mere patience. When one takes a wrong path, one must promptly turn back. It is far better to correct one's course than to waste a lifetime in regret. Wenli was momentarily stunned, looking uncertainly at her grandmother, her voice trembling as she asked, "Turn back? Do you mean?" Her grandmother gazed at her, the depths of her aged, clouded eyes filled with resolve. She was already half in the grave, and fame and reputation were but trifles to her. All she wished for was her granddaughter to live freely and no longer endure unnecessary grievances. Gently caressing Wenli's face, she said, "Yes, if your heart is troubled. If life is unbearable, then you should part ways with Xie. The Wen family will support you. Your grandfather will confront them. If the Xie family does not provide a satisfactory explanation, demand the divorce papers back. The children of the Wen family do not suffer in vain, nor should they be forced to swallow their pride." Wenli looked at her grandmother, suddenly enlightened. In the past, she had been naive, believing that enduring everything would eventually lead to a better life. She did not want to worry her grandparents, but she had forgotten that she belonged to the Wen family. Their fortunes were intertwined. If she suffered neglect in the Xie household, how could the Wen family remain indifferent? Xie rarely visited the Wen family, often compelled by Su Shi to accompany Wenli. Even though her grandmother treated him kindly, he hardly ever remembered her. Not to mention, during her grandmother's recent illness, apart from one visit with Shen Shubai, he had not returned to check on her at all. Wenli had been living in the Wen household, caring for her grandmother. The once fervent feelings of youth had gradually faded under the chill of Xie's indifference. Her grandmother was right. She was a child of the Wen family. She could sacrifice everything for someone, but she must not lose the dignity of her family. Given her grandmother's frail health, prolonged illness had already taken a toll. Shen Shubai informed her that although the common cold could be treated, longevity was a more difficult matter. Wenli was taken aback. She asked Shen Shubai if there was any remedy. He told her that Jiangwan possessed the legendary purple gold pill, known for its life-extending properties. If Lady Wen could obtain this medicine and nurture herself for a while, her troubles would be resolved. At first, Wenli hesitated. The purple gold pill was exceedingly precious, and she could not recklessly ask for it. However, Shen Shubai assured her that Xie Xingji was an apprentice of Wuchen, making him somewhat connected to the Wuluan Mountain. While the pill was rare and sought after by outsiders, it might not be so for Xie Xingji. Moreover, Wenli was willing to risk her life and reputation for Jiangwan. From Shen Shubai's understanding of Jiangwan, she was not a petty person. He explained that the true value of the purple gold pill lay in its ability to save lives. With determination, Wenli resolved to seek out Jiangwan for the sake of her grandmother. However, Wenli could never have anticipated that just as she articulated her thoughts, Xie hurriedly barged in, not even sparing her a glance as he sought medicine from Jiangwan. "Sister-in-law, I have heard that you possess the purple gold pill. May I borrow it for a moment?" Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively casting a glance at Wenli. The latter's complexion was ashen, her hand clutching the handkerchief tightly, as if restraining her emotions. With a sigh, Jiangwan turned back and coldly inquired, "Second brother, what need do you have for the purple gold pill?" Xie hesitated, unconsciously glancing at Wenli before, in a hoarse voice, he uttered, "Qing Dai was gravely injured while trying to save me. The doctor has stated that only the purple gold pill can save her." No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a teacup being knocked over echoed in the room. Jiangwan turned to see Wenli's eyelids drooping, a bitter smile gracing her pale visage, as her tightly grasped handkerchief suddenly fell from her fingers, as if she had finally resigned herself to despair. Chapter 84. Xie struck Jiangwan, feeling a twinge of compassion, took the initiative to speak. "To be honest, second brother, earlier, second sister-in-law came here seeking the purple gold pill. Grandmother, when is gravely ill, her condition has worsened, and Shen Shubai has already investigated that in order to cure her, the precious herb, the purple gold pill, is imperative." Shen Shubai again? Upon hearing that name, Xie's expression turned serious, and his tone suddenly darkened. "This Shen Shubai is merely a wandering physician. I have already summoned the imperial physician from the palace. He can visit the Wen residence shortly." Wenli stood up, taking a deep breath, and calmly interrupted him, her voice icy. "There is no need. If the second young master can summon an imperial physician, the Wen family can do so as well." Xie was taken aback. realizing that Wen Li's words held truth. However, today he was in a gloomy mood. He had intended to ride in the countryside, but the horse had suddenly gone wild. Were it not for Qing Dai risking her life to save him, he might not have survived the day. With this in mind, he cast a troubled glance at Wen Li and tentatively said, "Wen Li, grandmother's illness is not something that can be remedied in a day. It requires careful nurturing. I can hire a renowned physician for grandmother, and with diligent care, there will surely be improvement. However, Qing Dai's situation is different. She risked her life to save me, and now her life hangs by a thread. Might it be possible to prioritize her use of the purple gold pill?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li raised her gaze to him, seemingly seeing the man before her for the first time. He was her husband, and grandmother cherished him as if he were her own grandson. Every time they visited the Wen family, grandmother, knowing of his fondness for pre-rain Longjing tea, would have people collect dew and procure the finest tea leaves. His favorite snack, the almond crisp, was always prepared before his arrival. How heartbroken would grandmother be if she heard such words from him? Wen Li sighed, suddenly recalling grandmother's words. In life, it is quite normal to misjudge people, make mistakes, and take wrong paths. However, if one remains obstinate and insists on following a single path to the end, wasting a lifetime that is truly unworthy. Wen Li raised her gaze, staring intently at Xie Zhi. Since she had known him, she had never looked at him so openly. Undoubtedly, Xie Zhi was strikingly handsome. No one in the Xie family was unattractive. His charming, flirtatious peach blossom eyes could ensnare anyone with a mere glance. During the spring banquet, it was those very eyes that had captivated Wen Li, compelling her to disregard her reputation and approach her grandfather to propose marriage. She had believed that sincerity could move even the hardest of hearts, but how could a stone be warmed by mere touch? She had been far too naive in her understanding of love. Wen Li coolly withdrew her gaze and addressed Zissou beside her. "Take my token and go to the Wen family to summon grandfather. Inform him that I have made up my mind. He will understand what that means." On the other side, she turned to the old maid and instructed, "Please make the effort to visit my mother's quarters and ask both my father and mother to come here." Xie Zhi had never seen Wen Li exhibit such a cold demeanor before, instinctively furrowing his brow. "What are you doing? Do you intend to leverage the elders against me?" Wen Li cast him a frosty glance, her voice laced with self-mockery. "Isn't this what the second young master relishes? After all, I was able to compel you into marriage through such means. In this present day, it is indeed possible to obtain the coveted purple gold elixir through such means." Upon hearing this, Xie Zhi's expression darkened with fury as he coldly pointed at Wen Li and exclaimed, "Wen Li, you are truly shameless. In acting this way, do you honor the teachings of Elder Wen?" At his words, Wen Li's eyes momentarily narrowed, revealing a hint of bitterness, before she casually replied, "As for the family principles of the Wen household, there is no need for the second young master to concern himself." With that, she rose and knelt before Jiang Wan. Her voice calm, yet resolute as she declared, Wan, I did not wish to put you in a difficult position, but my grandmother has not only nurtured me, but has also bestowed upon me great favor. I implore you to grant me the purple gold elixir. I swear by my status as the legitimate granddaughter of the Wen family that I will be at your service should you ever require my assistance." Jiang Wan gazed at the unwavering determination in Wen Li's eyes and anticipated her subsequent actions. Initially, she had believed that Wen Li, with her gentle disposition, could not muster the resolve for such a drastic decision. However, it seemed that the illness of the matriarch of the Wen family had become the final straw for her. Consider this. Which woman could endure the sight of her beloved kin languishing in illness while her husband entangled himself with another woman, even seeking to claim this life-saving elixir? Xie Xingji had informed her that this sister-in-law was not as feeble as she appeared. She was the legitimate granddaughter of the Wen family, raised with utmost care by the Wen elders. Her father had perished in battle, and her mother, unable to withstand the grief, succumbed to illness shortly after giving birth to Wen Li, leaving her as the sole surviving heir. Elder Wen had been exceedingly protective of Wen Li, hiring esteemed tutors for her and nurturing her with great care. Before her marriage, she was renowned in the capital. Who would not praise the noble daughter of the Wen family for her exquisite virtues and outstanding beauty? Had she not been captivated by her second brother's visage? Insisting on marrying him, Sieji's reckless demeanor would never have caught Elder Wen's interest. Seeing Wen Li in such a state, Sieji felt a tremor in his heart, as though something profound had struck him. Before he could react, Elder Wen and the couple Sieshun had arrived. Wen Li had not intended to alarm the elder, but someone had inadvertently let the news slip. At that moment, Xie Xingji, supporting Elder Wen, entered the hall. He cast Sieji a look of incredulity before lowering his gaze and positioning himself beside Jiang Wan. Leaning closer to Jiang Wan's ear, he spoke in a languid tone. Do not concern yourself with anything else. The purple gold elixir is yours to bestow upon whomever you desire. If you choose not to give it, that is also acceptable. Jiang Wan nodded, having already resolved her decision. However, considering that the purple gold elixir rightfully belonged to Xie Xingji and that Xie Ji was his second brother, she had indeed hesitated initially about consulting Xie Xingji. Now that he had taken the initiative to speak, she affirmed, Sister-in-law, please do not be courteous. I will have Dong Wu fetch the elixir. Just as Jiang Wan's words fell, Elder Wen's aged yet resonant voice echoed from outside. The grace of a young lady of the air in gifting the elixir is duly noted. However, this title of sister-in-law is too much for Lier to bear. Upon hearing Elder Wen's words, the members of the Xie family were left in stunned silence. Old Master Xie was the first to react, raising his cane to strike at Xie Ji. I shall beat you, ungrateful wretch. What have I told you? You possess neither virtue nor talent. Yet you have managed to marry a wife like Lier. This is a blessing bestowed upon you by our ancestors, and yet you remain oblivious to your fortune. Even mistreating her, Xieji gritted his teeth in silence, enduring the blows from old Master Xie's cane. The old man was genuinely furious. He lifted his cane and struck several times, all the while casting glances towards Wen Li, eager to see if she would, as in the past, plead on Xieji's behalf. Chapter 85. Wen Li requests a divorce to the disappointment of Elder Xie. Wen Li remained kneeling on the ground, her back straightened resolutely, not even casting a glance back. Elder Xie sighed, realizing that this time, that reckless boy Xieji had truly broken the young girl's heart. He and Old Man Wen were childhood confidants, having served in the same court. Their relationship was exceedingly close. Therefore, when Old Man Wen awkwardly approached to propose a marriage, Elder Xie was momentarily taken aback, asking which of his grandsons he desired. However, when Old Man Wen clumsily revealed that Wen Li had set her sights on Xieji, Elder Xie fell silent yet again. After some hesitation, he inquired if a different grandson might be considered. Leaving aside other matters, among Xie Shun's 4 children, his fondest was Xie Xingji, while his least favorite was Xie Ji. The boy was intelligent, yet could never settle down, perpetually yearning for more. Yet, what could be done when Wen Li, blinded by infatuation, insisted on hanging her hopes on the unworthy tree that was Xie Ji? She rejected Elder Xie's suggestion, steadfast in her desire to marry him. Once when Li entered the household, Elder Xie had admonished Xie Ji on several occasions, but the boy paid no heed. Each time he encountered Old Man Wen, Elder Xie felt a pang of guilt. Who did not know that Old Man Wen was famously protective of his granddaughter? The granddaughter he had raised with utmost care was being neglected by that scoundrel Xie Ji, a truth difficult to swallow. Yet, despite Old Man Wen's anger, he could not overcome his granddaughter's will. With just a pout, Wen Li could soften his heart. All he could do was sigh, repeatedly pressuring Elder Xie, asserting that if Xie Ji dared to mistreat his precious Lier, he would risk his own life to confront Elder Xie. Regarding today's events, he had already inquired about Xie Xingji on the way here. This matter is not entirely clear to me. I only heard Yin Shin mention that my sister-in-law seeks elixirs to save grandmother Wen, while my brother desires elixirs for some wild woman. This revelation infuriated Elder Xie, who hurried along, almost wishing he could strike Xieji down. As Elder Xie grew more fervent in his outrage, Old Man Wen did not intervene, nor did any other member of the Xie family dare to speak up. It was only when Elder Xie grew weary from his tirade that Old Man Wen slowly interjected, Enough of this pointless bickering. I have come today to seek something on behalf of my granddaughter from the CF family. Elder Xie, his heart tightened. What is it? Old man Wen shot him a glance and replied, a divorce decree. Xie Ji, with great difficulty, lifted his head, his complexion pale as he gazed at Wen Li, his voice weak as he exclaimed, have you lost your mind? To seek a divorce over such a trivial matter? Just as old man Wen was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Wen Li intervened, speaking calmly, grandfather, allow me. Old man Wen was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, very well. I shall heed your wishes, but remember this. My granddaughter of the Wen family shall never endure such humiliation. Bemli Nudda. Then approached Elder Xie, first bowing respectfully. She then proceeded to greet Xie Shun and his wife, performing the proper courtesies to express her gratitude for their unwavering care. At last, she stepped before Xie Ji, her voice remarkably calm. I am acutely aware of my lack of talent and beauty, rendering me unworthy of the second young master. This engagement was a pursuit I imposed upon him. However, had the second young master harbored disdain for me from the outset, he could have merely informed me. Though I may be simple-minded, I possess the sense to recognize my place. Yet, the second young master did not do so. He followed the arrangements of our elders, sending 3 letters and 6 gifts to welcome me into his household, only to later express regret and treat me with indifference. While I undoubtedly owe the second young master an apology, has he ever truly regarded me with due consideration? Now, with our shared history of grievances, further discourse serves no purpose. I implore the second young master, considering our family's long-standing friendship, to grant me a divorce decree. Let us part amicably. Xie Ji lifted his gaze. Incredulity etched on his features as he regarded Wen Li. She intended to sever their ties? With an urgent tone, Xie Ji urged, do not jest. Divorce is not as simple as you imagine. Have you contemplated the hardships that may follow should you be divorced? Wen Li interrupted him coolly. This matter need not concern the second young master. I am the granddaughter of the Wen family. Under the protection of my grandfather, my life shall not deteriorate significantly. In the future, I shall no longer tread carefully, fearing your countenance, nor shall I be burdened by your cherished confidant. Wen Li found such a life quite agreeable. Before so many elders, Wen Li offered him not a shred of leniency. Should this dispute persist, it was likely she would utter even more unpalatable remarks. Xie Ji, contemplating this, cast a profound glance at Wen Li. Have you truly made your decision? Do you genuinely wish to divorce me? Meeting his gaze, Wen Li nodded resolutely, devoid of lingering affection. Please, second young master, draft the divorce decree. In that moment, the clarity of her youthful gaze was imbued with determination, starkly contrasting her previous shyness and softness. Xie Ji's feelings for Wen Li were intricately complex. Initially, he had been reluctant to marry her, unwilling to let a woman's whims dictate the course of his life. Yet, unlike his father and 4th brother, he lacked the courage to defy his grandfather. He wed Wen Li, having once envisioned the ideal image of his future wife. However, upon lifting the bridal veil, disappointment washed over him. It was not that Wen Li was unattractive. Rather, her every gesture, her every smile epitomized the quintessential demeanor of an aristocratic lady. He had an aversion to the rigid and mundane upbringing of such families. Yet, Wen Li was the most renowned noblewoman of the capital, virtuous and gentle. Xie Ji intentionally neglected her, even refraining from mentioning her name in the presence of his friends. Then, he discovered that his wife was as quiet as the air itself. She remained distant, spending their wedding night apart, retreating to the study to sleep. She said nothing, merely sending him a quilt. The following day, when he rose late, she patiently awaited him, ready to serve tea to the elders once he had risen. The more obedient she became, the more Xie Ji appeared frivolous. Whenever the Xie family spoke of Wen Li, they praised her. When they mentioned Xie Ji, they scolded him. In the monotony of daily life, Xie Ji found himself increasingly averse to Wen Li, rather than developing any affection over time. Nevertheless, he had never once contemplated the possibility of parting ways with her. As he gazed at Wen Li, his heart felt as though a piece had been hollowed out, leaving an unbearable emptiness. Observing his inaction, Wen Li furrowed her brow and instructed Zi Su to fetch ink and paper, reiterating her intent. If the second young master is unwilling to write, I shall do so. You need only to sign. Siege looked at her, disbelief filling his eyes. How could she be so eager to sever their bond, even to the extent of volunteering for a divorce? After a moment of silence, he replied, his voice heavy, I will do it. Chapter 86. Reunion with an old friend when Li, at long last, obtained the divorce decree she desired. Bidding farewell to the elders of the CF family, she walked alone along the familiar path leading out of the backyard, her heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the matchmaker on the day of her wedding. My dear, do not look back. Just proceed forward. Your path ahead will be adorned with blossoms and filled with joy. A bittersweet smile graced when Li's lips as she realized she had indeed turned back, yet this time, she was resolute in not looking back again. As she took a few steps, delicate snowflakes began to fall, swirling gently around her. The snowflakes landed softly upon her brows and lashes, moistening her eyes. Unable to contain herself any longer, Winley crouched down, cradling her face in her hands, and let out a quiet sob. Just then, a plain oil paper umbrella appeared, shielding her from the falling snow, and a clear, soothing voice resonated softly amidst the white flurry. Why are you crying again? Have you done something foolish that has hurt you? Startled, Winley lifted her gaze and beheld a tall figure clad in white, standing amidst the swirling snow, his demeanor exuding an ethereal quality, akin to an untainted celestial being. Time seemed to freeze as she gazed at the man in the flowing robe, and she instinctively called out, Brother Lucien? For a moment, she was taken aback, but quickly wiped away her tears, disregarding her discomposure as she stood up, her voice brimming with surprise. What brings you here? In terms of seniority, Lucien was the elder brother of C.S. Xingji, the second disciple of the untainted master Wu Chun and the newly appointed master of Wuluan Mountain. In his youth, he had resided in the Wen family home in the capital for a period due to his training. Master Wen had a connection with Wu Chun, and when Lucien was commanded by his master to descend the mountain for cultivation, Wu Chun had written a letter to Master Wen, allowing Lucien to stay with them. It was said that Master Wu Chun had foreseen a calamity in Yu Xian's destiny that required resolution in the capital, though the specifics of this calamity remained unknown. Later, when Wenli married Siege, she found herself without a brother to carry her over the threshold. Initially, her cousin was designated for this role, but when he fell ill that day, it was Yu Xian who stepped forward, offering to take on the task. Wenli was somewhat taken aback by Yu Xian's decision. As the future master of Wuluan Mountain, well-versed in the 5 elements and the I Ching, he had been approached by the late emperor himself upon his arrival in the capital, who had extended lavish hospitality, hoping to have Yu Xian reside in the palace. However, Yu Xian graciously declined, explaining to the late emperor that his descent from the mountain was for the sake of averting calamity, and that he must reside with the Wen family, a command he could not disobey. The late emperor, upon learning of Wu Chen's arrangement, did not press the matter further, instructing Master Wen to treat Yu Xian with the utmost respect. When Wenli first encountered Yu Xian, he was clad in a dark robe adorned with subtle golden thread at the collar, his long, ink-black eyes downcast, giving an impression of being difficult to approach. In truth, ever since Yu Xian took residence in the Wen household, he had rarely interacted with others, dedicating himself to the study of his own tribulations. Every day, he would consult the divination, yet to no avail. Initially, Wenli felt a tinge of fear towards him, but one day, while she was roasting sweet potatoes with Zi Su in the courtyard, Yu Xian happened to pass by. Startled, Wenli feared that Yu Xian might inform her grandfather. After all, she was a celebrated noble lady of the capital, a paragon of virtue. However, at that moment, sprawled on the ground covered in black soot, she resembled not a refined lady, but rather a beggar from the western outskirts of the city. If her grandfather were to discover this, he would surely punish her with writing practice. Each time she erred, her grandfather, reluctant to scold her, would instead have her practice calligraphy. Outsiders often praised her delicate calligraphy, unaware that any child subjected to such punishment from a young age would develop fine penmanship. A clever idea struck Wenli as she eagerly offered the roasted sweet potatoes to Yu Xian, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother Yu Xian, please have some. Yu Xian was taken aback at first, glancing at the fragrant, tender sweet potato, unable to suppress a swallow. At that moment, he thought to himself that although the one girl was mischievous, her skill in roasting sweet potatoes was indeed commendable. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before this young lady set her sights on Xie Xingji's second brother. Yu Xian could hardly recall the scene, only remembering that day when she brought him a bowl of soft, glutinous red bean paste. Her usually delicate face was flushed as she sweetly declared, "Brother Yu Xian, I am to be married." Yu Xian's gaze shot up, and there, beneath the pear blossom tree, the girl looked at him with laughter in her eyes, her expression brimming with uncontainable joy. He could not recall her subsequent words, only that the red bean paste that day was less sweet than usual, carrying a hint of bitterness quite unpalatable. Later, when Li was to be wed, it was he who carried her away. It was a splendid sunny day, with gentle breezes and picturesque scenery as the girl in her resplendent red wedding gown approached, radiant in the sunlight. Suddenly, Yu Xian felt a jolt in his heart. The girl, light as a feather, was perched on his back, seemingly anxious, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Warm tears trickled down into his collar as when Li, having lost her parents at a young age, was raised by the elderly one couple. It was natural for a girl about to be married to feel nervous. Yet, she did not wish to worry her guardians. So she had been holding back her tears since bidding farewell to her elders. Only after resting against his back did she quietly let the tears fall. No one noticed, save for the youth carrying her. He sighed softly, his gentle voice soothing her. On such a joyous day, why weep? Wenli stifled her sobs and timidly inquired, "Brother Yu Xian, do you think Lord Xie will like me? If he does not, what shall I do?" Her sweet voice carried a hint of uncertainty about the future, and then she heard the boy's steadfast voice respond, "He will. If he does not like you, I shall take you home." Wenli gazed at Yu Xian, feeling a surreal sense of disconnection from the moment. Unexpectedly, when she married into the one family, it was Yu Xian who carried her away to her wedding, and now, as she seeks a separation, Yu Xian has come as well. "Brother Yu Xian, what brings you here?" Yu Xian paused for a moment, his voice calm as he replied, "Recently, I found myself with some leisure time